Chapter 1901. Su Yiren's shock. Tale was slightly confused when he heard what Lin Yuan said, but Su Yiren understood instantly. Lin Yuan wanted the Iron Hammer Federation to know that there was a pinnacle Class 4 creation master in Ta Lei's territory. Since the Iron Hammer Federation had recalled their Imperial Guards, it was clear that they needed to keep their strength close. There was no way that they would allow a pinnacle Class 4 creation master to just sit there without trying to recruit him. At that time, he would be able to understand exactly what was happening in the Iron Hammer Federation. Su Yiren nodded and said, "Leave this to me. I will do everything that needs to be done. If you aren't here when the people from the Iron Hammer Federation arrive, I will send you a report through the thoughts letter paper." Lin Yuan nodded. Su Yiren always did things well and had great foresight. Lin Yuan just needed to make the task clear, and she would immediately know what needed to be done. Without the talent that was Su Yiren, Lin Yuan's territory in the Divine Wood Federation would not have developed so swiftly. Lin Yuan said to Su Yiren, "Yiren, you have done well. Do you have any needs in terms of resources?" Su Yiren immediately realized that Lin Yuan intended to supply her with resources. If Lin Yuan had tried to give her resources before she joined the Astronomical Parliament, she would have been over the moon. But now that she was a full-fledged member of the Astronomical Parliament, she who had nothing saw the Astronomical Parliament as a large family. Thus, she no longer cared that much about gaining or losing her private profits. Since she knew that Lin Yuan possessed a Class 5 creation master, she did not hold back when it came to requesting resources. Besides spirit chi clothes and accessories, Su Yiren did not have any other resources in her spatial equipment. When Lin Yuan had not been delivering resources to the underground palace, Su Yiren had picked out resources from her own spatial equipment to trade for construction materials with Lin Yuan. Su Yiren had not told Lin Yuan about this. Lin Yuan only found out when Hu Chuan mentioned it in passing. Given Su Yiren's lack of finances, she was unable to increase the Absolute Love Poppy's stars. Moreover, the Absolute Love Poppy was not her only fey. She also had other feys that were linked to the Absolute Love Poppy. When the Absolute Love Poppy had been in a near-dead state, Su Yiren could not summon her other feys. However, she still needed to individually nurture all of them. Since Su Yiren was a dark envoy, she was a genius who was the same age as Lu Yifan. Since she was an A-rank spirit chi professional, her feys should have reached Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 2. But she had just become an A-rank spirit chi professional on the same night that the incident took place in the Dark Continent. Thus, she had not had time to ask for resources from her grandmother to increase her feys power. Hence, what she needed most now was law crystals. As long as she had enough law crystals, the 4 feys she had contracted would be able to evolve to Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 2. At that point, she would be a true top genius. However, it was difficult to obtain law crystals, and Su Yiren did not know how many law crystals Lin Yuan possessed. If she asked for too many, she would come off as greedy. Thus, she said to Lin Yuan, "My feys need law crystals to increase their power. For my sacred source life form to increase its stars, it needs a large amount of spiritual and soul-type spiritual ingredients." Su Yiren only mentioned what she needed but did not say how much of them she needed. Lu Ji stood off to the side and watched as all this unfolded. He might not know Su Yiren's identity, but he could tell that she was a very intelligent person. Given Lu Ji's understanding of Lin Yuan, he would not be stingy once he saw her as one of his own. At that moment, Su Yiren watched as Lin Yuan took out a brocade pouch and tossed it at her. Next, he took out a purple vine bracelet-shaped diamond fey storage box and handed it to her. Su Yiren did not hesitate and put the purple vine bracelet-shaped diamond fey storage box around her waist before she circulated her spiritual energy to check on its contents. She could not help but suck in a sharp breath when she saw its contents. Lin Yuan had handed her at least 3,000 complete Angelfish of Bliss coats inside the spatial equipment. There was no question that the Angelfish of Bliss fish coats were superior spiritual-type spiritual ingredients. Since the Angelfish of Bliss came from the sea, they were not native to any continent. There were also factions in the Dark Federation that had the role of nurturing the Angelfish of Bliss. However, most of their Angelfish of Bliss were only tri- or quad-colored. It was rare to see rainbow-colored ones. One rainbow Angelfish of Bliss fish coat would sell for at least 800,000 dark dollars. This meant that the net worth of the fish coats inside the spatial equipment that Lin Yuan gave her was 300 million dark dollars. 300 million dark dollars was not a small amount to Su Yiren. But she was stunned once she saw the half-filled brocade pouch of law crystals. Compared to the law crystals in the brocade pouch, the 3,000 angelfish of bliss coats were insignificant. Since her grandmother was a Class 5 creation master, Su Yiren was aware of the rate at which law crystals could be produced. Her grandmother had already been a Class 5 creation master for over 30 years, and it took her at least 4 hours to produce one law crystal. There were at least 400 law crystals inside the brocade pouch. If her grandmother did not sleep or rest, it would take her about 70 days to produce this quantity of law crystals. She had not been part of the astronomical parliament for long. Did she deserve all these resources? At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "Once I return from Sacred Forest City, I will give you spiritual ingredients to strengthen souls." The Emperor Sea Demon that Lin Yuan had formed a contract with could produce the Cold Frost Soul that could boost soul power. In the startling Lines continent, where danger was abound, it would be easy to nurture the Cold Frost Soul. In the time that he was in the Divine Wood Federation, he would be able to produce many Cold Frost Souls. The Cold Frost Souls would be useful to many of Lin Yuan's feys and the people around him. Chapter 1902 Bone Blood Insect Drunk and Blooming Lotus. Su Yiren was wellborn and the cream of society. After the 7 states of darkness was conquered, Su Yiren tumbled down from her throne to the bottom of the pecking order. After struggling in the deepest pits for a few months, Su Yiren was willing to use everything she had to trade for a chance to survive. The astronomical parliament had saved Su Yiren, so she felt that it was only right for her to do everything that Lin Yuan asked her to do. Yet, Lin Yuan was willing to give her so many resources to increase her power. Not even her grandmother could give her so much at one time. For some reason, Su Yiren's eyes welled up. She only looked up into Lin Yuan's eyes a moment later and said seriously, "Thank you, Lin Yuan. With me around, you don't have to worry." With the resources that Lin Yuan gave her in hand, Su Yiren immediately returned to her room in the underground palace. She intended to use the next 3 days that Lin Yuan was going to be absent from the underground palace to increase her power. Talay also dutifully returned to his territory to try and be an outstanding owner. After learning from Su Yiren for the past 2 months, Talay had picked up a fair amount. He knew that once news got out that his master was a pinnacle class 4 creation master who was in his territory, he would undoubtedly end up in the thick of the conflict. As a young man from a small tribe, Talay was afraid of being in trouble. But since Lin Yuan had come up with this plan, he would ensure that Talay was safe. This was how much Talay trusted Lin Yuan. Talay never had the chance to visit the large tribes in the Iron Hammer Federation. Once Lin Yuan's plan was carried out, he might have the chance to visit the capital of the Iron Hammer Federation, the Freezing Hammer tribe, with Lin Yuan. In the half a day that he had been in the Divine Wood Federation, he had gained a general idea of how things worked here and came up with his plan moving forward. Besides these, Lin Yuan still had something more important to do. He needed to check on Silver Corona's progress and how much the Sea of Flowers had expanded. Lin Yuan summoned Silver Corona through their contract. When he walked out of the underground palace, Silver Corona lunged into his arms and flew up to sit affectionately on his ear. Silver Corona had not seen Lin Yuan in more than 2 months. It missed him badly. Sometimes, it missed him so much that it even lost interest in hunting the dimensional life forms. Now that Lin Yuan was here, Silver Corona was immediately filled with vigor. While Lin Yuan responded to Silver Corona's affection, he used Morbius to check on it. Fey name, Sea Burial Lotus Flower, Silver Corona. Fey species, Water Willow/Water Bone Lotus. Fey grade, Gold, 6/10. Fey type, Source/Fairy. Fey quality, Legend. Abilities. Spotted Coral, when trained according to the spots on the coral jade, different effects are generated. 1. Nurture spot style, nurture the spots that were absorbed from the spotted coral jade in the bone lotus flowers. The bone lotus flowers will use a living being's life and soul to nurture the spots to give them vitality. The spots with vitality can use the living being's original strength to increase the strength and stamina of the bone lotus flowers. 2. Burial spot style, place the spots in between the bone lotus flowers. The spots will eat the bone lotus flowers and become bone insects. The bone insects will retain the spots' abilities and can deal with attacks on the bone lotus flowers according to the abilities. The external life force will be absorbed, and when the external life force is still weak, their soul can also be absorbed. Bone powder mist, the bone lotus flowers will vomit out the living being's bones that could not be digested. The bone powder will fly up into the sky and stay in the coral spots once it reaches a set thickness of layer. Blood bone insect drunk, while the bone insects are eating, they will enter a drunken state. When they're in a drunken state, they will not feel any pain. The circulation of their root power will also slow down. Blooming lotus, the bone lotus flower's structure will change and gain split into main lotuses and branch lotuses. The branch lotuses will strengthen combat power, while the main lotuses will lose all combat power. Every time the main lotuses blooms, the spots will use the vitality they absorb to produce a skeletal insect. The skeletal insect can consume insects to repair the damage done to the body. Exclusive skill. Hermit's Dead Servant, the bone lotus flower will absorb the target's body when attacking it. 1% of the target's power will be injected into the target's soul to cause the target to be pregnant with its dead soul. The dead soul will consume itself, and when the bone lotus flowers gain 36 Hermit Dead Servants, every Hermit Dead Servant will be able to create a layer of mist over the bone lotus flowers. He saw that in the past 2 months, Silver Corona had evolved from Bronze 8/Elite to Gold 7/Legend. Given that it had continuously been consuming alien beasts from Class 4 dimensional rifts for the past 2 months, its grade evolution was not impressive. However, the key point was that its quality had evolved from Elite to Legend. It was difficult for all feys to evolve their quality. Moreover, Silver Corona was a fairy that had transformed from a plant-type Carcinoma fey. From now on, Silver Corona just needed to continue to absorb vitality and soul power from the world to evolve to even higher frontiers. After evolving its grade, Silver Corona had gained 2 new abilities: Bone Blood Insect Drunk and Blooming Lotus. Lin Yuan was happy with both of these abilities. He had laid out the development path for Silver Corona to become a fey that could create a forbidden area. Its abilities, Spotted Coral, Bone Powder Mist, and Hermit's Dead Servant, were enough to fulfill this. But now, Bone Blood Insect Drunk and Blooming Lotus had strengthened Silver Corona. Bone Blood Insect Drunk would cause all insects that entered the Sea of Flowers to enter a drunken state while they were being injured, so they would not be able to feel anything. Chapter 1903 Lu Ji's Third Fairy. If Bone Blood Insect Drunk only targeted weak targets, Lin Yuan would not be as satisfied with it as he was. Bone Blood Insect Drunk could not only put targets in a drunken state but could also slow down the target's circulation of their root power. The root power of all life forms in the main world was spiritual power. If the circulation of spiritual power was slowed down, the power of both spirit chi professionals and feys would be cut down significantly. Thus, Bone Blood Insect Drunk could effectively restrict experts. Keeping the circulation of spiritual power down was a powerful restricting ability. Blooming Lotus perfected the Sea of Flowers combat power. At first, all of the Bone Lotus flowers were the same and had the same abilities. But now that the lotuses were separated into main lotuses and branch lotuses, each Bone Lotus flower could save on a large amount of energy that would significantly speed up the growth of the Sea of Flowers. This would allow the Bone Lotus flowers to have a greater margin of error and could be replenished when they were damaged. Although Lin Yuan could read the abilities off of true data, he could not tell exactly how much the branch lotus's combat power had increased. Besides being curious about the increase in the branch lotus's combat power, he also wanted to see what the skeletal insects were like. He went to the edge of the Sea of Flowers. Since Lin Yuan was Silver Corona's contractor, he could see through the white mist to tell what was happening within the Sea of Flowers. However, Lu Ji realized that the mist was so thick that it was as though he was walking through milk. When regular people touched the mist, they would not be able to see the parts of their hand that had entered the mist. Even if B-rank and above spirit chi professionals circulated their spiritual power, they would not be able to see past 10 meters in front of them. Lin Yuan saw that Lu Ji was trying his best to circulate his spiritual power to see into the Sea of Flowers. As such, he instructed Silver Corona to disperse the mist in a 5-kilometer radius around himself and Lu Ji. The mist above the Bone Lotus flowers was extremely thick, partly because of the Bone Powder Mist ability. The Sea of Flowers had consumed many life forms, and the Bone Lotus flowers had spat out the undigested bones of the life forms into the air. The concentration of the accumulation of the bone remnants in the air was so high that it could block sight. But the greatly thickened mist was not just due to the powdered bones that had been spat out into the air. After communicating with Silver Corona, Lin Yuan found out that 17 Hermit Dead Servants had been formed in the past 2 months. Each of the Hermit Dead Servants would add an additional layer of mist. The 17 layers of mist and the bone powder that had been spat into the air were what achieved this opaque mist. Lu Ji watched as the sinister Bone Lotus flowers bloomed obediently. As the flowers swayed, they resembled the claws and fangs of demons. This Sea of Flowers had turned into a dead man's zone. When the alien beasts emerged from the dimensional rifts and fell into the Sea of Flowers, they would immediately be crushed by the Bone Lotus flowers. The stems of the Bone Lotus flowers that were directly beneath the dimensional rifts were clearly sturdier than the stems of the other Bone Lotus flowers. When the flowers bloomed, the largest one had a diameter of over 1 meter. Lu Ji watched as a class 2-dimensional life form that was 1 meter long was torn to shreds by the largest bone lotus flower. Lu Ji knew that Silver Corona had transformed from the sea burial lotus flower. He suddenly realized that the carcinoma phase strength lay not in sudden explosive combat power but in the accumulation of power over time. While Lu Ji was thinking, Lin Yuan said, "Big brother Lu, if I use a shatter spatial stone to open a class 1-dimensional rift, the effects won't be significant. Why don't you use the dimensional light moth to take a few bites above these dimensional rifts to turn the pinnacle class 1-dimensional rifts to pinnacle class 2? Lu Ji immediately summoned the dimensional light moth. He had been worried for Silver Corona when he first opened the 4 class 1-dimensional rifts above the sea of flowers. But after he saw how the bronze Silver Corona had used the bone lotus flowers to kill class 3-dimensional life forms, all his worries were dispelled. He had left 10 of the flesh-mincing blade insects behind not to help Silver Corona, but as a safety precaution in case too many class 3-dimensional life forms emerged from the dimensional rifts. If Silver Corona could not handle them, the flesh-mincing blade insects would be able to take care of them. The strongest dimensional life forms that came out of pinnacle class 2-dimensional rifts were class 4. Class 4-dimensional life forms were no match for the Sea of Flowers. While heading to Oak City, Lu Ji realized that the mist had spread outside Phoebe Jenny's city. If Lin Yuan had not instructed Silver Corona to keep the mist out of Phoebe Jenny's city, the bone lotus flowers would have already swallowed up Phoebe Jenny's city. Once he instructed the dimensional light moth to make the dimensional rifts into pinnacle class 2, Silver Coronas and the Sea of Flowers' strength would skyrocket. Silver Corona had long felt that the food from the few dimensional rifts was not enough to fill its belly. Now that Lin Yuan had asked Lu Ji to add more dishes to the feast, Silver Corona was so happy that it weaved and danced through the mist. It even plucked a few of the smallest bone lotus flowers and handed them to Lin Yuan and Lu Ji. The dimensional light moth had reached Diamond X/Legend, and it was easy for it to bite through the spatial wall. Although the dimensional light moth had reached Diamond X/Legend, its intelligence should still be muddled and be unable to follow clear instructions. But now, Lu Ji could instruct it to bite through the spatial wall to expand the dimensional rift because he had used the firefly demon fetus on the dimensional light moth to turn it into a 4-winged fairy source-type life form. Chapter 1904 The Sea of Flowers is an eating fiend. While preparing for battle, the insect queen could produce many insects inside the dimensional light moth before replenishing itself. Moreover, as the dimensional light moth continued to increase its power, it might be able to produce a class 5-dimensional rift. To the weak, a class 5-dimensional rift was a death sentence. But to the strong, a class 5-dimensional rift was a treasure trove for resources. Besides sacred source life forms, there were also many rare resources in class 5-dimensional rifts. The number of Sky City's white-clothed followers was only rising. They needed a suitable place to train. A class 5-dimensional rift would be the most suitable place for the white-clothed followers to train because they could not only train but also procure many benefits. Moreover, Lu Ji had come to understand the importance of a class 6-dimensional rift to a federation. According to Lu Ji's estimation, the dimensional light moth would be able to produce a class 5-dimensional rift when it evolved to myth breed. If the dimensional light moth's power continued to increase, when it reached immortal or eternal, it might even be able to produce a class 6-dimensional rift. Since the dimensional light moth had transformed into a fairy, it was wary and fearful when it sensed Silver Corona's aura. Silver Corona could tell who was on its side. It had fun playing with the insect queen. The dimensional light moth had the same aura as the insect queen. Moreover, the dimensional light moth's appearance would allow it to have more to eat. Thus, Silver Corona was friendly toward the dimensional light moth. Since the dimensional light moth had turned into a fairy, its intelligence was even higher than that of a regular person. The dimensional light moth could understand and carry out Lu Ji's order perfectly. The dimensional light moth no longer just opened dimensional rifts to fill its stomach. It could now decide the strength of the dimensional rift it opened based on how much food it wanted to eat. The dimensional light moth carefully chomped down on the spatial wall, turning the pinnacle class 1 abyss dimensional rift into pinnacle class 2. The dark red abyss dimensional rift expanded as it spat out a sea of abyss demons. Every time the dimensional rift evolved, it would be able to spit out more dimensional life forms that were also of higher class. It was normal for class 3 abyss demons to appear in a pinnacle class 1 abyss dimensional rift. Now, there were 2 class 3 abyss demons amongst the 500 that had just spurted forth from the dimensional rift. Abyss demons were the strongest of all dimensional life forms. However, it was easy for the Gold/Legend Silver Corona to take care of class 3 abyss demons. The small white bone lotus flowers lunged at the class 3 abyss demons as though they were snakes. The horn demon was the stronger of the two abyss demons. It was about 2 meters tall and 3.5 meters long. It looked like a red gorilla that was covered in lizard scales, and the sharp horn on its head was almost 40 centimeters long. When the class 3 horn demon roared, it spat out a ball of fire. At the same time, its horn charged at the first bone lotus flower that was nearing it. The bone lotus flower was burned and crushed to smithereens. But as the other bone lotus flowers bloomed, they started to gouge piece after piece of the horn demon's body. The horn demon's red skin did not have any defensive properties. It did not take long for the other lower class demons to also fall prey to the sea of flowers. At that moment, the pinnacle class 2-dimensional rift lit up, and a giant creature that was almost 6 meters long emerged from the dimensional rift. It was covered with bone spikes, and its tail was poised high in the air. It had a pronounced jaw with a mouth filled with teeth stuck out past its lips. There were 3 curved horns entwined around its head that were clearly thicker than the class 3 horn demon's horn. Lin Yuan immediately recognized this giant creature. When the horn demon was evolving, there was a small chance it could evolve into the horn terror demon. When it transformed into the horn terror demon, there was a small chance it would mutate into the bone terror demon. The mutation into the bone terror demon involved all the bones on the horn terror demon's body turning into horns. Its horns would jut out of its skin to form a protective external layer. Normally, one bone terror demon could take on 3 horn terror demons. If a horn terror demon changed into the bone terror demon, it would be considered an outstanding horn demon. The studies of the Radiance Federation scholars agreed that the bone terror demon was the strongest dimensional life form out of all dimensional life forms of the same class that came from class 6 and below dimensional rifts. The class 4 bone terror demon was the pinnacle fighter of class 4 dimensional life forms. Lin Yuan wanted to test the Sea of Flowers compatibility. The class 4 bone terror demon would be the best way to test the Sea of Flowers. However, Lin Yuan realized that Silver Corona was completely unbothered by the class 4 bone terror demon. At that moment, he noticed 3 bone lotus flowers more than 2 meters long pulled away from the rest of the Sea of Flowers. These 3 bone lotus flowers were shining with 3 types of silver light. Lin Yuan immediately realized that they should be the branch lotuses. Class 4 abyss demons had decently high intelligence. Once the bone terror demon appeared, it realized it was in danger. When abyss demons were in danger, they would become violent. The horn terror demon swung its tail forcefully into the branch lotus and scraped off some of its petals. However, this bone lotus flower did not seem to be affected as it closed the remainder of its petals and clamped down on the bone terror demon's tail like a bony hand. The other 2 branch flowers also closed their petals around the bone terror demon's body. However, the bone terror demon was the strongest dimensional life form of its grade and was strong in its own right. Under the assault from the 2 branch lotuses, only faint scratches appeared on the bone terror demon's body. No cracks appeared. Rather, after struggling with the bone terror demon, many of the 2 branch lotuses' petals fell. Silver Corona was clearly unhappy with this situation. It had been growing without respite and had been eager to show off its power to Lin Yuan. But now, it was embarrassing itself in front of Lin Yuan because of the bone terror demon. The Sea of Flowers pulsed, and a large 5-colored lotus flower bloomed within the Sea of Flowers. Its petals were extremely soft and swayed in the breeze. Lin Yuan thought, this must be the main lotus. Chapter 1905 Most Suitable Residence. Once the bone insect was laid, the bone lotus flowers immediately covered the main lotus. The main lotus spun its stem and buried itself within the bone lotus flowers. The spider-shaped bone insect leaped off the ground and landed on the bone terror demon's back. Soon a small hole appeared in the bone terror demon's external armor, and a half-meter-long creature entered the bone terror demon's body through the hole. A blood-curdling sound accompanied the violent roaring of the bone terror demon as it thrashed about. A few seconds later, it stopped struggling, and its body was soon buried beneath the Sea of Flowers and became part of its nutrients. Silver Corona's ability Blooming Lotus had easily taken apart the bone terror demon without the bone terror demon, causing too much damage to the Sea of Flowers. Lin Yuan asked, Silver Corona, how many of the main and branch lotuses can you produce at once? Silver Corona immediately answered shyly, I have been continuously evolving the Sea of Flowers. The newly grown parts of the Sea of Flowers need a large amount of vitality and bones to be evolved. Thus, I haven't produced many of the branch and main lotuses. There are currently only around 5,000 of the branch lotuses that I have scattered around the Sea of Flowers. There are around 100 of the main lotuses. But I am very strong. I have nurtured 500 of the bone insects and stationed them at the border of the Sea of Flowers to deal with invaders. Lin Yuan was speechless when he heard what Silver Corona said. It was able to produce 5,000 of the branch lotuses, 100 of the main lotuses, and 500 of the bone insects when it was not focusing its efforts on nurturing them. If a spirit Qi professional with diamond phase fell into the Sea of Flowers now, they would never be able to leave. Lin Yuan had witnessed Silver Corona's power and could rest easy as he asked Lu Ji to use the dimensional light moth to evolve the other 3 Pinnacle Class 1 dimensional rifts into Pinnacle Class 2 as well. It did not take long for the dimensional light moths to evolve the alien insect, subterranean, and marsh dimensional rifts as well, causing waves of alien beasts to pour out of them. Numerous Class 4 and Class 3 dimensional life forms entered the Sea of Flowers. At that moment, 10 phantom hands composed of souls and holding black scythes slashed down on these dimensional life forms. The scythes did not damage the dimensional life forms' physical bodies but tore their souls apart. The Class 3 dimensional life forms immediately lost their lives, while only the smartest Class 4 dimensional life forms held out to receive a second attack. Lin Yuan thought, the hermit dead servants are even stronger than the bone insects because all phase below fantasy breed lack defense for their souls. Under Silver Corona's direction, the bone lotus flowers easily consumed the waves of alien beasts from the 4 Pinnacle Class 2 dimensional rifts. In order to speed up Silver Corona's growth, Lin Yuan used the remaining shatter spatial stones he had to create a few more dimensional rifts and asked Lu Ji to evolve them to Pinnacle Class 2 as well. When Lin Yuan felt that the Sea of Flowers had reached its limit, he stopped creating new dimensional rifts. If he opened too many dimensional rifts, it would be too strenuous for the Sea of Flowers. If too many of the bone lotus flowers were damaged, Silver Corona would need to use up its vitality and more bones to recover from the damage. Although Silver Corona could still handle more alien beast waves from dimensional rifts, the cost would be too high if it involved too much damage to the Sea of Flowers. From now on, as long as Silver Corona's power increased again, he could just evolve these 12 Pinnacle Class 2 dimensional rifts. Lin Yuan had heard from Su Yiren that once the Sea of Flowers grew to a certain size, many adventurers from Phoebe Jenny's city came to investigate the adventurers. At first, the borders of the Sea of Flowers had not been strong, and many adventurers had managed to escape. After the adventurers escaped, 2 types of voices started spreading. The first type of voice said that the Sea of Flowers was a forbidden area and one would become lost and be unable to escape once they entered it. The other type of voice said that as long as they could reach the center of the Sea of Flowers, they could discover a legendary Fey with which they could form a contract. They would also be able to obtain the treasure that the Fey was protecting. Once these 2 voices spread, it attracted an even larger crowd to investigate the Sea of Flowers. Even many adventurers from Phoebe Jenny's city entered the Sea of Flowers. The Sea of Flowers was at the border between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation but was mostly on the Divine Wood Federation's side. The people from the Iron Hammer Federation were afraid that a treasure had appeared within the Divine Wood Federation. Thus, a majority of the adventurers came from the Iron Hammer Federation instead of the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan had told Silver Corona that it should capture all the adventurers who entered the Sea of Flowers as long as they were not recalcitrant. Lin Yuan asked, Silver Corona, how many adventurers have you captured? Silver Corona pointed at an area in the distance and said, I am keeping around 2,000 people there. Silver Corona pouted and continued. Yuan, the adventurers eat a lot and are very dirty. They have completely messed up that area. Why don't I just eat them if they aren't of much use? Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, take me to see the adventurers. They won't be staying in the Sea of Flowers from now on. Lin Yuan had not given that instruction to Silver Corona because he wanted to show mercy but because he was thinking of Ta Lei's territory. Ta Lei's territory was in a remote area at the boundary between 2 federations. Even if merchant groups did pass, it would be small ones like the Sincere Merchant Group. Lin Yuan could provide resources but not manpower. In order for a city to be prosperous, manpower was a necessity. Normally, the adventurers that investigated the forbidden area did not have any relationship ties. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so willing to put themselves in harm's way. Chapter 1906 A more accurate plan. As for whether these people could live harmoniously in Ta Lei's territory, Lin Yuan would not have to worry about that because they had already been scared out of their wits during the time they were held captive by Silver Brocade. Moreover, with Su Yiren and her absolute love Poppy there, all experts below Thearch class would have no choice but to be obedient. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was very kind to his own people. It could be said that these people were lucky to have been captured by Silver Corona. The startling Lines continent was about to be thrown into chaos. These anchorless adventurers had no means to protect themselves during such turbulent times. But when they were in Ta Lei's territory, they would not only receive Lin Yuan's protection but also have the opportunity to continue to grow and accumulate riches that allowed them to lead better lives than their peers in the Radiance Federation. The Sea of Flowers automatically opened a path for Lin Yuan and Lu Ji while they walked. In less than a minute, they arrived at where Silver Corona was holding the adventurers. Just as Silver Corona had said, the place was filthy. In the past 2 months, the spirit chi professionals had been eating, drinking, and defecating there. There was no source of water where they could bathe themselves. They had not even changed their clothes during this time. Hence, it was no wonder that the place was squalid. However, the adventurers' spirits had not been broken. A few of them had even gathered together to have boasting competitions as a way to pass the time. Some adventurers' feys had not even reached gold grade, yet they were boasting as though they were even stronger than king-class experts. All of them had faced danger countless times and experienced injuries of varying degrees. When they were first captured, they were nervous and afraid. But slowly, the number of prisoners increased. After the bone lotus flowers delivered non-poisonous dimensional life forms to them, some of the spirit chi professionals who had fire-type feys roasted meat for the group. To low-class adventurers, it was a good day when they could fill their bellies. But now that they were gathered there, they were being fed for free. It was not too difficult of a life to be penned in. Suddenly, the adventurers spotted a 100-meter-long black flood dragon and immediately became anxious. They were not anxious about the black flood dragon but that the Sea of Flowers was clearing a path for the flood dragon. Many smart adventurers knew that the person keeping them trapped in the Sea of Flowers had appeared. Although Lin Yuan did not have any compulsive disorders, he liked cleanliness. He found such an environment slightly difficult to stomach. Lin Yuan looked at the adventurers and said, "Clean up this place in half an hour. Bury all the dirt." Lin Yuan did not mention the consequences of going against his order, but the adventurers could not help but feel fear toward the lavishly dressed, handsome young man riding on the black flood dragon's back. The young man's tone was not bossy or wicked, but the reaction of the black flood dragon and the Sea of Flowers proved his power. In the startling Lines continent, fighting back usually did not end well. Many adventurers had seen their friends end up humiliated just because they had gotten in the way of the servant of a Class 1 Creation Master family. Clearly, this young man could not be compared with the servant of a Class 1 Creation Master family. Even Class 3 Creation Masters did not have the dignity that this young man had. The Black Flood Dragon was clearly a diamond/fantasy fey. None of the adventurers even dared to boast to such a degree. In less than 20 minutes, all the dirt was buried in the holes dug by the Earth-type feys. According to the reactions of the adventurers and the news from Phoebe Jenny's city and Oak City that he had heard, Lin Yuan knew what kind of statuses these adventurers held in the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. He also knew what they needed most. Lin Yuan said in a straightforward manner, "I can provide you shelter in a city. There, you won't have to worry about putting yourselves in danger to fill your stomachs or obtain resources. You will even receive help to increase your power. However, you will also need to contribute." Lin Yuan's words caused delight to bloom on the adventurers' faces. The life he described was the one the adventurers dreamed of, especially the part about having a place to stay long-term. When Lin Yuan did not seem to have anything more to say, one of the adventurers said hopefully, "Lord, may I ask what kind of contributions we will need to make? Of the 3 conditions you mentioned, I am willing to do anything just to have one of them fulfilled." Since the territory belonged to Ta Lei, it went without saying that he was the leader. Lin Yuan had many things to do and many plans to carry out in the startling Lines continent. He did not have the energy to interfere with the management of Ta Lei's territory. Ta Lei should decide the type of contributions that the adventurers needed to make. Lin Yuan issued an order to Silver Corona. To the shock of the adventurers, the Sea of Flowers opened another path, and Lin Yuan said to the adventurers, "Go down this path, and you will see a city. Someone in the city will tell you what to do." Once he spoke, Lin Yuan instructed Blackie to take him back to the underground palace. This was the most important day of the adventurers' lives because their lives had just taken a turn for the much better. They saw the light at the end of the tunnel for the first time. All the adventurers went down the small path and headed to the city that the young man had mentioned. At that moment, none of them was thinking of escaping the Sea of Flowers because it seemed more cute than terrifying to them now. Once Lin Yuan returned to the underground palace, he started to organize and digest the information that Su Yiren had obtained. Even with genius help, it took Lin Yuan a day and a half to swallow all the information. After absorbing the information, Lin Yuan now had accurate information about all the factions of the three federations in the startling lines continent. This caused Lin Yuan to be amazed at Su Yiren's capabilities. Not even Wen Yu's ability to gather intelligence could compare to that of Su Yiren. Chapter 1907 First Team of the White-Clothed Followers Plan. After Lin Yuan instructed Su Yiren to use the 14 poppy fruits to drain the riches from the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation faster, he and Lu Ji left for the city lord's residence in Oak City. On this trip with Ding Chinchuo to Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, Lin Yuan intended to properly see what Sacred Forest City was all about. The Moon Empress had told Lin Yuan that it was not just the Radiance Federation, Freedom Federation and Azure Federations that had mystic realms. Many federations were built around their mystic realms. The Divine Wood Federation was one of them. The Sacred Wood Mystic Realm was the heart of the Divine Wood Federation. This was enough to prove how strong the feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline were. Lin Yuan happened to be affiliated with plant-type feys and could form contracts with the feys from the Sacred Forest Mystic Realm. Lin Yuan had drunk the tea brewed from the golden thearch bamboo's leaves. Although he had formed a contract with the merciful star peony, he still had more than enough spiritual energy to contract a plant-type fey that was bronze grade and below. On the way from the underground palace to Oak City, Lu Ji asked Lin Yuan seriously, "Lin Yuan, there are no Class 5 Creation Masters in the Divine Wood Federation. Moreover, the Divine Wood Federation's factions are centered around the Creation Master families. Their Creation Master resources will never be leaked. In such an environment, many talented Spirit Chi professionals are deprived of the opportunity to make use of their talent. The earliest batch of our white-clothed followers has fully grown. All of them have reached Pinnacle King class on average. A few of them have even reached Emperor class. We can rely on them to lead the new white-clothed followers. I was thinking, why don't we gather some Spirit Chi professionals from the Divine Wood Federation who have already comprehended a few willpower runes and nurture them after obtaining their loyalty? This will pad up our team of white-clothed followers even more." Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he nodded at Lu Ji and said, "Big brother Lu, after arriving at the Sacred Forest City, we will have around a week to do some managing. After the week, I will be in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm with Ding Chinchuo for an unknown period. During this time, you can gather Spirit Chi professionals from the Divine Wood Federation who have comprehended several willpower runes. One of Su Yiren's love music centers is in the Sacred Forest City. It should be easy to gather Spirit Chi professionals through it." Lu Ji knew what Lin Yuan's goal of coming to the Sacred Forest City was. In the past, if Lin Yuan had acted without Lu Ji, the latter would have been beside himself with worry that Lin Yuan was in danger. But now that Lu Ji understood Lin Yuan's power, he knew that as long as Lin Yuan was not attacked from the shadows and had the opportunity to demonstrate his abilities, no one in the Divine Wood Federation would be able to stand up to him. Of course, this was as long as Lin Yuan did not get on the wrong side of the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. Although there were no Class 5 Creation Masters in the Divine Wood Federation, there were numerous Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters in the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. They could also use their Creation Master resources to bring an expert up. There might not be an eternal expert in the Divine Wood Federation, but there definitely were immortal experts. According to the information gathered by the Radiance Federation, there had been fights between immortal experts in the startling lines continent. Lu Ji nodded and said, "Don't worry, Lin Yuan. I will definitely be able to handle such trivial matters well. I will send all the talents gathered from Sacred Forest City to Ta Lei's territory to be nurtured. Once their fundamental powers improve, they will be handed to the white-clothed followers." While Lu Ji was speaking, Lin Yuan handed him a diamond fey storage box. When Lu Ji looked inside the diamond fey storage box, he saw that there were over 3,000 bronze/epic and 20 bronze/legend feys inside. Although Lu Ji knew how wealthy Lin Yuan was, he still could not help but be shocked. If the resources that Lin Yuan had just provided him were transferred into Creation Master resources, they would be even more impressive than the stakes of the gamble between the Moon Empress and Goddess of Mercy that had taken place after the Radiance 100 sequence selection. A Class 5 Creation Master would need more than 3 years to produce the resources within the Diamond Fey storage box. Lu Ji's hands felt slightly numb as he held such precious resources. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "Big brother Lu, there should be enough bronze/epic feys inside here. If the Spirit Chi professionals you gather have unorthodox willpower runes that aren't suitable for any of the feys in the Diamond Fey storage box, let me know once I'm out of the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Moreover, if any of the Spirit Chi professionals are geniuses that have comprehended 4 willpower runes, they can pick one of the bronze/legend to form a contract with. Such talented individuals deserve to be nurtured with the best resources. Besides the Divine Wood Federation, we should also take note of talented individuals from the Great Lush Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. Lin Yuan had never thought about Sky City having so many white-clothed followers because he wanted to go down the path of elite soldiers. But as the Spirit Lock spatial zone continued to evolve and more resources were produced within it, Lin Yuan noticed that quantity and quality were not mutually exclusive when it came to the white-clothed followers. He could have many elite soldiers. This was because Lin Yuan only gave the white-clothed followers high-quality bronze feys. From now on, he would have to procure most of the white-clothed followers' resources on his own. Additionally, it was much easier for Lin Yuan to evolve high-quality feys now than in the past. He could single-handedly handle orders from 4 of the Radiance Federation cities. Thus, it would be child's play for him to provide the white-clothed followers with high-quality bronze feys. The Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation were always at odds. The fight with the Freedom Federation envoy group was the first ember that would lead to a raging blaze. Even the startling Lines continent, where there had only ever been small scuffles, was going to be swept up by a storm soon. All the major federations in the main world would be clashing swords with increasing intensity. Moreover, there were also Tower Cannon's stupid actions to take into consideration. If Lin Yuan wanted to retain his values and protect what he wanted to protect amidst the chaos, he could not be the only one with power. Chapter 1908 Sacred Forest City is the goal. Lu Ji could understand Lin Yuan's intentions from his words. He thought, Lin Yuan just gave me 3,000 bronze/epic feys and 20 bronze/legend feys. With such a mountain of resources, I don't have to put any effort in order to nurture another 1,500 white-clothed followers. The black flood dragon weaved in the sky above Oak City. Oak City did not allow feys to fly in their sky as the Ding family's experts constantly patrolled the sky. However, none of the Ding family's experts dared to stop the black flood dragon and the young man riding on it. This was because they had already seen Lin Yuan at the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's Tree Castle, how he had taken control of numerous chambers of commerce backed by the Great Lush Federation's secret elite families, and how he killed Liu Han. To the Ding family's experts, stopping Lin Yuan from flying in the sky above Oak City would be no different from charging toward death. It would bring disaster to the Ding family. None of the Ding family's experts had reached the Arc class. As long as the young man on the black flood dragon took out the long blue flute, he could easily kill them. Furthermore, Ding Chenchuo had issued an order for all members of the Ding family to treat Lin Yuan with the utmost respect when they encountered him. Ding Chenchuo had built the Ding family, and his word was law. No one dared to defy him. The experts from the Ding family who were patrolling hurriedly greeted Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said to the 2 Emperor-class experts from the Ding family, "Take me to see City Lord Ding." The 2 Emperor-class experts hurriedly started leading the way. At this time, Ding Chenchuo had already prepared everything that needed to be prepared and was waiting at the entrance of his manor for Lin Yuan to arrive. Ding Chenchuo had never seen Lin Yuan's face, and he gasped when he spotted Blackie. Before this, Ding Chenchuo had never seen a diamond pure flood dragon species fey. But now, his eyes were opened. It was likely that there was not another diamond pure flood dragon species fey in the entire Divine Wood Federation because only a Class 5 creation master could evolve the dragon species bloodline to such a degree when it was at diamond grade. Ding Chenchuo ignored the 2 Emperor-class experts and greeted Lin Yuan with a wide grin after bowing to him. He was afraid that he was not friendly enough with Lin Yuan and would be insulted. The 2 Emperor-class experts had never seen Ding Chenchuo treat a person this way. His attitude cemented Lin Yuan's extraordinary status. Lin Yuan nodded at Ding Chenchuo and said, "City Lord Ding, since you're waiting here, it must mean that you are done with the preparations. Then, let's get going. I have some things to do in Sacred Forest City and would like to shorten the travel time. Why don't I handle the travel method?" Lin Yuan was not the type to show off. When he addressed Ding Chenchuo as City Lord Ding, Ding Chenchuo felt respected. This gave Ding Chenchuo a good impression of Lin Yuan beyond loyalty. At first, Ding Chenchuo thought Lin Yuan came from one of the Great Lush Federation's secret aristocratic families. However, none of the chambers of commerce from the Great Lush Federation, including the Jin family, recognized Lin Yuan. This meant that there was no way that Lin Yuan was native to the Great Lush Federation. It was unlikely that any faction in the Great Lush Federation hid away their descendants so deeply. Since Ding Chenchuo was aware of this, he knew that Lin Yuan was not from the startling Lines continent. Nonetheless, Ding Chenchuo did not care where Lin Yuan came from. Regardless of where he came from, Ding Chenchuo was going to cling to him and had already dedicated his loyalty with the knowledge that Lin Yuan would not take advantage of him. Alas, no matter how outstanding Lin Yuan was, his age was an undeniable fact. His servants also appeared to only be around 20 years old. Hence, the emperor-class Ding Chinchuo's feys would be able to fly faster. But Ding Chinchuo did not voice any disagreement. Since Lin Yuan had said he wanted to handle the travel method, Ding Chinchuo would go along with him even if he said they would be crawling. At that moment, Lin Yuan waved his hand, and a large baby blue butterfly appeared in front of him. When the butterfly flapped its wings, the aura of the entire Oak City solidified. It was like millions of tons of pressure crushing Oak City. The kill food sky butterfly was used to releasing its aura as much as it wanted in the marsh world. When Lin Yuan summoned it back to the main world, it forgot to retract its aura. The kill food sky butterfly hurriedly retracted its aura when it sensed its error. Lin Yuan realized that in the past few months, the kill food sky butterfly had successfully used the law crystals he had given it to break through. It was now Sovereign V/Creation 3. Lin Yuan had accumulated many law source crystals that the sacred sword-wielding queen had turned into law crystals. Thus, he was swimming in law crystals. The kill food sky butterfly could use these law crystals to quickly evolve itself to Creation 4. But in order to evolve to Creation V, it required world crystals. Lin Yuan did not have many world crystal and could not supply them to the kill food sky butterfly flippantly. Hence, once the kill food sky butterfly evolved to Creation 4, it would have to depend on itself to evolve. Feu Novo. By this time, Lin Yuan and Lu Ji had already climbed onto the kill food sky butterfly's back. However, Ding Chinchuo dared not climb onto the kill food sky butterfly's back. Ding Chinchuo was also silently astonished. Besides the female servant dressed in black robes, Lin Yuan could also use such a beautiful and enormous butterfly species fey as a mode of transportation. Ding Chinchuo was a class 4 creation master and had heard of the top 3 butterfly species fey bloodlines. There was no question that this sovereign butterfly species fey that had comprehended world power was the kill food sky butterfly. Lin Yuan was about to shout to Ding Chinchuo before instructing the kill food sky butterfly to retract its aura even further when the kill food sky butterfly created a gust by flapping its wings and sweeping Ding Chinchuo onto its back. Next, it did as Lin Yuan said and started flying toward Sacred Forest City. Even at the kill food sky butterfly's speed, it needed almost a day to travel from Oak City to Sacred Forest City. Chapter 1909 How Extravagant. Ding Chinchuo could clearly sense how Lu Ji felt about him, but he did not care at all. He continued to act in a friendly manner to Lu Ji while he chatted with Lin Yuan. Ding Chinchuo took out several fruits that were only found in Oak City and gave them to Lin Yuan and Lu Ji. Lin Yuan saw how attentive Ding Chinchuo was being and knew that he was trying to display his loyalty. Lin Yuan did not need his subordinates to act like obedient puppies that did not have a mind of their own. The only request Lin Yuan had for Ding Chinchuo was to take him into the sacred wood mystic realm and for him to help ensure that nothing went wrong. Lin Yuan raised his gaze to Ding Chinchuo. Ding Chinchuo quickly came up with a piece of flattery and was about to speak, but Lin Yuan spoke first. Whether things in Sacred Forest City go smoothly will depend on you. Once I leave the sacred wood mystic realm, I will give you a bronze/legend fey as well as 10 pairs of bronze/epic item storing walnuts and 3 pairs of bronze/legend item storing walnuts. While Lin Yuan spoke, he took out the bracelet that Hu Chuan had made as a prototype. The bracelet was made up of 36 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, 9 of each type. Since it was just a prototype, the outer layer of the elemental pearls was only defined life. However, 36 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls with outer layers were enough to stupefy any person from the Divine Wood Federation. When Ding Chinchuo saw the chain of pearls and thought about the bronze/legend phase and high-quality bronze item storing walnuts that Lin Yuan promised him, he understood for the first time the terrifying scale of resources that Lin Yuan possessed. Ding Chinchuo would not have been this shocked if Lin Yuan had only promised him 36 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls with outer layers. As he gazed at the chain of 36 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls that was held together by a jade-textured wood thread, Ding Chinchuo found it tough to imagine how little regard one had to have for heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls which could transform fey bloodlines to use them as accessories. How extravagant! But at the same time, Ding Chinchuo felt extremely conflicted. Ding Chinchuo was confident that nothing would go wrong on this trip with Lin Yuan to Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. He guaranteed that he could obtain that chain of pearls. The water and earth type elemental pearls would be extremely useful to him. But could he bear to break this chain of pearls that was basically an art piece? Lin Yuan's promise of such resources to Ding Chinchuo confirmed the latter's guess. Lin Yuan knew that promising resources of such a level to Ding Chinchuo would allow Ding Chinchuo to guess his background. Since he still went through with promising such rewards to Ding Chinchuo, it meant that he was not afraid of Ding Chinchuo guessing the truth. Lin Yuan had seen through what kind of person Ding Chinchuo was. To someone like Ding Chinchuo, who prioritized his family's benefits and development, he just had to ensure that Ding Chinchuo's profits were secured, and Ding Chinchuo would hinge the value of his life and family as well as their honor on Lin Yuan while doing his best to serve Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was not going to Sacred Forest City just to enter the Sacred Wood mystic realm. He also wanted to interact with the upper echelons of the aristocrats. Since Ding Chinchuo was the city lord of Oak City, he would be the best choice to help Lin Yuan get his foot through the door. After all this time, not a single Class 5 creation master had emerged from the startling Lines continent. It was time that one did. There were issues with the Iron Hammer Federation's internal affairs. If they found out that there was a Class 5 creation master in the Divine Wood Federation, the combination of internal and external ails would send the Iron Hammer Federation into a panic. Once Tale spread the news that his master, who was a pinnacle Class 4 creation master, the Iron Hammer Federation would be exceptionally polite and welcoming toward him. Lin Yuan felt that the key point to absorbing the riches from the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation would be to trade with both federations. In places like the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation, where low-class creation master families depended on high-class creation master families and small tribes depended on large tribes, the small tribes and low-class creation master families did not have many resources of their own. Almost all of the wealth went to the few families in the Divine Wood Federation that had pinnacle Class 4 creation masters and the Black Gold tribes in the Iron Hammer Federation. But it went without saying that the imperial courts of the two federations were the ones that truly occupied the top of the pyramids. If Lin Yuan had the opportunity to trade with the imperial courts of the two federations, he would be able to get his hands on the best resources in the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. However, given that he was an outsider, the two imperial courts would not only be unwilling to trade with him, but they would even try to find ways to get rid of him. Hence, he needed to find a suitable identity to assume in order to do business in the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation. Ding Chinchuo's eyes were fixed on the chain of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls for some time before he finally tore his gaze away. He knelt sincerely to Lin Yuan and said, "Lord, I swore my loyalty to you long ago. It's only right that I do whatever you ask of me. I have a few good friends in Sacred Forest City. It will be easy for us to do most things. If you need, I can introduce you to my entire network in Sacred Forest City." Lu Ji scoffed at Ding Chinchuo's words. Lu Ji increasingly despised Ding Chinchuo. It was clear that Ding Chinchuo greatly desired the resources, but he said that he was only doing what he should. If Lin Yuan decided not to give the resources to Ding Chinchuo, he would probably start crying in front of Lin Yuan. Previously, Ding Chinchuo had just betrayed the Divine Wood Federation. As the city lord of one of the Divine Wood Federation's large cities, he had become Lin Yuan's subordinate out of greed. But now, he was using his network and resources to boost Lin Yuan's welfare. Thus, he was not only turning his back on the Divine Wood Federation but was also taking away from the Divine Wood Federation's profits. Ding Chinchuo's actions made Lu Ji see him as one of their own, but Lu Ji increasingly abhorred Ding Chinchuo. Ding Chinchuo had noticed Lu Ji's scoff. However, he did not feel ashamed at all in the face of Lu Ji's clear detest. Chapter 19:10 Small Lizard That Keeps Sticking Its Tongue Out. Lin Yuan knew full well how Ding Chinchuo thought. Frankly, he did not like someone with Ding Chinchuo's character either. However, a person like Ding Chinchuo was the best kind to be used. Lin Yuan was confident that he would be able to use his resources to ensure that Ding Chinchuo never acted in a way that was disadvantageous to them. Lin Yuan walked over to Ding Chinchuo to help him up and said softly, "You deserve these. If you do well, there will be even more benefits in store for you." Ding Chinchuo looked excited when he heard what Lin Yuan said. The kill food sky butterfly formed a baby blue streak of light in the sky. It was flying so fast that no phase below diamond grade would be able to see it clearly. Lin Yuan looked down from the back of the kill food sky butterfly. Suddenly, he spotted a clear boundary line in the forest in the distance. One side of the forest was dark green, while the other side was light green. The dark green side of the forest was clearly larger than the light green side. There were clearly stairs on both sides of the forest that seemed to form a chasm. When Ding Chinchuo saw the dark green side of the forest, he hurriedly said, "Lord, we have arrived at the border between the Dark Dream Forest and Jade Forest. The Dark Dream Forest is the territory of the stronger phase. It's likely that they will attack us when we fly over the Dark Dream Forest. But given the power of your butterfly species Fei, the chances of it suffering any damage are very low." Lin Yuan could sense Ding Chinchuo's fear of the Dark Dream Forest. According to the information that Su Yiren had gathered, the spirit chi professionals of the Startling Lines continent were slightly weaker than the feys because there were no Class 5 creation masters in the Startling Lines continent. Without strong human experts to keep them at bay, the strong feys took up most of the fertile lands on the Startling Lines continent. Most of the feys that took control of the land were myth breed and above. Once the wild feys claimed a territory as their own, they would protect it vehemently. If the aura of another powerful fey appeared in the vicinity of their territory, they would immediately attack the invaders. The kill food sky butterfly retracted its aura while it flew. This made it an easy target. When Lin Yuan heard what Ding Chenchuo said, he not only did not look shocked and instruct the kill food sky butterfly to change its flight path, but he even looked exceedingly relaxed. Lin Yuan hoped that the powerful feys would try to attack the kill food sky butterfly. Any and all feys that tried to attack the kill food sky butterfly would be running to their deaths. Ding Chenchuo knew what lived within the dark dream forest. Every time he traveled from Oak City to Sacred Forest City, he would avoid the dark dream forest. It was likely that that beast within the dark dream forest had already reached sovereign/pinnacle creation. Given its bloodline, it would not be difficult for that beast to break through. At first, Ding Chenchuo assumed that Lin Yuan would decide to change course. Yet, he seemed to have piqued Lin Yuan's interest instead. This left Ding Chenchuo nonplussed. If Lin Yuan led his black-robed servant, he might be able to stand toe-to-toe against that beast in the dark dream forest. However, the sovereign butterfly species fey would be chewed up and swallowed by that beast. Ding Chenchuo knew that Lin Yuan's butterfly species fey was the kill food sky butterfly and could roll grades to fight. However, the beast from the dark dream forest had the top bloodline of the climbing type feys. The climbing type feys had more emperor bloodlines than butterfly species feys. When Ding Chenchuo saw that the kill food sky butterfly had already flown into the dark dream forest, he decided to give Lin Yuan another reminder. It would be too late if that beast discovered the kill food sky butterfly. But before Ding Chenchuo could speak, he heard the whistling sound of air being broken through as a pink tongue shot toward the kill food sky butterfly as though it were an arrow. The tongue was covered with soft bones that resembled tree roots and looked extremely strong. The tongue had a diameter of 3 meters and could only be covered by 4 to 5 young men wrapped their hands around it. Alarm bells rang in Ding Chenchuo's head when he heard the sound of the tongue breaking through the air and saw the shadow of the tongue. Despair flooded his face. That beast noticed the kill food sky butterfly the moment it entered the kill food sky butterfly. Ding Chenchuo instinctively summoned the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle. Nonetheless, Ding Chenchuo did not think that the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle would be of any help. At that moment, Lin Yuan said slowly, "Shadow, it looks like a little lizard is hungry. Capture the small lizard that keeps sticking its tongue out." Once Lin Yuan spoke, Ding Chenchuo saw a 1.5 meter tall young man emerge from Lin Yuan's shadow. The young man was only black and white. His long black fingernails shone with a blinding malevolence. The young man looked at Lin Yuan respectfully and said in a hoarse voice, "Young master, the lizard has disrespected you. Before I catch it, I will teach it a lesson on your behalf." Shadow transformed into a shadow and plummeted down from the sky, splitting the tongue into two. It was as though it was a sharp knife that was slicing through a ham. The entire dark dream forest started to move. It was clear that a large beast was struggling in pain within it. Soon, the sound of daggers piercing scales rang out. When Ding Chenchuo heard this sound, he immediately knew that the young man that had emerged from Lin Yuan's shadow had used his fingernails to pierce that beast's skin. Ding Chenchuo's brain short-circuited. The sight in front of him was incomprehensible to him. Ding Chenchuo found it difficult to imagine how powerful the young man was to cleave the tongue from tip to root so easily. Moreover, just how many powerful bodyguards did Lin Yuan have? Lin Yuan and Ding Chenchuo were on the kill food sky butterfly's back. But Ding Chenchuo had not sensed such a powerful expert hidden in Lin Yuan's shadow. Chapter 1911 Bug-Consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard. Ding Chenchuo could be certain that Shadow was not a spirit chi professional, but it also did not look like a fey. The longer Ding Chenchuo looked at Lin Yuan, the more mysterious he felt Lin Yuan was. Even the young elites from the three main federations did not possess such power. Lin Yuan did not order the kill food sky butterfly to stop. Shadow was much stronger than the kill food sky butterfly, and it would be easy for it to catch up to the kill food sky butterfly. The Abyss demons were lifelong partners with Carnage. In the abyssal world, bloodshed was the true ruler. Ever since Shadow started following Lin Yuan, it had been suppressing its true nature. But now, it was time for Shadow to unleash its true colors. After all, Shadow would not kill the beast with the tongue now that Lin Yuan had issued his order. Frankly, Lin Yuan had already used true data to check on the tongue. He discovered that it came from the Sovereign X/Creation 8 bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard. Lin Yuan had heard of the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard before. It was worthy of being called the pride of climbing type feys. It was one of the rare climbing type feys that had the Emperor class bloodline. Besides the 4 climbing type bloodlines that could be termed as Thearch, the 7 Emperor class bloodlines were the strongest climbing type bloodlines. The bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard was the only one of the 7 Emperor class climbing type feys that could evolve into the Thearch class bloodline. The other 6 types of Emperor class bloodline would only be able to mutate to evolve toward Thearch class instead of conventional evolution. It could be said that the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard had the peak bloodline of climbing type feys. According to the radius of the movement of the Dark Dream Forest, the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard had to be almost 7,000 meters long. It was a giant terrestrial fey. The skin of lizard species feys was extremely tough. If Shadow was not skilled at combat and stronger than the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard, Shadow would not have been able to use its nails to pierce its skin. The bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard could have used its body as a fort. Its tongue was its most powerful weapon. The length of the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard's tongue was closely related to the length and size of its body. Normally, the tongue was twice the length of the body. This was why the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard could attack the kill food sky butterfly that was tens of thousands of meters up in the air. Besides being used as a fort and could technically be seen as a strategic class fey, the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard had another ability that other lizard species feys did not. This ability was present in its name. Its normal ability was insect consumption. It could kill any insect species fey. If Lin Yuan did not possess Shadow but an alien insect that had reached immortal, it would have been killed by the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard even though it was a large level above the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard. There was a rumor that the bronze bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard had killed the gold insect species feys. Alas, this was just a rumor, and there was no concrete evidence. Feys with elite bloodlines were rare in the wild. It was also difficult for creation masters to nurture them manually. According to Lin Yuan's knowledge, there was not a single bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard in the entire Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan did not have a strategic class fey that could act as a terrestrial fort. Hence, from the moment he saw the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard, Lin Yuan decided that he had to have it. It was difficult to tame wild feys, especially feys that had reached sovereign/pinnacle creation. When Shadow released its savage nature, the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard became aware of its opponent's power and put aside its pride. Without mighty martial force to strike fear into the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard's heart, it would never obediently carry out Lin Yuan's orders, no matter how many resources he provided. Since Lin Yuan saw the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard as a strategic class resource, he would only use it during battle. Thus, it was necessary for it to be completely obedient to him. At that moment, a strange expression appeared on Lu Ji's face. It was an expression of mixed surprise and joy. Soon, joy took over as the main expression. Lin Yuan, according to my observations, we seem to have caught a treasure. There is a male and a female bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard in the Dark Dream Forest, as well as 4 young. The strongest of the young has reached platinum, while the weakest is only gold. We have stumbled on a family of bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizards. When Shadow attacked the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard, Lu Ji instructed the Insect Queen to produce 4 lonely night hurricane moths and to scout out the area. This was when he discovered this surprise. Lu Ji had become part of the Radiance 100 sequence twice and was also Night Leaning Moon's disciple. It went without saying that he was capable. If Lin Yuan could see the value in the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard, so could Lu Ji. Lin Yuan looked delighted when he heard what Lu Ji said and said instinctively, "This bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard couple is so lucky. They managed to produce 4 children. Since they had the Emperor class bloodline, they might not have been able to conceive in their entire lives. Once the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard became pregnant, it could produce 1 to 2 eggs. It was rare for even regular lizard species feys to produce 4 eggs at once. If other fey couples with elite bloodlines discovered this, they would turn green with envy." At first, Lin Yuan only saw the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard as a moving fort. But now that he had 6 of the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizards, and if all of them were nurtured, Lin Yuan would be able to create the most powerful combat system out of them. At times, quantity could trump quality. When the 6 bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizards cooperated and shot out their tongues simultaneously, they could protect each other while attacking. A family of the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard would be able to work together during battle. If anyone else, even if it was a powerful federation, got their hands on the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizards, they would immediately start to ponder over how they could nurture them. Chapter 1912 The husband and wife bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard felt a mix of surprise and despair. Now that genius had evolved to the highest access fate-knowing beast, it had accumulated 300 questions beasts in the 100 questions beast army. There were now 300 pinnacle class 3 creation masters who were working hard for Lin Yuan's sake. The bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard's bloodline was extremely powerful. It would not experience a bottleneck before it reached creation breed. 300 class 3 creation masters were enough for the 4 young bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizards. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly had not been flying for long before Shadow dropped 2 humanoid figures on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's back. The man and woman were both tall and skinny, with brown hair and light green eyes that were as thin as that of a lizard. Usually, this eye shape was very ugly on a human's face. But on these 2 figures' faces, when paired with their tall nose bridges, sharp bone structure, and purple lips, it complemented them. There were no scars on either of these 2 figures' faces. Although they were pale, they still managed to plaster on composure. However, Lu Ji knew that under the clothes they wore were tangled messes. These were the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizards to which Shadow had just taught a stinging lesson. The male bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard had almost reached immortal while the female had reached Sovereign X/Creation 6. Given their power, despite being heavily injured, as long as their roots were not damaged, they could quickly recover their wounds by triggering their spirit chi and activating their cells. Both of the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizards had terror and nervousness written all over their faces. Each of the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizards was tightly holding 2 lizards that were larger than them. Evidently, they were afraid that their children would be hurt. The couple lorded over the dark dream forest. In order to fill their bellies, they ate countless feys every day. Thus, they understood the fundamental rule that the weak were nothing more than fodder for the strong. Shadow's attack made the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizards aware that neither of them was capable of standing up to Shadow. This was exactly the effect that Lin Yuan was going for. When Lin Yuan saw the 12 golden rings around the tails of the 4 bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizards, he smiled. I'm sure it's difficult for the 2 of you to hunt and feed for your children in the dark dream forest. Lin Yuan's words caused the 2 bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizards to tighten their arms around their children as they hastily replied, "It's not difficult at all. How can it be difficult when we're all together?" The couple knew that they were in no position to argue. However, the male bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard still wanted to express his desire to keep his family together. But what Lin Yuan said next caused the couple to suck in a sharp breath. Not difficult? If it's not difficult, why is it that none of your children's power has reached diamond even after 20 years? The strongest of them is only platinum 4/epic, while the weakest is only gold/flawless. I'm sure that the resources from the dark dream forest are barely enough to fill the 2 of your stomachs. There can't be enough to supply your children and help them to grow. The more elite the bloodline and the stronger the fey, the more resources it needed. If the couple only had 1 child, it would be able to grow normally. But it was unrealistic to expect them to be able to raise 4 children in the forest. Lin Yuan spoke the truth, and the bug-consuming Thearch Emperors did not have any rebuttal for him. However, the couple started looking at Lin Yuan warily. He sounded like he wanted to take their children. The couple had interacted with many spirit chi professionals and understood how they contracted feys. Before their children evolved to fantasy breed, spirit chi professionals would have enough spiritual energy to contract them even if they reached diamond grade. Neither of the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizards was willing to let their children go to be contracted by spirit chi professionals. Once spirit chi professionals contracted their children, they would leave their side. The more elite the bloodline of a fey, the more difficult it would be for them to have offspring. Hence, these 2 feys loved their children deeply. Feys with inferior bloodlines would not be willing to give up their lives for their children when they were in danger because it was easy for them to procreate. But feys with elite bloodlines were willing to sacrifice their lives for their children to allow them to continue living. The mother of Bloodbath was an example of this. The couple's gazes were increasingly filled with despair. Lin Yuan did not intend to torture them any longer. Lin Yuan immediately answered, "I can provide your children with resources. Within a year, they will evolve to creation breed. However, there is no free meal in this world. I need the 2 of you and your 4 children to become loyal to me and add to my strength." Previously, the couple had been in the pits of hopelessness. But when they heard what Lin Yuan said, the couple's moods swung in the direct opposite direction. The offer that Lin Yuan made was too tempting. The couple could not even imagine what evolving their 4 children to creation breed within a year would be like. They could not even begin to estimate the mountain of resources that this promise would entail. If Lin Yuan could truly give their children such a future, the parents would agree to let him take them even if it meant that they would be separated and would have to deal with the anguish of missing them for the rest of their lives. The love of parents could not be estimated. The couple knew that the benefits of evolving to creation breed in such a short span would not only make up for the inadequate growth of the past 20 years but also evolve their bloodlines. Chapter 1913 Lin Yuan's 6 Terrestrial Forts. Lin Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, besides your 4 children, I will also help 2 of you to evolve. Both of you have reached pinnacle creation and are only 1 step away from immortal. If you sincerely do my bidding after swearing your loyalty to me, I can give you a chance to reach immortal once I am done with my business in Sacred Forest City. Once Lin Yuan was done speaking, the female bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard swore its loyalty to Lin Yuan on its law world. It did not choose to become Lin Yuan's protector but to become his lowly servant because it knew how much its husband wanted to break through. The female bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard could not help him to fulfill this. Now that the opportunity was presenting itself, it had to grab that chance for its husband. When it saw that its wife had sworn its loyalty, the male bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard had no choice but to also swear to become Lin Yuan's servant. Lin Yuan was now the master of these 2 bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizards. In the year that Lin Yuan became a spirit chi professional, he had obtained many opportunities. But gaining the loyalty of a family of bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizards was unquestionably one of his top 5 opportunities. The terrestrial army formed by the 6 bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizards had just as much strategic significance as the floating island whale. Just as Lin Yuan was about to instruct the parent bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizards to lead their children into the jeweled cave Golden Toad, the male bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard said, "None of my 4 children have comprehended willpower runes and can't swear their loyalties to you. I don't need you to fulfill your promise as long as you ensure that we parents are never separated from our children. Once our children comprehend willpower runes, I will make them swear their loyalties to you." From this, Lin Yuan knew that the couple did not believe that he would make good on his word. Lin Yuan was not going to explain to him. He took out the jeweled cave Golden Toad and said to the couple, "Go in first. I will find a place that you can make into your new home." Lin Yuan felt that the marsh world was the best place for the family's new home. Klein Hub linked the marsh world, and Lin Yuan could enter it from anywhere. There were many insect species dimensional life forms. None of the apostles that Lin Yuan had liked taking the same species of dimensional life form as their favored believers. While the Medusa snake demons were building, they were plagued with issues of exterminating insects. Wen Yu and Sun Ningxiang had only been in the marsh world for 2 days but had already sent many thoughts letter paper communications to Lin Yuan to talk about the insect issue. The insects were not strong, but most of them were venomous. They were very dangerous for the humans in the marsh world who were cultivating plant-type feys. Many of them had started to develop fevers and boils after being bitten by the insects. If Lin Yuan put the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizards in the marsh world, it would be more convenient for the army of 100 questions beasts to nurture them and help them grow but also solve the issue of the insect infestation. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Yuan kept Shadow by his side and also summoned the kill food sky butterfly. Whitespeak was outside of the territory managing the Dark Scorpion's territory to protect Lin Yuan's territory, which was surrounded by the Dark Scorpion's territory. The strongest combatant he had in the marsh world came from the Thearch class expert Liu Yunshan. Ever since Lin Yuan placed Liu Yunshan in the marsh world, he had been protecting the tower where the army of 100 questions beasts concocted spirit fluids. By placing the couple in the marsh world, they could help to deal with any danger that popped up in the marsh world. Conquering the family of bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizards was just a pit stop on the way to Sacred Forest City. However, the pit stop helped Lin Yuan to gain enormous benefits. Ding Chinchuo looked at Lin Yuan like how one would gaze at a god. It was getting increasingly harder for him to tell what Lin Yuan's identity was. However, Ding Chinchuo had become even more certain of his decision to cling tightly to Lin Yuan and become a subordinate that Lin Yuan valued. This would ensure that the Ding family's future in the Startling Lines continent was bright. There was still half a day of travel before they arrived at Sacred Forest City. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and started to rest. He had not rested at all in the past 2 days while he had been gathering information about the factions in the Startling Lines continent. While Lin Yuan was resting, a storm was brewing in the Freedom Mystic Temple. Normally, after the Freedom Federation envoy group was done with the purpose of their visit, they would stay in the Radiance Federation for some time, just like the Azure Federation envoy group was doing before they rode the Island Whale back to the Freedom Federation. This entire trip would take around 2 months. However, the top families in the Freedom Federation noticed that Li Yang had returned to the Freedom Federation in advance. The Qian family, where Qian Yu was from, was an aristocratic family from the Freedom Federation. The members of the Freedom Federation's aristocratic families, especially direct disciples, had a portion of their blood absorbed by the blood spirit insect when they were young. Once the person who had given their blood died, the blood within the blood spirit insect would turn from red to black, and the blood spirit insect would die within 3 days. This was how the elite families in the Freedom Federation were notified of the deaths of their main members. Since Qian Yu was the goddess of mercy's favored expert, he was put on a pedestal in the Qian family. Even his grandfather had to defer to him. Qian Yu had influenced his grandfather's decisions in family meetings more than once. Moreover, after he had formed a grudge against the direct descendants of 3 other elite families, the goddess of mercy personally killed the young experts of the 3 elite families to save Qian Yu. As a result, many elite families resented the Qian family. Thus, in spite of his high position in the family, many people in the Qian family detested him. If the main member of other families died, they would all grieve regardless of how much they prioritized their profits. Yet, only a small group of people in the Qian family felt sorrow over Qian Yu's death. Chapter 1914 How dare you demand an explanation from me? Li Yang had intended to squash the fact that Qian Yu had died, so no one found out about it. However, some young members of the Qian family had been so happy over Qian Yu's death that they leaked the news of his death. Thus, in less than 3 days after Li Yang returned to the Freedom Federation, all the elite factions of the Freedom Federation found out about Qian Yu's death. Given that Qian Yu was a freedom envoy, his death was big news. Many members of the Freedom Federation's inner circle wanted to propose one of the reserve candidates to take his place. This allowed many families to see an opportunity. All the families that the reserve candidates were a part of started to pour resources into them to help them to distinguish themselves. But even the families that did not have reserve candidates did the same by injecting resources into their younger generation. The number of reserve candidates for the Freedom Envoys was set. Once one was bumped up, someone would have to take their place. All of the families injecting resources into their younger generation were hoping that one of their younger members could take the place of the reserve candidate who had been bumped up. The Federation envoys were their representatives in their honor. Once a federation lost its envoys, even if only the large factions in the federation were aware of it, all of these factions should share the same sense of grief. But besides the pain felt by the Qian family, none of the other families could be bothered to pretend. All of them were secretly rubbing their palms together as they eyed each other as rivals. Clouds always covered the sky above the Freedom Mystic Temple. It was rumored that there was a sacred item hidden in the clouds. The Freedom Federation's sea was an endless swatch of blue, and the waves crashed against the skirt of the white stone statue on the shore. When the waves made contact with the stone statue, a melodious echo was produced. Everything seemed normal in the Freedom Mystic Temple besides the fact that the people who were usually bowing in their rituals were now prostrating on the ground while they quivered in fear in front of the angry members of royalty. A clear ring of gold and metal clashing against each other reverberated from the seat in the Freedom Mystic Temple. A girl with hair pinned up and a pair of beautiful cat eyes glared as she tapped her long fingernails on her seat. As a result, a white gash was left in the small dark red gem. Goddess of Mercy, at this meeting, you have to give me an explanation. The girl pointed furiously at another even more extravagant seat, at the girl with gold and red hair seated on it. The girl's fishtail created a miniature sea of 3 square meters below her. As the fishtail moved, it kicked up small waves in the sea. The girl, who appeared extremely relaxed, suddenly swept her tail forcefully. A 500-meter-tall wave rose from the miniature sea and crashed into the glass ceiling of the Freedom Mystic Temple. The girl sneered. "Nah, how dare you demand an explanation from me? Is it because you have awakened your birth horoscope or that your higher demon's 4 horns have started to twist into a crown? Hehe, there are only 3 seats in the Freedom Mystic Temple's cloud level. You can give me an explanation once you are able to take one of the seats." Anger filled the Goddess of Mercy's face, and devil tattoos climbed up her face. In a fit of fury, not even an expert who had awakened their birth horoscope could control one's emotions. The first seat in the cloud level was empty, while a young man with handsome features dressed in red robes and gold hair was seated on the second seat. The mole at the corner of his eye and his slightly raised lips gave him an aura of inexplicable brilliance. The man gently massaged his forehead as though he was watching a show with amusement but was not engrossed in it. One of the 13 seats below the cloud level had always been empty. Besides Nana, the figures on the remaining 11 seats all looked wistful. When the goddess of mercy put on such an attitude, even Li Yang, who had also suffered at the hands of the goddess of mercy, dared not voice his support for Nana. At that moment, the goddess of mercy said mockingly, "Your son, who hasn't even awakened his beast pattern, was about to be killed by someone of a similar age in the Radiance Federation when he used his life-preserving move to summon you to the friendly battle. The moment that you saved his life, you shamed the Freedom Federation. As the person who personally humiliated the Freedom Federation, what gives you the right to question why I took away from your profits? If we're talking about explanations, you should be the one to give all of us an explanation." The goddess of mercy's words caused everyone, including the gold-haired man, to turn their attention to her. The goddess of mercy rarely gave her opinion, but she had been absolutely scathing in order to target Nana. Everyone present knew that Luou was Nana's son, but none of them had ever spoken about this fact in front of Nana. If they did, it would be no different from embarrassing her. In order to help Luou awaken his beast pattern, Nana had expended a large amount of effort. Alas, it had been for naught. When the goddess of mercy humiliated Nana, she poured salt into this wound of hers. The goddess of mercy had killed the young experts of other families for her favored expert's sake. This incident had resulted in a lot of controversies. The goddess of mercy was unconcerned with the Freedom Federation's profits. Yet, she was now turning the cannon onto Nana using the excuse of the Freedom Federation's pride. Nana was about to awaken her birth horoscope and take a seat on the cloud level. Yet, the goddess of mercy was not afraid of offending her. At that moment, Li Yang noticed Nana looking at him. He knew what he needed to say when he saw her cold gaze. The goddess of mercy had never seen him as one of her own. If he did not stand with Nana, he would lose the opportunity to gain a beneficial ally in her. However, he did not have much grounds to face the angry goddess of mercy. "Goddess of mercy, why did you have to push Nana to cough up so many resources when she said she was going to compensate the Radiance Federation?" Chapter 1915 The wind crinkles the Freedom Federation sea. The goddess of mercy's look of amusement became even more evident. "Li Yang, I haven't even gotten to you yet, but you spoke out first. I think you owe Nana and Du Miao an explanation. You are the one who picked Nana's son and the expert Du Miao favored to join the envoy group. Besides the two of them, you owe me an explanation too. You are solely responsible for Qianyu's death." The goddess of mercy's words stunned Li Yang. "It would have been fine if you called me stupid. It would also have been fine if Du Miao and Nana had held me accountable. I was indeed the one who picked Luou and Han Qi. But what does Qianyu's death have to do with me? He was the one who asked to lead the team to the Radiance Federation. Yan Ling, Cai Huo and Yu Chongjian were my favored experts. Who will answer to me for their deaths? Moreover, Lin Yuan killed Qianyu in front of you, and I didn't see you step in to save him. But now, you're pushing the blame on me and demanding that I take responsibility. If not for the fact that Li Yang could not beat the goddess of mercy, he would have charged at her in spite of where they presently were." Li Yang looked extremely offended, but he dared not say a word. He had received support from Nana and did what he was supposed to do. He could not help it if she was dissatisfied. His eyes shone as the gold-haired man looked down at the goddess of mercy. The goddess of mercy's heckling and control of the situation stole the voices of everyone else present. The gold-haired man drawled. "It looks like the Radiance Federation's power is completely different from a decade ago. Even someone as proud as the goddess of mercy had no choice but to watch as her favored expert was killed. I remember that the goddess of mercy had high hopes for Qianyu. Even I saw a bright future for Qianyu. I can understand the goddess of mercy's inappropriate words at this time due to her rage over Qianyu's death. But I wonder how that person from the Radiance Federation was capable of killing a favored expert the goddess of mercy personally nurtured." Luou was pushed into a corner. "Nana, I am done concocting the spirit fluid you asked from me. Once the meeting is over, I will hand it to you." The goddess of mercy looked livid when she heard the gold-haired man call her inappropriate. But what he said later caused her chest to tighten. The mirror god had noticed Lin Yuan. This was definitely not a good thing. Usually, Nana should have paid a large number of resources in order to obtain the spirit fluid from the mirror god. But when the mirror god found out about the situation from Nana, he willingly gave her the spirit fluid. Besides the people from Tower Cannon, only the god of fools and mirror god knew that the goddess of mercy needed the mermaid bloodline. Nana was completely unaware of this. But if Nana told the mirror god that Lin Yuan could transform into a mermaid and possess the mermaid bloodline, the mirror god would definitely be able to guess the goddess of mercy's intentions. This made the goddess of mercy nervous. Nonetheless, her aura and attitude did not change in the slightest. In front of the mirror god, the slightest change in one's expression would catch his attention. After interacting with the mirror god for so long, the goddess of mercy had learned how to keep her guard up around him. Other than when the Freedom Federation's members of royalty shared the same profits, they never gave away information about themselves. This was because they would be able to obtain unique resources from others once they secured exclusive information. Normally, Nana would never give away information to the mirror god. But since the mirror god had promised her something that she badly needed, she was not going to hold back anything from him. However, the battle had essentially been over when she arrived. Lin Yuan had also removed his mermaid state. Most of what she knew about the battle she had heard from Li Yang. Li Yang's focus had been on Lin Yuan's blessing from a heavenly family fey and his extraordinary sacred source life form. Thus, these were the bulk of what Nana talked about. Although she also mentioned the other feys, these 2 points caught the mirror god's attention more. The goddess of mercy let out a breath of relief when she heard that the mirror god's focus was on his heavenly family fey blessing. Nonetheless, she knew that the mirror god was interested in Lin Yuan, and it was only a matter of time before he found out about Lin Yuan's mermaid bloodline. The goddess of mercy had 2 choices. The first choice would be to try and attain Lin Yuan's affection to evolve her bloodline before she broke her promise to the Radiance Federation and continued being a member of the Freedom Federation's royalty. The second choice would be to fulfill her promise to the Radiance Federation and not rush into trying to attain Lin Yuan's affection. Instead, she would continue to drain resources from the Freedom Federation before breaking ties with them. There was no denying that the first choice was much simpler than the second choice. The second choice would have more long-term ripples. The goddess of mercy would not be satisfied to stop at the first step. She also wanted to take the second and then third step. However, she had to carefully mull over both choices before she came to a decision. The most common topic at the meetings at the Freedom Mystic Temple was the division of resources. The mirror god had sided with Li Yang and Nana against the goddess of mercy. This made the goddess of mercy aware that she could seize the initiative to divide up the resources from the mirror god, who was skilled at managing the power balance. The meeting came to an end with all of them thinking about their own profits. Once everyone left the Freedom Mystic Temple, the mirror god lazily stood up and looked through the glass ceiling at the golden light glinting within rolling clouds as he mumbled under his breath, "Big brother, you fell asleep 10 years ago in order to break through. Otherwise, the Radiance Federation would have disappeared 10 years ago. In these 10 years, I have been managing the Freedom Federation in your stead. But I'm getting tired. You know I hate making decisions." The gold-haired young man's body was suddenly frozen within a mirror, and cracks spread across the mirror until the mirror shattered. A strange old man appeared in the shattered mirror. Half of this old man's body was the same as a young man's, but the other half was covered in wrinkles and resembled an ancient old man. Yet, the 2 completely different sides were joined together in an extremely complementary manner. The strange figure walked out of the Freedom Mystic Temple. As he looked out into the Freedom Federation sea, his gaze fell on the tall stone statue as he said softly, "Big brother, whether you wake up or not, I will attack the Radiance Federation 2 years later for the sake of that." Chapter 1916 Sky Creation. It was late afternoon but the evening was still only approaching. Most of the places in the Divine Wood Federation did not have 4 clear seasons, but Oak City experienced the best version of this. The temperature difference never exceeded 10 degrees the entire year. The temperature the entire year was maintained above 30 degrees, and the daytime was very long. As a result of such an environment, Oak City could produce a large quantity of plant-type feys. Since Sacred Forest City was the capital of the Divine Wood Federation, its output rate was more than 100 times that of Oak City. The streets in Oak City were only around 10 meters wide, and the tree castles in the city were mostly silver grade, a few of which were gold grade. Only large chambers of commerce had platinum and diamond tree castles. However, all of the tree castles in the Sacred Forest City were platinum and above. The tree castles that had not reached platinum grade were not allowed to be built by the street. However, although most of the tree castles had reached platinum, none of the minor elites from Sacred Forest City could ever hope to see suzerain or myth-breed tree castles in their lives. Only a few veteran elite families who had pinnacle class 4 creation masters could plant a suzerain tree castle within their territory to use as their main residence. But now, a myth-breed hollowed tamarix had appeared at the center of Sacred Forest City's business district. It was rooted on land that no one had wanted to buy for 3 years. The hollowed tamarix was considered an upper-middle level plant type fey that was used to create tree castles. Although it could not compete with the drum abdomen iron poplar and tough skin silver apricot in terms of abilities and defense, the hollowed tamarix's slender branches that danced in the wind and its purple flower buds were extremely eye-catching. The diamond hollowed tamarix was almost 400 meters tall. Once it reached suzerain and myth breed, it would grow to almost 1,300 meters. The 1,300 meter tall hollowed tamarix had become the tallest building in Sacred Forest City's business district. When one stood on top of the hollowed tamarix, they could see the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court in the distance. The suzerain/myth hollowed tamarix attracted a lot of public attention when it took root in the business district. Although the Sacred Forest City's business district's street was 100 meters wide and could fit 10 fey carriages in a row, the large crowds drawn by the suzerain/myth hollowed tamarix still caused congestion in the street. The crowd was wondering what the use of this tree castle was. This was when they saw a young man dressed in silver half-armor and large eyes toss a large board with an inscription up into the air. The hollowed tamarix caught the board and affixed it to the door. The young man dressed in silver half-armor ignored the crowd and returned to the tree castle. The crowd looked at the board and saw the words Sky Creation inscribed on it. Besides these words, some sharp-eyed people also noticed 2 rows of small words on the board. We will accept any jobs involving fey nurturing. Please pay 100,000 great lush dollars upon entering. The words immediately caused a stir. Accepting all jobs involving fey nurturing? You sure are gutsy. Fey nurturing involved many aspects, such as evolving grades and qualities, purifying bloodlines, and mutation guiding. Every creation master had their specialty. How outstanding did one have to be to say something like taking on all fey nurturing jobs? Could there be a Class 5 creation master in the tree castle? Furthermore, what was with the 100,000 great lush dollars? That was enough to buy a gold beast type fey with decent fur. Who would spend the money on that tree castle? Although the hollowed tamarix was suzerain/myth, it was likely that its interior was the same as that of the diamond hollowed tamarix. However, the truth was not the same as what these people thought. Many people were looking curiously at the inscribed board on the tree castle. The tree castle's grade and quality were proof that the owner of the tree castle was not a regular person. Plant-type feys that could be used to construct tree castles were more difficult to nurture than regular feys. The suzerain/myth hollowed tamarix was proof that the owner of the tree castle was a Class 4 creation master. If the suzerain/myth hollowed tamarix was not enough to prove this because the hollowed tamarix could have been naturally talented enough to transform without being nurtured, the name Sky Creation had indeed confirmed their guesses. Wood could not become jade textured in the natural environment. A Class 4 creation master could only produce it. However, 100,000 great lush dollars was not a small amount, and no ordinary person could afford that. However, the people from large families were already reporting to the higher UPS in their family and asking if they should investigate the tree castle. Inside the tree castle, Ding Chinchuo was helping to decorate the interior as though he was just another worker. The suzerain/myth tree castle could change itself to create furniture. This did not only apply to suzerain/myth tree castles but platinum and diamond tree castles as well. However, Lin Yuan did not use the hollowed tamarix to create its own furniture but took out a long jade-textured wood table from the spatial ring. The table was almost 5 meters long and 1 meter wide. Ding Chinchuo found this very familiar. Besides the long table, all of the benches and some other furniture were all made out of jade-textured wood. Once the furniture was placed, Ding Chinchuo estimated that it would take him about a year and a half to create this amount of jade-textured wood, and this was when he disregarded the question of whether he was able to turn the wood so fully jade-textured. Given Lin Yuan's attire and the accessories he casually took out, it was clear that he had a certain standard for his lifestyle. Nonetheless, Ding Chinchuo did not expect the standard to be so high that even his table and chairs were made of jade-textured wood. Moreover, which ordinary person would store such valuable resources in spatial equipment? At that moment, Ding Chinchuo watched as Lin Yuan took out 10 pots of the spirit-containing hibiscus that were almost half a person's height. All of them were bronze X/epic. Spirit chi started pouring out of the spirit-containing hibiscuses. Chapter 19 1700 Flower Honey Mouse. Ding Chinchuo gulped. There was also the spirit-containing hibiscus in the Divine Wood Federation. It was much more difficult to evolve feys that could release spirit chi. The bronze/epic spirit-containing hibiscus could even be used as a decorative item in the imperial court. Very few high-class creation masters were willing to spend the time to nurture a fey like this that was labor-intensive but did not have strong abilities. Yet, Lin Yuan took out 10 of the spirit-containing hibiscuses at once. He had done it as casually as though he was laying out cabbage. This allowed Ding Chinchuo to understand that Lin Yuan not only possessed high-class creation master resources but also did not value high-class creation master resources. There was only one reason for such an occurrence. This reason was that Lin Yuan already possessed sufficient creation master resources to the point that he did not care about how he used them. The recent sight also proved this. The suzerain/myth breed hollowed Tamarix was the one from the prosperous Chamber of Commerce that had comprehended a new willpower rune while it was being burned. Before he came to Sacred Forest City, Lin Yuan had traded with Lin Yuan. He had used the Diamond X/Legend Tough Skin Silver Apricot to trade for the hollowed Tamarix that had comprehended a willpower rune. Ding Chinchuo had personally seen how Lin Yuan had used 4 bottles of spirit fluid to evolve the hollowed Tamarix to myth breed. When feys evolved to myth breed, they had to brush against death. The kill food Sky Butterfly had helped the hollowed Tamarix to overcome the world cleansing. Ding Chinchuo had felt that it was a waste to use such precious creation master resources to strengthen a plant-type fey that could be used to construct a tree castle. Moreover, Ding Chinchuo assumed that Lin Yuan would keep a low profile in Sacred Forest City, just like in Oak City. Instead, once Lin Yuan arrived at Sacred Forest City, he forcefully turned the spotlight onto himself by hanging up such an inscribed board with the intention of getting all the elite families in Sacred Forest City to come and see him. Making such a large move upon his arrival showed how confident he was. But once Lin Yuan showed how he looked like, it would be difficult for Ding Chinchuo to take him into the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. But given that Ding Chinchuo was Lin Yuan's servant, he did not have the authority to change Lin Yuan's mind. Ding Chinchuo sighed. Apparently, he had to devise a plan to bring Lin Yuan into the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm before he revealed his face. At that moment, Lin Yuan said to the shadow by his feet, "Shadow, come out and help. If any rude person enters, teach them a lesson before tossing them out." Ding Chinchuo trembled, and his lips twitched when he heard what Lin Yuan said. Shadow's power could not be doubted, and Ding Chinchuo had personally witnessed this. Lin Yuan had easily conquered the rulers of the Dark Dream Forest and took them as his subordinates. However, Shadow's appearance was too special. It was clear that it was neither a normal person nor fey. Moreover, Lin Yuan had instructed Shadow to teach a lesson to the rude people who entered. Ding Chinchuo could not help but instinctively internally light a candle for them. Once these people were taught that lesson, they would never dare to raise their voices for the rest of their lives. At that moment, Lin Yuan tossed a yellowed paper to Shadow, and the latter placed it on its face in a comfortable movement. The paper fused with Shadow's skin, and its features instantly started to morph until it looked like a young man with large eyes and waxy yellow skin. Ding Chinchuo saw sincerity in Shadow's eyes. This caused Ding Chinchuo to instinctively shiver. But he immediately felt delighted. It was clear that the yellow paper that Lin Yuan had tossed out had the ability to alter features. Lin Yuan could just paste the paper on his face and head to the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. This would save Ding Chinchuo a lot of effort. If the Holy Lady found out, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Lin Yuan decided to set up the myth breed tree castle in the business center of Sacred Forest City and decorated the interior in such a way because he wanted to achieve his goal in the shortest time possible. Lin Yuan checked the time and thought, "I have already used the Thoughts letter paper to contact Su Yiren, and the chosen poppy fruits from the Love Music Center in Sacred Forest City should be here soon." At that moment, Lin Yuan saw a girl holding a light yellow velvet ball run inside with the protection of 2 guards wearing armor made of vines. She appeared to be in a great rush. The 2 guards behind the girl were clearly displeased. They existed to protect the daughter of their family. If not for this reason, they would have no desire to visit this tree castle. But they did not know that the entrance fee was per person. This meant that the guards had to pay as well. As such, they had to fork out 300,000 great lush dollars. Regardless of whether their young mistress could cure her fey, the 2 of them would be punished when they returned home. The 2 guards had entered with annoyance, but their jaws dropped once they saw the decorations within the tree castle. By this time, Lin Yuan had noticed the 3 of them. The 2 guards' armor was made of platinum green steel vines and cloud steel pieces. This armor was expensive, and the platinum green steel vine was a very hard vine that regular guards could not afford. The girl was wearing a yellow and pink skirt with white fur trimmings. It was likely that the fur came from a rabbit species fey. Given that the girl could use fur of such superior quality as part of her everyday wear, it was clear that she was not from a normal family. Lin Yuan's goal of setting up the tree castle in the business district and putting up the signboard of sky creation was to attract people like this girl. Only people like her could provide him with the precious resources he needed. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the light yellow velvet ball in the girl's arms and saw that it was the gold 100-flower honey mouse. However, the gold 100-flower honey mouse was in a very bad state. The 100-flower honey mouse was a mouse species fey that was full of energy. But presently, it was huddled feebly in the girl's arms and did not even have the energy to move. The girl's reason for coming was obvious. However, Lin Yuan felt that the 100-flower honey mouse was not only not sick but was going through a hugely beneficial opportunity. It must have absorbed the honey of a powerful plant that allowed its bloodline to evolve. But to evolve its bloodline, it needed pure spirit qi and high-grade honey that could cleanse its body of impurities. Chapter 1918 My surname is Chu. The 100-flower honey mouse had too many impurities in its body. Thus, it had become stuck while it was transforming. As time passed, the blockage could cause it to explode and die. The 100-flower honey mouse was not this fat. It only resembled a light yellow velvet ball now because its body had become bloated. It was difficult for even a pinnacle class 4 creation master to accurately see the state of a fey clearly and tell what spiritual ingredients it needed in order to purify its bloodline. It could only be done through countless trials and errors. But Lin Yuan could assess the situation accurately using true data. This was his advantage over creation masters. Even if there were creation masters in the Divine Wood Federation who could diagnose the 100-flower honey mouse, they would not have the means to purify its bloodline because Lin Yuan only knew of one type of honey in the world that could cleanse a body of its impurities. This was the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. It was not easy for top factions in the Radiance Federation to obtain the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar from the Moon Empress, and there was no silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar in the Divine Wood Federation. The long-haired girl who ran into the tree castle had been solely concerned about her fey and fully focused on it. Suddenly, she lifted her head to greet the owner of the castle. Once her eyes met Lin Yuan's, her anxious feelings were immediately ironed out. She almost became lost in his clear and gentle eyes. The girl quickly snapped out of it. When she realized that she had been acting inappropriately, she smiled bashfully at Lin Yuan and said without fear, "We entered after paying 300,000 great lush dollars. The sign says that your tree castle will accept all jobs that involve fey nurturing. Can you take a look at what happened to the little one in my arms?" The girl did not hand the 100-flower honey mouse to Lin Yuan after she was done speaking. Rather, she soothed it for some time before handing it to him. Normally, the owners who brought their feys to be treated by creation masters always told the creation masters about the issue that their feys were experiencing. This would make it easier for the creation masters to diagnose their feys. But the girl had not said any of this and had not even mentioned the 100-flower honey mouse's name. Evidently, she wanted to see if anyone within the tree castle could tell what was wrong with the 100-flower honey mouse. If they could not even tell what was wrong with it, it went without saying that they would not be able to treat it either. There were no stupid people present. Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Ding Chinchuo all knew what the girl was thinking. Since Ding Chinchuo was a Class 4 creation master, he instinctively tried to make a diagnosis. Although Lin Yuan possessed many Class 5 creation master resources, this did not mean that Lin Yuan had creation master abilities. Besides Ding Chinchuo, the only people who could possibly be capable were Lin Yuan and Lu Ji. Lu Ji was Lin Yuan's young guard and did not appear like a high-class creation master at all. Ding Chinchuo had recognized the 100-flower honey mouse. Or rather, he recognized the girl's identity through the 100-flower honey mouse. In Sacred Forest City, only the second young mistress of the Yi family could dress so lavishly and had contracted the 100-flower honey mouse. The Yi family was not just a veteran elite family from Sacred Forest City but also occupied about 1/6 of the seats in the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. They held considerable sway in the Divine Wood Federation. The Yi family's previous leader had died in a war with the Iron Hammer Federation. The Yi family's current head had taken the position in his youth and secured the Yi family's honor. The head of the Yi family doted on his 2 daughters but was unconcerned with his son, allowing him to develop however he wanted. Since the Yi family's second young mistress, Yi Lingzi, had come, it meant that the Yi family already had their eye on the tree castle. Clearly, Lin Yuan's plan was already starting to reap its intended rewards. If only they could tell what was happening to the 100-flower honey mouse and cure it, Lin Yuan would be able to begin trading with the Yi family through Yi Lingzi. Despite Ding Chinchuo being the city lord of Oak City and able to help Lin Yuan build up a network in Sacred Forest City, he could never hope to interact with a veteran elite family like the Yi family. When he first tried to check on the 100-flower honey mouse, Ding Chenchuo frowned because he did not know what had caused it to end up in such a state. Several guesses formed in Lin Yuan's mind. But in order to ascertain if his guesses were true, he needed to personally inject spiritual power into the 100-flower honey mouse. The Yi family had pinnacle class 4 creation masters. If even they could not heal the 100-flower honey mouse, why would Yi Lingzi bring it here to seek treatment? While Ding Chenchuo was stumped, Lin Yuan said, "The 100-flower honey mouse is in this state because it recently absorbed the pollen of some rare plant type fey. Leave it here with me. When you come to claim it tomorrow, you might be greeted with a pleasant surprise." Yi Lingzi looked surprised. The 100-flower honey mouse had indeed absorbed the pollen of a plant type fey by accident 2 weeks ago. After that, it started to behave in a sickly manner as its body became bloated. From how the young man figured out the reason behind the 100-flower honey mouse's condition, Yi Lingzi could not help but believe that sky creation indeed could heal the 100-flower honey mouse. However, she could not understand how Lin Yuan could tell what was wrong with the 100-flower honey mouse when he was so young. Her uncle was a pinnacle class 4 creation master, but he had diagnosed the 100-flower honey mouse as quickly as Lin Yuan had. When Lin Yuan asked them to leave the 100-flower honey mouse with him, one of the 2 guards behind Yi Lingzi said, "If the young mistress 100-flower honey mouse stays here, one of us has to stay here with it." And before the guard could finish speaking, Yi Lingzi cut him off and said, "Si, you don't have to say anything. I'm willing to trust sky creation and leave the 100-flower honey mouse here tonight." Yi Lingzi looked into Lin Yuan's eyes again. This time, she was not in the state of helplessness she had been in. Her eyes were now full of dignity. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Yi Lingzi. How should I address you?" Chapter 1919 Yi Lingzi and Su Man. Lu Ji knew that once Lin Yuan arrived at the Divine Wood Federation, he would change his identity. Moreover, in a conversation with Chu Ci, he found out why despite being siblings with Lin Yuan, her surname was Chu while his was Lin. Thus, it was acceptable for him to say that his surname was Chu. Perhaps because he was unaccustomed to the name Chu Yuan, Lu Ji felt that the name Lin Yuan sounded better. When this young man only mentioned his surname, Yi Lingzi knew that he had no intention of becoming closely acquainted with her. Yi Lingzi's eyebrow twitched. No one in the entire sacred forest city had ever treated Yi Lingzi this way. "Young Master Chu, I shall go ahead and believe what you said about there being a pleasant surprise waiting for me when I come back tomorrow morning. What kind of compensation would you like in return for helping me to heal the 100-flower honey mouse? I don't think 300,000 great lush dollars are enough for the treatment." Lu Ji shot Yi Lingzi a wary gaze. He could not help but find that Yi Lingzi addressing Lin Yuan as young Master Chu was very strange. Moreover, even an idiot knew that an entrance fee was not the same as a treatment fee. If such a good deal existed, the Divine Wood Federation's overall power would soon be able to substantially surpass the Iron Hammer Federation. Lu Ji was well aware of how deep Lin Yuan's well of resources ran. When Lin Yuan heard what Yi Lingzi said, he replied calmly, "I have 2 hobbies. The first is to collect rare feys that I've never seen before. The second is to collect special source type items. When you come back tomorrow, you can bring a batch of resources with you, and I'll pick those I want." Lin Yuan's words were not polite, but neither Yi Lingzi nor her 2 guards felt that there was anything wrong with what he said. Lin Yuan had just diagnosed the 100-flower honey mouse's problem. The jade-textured wood furniture and 10 bronze/epic spirit containing hibiscuses further proved sky creation's extensive means. It was possible for a faction with high-class creation master resources to be this wealthy. Yi Lingzi said, "My fey affiliation is mouse species feys. Although I have not contracted many mouse species feys, I do like to collect special ones. Tomorrow, I can bring them over, and you can choose among them. However, you can only pick one. I will also bring over all the source type items I've collected. If the 100-flower honey mouse can truly give me a pleasant surprise, I will decide how many source type items you are allowed to take depending on the degree of my pleasant surprise. I will also prepare some fur of superior quality and a large amount of metal type spiritual ingredients as a gift of gratitude." Once Yi Lingzi was done speaking, a girl wearing a light purple shawl and a dark purple veil over her face walked in. The light purple shawl was lined with a light pink underdress. The underdress wrapped around her body, making the outfit extremely conservative. Her movements were lithe and calculated. Once the girl appeared, an aura of enticing elegant beauty exploded out from her body. It was as though this girl deserved the love of every creature in the world. Once the girl spotted Lin Yuan, her gaze filled with respect. But she soon retracted her gaze of respect to prevent anyone from noticing it. When the girl noticed Yilingzi looking at her, she ignored her and made a beeline for Lin Yuan as she said, "Young master, please discreetly take a look at my fey later when there is no one around." A large group of people from elite families paying 100,000 great lush dollars entered the tree castle behind her. These people had initially been watching the tree castle from outside when So Man from the Love Music Center entered the tree castle. 100,000 great lush dollars were insufficient to book a room with So Man in the Love Music Center. The Class 4 creation master of the Wang family had paid 5 million great lush dollars to the Love Music Center and only managed to buy enough time to hear So Man play one song. Normally, the elite family members of Sacred Forest City followed the rules and did not provoke members of families that were stronger than them. But Sacred Forest City's appearance had caused the conflict between the elite families of Sacred Forest City to increase at least 3 times. Yilingzi resented So Man. Her uncle had wanted to invite So Man to their home for a meal, but So Man had been adamant about her refusal to leave the Love Music Center. This humiliated not only her uncle but also the entire Yi family. There were members of veteran elite families who wanted to take revenge on So Man for humiliating them. However, she had a certain beguile about her that caused all creatures to fall for her. So Man had only been in Sacred Forest City for less than 2 months. But in the short 2 months, she had become the person in Sacred Forest City that nobody dared to cross because it would mean crossing many families of various statuses. Even Yilingzi's uncle, who had a short cool-down period, eventually returned to patronage the Love Music Center. Yilingzi instinctively looked at Lin Yuan, assuming that he would lose his soul to So Man like all other men had. Alas, Lin Yuan's expression remained normal. Even the man wearing silver armor next to Lin Yuan also appeared unaffected. This made Yilingzi even more curious about Lin Yuan. Yilingzi scoffed derisively at So Man before she said to Lin Yuan, "I shall be leaving the 100-flower honey mouse with you. Young Master Chu, I will be taking my leave." Yilingzi led her 2 guards out of the tree castle. Lin Yuan had chosen to contact So Yiren to ask her to send So Man over to the tree castle from the Love Music Center because he wanted to attract the first wave of guests to the tree castle. But Yilingzi had ended up coming first. Ding Chinchuo swiftly blended in with the crowd in the tree castle and acted as though he was a guest who had arrived early. He even spotted a few old friends within the crowd. No one thought to ask Ding Chinchuo why he was in the tree castle. The people who entered the tree castle were shocked by the tree castle's luxurious decoration and were also distracted by So Man. So Man did not intend to leave and started walking around the tree castle. It took a while before someone asked about the tree castle nurturing phase. Chapter 1920 Throw him out. They had made inquiries for jobs that even Class 4 creation masters would struggle with. As such, why did the young man agree to it so easily, as though he was just taking another breath? Thus, the attention of many members of elite families moved away from So Man and onto Lin Yuan as they started gauging Sky Creation's power. Lin Yuan had not turned anyone away and accepted 14 orders. Lin Yuan noticed that many of the people speaking to him were testing him. But because their experience and knowledge were limited, the people testing him only presented issues below the capabilities of Class 5 creation masters. Lin Yuan did not purposely show off. Regardless, once these people left the tree castle, the news that Sky Creation possessed pinnacle Class 4 creation master resources would spread. Once Lin Yuan completed these orders tomorrow, he would instantly become a popular personality in Sacred Forest City. When Lin Yuan accepted his 19th order, the people started hesitating in their attitudes toward Lin Yuan. Even if Sky Creation possessed a pinnacle Class 4 creation master, they would not be able to complete so many orders in the span of one night, even if they worked themselves to death. However, the young man accepted the orders so relaxedly. Could it mean that Sky Creation had more than one Class 4 creation master? If that were the case and their family could establish a long-term collaboration with Sky Creation, their family would definitely become even stronger. Most of the people who came to gather information were the underlings of their families. If they could establish a collaboration with Sky Creation on behalf of their families, their position within their families would shoot up. As such, many people started looking and thinking differently about Lin Yuan. At that moment, a clear voice broke through the cacophony of noises as one of the spirit-containing hibiscuses fell to the ground. A tall but not muscular young man was holding onto the shelf for support so that he would not fall to the ground. So Man was standing next to the shelf of flowers with an icy gaze. She had already summoned the flower mink mouse. The flower branch mouse had mutated from the flower branch mouse using spirit chi. Moreover, all of them were produced by Lin Yuan. Thus, although Su Man's flower mink mouse was only gold grade, it could easily knock over an item that was 300 kilograms. The skinny young man had sallow eyes and bones that jutted out of his skin. He was also acting sluggishly. Clearly, he was drunk out of his mind. Hence, despite being from an elite family and having considerable power, he could not dodge the flower mink mouse's attack. When the spirit containing hibiscus fell to the ground, the sound of the pot shattering drew the attention of everyone present. By accepting all orders, Lin Yuan demonstrated Sky Creation's soft power. But this most recent event would demonstrate Sky Creation's hard power. What Sky Creation did next would affect how people saw Sky Creation from now on. After all, if a tiger only had hard power, it would not have soft power that was necessary to convince others to submit to it. If something like this happened anywhere else, many people would be falling over themselves to prove themselves in front of Su Man. But now, no one was stepping up to help Su Man because they preferred to know how Sky Creation handled such matters over leaving a good impression on Su Man. The skinny young man did not expect Su Man to have such a radical reaction to his hand brushing against hers when they sat next to each other. When the flower mink mouse slammed into the skinny young man, he felt as though his chest had been set aflame. He knew that he had suffered significant internal injuries. This enraged the young man, and he growled, "Su Man, don't make the mistake of thinking of yourself as a rare toy. We only entertain ourselves with you because we see you as a toy to pass the time with." Su Man's demeanor did not change at all. Normally, young girls would be hopping mad when they were on the receiving end of such humiliation. However, Su Man's calmness was a silent agreement with what the young man said. Su Man knew what her place was. The young man had spoken the truth. However, she was able to catch the attention of all the elites of Sacred Forest City not just because they needed to be entertained by something but a facade that her mistress ability had provided her with. Su Man had been a vagrant and had been on the receiving end of abuse at the moment that Su Yiren saved her. Su Man naturally hated the elites of Sacred Forest City. Additionally, she knew what her purpose was in Sacred Forest City, and she had long started to see the elites of Sacred Forest City as her prey. Nonetheless, she had to react after being prodded by her prey. This was Lord Lin Yuan's territory. Although she did not have much power, she had nothing to be afraid of. Su Man picked up the small flower mink mouse and said to the furious young man, "So I'm just a toy for people to use to pass the time with? But can you represent the rest of the people of Sacred Forest City? Looking at the insignia on your clothes, you must be from the Chuan family. Since when did the Chuan family take over Sacred Forest City and gain the authority to speak on behalf of the entire city? In all the time I've been in the Love Music Center, I have not heard of such news." Su Man's words almost made the young man suffocate with anger. Such words could not be uttered carelessly. The Chuan family was not part of the upper echelon of Sacred Forest City. If someone blacklisted the Chuan family, they would be doomed. When Chuan Chu was about to rebuke her, a clear voice said, "Shadow, go and check if the spirit containing hibiscus has been harmed. If it is, claim compensation from young Master Chuan. If it's fine, just forget about the pot. Since this is the first day of business, there's no need to teach young Master Chuan a lesson. You can just chase him out." Shadow immediately looked disappointed. It nodded and briskly walked over to the spirit containing hibiscus. Once it confirmed that the spirit containing hibiscus was unharmed, it grabbed Chuan Chu's collar, and everything that Chuan Chu was about to say was halted when the collar caught his throat. Chuan Chu wanted to cough but could not. His face soon turned purple and red as tears streamed down his face. Chapter 1921 Peaceful Calm Air Moss. Shadow had used so much power that Chuan Chu was in so much pain that he almost passed out. Chuan Chu agonizingly turned to see Shadow walking back into the tree castle before he struggled to his feet. A malevolent expression entered his gaze. News of his humiliation quickly spread throughout his circles. As a result of this, he would be a laughingstock for at least the next 3 years. Chuan Chu could not take this lying down and had to find a way to tape his pride back together. He might not be able to cause trouble for Su Man, but he could target Sky Creation. Chuan Chu was so blind with rage that he had completely forgotten how Sky Creation's interior was decorated and how they had easily accepted all the orders. He was solely focused on using his family's power to rebuild his ego. Chuan Chu's family had spoiled him since he was young, and he was not afraid of a faction that had just been set up in Sacred Forest City. Lin Yuan had just solved the issue, and Lu Ji placed the spirit containing hibiscus in a new pot before he poured a bowl of grasswood fountain water in. The spirit containing hibiscus was not only unaffected, but its leaves were also lusher and its flowers more vibrant. However, the various members of Sacred Forest City's factions looked visibly disappointed. This was because Lin Yuan's approach had been too gentle and had not demonstrated Sky Creation's hard power at all. Thus, they could not clearly discern the depth of Sky City's hard power. However, a few of them who understood Chuan Shu had already started leaning back and preparing to watch the show that was about to start. The Chuan family was very protective of its members. Chuan Shu had done very few right things in his life, but his family had not allowed him to take much of the heat. This time, after Chuan Shu went home to complain, it was likely that the Chuan family would quickly rally their troops and arrive at the tree castle. These people only hoped that the people from the Chuan family were not scared off once they saw the suzerain/myth hollowed Tamarix. Frankly, the interior of the hollowed Tamarix was more intimidatingly shocking than the fact that it was suzerain/myth. Once he was about to accept the 25th order, Lin Yuan said to the queuing people, "This will be the final order for the day. We will not be taking any more orders. From now on, a maximum of 25 orders will be accepted every day. If you want to place an order tomorrow, you can line up outside the entrance of Sky Creation before 12 o'clock tomorrow. I don't like accepting orders that aren't challenging. So, I will filter out some of the orders. I hope all of you can understand." Once he was done speaking, Lin Yuan looked with amusement at the man in front of him, who was holding a basket filled with tufts of dark green moss. After being allowed to grow freely and evolve, the edges of the dark green moss had red and white hues. The red part was very dark to the point that it was almost brown. The white part was the same color as the clouds in the sky. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the moss. He soon saw that it was called the peaceful calm air moss. Lin Yuan had never heard of this type of moss before. But after checking on the peaceful calm air moss abilities, he immediately became interested in it. It was a type of moss that could grow in the air. The peaceful calm air moss could apply itself to the surface of items to provide them with strong defense and counter the effects of the elements. It could not only defend against physical attacks but also prevent the explosion of elemental energy. Ever since Lin Yuan hatched the floating island whale, he had been trying to come up with the strongest defense to equip it with. Lin Yuan had chosen many defense plant type feys. However, all of them lacked something. Besides function, he also had to consider the size and blocking abilities of the plant-type feys he planted on Universe's back. Many plant-type feys leaves were green and had flowers with eye-catching colors. If Universe's back was covered with such plant-type feys, not even grey could fully prevent them from being spotted by enemies when it transformed into clouds. If the peaceful calm air moss was planted on Universe's back, it would not only be able to provide it with the best defense, but it also did not take up much space. Moreover, from Lin Yuan's observation of the peaceful calm air moss, he noticed that it could be guided using special means to change its color to red and white. Universe's body was naturally light blue. It could camouflage into the clouds better if it was covered with a layer of the white peaceful calm air moss. Even without grey, it could also be mistaken for a cloud. Although the peaceful calm air moss could only exist in the air, it was not adverse to water and could live in water because it was still a type of moss. This made the peaceful calm air moss better than most plant-type feys. When the peaceful calm air moss was planted on Universe's back, it would not affect its two types of water and air. Just as Lin Yuan was about to investigate the peaceful calm air moss, the middle-aged man in front of him said, "The fey in the basket is the peaceful calm air moss. I need you to use this moss to nurture 50 square meters of it. If possible, I hope you can produce an area of 10 square meters with a mix of red, white, and green moss. The Sui family will pay you handsomely if you can do that." Lin Yuan already knew how the red and white peaceful calm air moss was produced. This was similar to when he nurtured the flower branch mouse. Some of them evolved into the flower mink mouse, while others evolved into the lifespan mouse. The red and white peaceful calm air moss were produced when the peaceful calm air moss was nourished with pure spirit chi. However, judging from the peaceful calm air moss in the basket, the chances of producing the red and white peaceful calm air moss were 5 to 5. This was completely different from when Lin Yuan nurtured the flower branch mouse. Only one out of almost 10,000 flower branch mice evolved into the lifespan mouse. Since he already knew how to evolve the peaceful calm air moss, it would be easy to fulfill the middle-aged man's request. However, Lin Yuan did not expect the middle-aged to be from the Sui family. With genius help, Lin Yuan had absorbed all the information about the Divine Wood Federation gathered by Su Yiren and deeply understood the factions in the Divine Wood Federation. The Sui family had an even higher status in the Divine Wood Federation than the Yi family. Chapter 1922 Indeed a plant from the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. The Sui family was the family in the Divine Wood Federation that possessed the most creation master resources. The middle-aged man handed Lin Yuan the peaceful calm air moss to nurture because although it was difficult for a pinnacle class 4 creation master to mutate the peaceful calm air moss, it was not impossible. Otherwise, there would not be red and white parts on the moss. Thus, this task was well within the abilities of a pinnacle class 4 creation master. Lin Yuan could sense that the middle-aged man had been observing him from the moment he put in his order. Lin Yuan glanced at the middle-aged man before he said straightforwardly, "It's easy for me to nurture the Sui family's peaceful calm air moss to 50 square meters. However, it will take some effort to produce 10 square meters with a mix of red, white, and green moss. The Sui family should repay me handsomely. However, I also want a basket of moss. If you're willing, Sky Creation will accept the order." A conflicted expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face, and he hesitated for a while before he said, "The peaceful calm air moss came from the sacred wood mystic realm and contains the sacred wood bloodline. The moss in the basket comprises 1/5 of the entire peaceful calm air moss. Thus, we can't give you a basket of the peaceful calm air moss. But if you can nurture another 30 square meters of red, white, and green mixed moss, I can decide to give you half of the moss within the basket." Lin Yuan thought, the peaceful calm air moss does have the sacred wood bloodline. No plant-type fey from the natural world could be this powerful. Lin Yuan asked for a part of the peaceful calm air moss because he knew it had the ability to divide itself. When it was injected with pure spirit chi and vitality, the larger the mass of moss, the faster its rate of division. This was why Lin Yuan had asked for half a basket of the peaceful calm air moss. Lin Yuan had not expected the middle-aged man to agree. Business involved give and take, but the middle-aged man had agreed to it easily and was willing to give him half of the basket of peaceful calm air moss. Half a basket of the peaceful calm air moss was enough for Lin Yuan. There was the condition that Lin Yuan had to nurture an additional 30 square meters of moss that was a mix of red, white, and green. This task might stump pinnacle class 4 creation masters, but it was easy for Lin Yuan. "Okay. I'm accepting the Sui family's order." After Lin Yuan spoke, the middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man could not see much from Lin Yuan's expression, but Lin Yuan had sensed several issues from the middle-aged man's expression. The Sui family used the peaceful calm air moss to create their armor. The Sui family wanted 90 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss to create at least 120 sets of full-body armor. Although the Sui family was willing to give away 10% of the peaceful calm air moss as a trade, it was a necessity for them to have the 90 square meters of peaceful calm air moss. One would only need so many sets of armor made of the peaceful calm air moss during a war. Apparently, the Sui family was about to enter into something serious. However, Lin Yuan still was not certain of what the Sui family exactly wanted to do. Besides Lin Yuan, Su Yiren's information mostly came from the 14 poppy fruits scattered across the startling lines continent. Su Man's enticement had caused many people to let slip their secrets. The information even included a significant amount of information about the inner workings of the imperial court. However, it did not mention the Sui family at all. This meant that the Sui family kept a tight lid on its secrets. It seemed that in this chaotic world, it was not only the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court that was experiencing problems. There were also storms brewing within the Divine Wood Federation. Since he would have to be the one to shape the storm, Lin Yuan did not mind giving it a little push. At that moment, the middle-aged man asked, "Young Master Chu, how long will it take for you to finish the order?" Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "The speed at which the order is completed depends on how many pinnacle class 4 creation masters are injected into it. If the Sui family is willing to raise the price, your order will be completed tomorrow morning, just like the other orders." The middle-aged man had not expected such a response from Lin Yuan. The middle-aged man instinctively took a sharp breath before wild elation spread across his face. "I don't have the final say on this decision. Tonight, our family's third master will come to speak to you. Do you find this agreeable?" Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "It doesn't matter who seals the deal. But I hope that your third master will come with the Sui family's utmost sincerity." While Lin Yuan was discussing the deal with the middle-aged man, Lu Ji led everyone else out, including Su Man. Su Man had only been called here to draw attention to Sky Creation. She did not actually have anything to discuss with Lin Yuan. When Su Man walked out of the tree castle, many members of elite families crowded around her as they said courteously, "Miss Su Man, Chuan Shu lost his mind, but don't mind him. Lu Feng, will find him for you. Miss Su Man, I heard that the Chuan family is very defensive of its members. Chuan Shu might not have the guts to target you, but he definitely will retaliate against the tree castle that tossed him out. Miss Su Man, are you interested in watching how Sky Creation deals with the Chuan family with us? A mocking expression appeared on Su Man's face. She might not know much about Lin Yuan's power, but she knew how strong Su Yiren was. Moreover, Su Yiren was just Lin Yuan's subordinate. Hence, there was no doubt that Lin Yuan would be able to handle the issue. Otherwise, he would not have set up Sky Creation's tree castle right at the center of Sacred Forest City's business district. Su Man did not intend to stay and was going to return to the Love Music Center because she needed to send a report to Su Yiren. Chapter 1923 Snake Blood Nether Roses Pollen. Chuan Shu was seated at the center of the group in a fey carriage. The incoming group was wearing yellow vine armor, and there were twin-headed dog feys by their feet. When the group stopped at the entrance of the tree castle, the twin-headed dogs started barking loudly. When the middle-aged man in the castle heard the barks, he said to Lin Yuan, "It just so happens that I'm going to leave now. Why don't I help you with the trouble outside the door? Otherwise, given my understanding of the Chuan family, the lava twin-headed dogs might burn the myth-hollowed Tamarix to ashes." Lin Yuan flapped his outfit as though he was flicking away non-existent dust. "I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need your help with such trivial matters." Lin Yuan turned and said softly to Shadow, "Shadow, remember what I told you?" Shadow curled its lips into a menacing smile, revealing its 4 fangs. When the middle-aged man saw the wicked smile, he knew that Shadow was not human. If it was a fey, it had to have suzerain/myth power, at least. Before the middle-aged man could carefully sense Shadow's aura, Shadow said, "Young master, I know that people who kill will eventually be killed. There's no need to hold back against people who cause trouble. I will shut all their mouths up now." Shadow transformed into a black shadow and shot out of the tree castle. No cries of agony sounded out from outside the tree castle. But soon, a chain of gasps was heard. The Chuan family's entire group, including the barking lava twin-headed dogs, were reduced to powder when the black shadow swept across them. None of them were spared. At that moment, the people in the tree castle who thought that Lin Yuan was kind and weak realized that he was none of those things. He had only given Chuan Shu a chance to continue living. Chuan Shu had not cherished the chance and not only stepped into his grave himself but had caused many of the Chuan family's experts to die alongside him. After the death of so many of the Chuan family's experts, Sky Creation did not have to do anything else. The Chuan family would eventually die out after being ostracized and crushed by their rivals. After Sky Creation demonstrated their hard power, everyone present decided that they would immediately report about Sky Creation to the heads of their families. Beside a lotus pool, a girl with a petite figure was holding a small pastry and tossing pieces of it into the lotus pool. This caused the rainbow-colored fish in the pool to leap out of the water to catch the pieces of the pastry tossed out by the girl. At that moment, a gruff male voice said from behind the girl, "Lingzi, I heard you went out today and even left the 100-flower honey mouse with someone." Yi Lingzi replied with affection and surprise, "Father, my 100-flower honey mouse is saved. I will be able to retrieve it tomorrow." The middle-aged man looked inquisitive. Yi Huailong understood his daughter well and knew that his daughter was not easily deceived. The person inside the tree castle who convinced his daughter was indeed capable. Sky Creation. In only half a day, news about Sky Creation had already spread like wildfire throughout Sacred Forest City. Yi Huailong felt that Sky Creation was an outsider who would not be able to stand up against the locals. Given how ostentatious they were being, they had to have large plans. "Lingzi, your second uncle couldn't cure the 100-flower honey mouse. It consumed the pollen of your sister's snake blood nether rose. The pollen has already fused with its body. In order to treat the 100-flower honey mouse, the snake blood nether rose's pollen has to be countered. The impurities in the 100-flower honey mouse's body have to be cleansed first as well. Otherwise, it won't be successfully cured. I'm sure you know how difficult it is." Yi Huailong's younger brother was a pinnacle class 4 creation master. Although Yi Huailong was the one who had saved the Yi family, his younger brother had been fully responsible for the Yi family's development. Yet, Sky Creation had agreed to perform a task that his younger brother had failed at. They had even promised to cure the 100-flower honey mouse in the span of a night. There were rumors that Sky Creation had accepted more than 20 orders on their opening day. As long as Sky Creation was not lying, they were definitely a force to be reckoned with. Otherwise, they would not be able to produce these many creation master resources. All the members of elite families who were in the tree castle wanted to see what Sky Creation was capable of, and Yi Huailong was no exception. Before he came to see his daughter, Yi Huailong had even had a long discussion with his younger brother. He vividly remembered his younger brother saying resolutely, if Sky Creation can truly fulfill so many orders in one night, they definitely have a Class 5 Creation Master in their midst. No faction with only Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters would be willing to part with so many resources. Sky Creation has to have a reason for doing this. Furthermore, it means that Sky Creation does not care about Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master resources. Yi Huailong was most anxious to see the young man who people were saying was no different from a god. However, he had no reason to visit. At that moment, Yi Lingzi said, "Father, if you don't believe that Sky Creation can save the 100-flower honey mouse, why don't you go with me tomorrow to take a look?" When her father kept mentioning Sky Creation, Yi Lingzi knew what he was thinking. She could take him with her to Sky Creation when she went to retrieve the 100-flower honey mouse. Before Yi Huailong arrived, Yi Lingzi had been in a daze for some time. The young man's clear eyes constantly floated to the forefront of her mind. The young man's eyes were as clear as stars and as calm as the surface of a lake. It was an unforgettable pair of eyes. Yi Huailong was fully focused on Sky Creation and had not noticed that something was off about Yi Lingzi. At first, Yi Huailong wanted to take the initiative to ask. But since his daughter had spoken first, there was no need for him to bring it up again. "Okay. I will go with you tomorrow. Tomorrow, introduce me to young Master Chu from Sky Creation." Yi Lingzi's face flushed, and she turned shy. "Father, if you want to get to know him, you can do so yourself. I'm not familiar with young Master Chu. How am I supposed to introduce you?" Sacred Forest City only experienced spring and summer. Chapter 1924. How many square meters did they undertake? The east of Sacred Forest City was a lush forest filled with flora. Numerous girls wearing uniforms picked the platinum jade vessel mountain tea's leaves. They carefully removed the dew from the leaves before they plucked the new sprouts. The jade vessel mountain tea did not need to be pruned, and removing the new sprouts would affect the jade vessel mountain tea's growth. Once the heart of the sprout was plucked, the jade vessel mountain tea would not grow any new leaves within a year. However, the heart of the jade vessel mountain tea's sprouts were recognized as having the best flavor in Sacred Forest City. Regular veteran elite families could not afford to consume them. After all, no one would restrict the growth of the jade vessel mountain tea for an entire year just to enjoy the flavor once. If the jade vessel mountain tea's sprouts were not plucked, the platinum jade vessel mountain tea's leaves would be worth almost 200,000 great lush dollars. However, the young girls were plucking the jade vessel mountain tea's sprouts in well-practiced motions, and their expressions did not change in the slightest. Evidently, they had done this many times. One of the girls suddenly noticed that one of the jade vessel mountain tea's sprouts was not its usual green color. Instead, it was slightly purple. She hurriedly asked the leading girl, "Sister Caig. This jade vessel mountain tea has mutated. It seems to be evolving into the purple vessel mountain tea. Take a look." The girl addressed as Sister Caig looked delighted as she replied, "Third Master loves tea brewed from the heart of the purple vessel mountain tea's sprouts and its dew. My Ji, you have only been serving the Sui family for a few months, but Second Master is not in Sacred Forest City, and you need to carefully take note of Third Master's tastes. Next time you spot the heart of sprouts that have turned purple, pluck it, brew it into tea, and send it to Third Master immediately. He will definitely reward you. Third Master hasn't seen your face much in all the time that you've been here, and serving him you should serve tea brewed from the heart of the purple vessel mountain's roots since you are the one who discovered it." Mai Ji hurriedly nodded. Sister Caig was their leader and could have delivered the brewed tea to Third Master herself. But Sister Caig gave her the chance so that she could reap the benefits. Mai Ji could not help but be grateful to Caig. But at the same time, Mai Ji was shocked. Once the jade vessel mountain tea mutated into the purple vessel mountain tea, its price inflated to at least 3 times its original price. One of them could go for 166 million great lush dollars. However, given the Sui family's position in the Divine Wood Federation, their Third Master could justly drink the tea. Anyone with knowledge who came to the Sui family's main residence would be able to tell that Class 5 spirit craftsmen had constructed it. In a long corridor, an elegant middle-aged man was touching the wall hanging in front of him as he listened to a report from the burly middle-aged man next to him. "Third Master, I rushed to the tree castle once I received the news. At first, I only wanted to use the peaceful calm air moss to test Sky Creation's capabilities. Yet, Sky Creation unexpectedly accepted my order." The eyebrow of the man touching the wall hanging twitched, and he asked, the hollowed tamarix that Sky Creation is using as its tree castle is suzerain/myth. It's only to be expected that they can nurture the peaceful calm air moss. How many square meters did they commit to undertaking? When the burly man saw how relaxed Third Master's expression was, he knew that Third Master had not recognized the seriousness of the issue. Third Master was greatly underestimating Sky Creation's capabilities. There was no way that Third Master would remain so composed when he heard about the 90 square meters. If he saw Third Master lose his composure, for the sake of his pride, Third Master would not give him an easy time from now on. The burly man was momentarily at a loss for words. When the burly man did not respond, Su Han stopped touching the wall hanging, and his expression turned stern. Su Wen Liang was the Su family's collateral descendant. His ability had been recognized by Su Han, who later chose to elevate him. Su Wen Liang was not one to be maudlin. His way of doing things was quick and straightforward. Now that he did not answer Su Han's question, Su Han knew that Sky Creation had agreed to undertake a considerable amount of square footage. Su Han coughed and said, "Wen Liang, the tea they served me is still on the table. You can have it. Drink it and speak slowly." It went without saying that Su Wen Liang dared not unceremoniously drink the tea. He hastily said, "Third Master, I'm not thirsty. Sky Creation has requested that we give them a moss basket and promised to nurture 90 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss." The first part of what Su Wen Liang said caused Su Han's brow to furrow tightly. Su Wen Liang had taken 1/5 of the peaceful calm air moss with him. Sky Creation sure had a large appetite. But when he heard that Sky Creation was willing to nurture 90 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss, Su Han's face changed. Given the Su family's creation master resources, it would be fortunate if they managed to nurture 10 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss within a year, assuming that no hiccups occurred along the way. Sky Creation had agreed to nurture an amount of peaceful calm air moss that would have taken the Su family 8 years to do the same. If Sky Creation could truly nurture so much of the peaceful calm air moss, it would be fine to give them 1/5 of the peaceful calm air moss. While Su Han was thinking, Su Wen Liang went on to say, "Third Master, in order to test Sky Creation's abilities, I mentioned the mixed red, white and green peaceful calm air moss. Sky Creation promised that 40 out of the 90 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss will be mixed colors." Su Han's eyes widened as his expression morphed into one of excitement. Su Han had a wealth of experience and should not be so open about his emotions. He was so excited because 50 square meters of the normal peaceful calm air moss and 40 square meters of the mixed color peaceful calm air moss was enough for the Su family to bring forward that plan. Moreover, Su Han had sensed that there was something extraordinary about Sky Creation. The Su family was the Creation Master family in the Divine Wood Federation with the most high-class Creation Master resources. But Sky City could easily promise to nurture so much of the peaceful calm air moss that the Su family struggled to nurture any amount of it. This caused a guess to form in Su Han's mind. Could Sky Creation be a new faction created by a Class 5 Creation Master? Chapter 1925 Extraction Crystal Mosquito. If a Class 5 Creation Master had appeared in Sacred Forest City, the Su family was going to do whatever it took to obtain him. If the Su family acquired Sky Creation, their development would be improved. But once the other factions in Sacred Forest City obtained resources from Sky Creation, there was a possibility they could use the boost from the resources to surpass the Su family and take their place in Sacred Forest City. Nonetheless, this was just Su Han's guess. Su Han needed to ask Su Wen Liang a question in order to confirm his guess. "Wen Liang, did Sky Creation say when they are going to be able to provide the Su family with 90 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss?" Su Wen Liang replied seriously, "Third Master, Sky Creation said that they can be done with our order by tomorrow afternoon. Furthermore, I dared not promise them a basket of the moss. I told young Master Chu that you will go and finalize the matter." Su Han froze. Tomorrow afternoon? The order that required so many Creation Master resources to be completed could be completed by tomorrow afternoon? There was no question that there was a Class 5 Creation Master in Sky Creation. According to the rumors and Su Wen Liang's description, the decision-maker in the tree castle was a young man. There was no way that the young man with the surname Chu could be a Class 5 Creation Master. Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master was pulling the strings from the shadow and used the young man with the surname Chu as his mouthpiece. This meant that he had to trust this young man greatly. The Class 5 Creation Master had surpassed the level of Su Han's comprehension. A Class 5 Creation Master had to have combat power that was at least immortal. Such a person could not be crossed under any circumstances. It might even be improper to make any requests from him. If the Class 5 creation master behind Sky Creation did not want to show his face, trying to lure him out would only make him even more repulsed by them. After pondering for a while, Su-han started to prepare to head to the tree castle in the business district to meet with the young man with the surname Chu and try to establish a positive relationship with him. Since the young man with the surname Chu was assigned as the mouthpiece, the promises he made could be seen as promises made by the Class 5 creation master. Su-han personally picked up the tea tray from the table and handed it to Su-wen Liang as he said, "This tea is brewed from the hearts of the purple vessel mountain tea's sprouts. It is still warm. Come with me to the tree castle after you are done drinking it. Go and make some preparations to clear the area beside the tree castle. None of the other families can find out about my visit to the tree castle." Su-wen Liang picked up the teacup with both hands before he fell to one knee and said, "Third master, I will go and make preparations now." After everyone left, Lin Yuan instructed Shadow to keep the tree castle safe before he found a room with Lu Ji. Lin Yuan needed to start working on the 25 orders and research the peaceful calm air moss properly. Meanwhile, Lu Ji started to sort through and pick from the insect species carcinoma phase inside the diamond phase storage box that the insect queen could take control of and use during combat. The insect queen had become a six-winged fairy, and its bloodline had improved substantially. Moreover, the insect queen had lost 2 of its insect species carcinoma phase during the fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group. Lu Ji had not had time to make up for the losses yet. The more time Lu Ji spent by Lin Yuan's side, the greater sense of urgency Lu Ji felt. Although Lu Ji's power had improved time after time and was consistently being enhanced to the point that he could be called the 5th disaster, he still did not feel like he was strong enough for Lin Yuan. This was because no matter how much power Lu Ji squeezed out of himself, he would not be able to produce an immortal power like Lin Yuan. The Divine Wood Federation did not have Star Web, and information did not travel as quickly as in the Radiance Federation. News about Lin Yuan killing Lu Han had not reached Sacred Forest City yet. As such, Lin Yuan was well aware that none of the factions in Sacred Forest City that interacted with him would think that he was the owner of Sky Creation. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan did not need them to see him as the owner of Sky Creation. What Lin Yuan needed was to obtain the resources he required from the various factions of Sacred Forest City. After his interaction with the Sui family, Lin Yuan knew that as long as he could meet the requests made by the veteran elite families, they might even use the plants with the Sacred Wood bloodline as part of their trade. Now that Lin Yuan understood this, he became greedy. In a place without Class 5 Creation Master resources, any of the veteran elite families would see Class 5 Creation Masters as a force that could turn the tables. If they could control the changing of tables, Sacred Forest City, or even the Divine Wood Federation, or perhaps the entire Startling Lines continent, could be seen as kings with great talent and bold vision. After Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, he immediately sent the remaining 23 orders through Klein Hub to the Marsh World so that Genius and the army of 100 Questions Beasts could carry them out. The 2 orders he kept were the one about the peaceful calm air moss and the other about the 100-flower honey mouse. Frankly, Lin Yuan could let Genius handle the order for the 100-flower honey mouse. Lin Yuan did not have to be worried about leaving the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar with Genius. But he was curious about what pollen the 100-flower honey mouse had absorbed to cause its bloodline to mutate and its body to bloat to such a degree when it was not in the presence of pure spirit qi. He was also curious about what the 100-flower honey mouse would look like once its bloodline transformed. After absorbing the pollen, the 100-flower honey mouse would first store it in the sac in its abdomen. By now, the 100-flower honey mouse would have absorbed all of the pollen. However, Lin Yuan had his own method. Lin Yuan took out the silver extraction crystal mosquito from a diamond phase storage box. He did not know if the extraction crystal mosquito existed in the Divine Wood Federation, but it was a good helper to Creation's masters in the Radiance Federation. The extraction crystal mosquito could suck out blood from a fey and store it in its abdomen. It would then digest part of the blood before excreting its other constituents. Through the extraction crystal mosquito, Lin Yuan could obtain some of the pollen from the 100-flower honey mouse's body. The extraction crystal mosquito was a fey that was constantly hungry. Normally, the extraction crystal mosquito could only eat once every 2 days when Creation Masters were using it. But ever since this extraction crystal mosquito fell into Lin Yuan's hands, it was never fed a drop of blood and depended on pure spirit qi to keep it alive. Now that it had the opportunity to absorb blood, the extraction crystal mosquito immediately used its proboscis to pierce the 100-flower honey mouse's soft abdomen and greedily started sucking. Chapter 1926 10,000 Change Flowers Transformation. Normally, the 100-flower honey mouse's blood was red. But now, its blood was purple and grey. The 100-flower honey mouse was not venomous, but the change in the color of its blood was due to the pollen. After the extraction crystal mosquito's abdomen became bloated, Lin Yuan removed it from the 100-flower honey mouse's abdomen. The extraction crystal mosquito was only around the size of a palm, but its abdomen was the size of a basketball. If the extraction crystal mosquito absorbed any more blood, the 100-flower honey mouse's life would not be in any danger, but there would be too little pollen left in its body to evolve. Lin Yuan was willing to do something that stole the opportunities of other life forms. After Lin Yuan removed the extraction crystal mosquito from the 100-flower honey mouse's body, it continued looking longingly at the 100-flower honey mouse. Lin Yuan could not help but smile wryly. He felt that he had been mistreating the extraction crystal mosquito in his usual treatment of it. Lin Yuan decided that he was going to feed it from now on regardless of whether he intended to use it. The extraction crystal mosquito's absorption capability was extremely strong. In a moment, its abdomen deflated. Eventually, the extraction crystal mosquito struggled to raise its rear and squeezed out a small lump of compressed grey and purple powder. Lin Yuan hurriedly collected the grey and purple powder. This was the pollen of the plant type fey. He immediately used true data to check on the purple and grey pollen. He discovered that the pollen came from the snake blood nether rose. At this moment, Morbius said, "Partner, if I'm right, it is very likely that the snake blood nether rose is a plant type fey with the sacred wood bloodline." Lin Yuan was stunned by what Morbius said. A thought struck Lin Yuan, and he took out the spatial equipment. Lin Yuan took out a bronze fey storage box that had been specially marked and took out a plant that resembled a weed as it grew freely and wildly. The two small white flowers nestled within the leaves proved that this plant was not a normal weed. It was a plant type fey that Lin Yuan had accidentally nurtured called the 10,000 change flower. When the 10,000 change flower absorbed the seeds of other plant type feys, it could start to change into that fey. The pollen from flowers and seeds of plants were not very different. Lin Yuan placed the snake blood nether rose's pollen at the center of the 10,000 change flower's white flowers. The 10,000 change flower's leaves started to change and turn into vines, and its small white flowers turned red and purple as it was guided by the snake blood nether rose's pollen. The grey flower core twisted around the flower petals like a snake. Lin Yuan knew that as the 10,000 change flower used the pollen of a plant to transform into it, it would only be able to transform into a weaker version of the plant. However, the 10,000 change flower would still take on its abilities. The 10,000 change flower's power was currently only normal grade. Lin Yuan knew that the snake blood nether rose's normal grade ability was snake illusion. The snake blood nether rose could release its own aura to attract snake species feys and cause them to lose their faculties. The snake species feys that lost their faculties would be affected by all of the snake blood nether rose's abilities. The snake blood nether rose that had the sacred wood bloodline could use snake illusion to control all snakes. Although it would not be realistic to use the snake blood nether rose's aura to confuse powerful snake species feys, the snake blood nether rose could be boosted with other feys that could control the spirit to enable the snake blood nether rose to wield a large number of snake species feys during combat. The same effect could be achieved by using some support spirit fluids concocted by creation masters. Snake illusion would turn the snake blood nether rose into a strategic class resource. About 70% of the Divine Wood Federation was covered by forest. Snake species feys had to be in the top 10 of the most common feys in the Divine Wood Federation. According to the information gathered by Su Yiren, the elite families in the Divine Wood Federation who owned feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline would do all they could to hide the abilities of their plant-type feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline. The Su family had exposed the peaceful calm air moss to Lin Yuan because they wanted his help to nurture it. Otherwise, they would never have shown the peaceful calm air moss to anyone. Lin Yuan had used the 10,000 change flower to discover one of the Yi family's secret weapons. The peaceful calm air moss and snake blood nether rose's abilities were so strong that Lin Yuan could not help but start to look forward to owning a plant-type fey with the sacred wood bloodline of his own. At that moment, Morbius appeared in front of Lin Yuan and examined the peaceful calm air moss and snake blood nether rose with an austere expression. Lin Yuan knew that Morbius rarely appeared in the spirit lock spatial zone unless the situation was dire. His expression turned solemn. It was likely that Morbius had sensed something from the peaceful calm air moss and snake blood nether rose. A moment later, Morbius said, "Partner, I sense that the snake blood nether rose's pollen and peaceful calm air moss contain a similar bloodline power. They come from the same source." Morbius paused before it went on. "We have seen the feys with the Baron bloodline that come from the Baron mystic realm, the sea demons from the Lantis mystic realm, and the devils from the demon church. Although the creatures that come from the same mystic realm have the same bloodline, their bloodlines do not have the same source. They were all separate. For example, both the Golden Wings and the Fiery Skyho are feys from barren mystic realm, but their bloodlines can't be blended. If what I'm sensing is right, the Snake Blood Nether Rose and Peaceful Calm Air Moss bloodlines can be tempered to be blended together. Partner, do you understand what I'm getting at? Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Morbius' explanation had been so clear that Lin Yuan easily understood what it was trying to say. There were two possibilities for Morbius saying such a thing. Chapter 1927 Secret of the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. The second possibility was that the Snake Blood Nether Rose and Peaceful Calm Air Moss were just regular plant-type feys that had transformed to have the same source after they came into contact with the bloodline of a powerful fey. Upon contemplation, Lin Yuan felt that the second possibility was more likely because the first one was too ridiculous. This was unless there was a creation master with abilities beyond Lin Yuan's comprehension who managed the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Otherwise, such an occurrence was impossible. Regardless of whether the Divine Wood Federation had a creation master who had abilities that surpassed Lin Yuan's comprehension, any Class 5 creation master who had appeared in the Divine Wood Federation would have already conquered the startling Lines continent. If the second guess was accurate, it meant that there was a life form in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm that was continuously using its bloodline to turn regular plant-type feys into plant-type feys with its bloodline. Lin Yuan thought, it looks like I will not only be going into the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm to find a plant-type fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline but also for the life form that is spreading its bloodline. If I can obtain this fey, the Jasmine Lily, Merciful Star Peony, Red Thorn, and Silver Corona's bloodlines might be able to be changed as well since they are also plants. Lin Yuan looked into Morbius' eyes. Since their spirits were connected, they could easily tell what each other was thinking. When Morbius learned what Lin Yuan was thinking, it said, "Partner, since the life form in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm can only change the bloodlines of plant-type feys, it must also be a plant-type fey. Plants can't move. Thus, we will be able to find it as long as we search the entire Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. I have picked up the scent of this fey's bloodline and can locate it in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm by following the scent. We should be trying to figure out if the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court knows of this life form." Lin Yuan knew what Morbius was worried about. If the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court knew of this life form and how it could be used, they would definitely send a large number of experts to protect the life form in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. According to the information Ding Chinchuo provided Lin Yuan with, the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm was not under the jurisdiction of the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court but of the Holy Lady. Even the people who the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court suggested entering the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm had to fight for the limited spots available. Thus, it was unlikely that the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court knew of the existence of this life form. The Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation were different from the Radiance Federation. Both the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Courts were managed by one family. The Yang family of the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court was losing control over the elite families, such as the Sui family and Yi family. If the Yang family could take control of this fey and use it to nurture plant-type feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline, they would not have to open the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm every decade. Even if they could not take control of the plant-type feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline to enable their disciples to contract them, they could still win over the masses to exert more pressure on the elite families. Thus, the Holy Lady was the only person in the Divine Wood Federation who could know of the life form's existence. It was said that after the Holy Lady opened the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, she would keep watch by its entrance to prevent others from entering. Thus, it was unlikely that Lin Yuan would meet with any obstructions during his search for this life form. After he came to a decision, Lin Yuan chatted with Morbius for a while before he started to heal the 100-flower honey mouse. Before he entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan used the anesthetic that Genius had obtained from the morphine vine to put the 100-flower honey mouse to sleep. Besides Lin Yuan's own phase, all feys who entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone would receive this treatment. If the 100-flower honey mouse was not put to sleep, it would not allow the extraction crystal mosquito to suck so much blood out of it. Lin Yuan took out a drop of the silver stamen gold luster cashin nectar and pried the 100-flower honey mouse's small mouth open before he dropped the drop of nectar in. Next, he placed his hand on the 100-flower honey mouse's smooth stomach as he injected spiritual power into it. Before he strengthened the 100-flower honey mouse, Lin Yuan had been thinking about to what degree he wanted to evolve the 100-flower honey mouse's bloodline. The snake blood nether rose's pollen, the silver stamen gold luster cash's nectar, and the pure spirit chi could all radically transform feys. In actuality, as long as Lin Yuan fed the silver stamen gold luster cashin nectar to the 100-flower honey mouse, he would not have to inject pure spirit qi into its body to successfully transform its bloodline. But Lin Yuan always liked to give his best when he evolved feys. Moreover, Lin Yuan also wanted to spread the news to the elite families in the Divine Wood Federation, such as the Yi family, that Sky Creation had a Class 5 Creation Master. Thus, Lin Yuan eventually decided to give the 100-flower honey mouse a limitless future. Lin Yuan had not been injecting pure spirit qi into the 100-flower honey mouse for long before he felt his hand enveloped by a sticky substance that had a foul odor. He knew that the 100-flower honey mouse had used the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar to expel the impurities from its body. Lin Yuan waved his other hand and cleaned the 100-flower honey mouse's body of the impurities. Before he could wipe all of the 100-flower honey mouse's fur clean, frayed hair appeared amongst the 100-flower honey mouse's yellow fur. The frayed hair greatly depressed the 100-flower honey mouse's attractiveness. But soon, the fur's color started to change, and the 100-flower honey mouse's attractiveness changed completely. The fur formed flower shapes all over the 100-flower honey mouse's body. The largest flower was the shape of the snake blood nether rose. Lin Yuan thought, from now on, every time the 100-flower honey mouse absorbs the pollen of a plant type fey, a flower pattern that corresponds to the plant type fey will appear on its fur. Using true data, Lin Yuan saw that the 100-flower honey mouse's name had changed to the flower spirit honey bottle mouse. From its type, it was apparent that the flower spirit honey bottle mouse was not unprecedented. Nonetheless, it would be an enormous surprise for Yi Lingzi. Before the flower spirit honey bottle mouse woke up, Lin Yuan stored it in the item storing walnut. Now that he was done with the flower spirit honey bottle mouse, Lin Yuan grabbed the basket with the peaceful calm air moss. Chapter 1928 The Sui Family's Gift. After Lin Yuan brought the basket with the peaceful calm air moss with him into the spirit lock spatial zone and started to nurture the 100-flower honey mouse, he had not paid attention to the peaceful calm air moss. As a result, the peaceful calm air moss had evolved after coming into contact with the pure spirit qi in the spirit lock spatial zone. It looked like the peaceful calm air moss was equal parts red and white. Lin Yuan could not help but sigh to himself. If only the chances of the flower branch mouse evolving into the lifespan mouse or flower mink mouse were also equal. Lin Yuan had already agreed with the middle-aged man from the Sui family that he would produce 30 square meters of mixed-colored peaceful calm air moss. They would give him half a basket of the peaceful calm air moss in exchange. Later, Lin Yuan had added an additional 20 square meters of the mixed-colored peaceful calm air moss in hopes of obtaining a full basket of the peaceful calm air moss. But the Sui family's middle-aged man had not agreed to his terms and said that he had to wait for the decision to be made by the Sui family's third master. Thus, half of the moss in the basket still belonged to the Sui family. However, the peaceful calm air moss in the basket had already evolved. Lin Yuan could not return this basket of the peaceful calm air moss to the Sui family. Thus, Lin Yuan would have to convince the Sui family's third master to trade over the entire basket of the peaceful calm air moss. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw that Lu Ji had sent news through the thoughts letter paper. The moment that he saw the news, Lin Yuan left the spirit lock spatial zone. Since the Sui family's third master and the middle-aged man had arrived, he had to make an appearance to personally speak to the Sui family's third master. The Sui family needed so much of the peaceful calm air moss because they were preparing for combat. Thus, it was likely that the Sui family's third master would accept an olive branch from him without hesitation. It was possible that his plan in the Divine Wood Federation or even the Startling Lines continent would be kick-started by this negotiation with the Sui family's third master. When Lin Yuan reappeared in the tree castle, he left his room and went downstairs. Ever since the Sui family's third master guessed that Sky Creation had a Class 5 Creation Master, they adjusted their attitudes to be one of humility. A Class 4 Creation Master family did not have the right to put on airs in front of a Class 5 Creation Master. Besides the past century of development, the Sui family's status came from their two pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters. As the head of the Sui family, Su Han was well aware of how strong the Sui family was. If Sky Creation had a Class 5 Creation Master, they would definitely be stronger than the Sui family, even if he had only reached Class 5 Creation Master. As a result, despite being able to puff up his chest in front of the Yang family, who controlled the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court, who were his relatives by marriage, he could not do the same inside Sky Creation's tree castle. If his attitude offended Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master, they would refuse to work with the Sui family. At that time, he would have made himself an enemy of the Sui family. Before he came, Su Han made ample preparations. Yet now, he had a horribly awkward expression on his face. This was because he had identified the wrong person. Suhan had seen many handsome young men, but all their auras paled in comparison with the young man wearing silver armor. Suhan felt that auras were more difficult to cultivate than power. Given the aura of this young man wearing silver armor, he should be the mouthpiece put in place by the Class 5 Creation Master. Yet, when he addressed him as Mr. Chu, the young man in silver armor frowned and said, "My young master is still upstairs. I have informed him of your arrival. You can wait here quietly." Suhan would never have imagined a young man with such an aura to be a servant. If even he had such an aura, how outstanding was the actual young man who acted as the Class 5 Creation Master's mouthpiece. Suhan was not the only one feeling awkward. Su Wenliang was feeling exactly the same. After Su Wenliang spotted Lu Ji, he wanted to tip Suhan off but was too late as Suhan had already addressed Lu Ji. Before Su Wenliang and Suhan could sink too deep into awkwardness, Lin Yuan came downstairs. When Suhan spotted the young man descending the stairs, he immediately realized that this had to be young Master Chu, because not even a Class 5 Creation Master could have a dignity that greatly surpassed that of this young man. Before Suhan could greet him, the young man said in a pleasant voice, "You must be the Su family's third master. I have been waiting to discuss the deal about the peaceful calm air moss with you." Suhan froze when he heard what Lin Yuan said. The person standing in front of him was clearly a young man, yet everything he said was pointed. By saying that he was waiting for him, the young man was saying that he had to have the peaceful calm air moss inside the basket. Mentioning the peaceful calm air moss meant that it was very important to this young man. Even if he was unwilling to trade away the basket of the peaceful calm air moss, the young man's words had slapped a stopper over his mouth. Suhan was already certain that there was a Class 5 Creation Master in Sky Creation. Hence, Suhan could only put up a weak front and not a strong front in front of Lin Yuan. Suhan was a person who was acutely aware of his duty and had already planned out what he was going to do in order to leave a good impression on Sky Creation. Otherwise, there would have been no need for him to make preparations before he arrived. Suhan took out a pair of the item storing walnuts and knocked them together, resulting in a bamboo basket appearing by his feet. Suhan said to Lin Yuan seriously, "Young Master Chu, the remaining 80% of the peaceful calm air moss is in this basket. You said that you are willing to use 20% of the peaceful calm air moss to trade for 50 square meters of the regular peaceful calm air moss and 40 square meters of the tricolored peaceful calm air moss. If you are willing, I can give you the rest of the peaceful calm air moss. I hope you can provide the Su family with 150 square meters of the regular peaceful calm air moss and 100 square meters of the tricolored peaceful calm air moss. As per the terms of the trade, the remaining peaceful calm air moss will be a gift from the Su family to Sky Creation." Lin Yuan knew that the factions in Sacred Forest City craved Class 5 Creation Master resources. Chapter 1929 All of the Peaceful Calm Air Moss. The peaceful calm air moss could link itself with nourishment from Spirit Qi. Any Creation Master would be able to tell if a fey was complete. Thus, there was no way that Suhan could be lying to him. Lin Yuan remembered that the Su family was in great need of the peaceful calm air moss. Now, Suhan was willing to give him all of the peaceful calm air moss and was only asking for 200 square meters of the regular peaceful calm air moss and 170 square meters of the tricolored peaceful calm air moss. Apparently, this was enough of the peaceful calm air moss for the Su family to carry out their plan. There was no way that Lin Yuan was going to turn away a blessing that had turned up on his doorstep. Lin Yuan was very happy with the Su family's attitude. Since he wanted to find a faction in Sacred Forest City to work with, he had to find one that knew where the line was and understood when costs had to be paid. Additionally, the Su family had enormous ambitions. By working with the Su family, Lin Yuan could use them as the eye of the hurricane he was brewing in the Divine Wood Federation to throw the Federation into chaos. Thus, after the Su family had presented themselves in such a way to him, Lin Yuan decided to give something back to the Su family. "I am grateful for the Su family's gift. Since you are so sincere, Sky Creation must repay the gesture. Why don't you keep all of the peaceful calm air moss inside the bamboo basket? When you come to collect the peaceful calm air moss tomorrow afternoon, you will be able to receive 370 square meters of it." Lin Yuan's words stunned Suhan. There was a mixture of shock and surprise on his face. He had never interacted with a Class 5 Creation Master before and could only rely on his imagination to estimate the strength of such a figure. He never expected a Class 5 Creation Master to be able to produce so many Creation Master resources in the span of a single night. Besides the Su family's order, Sky Creation had also accepted 24 other orders that were all set to be collected tomorrow afternoon. There was no way that Sky Creation was going to fail the other 24 orders for the sake of the Su family's order. Su Han had no idea that a Class 5 Creation Master did not have such capabilities. Not even a Class 6 Creation Master could complete so much work within such a short time. The person standing in front of him had extraordinary means. Su Han thought that he would be able to become more certain of his decision to establish a solid working relationship with Sky Creation once he understood the capabilities of a Class 5 Creation Master. Lin Yuan's previous prediction had been right. The Su family indeed only needed 270 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss because they only had around 500 spirit chi professionals who needed armor made from the peaceful calm air moss. Even if they had more of the peaceful calm air moss, they did not have more experts who could make use of it. The Su family had placed this plan on the back burner all this time because of the quantity of the peaceful calm air moss they possessed. Su Han intended to call his first brother and second brother over once he reached home to discuss the Su family's plan. One had to know that the Yang family had been weakening with every subsequent generation. Although the Yang family still possessed far more Creation Master resources than the Su family, the Yang family only had one Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. If not for the Yang family, Su Han's aunt and younger sister would not have died. Su Han's two older brothers had been stuck at Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master for almost a decade. He wondered if they would have an easier time becoming Class 5 Creation Masters if they received aid from the Class 5 Creation Master behind Sky Creation. A chill ran up Su Han's back when the idea formed in his head. A Creation Master's experience was their most precious treasure. If he dared to make such a request, Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master would likely be offended. Yet, asking Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master for help was the only plan he and the Su family could devise. Thus, Su Han decided to take a gamble. But before he made his bet, he had to do all he could to leave a good impression on Sky Creation so that their Class 5 Creation Master would not be insulted and refuse to accept his later orders even if he made such an unreasonable request. Su Han hurriedly tossed the 2 item storing walnuts to the ground, and many precious resources appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan had considerable experience, he still could not help but raise his eyebrows in shock when he saw the treasures littered on the ground. As strong as the Radiance Federation was, all the resources available in the Radiance Federation were found in the Radiance Federation. The Startling Lines continent might only be about half the size of the Radiance Federation, but the Divine Wood Federation was the largest federation in the Startling Lines continent. Additionally, as a result of the societal structure in the Divine Wood Federation, the elite families in the Divine Wood Federation controlled basically all of the precious resources in the Federation. After a century of accumulation and a lack of Creation Masters who could utilize these precious resources, their store of precious resources had only climbed. In order to attain Sky Creation's support, Su Han had taken out 20% of the inactive resources from storage. A large portion of the precious resources could not be found in the Radiance Federation. The resources that Su Han had just taken out would be enough for Lin Yuan to turn 3 of the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor lizards into forts. Su Han pointed at the resources on the ground and said with a fawning tone, "This batch of resources is a gift from the Su family. We hope to be friends with Sky Creation." Su Han had mentioned gifts twice, and his intention of gaining Sky Creation's approval was worth much more than his words. Additionally, Lin Yuan knew that the Su family would not try to be friends with and give such a large amount to Sky Creation for no reason. Su Han had to have another motive or request. Lin Yuan did not want to waste time with Su Han anymore. The sky outside the tree castle had started to darken. Lin Yuan was going to use the merciful star peony to trigger constellations to temper himself and improve his body's quality tonight. "Speak, what request does the Su family have? Although you have given Sky Creation numerous resources, Sky Creation has no obligation to agree to all of your requests," said Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's words sounded calm and objective, but Su Han knew that Lin Yuan was warning him not to be greedy. But he had already revealed the resources, and the matter concerned the Su family's future. As such, Su Han was going to make his request no matter what. He coughed and fixed his eyes on Lin Yuan as he said with wary nervousness, "I'm sure you already know that the Su family has 2 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters. They are my first brother and second brother. My first brother has already been a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master for 19 years, while my second brother has been one for almost 7 years. But once they reached Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master, their Creation Master abilities stopped advancing. Chapter 1930 The Class 5 Creation Master will go to your home." Su Han paused for a moment before saying, "Will Sky Creation's Creation Master be able to spare some of their precious time to help my brothers?" Even before he finished speaking, Suhan saw the young man's lips curl elegantly. When Suhan saw this, his heart skipped a beat. By the time he finished speaking, Suhan was forcing every word out of his mouth. Lin Yuan had expected Suhan to make such a request. As a faction without any Class 5 creation masters, all Class 5 creation master resources were treasures to them. It was true that Lin Yuan wanted to use the Sui family. But before he ascertained if he could use the Sui family, he did not want to help them too much. Lin Yuan helped the peaceful calm air moss so he could obtain the peaceful calm air moss and get insight into what plans they had in the works. Once he provided the Sui family with creation master resources, their power would skyrocket. This would affect the structure of the entire Divine Wood Federation. This was why Lin Yuan had warned Suhan not to be greedy. Yet, Suhan had been harboring such an idea all along. The fact that Suhan made such a request proved that he was not a creation master and did not understand creation master abilities at all. If Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters only needed a little help in order to become Class 5 creation masters, there would not be only 3 Class 5 creation masters in the Radiance Federation after all these years. Diwan Mai also would not have had to massacre the creation masters in order to become a Class 5 creation master. There were only tens of Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters in the Radiance Federation, and some of them had been stuck at Pinnacle Class 4 creation master for 80 to 90 years and died before they managed to become Class 5 creation masters. Since the Sui family had already guessed that Sky Creation had a Class 5 creation master, Lin Yuan could bolster the entire Sui family even if he was unable to help Suhan's first brother and second brother. When you return, have a good talk with your brothers, and you will realize that one must depend on oneself to become a Class 5 creation master. Suhan immediately realized that his way of thinking was much too simple. At the same time, he knew that the young man in front of him did not think of him as rude and was offended by it. Sky Creation's Class 5 creation master had been hiding in the shadows and had not made any noise. Even if they were unhappy, they were unlikely to have any issues with Suhan. While Suhan was disappointed over the failed impact of the resources he had offered, Lin Yuan said, starting from tomorrow night, a Class 5 creation master will live in the Sui family's residence for a short time. Listen carefully. It will only be for a short time. If the Sui family wants to make some sort of gesture, you can try to trade for resources with them. But you will have to talk to them personally about how many resources and what those resources will be. There is something that I need to warn you about, which is that they have a horrible temper. Lin Yuan's words caused excitement and delight to bloom on Suhan's face. Although Suhan had already made his guess and confirmed it to himself, he still felt more relieved when he heard Lin Yuan admit that Sky Creation had a Class 5 creation master. Additionally, Suhan never expected Sky Creation's Class 5 creation master to be willing to live in the Sui family's residence for a short period. This would bring unimaginable prestige to the Sui family. Suhan decided that he would contact his first brother and second brother immediately after he left the tree castle to tell them to try to return to the residence before nightfall. Even if the Class 5 creation master could not pull them out of the rut that was Pinnacle Class 4 creation master, seeing a living Class 5 creation master would still be able to help them substantially. The Sui family possessed a mountain of resources. Their plan was going to take off from now on. If they could attach Class 5 creation master resources to themselves at this juncture to increase their power, there was no doubt that they would have an easier time carrying out their plan. Suhan did not care about the Class 5 creation master's horrible temper that Lin Yuan mentioned. Even Class 3 creation masters had bad tempers. Given their status, it was to be expected for them to be irritable. Moreover, this was a Class 5 creation master. Everyone would have to serve them while on eggshells. No one would give them the chance to blow their top. At the same time, Suhan decided that he would squash the news of the Class 5 creation master living with the Sui family no matter what. No other faction from Sacred Forest City could find out about this. After Suhan heard what Lin Yuan said, all he could think about was how the Class 5 creation master was going to be coming to stay with the Sui family starting tomorrow night. However, Su Wenliang had been watching Lin Yuan and noticed that Lin Yuan had been calm when he spoke about the Class 5 creation master. He did not demonstrate any of the expected venerations. Lin Yuan should not have such a reaction if he was a mouthpiece put in place by Sky Creation's Class 5 creation master. Could it be? An idea formed in Su Wenliang's head. But once the idea took shape, Su Wenliang instinctively realized how ludicrous it was. How could a young man be Sky Creation's owner? Perhaps it was that the Class 5 creation master had spoiled this young man to the point that he lost respect for the Class 5 creation master. But given Lin Yuan's character and how he treated people, could he really be the kind of person who could lose respect for someone? His guess was so ridiculous that Su Han was afraid that Su Han would slap him if he voiced it. As such, Su Wen Liang locked his guess away deep in his mind. After sending Su Han and Su Wen Liang off, Lin Yuan hugged the basket of the peaceful calm air moss and strode upstairs. While he walked, he said to the shadow below him, "Shadow, go and guard Oak City." Lin Yuan had already instructed Red Thorn to send Diwan Mai to Oak City. When Lin Yuan used his precious instruments, his power far exceeded that of Shadow. Hence, Shadow was no longer as useful to Lin Yuan. But due to the previous conflict and the forbidden area that Silver Corona created, Oak City had a large bullseye on it. Without immortal combat power guarding Oak City, Lin Yuan could not rest easily. It was possible for the Absolute Love Poppy to take control of Thearch class experts but definitely not immortal experts. After Shadow received Lin Yuan's order, it made a noise of acknowledgement before it darted out of the tree castle and into the night like a black beam as it headed to Oak City. Chapter 1931 The Terrifying Boost in the Mysterious Ancient Tree. Without Lin Yuan doing anything and just from the exposure to the spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone, the peaceful calm air moss in the bamboo basket had already started to turn from green to white and red. Lin Yuan placed his hand over the peaceful calm air moss and circulated his spiritual power to speed up its mutation. Lin Yuan noticed that the red peaceful calm air moss had a stronger defense against physical damage than the white peaceful calm air moss, while the white peaceful calm air moss had a stronger defense against elemental damage. No matter the basis of comparison, the red and white peaceful calm air moss were much stronger than the green one. Before the peaceful calm air moss was done transforming its colors, Lin Yuan had used Morbius to control the concentration of the spirit chi to complete the Sui family's order. Lin Yuan noticed that he only needed half an hour to produce 390 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss. If Lin Yuan had not sped up the process, the peaceful calm air moss could have divided and produced 390 square meters of itself in half a day. Although this was all extremely simple to Lin Yuan, the peaceful calm air moss had used up even more spirit chi than the elemental shellfish. It was no wonder that it had been so difficult for the Sui family to grow even the green peaceful calm air moss. Luckily, Lin Yuan had energy ores and had a continuous supply of pure spirit chi. Heavy Mountain had noticed a high-grade energy ore mine in the past 2 months, and Lin Yuan had harvested all of the high-grade energy ores. Since the wind speed rapid antelope added the golden discs to the bottom of the spirit pool every once in a while and the hatched floating island whale did not require as much pure spirit chi as it had while it was still in its egg, Lin Yuan could afford the peaceful calm air moss usage of spirit chi, regardless of how much it needed. According to Lin Yuan's calculations, by the time universe evolved to fantasy breed and truly took Sky City to the sky, he would have enough of the white peaceful calm air moss. As such, Lin Yuan did not need to personally speed up the rate of production of the peaceful calm air moss. He could just let it grow freely in the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan poured the peaceful calm air moss out of the bamboo basket and covered the ground of the spirit lock spatial zone. He then instructed the wind speed rapid antelope to harvest the newly grown peaceful calm air moss every 6 hours. Genius passed through Klein Hub to return to the spirit lock spatial zone. It used the hands made of spiritual energy to drag over 23 items storing walnuts and said in a childlike voice, "Yuan, Genius is done watching the army of 100 questions beasts complete the task you gave them." But for some reason, the new item storing walnuts I nurtured all evolved to gold/epic just 5 days after they reached bronze/flawless. Since the 100 questions beasts were under Genius control, none of them would try to secretly evolve the item storing walnuts. Hence, Genius was confused and hurriedly reported this occurrence to Lin Yuan when it noticed it. Lin Yuan's mind immediately came up with a possible reason, and he instinctively looked at the emerald green ancient tree in the pure land of bliss. The emerald green ancient tree had grown after Morbius absorbed the endless gem. The endless gem had come from the marsh world, and Morbius had said that the emerald green ancient tree would be able to strengthen the ground and provide plant-type phase with an astonishing boost. However, Lin Yuan never expected the astonishment to be to this degree. Because of it, the bronze/flawless item storing walnuts had evolved to gold/epic in just 5 days. It seemed that from now on, he would have to keep all the rare plant-type phase he had close to the emerald green ancient tree. Now that he was done with what he needed to do, Lin Yuan used the merciful star peony's casted item Starlight to temper his body and improve the quality of his body. It was currently the rainy season in the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan had already been in the Divine Wood Federation for 6 days, and it had rained 4 out of the 6 days. This left Lin Yuan rather frustrated. When Lin Yuan used casted item Starlight to contact the stars to temper his body, he could clearly feel the quality of his body being slowly raised. Lin Yuan greatly liked the feeling of being improved. The starlight was radiant, and the moonlight was dreamy. No one in Sacred Forest City noticed that tonight's starlight was slightly brighter. When the sun rose in the east and appeared over the horizon, so there was no longer any starlight to temper his body, Lin Yuan returned to his room in the tree castle and fell asleep. Lin Yuan was not the only person in the tree castle who was hard at work. Even when Lin Yuan fell asleep, Lu Ji was still studying the insects that had been strengthened using the specialization insect nest. When he saw that the sun had risen, Lu Ji started to prepare breakfast for Lin Yuan after getting no sleep. The mother of Bloodbath had followed Lu Ji and Lin Yuan to the Divine Wood Federation. It had not shown itself because it was camouflaged and hidden in Lin Yuan's hair. It did the same back when it had just become a path protector and was following the young man who would have been stumped by a pinnacle class 1-dimensional rift while he trained. As it looked at Lin Yuan's sleeping face and listened to the sound of his stable breathing, the mother of Bloodbath felt a sense of serenity. In the past, the mother of Bloodbath had not thought at all about the circumstances of its birth. It was only when it found out that it possessed the heavenly family Fey bloodline that thoughts about its family entered its mind. Now, the mother of Bloodbath knew that its parents had not abandoned it at birth. It now had its parents and many heavenly family Fey comrades. Thus, the mother of Bloodbath could bask in the love it had never experienced when it was young. But regardless of who it was with, whether it was alone or with its parents, the mother of Bloodbath still did not feel as at ease as when it was with Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan had used the silver stamen gold luster cashin nectar and earth center fine milk to cleanse his body of impurities and refine his genetic model, Lin Yuan only needed 3 to 4 hours of sleep a day. At 8 o'clock, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and waved his hand to summon water that he used to wash himself before he put on a new set of spirit chi clothes. Although Lin Yuan liked to be clean, he did not have compulsive tendencies. Most of his spirit chi clothes could repel dirt and did not become dirty even if they were not washed. Lin Yuan had decided to change his clothes because it was a priority for the elite families in the Divine Wood Federation. Chapter 1932 New Possibility of the Lifespan Mouse. It was made from the fur of the diamond crimson back leaping antelope and the transparent thread of the platinum nether spirit ghost spider. The crimson back leaping antelope was small, and all the fur from the diamond crimson back leaping antelope would only fill a wash basin. The fur of at least 15 crimson back leaping antelopes had to have gone into making Lin Yuan's spirit chi clothes. The shade of the crimson back leaping antelope's fur would change according to the environment it grew up in. One would have to search through at least 1,000 crimson back leaping antelopes in order to find 15 that had the exact same shade of fur. Wen Yu had chosen to use the crimson back leaping antelope's fur because Lin Yuan had never worn red clothes. She felt that he would give off a different aura when he wore red than when he wore black, blue, and white. The crimson back leaping antelope could also be found in the startling lines continent. When people saw Lin Yuan's clothes, those in the know would immediately realize what it was made of. This was the outcome that Wen Yu was after. But nonetheless, Wen Yu always did her best when she designed spirit chi clothes, especially when they were for Lin Yuan. It went without saying that Wen Yu could not pile precious spiritual ingredients onto this set of spirit chi clothes. No matter how magnificent Lin Yuan's aura was, such a set of spirit chi clothes would still have overwhelmed him. Wen Yu did not choose to use many adornments and went for the more laborious method of using the powdered scales of the cinnabar dragon whale. She used the essential oil made from the crimson flaming crystal that could only be found in Class 4 subterranean dimensional rifts to brand patterns onto the material. The workmanship of the spirit chi clothes was extremely complex, and Wen Yu had only completed it after working together with 2 Class 5 weavers for 2 weeks. The only accessory Lin Yuan wore was the Fish World Sea trump card that he always hung on his waist. No unusual thoughts crossed Lin Yuan's mind when he put this set of spirit chi clothes on, but the mother of Bloodbath could not tear its eyes away from Lin Yuan. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath said, "To be honest, Lin Yuan, you look the best in red spirit chi clothes." After hearing what the mother of Bloodbath said, Lin Yuan remembered that the Moon Empress had said something similar in the past. The main color of the Moonbeam coronation costume was white, but it was complemented by red and gold. But when the white was presented alongside the red and gold, red was more eye-catching. When Lin Yuan first put on the Moonbeam coronation costume, the Moon Empress had said something similar. But unless the situation truly called for it, Lin Yuan preferred to wear white, blue, and black spirit chi clothes. After breakfast, Lin Yuan gave an order to the hollowed Tamarix, and it opened its doors. In actuality, the tree castle had been surrounded by people even before dawn. Some of them hoped to be able to work together with Sky Creation and obtain Creation Master resources from them. After all, high-class Creation Master resources were very rare in the Divine Wood Federation. one might not be able to obtain them even after forking out a large sum of resources. In order to obtain Creation Master resources, one had to swear their loyalty to a Creation Master family. This was unacceptable to experts who valued their freedom. There was also another group of people who were members of elite families who had already made orders from Sky Creation. These people had not left because they wanted to obtain information and were afraid that the tree castle would disappear in the night with the resources they left with Sky Creation. When the door of the tree castle opened, the crowd surged forward. At the front of the crowd was Yi Lingzi, who had been the first through the door yesterday. But this time, there was a middle-aged man who resembled her by her side. Lin Yuan already knew who Yi Lingzi was. Thus, it was easy to guess who the middle-aged man next to her was. He was the head of the Yi family, Yi Huailong. Yi Lingzi was stupefied by the version of Lin Yuan in red spirit chi clothes. She felt that such a person could only have jumped out from a painting. But while Yi Lingzi was more blown away by Lin Yuan's features, Yi Huailong was more focused on the material of Lin Yuan's spirit chi clothes. This was a coincidence as Yi Huailong happened to be wearing a set of yellow spirit chi clothes today. He had put on a crimson belt to match it. The belt was made from the crimson back leaping antelope's fur, but it did not include thread from the platinum nether spirit ghost spider. Instead, it used a flexible sap that came from plants. One look was all that was needed to tell that Yi Huailong's belt could not match up to Lin Yuan's. Yi Lingzi had bought the belt for Yi Huailong at an auction, and it had cost 2,010,000 great lush dollars. There were very few of the crimson back leaping antelopes, and it was considered a very rare resource amongst the Divine Wood Federation's veteran elite families. Moreover, the fur of almost every crimson back leaping antelope was different. Yi Huailong had never heard of someone using the crimson back leaping antelope's fur to make a full set of spirit chi clothes. The cost of materials that went into this young man's spirit chi clothes went above 600 million great lush dollars. Through the light, one could see delicate patterns branded on the material. Yi Huailong was not certain what the branding medium was, but he knew that this set of spirit chi clothes had to have been made by Class 5 weavers because only they had the skills to brand patterns onto materials using essential oil. Yi Huailong could not tell what the blue tablet hanging off the young man's waist was made of, but he knew it was no ordinary item since the young man was wearing it. Before they arrived, Yi Huailong had intended to test Sky Creation's motives. But Lin Yuan had stumped Yi Huailong using just his attire. Yi Huailong said in a low voice, "Young Master Chu, I am Yi Huailong. My daughter left her fey with you so you could treat it, and I'm here today with her to collect it. At the same time, I would also like to discuss serious business with you. Are you willing to give me the chance to speak with you in private?" Once Yi Huailong was done speaking, Yi Lingzi handed a book to Lin Yuan and said, "These are photos of the mouse species feys I've collected. Although there are normal ones, such as the flower branch mice, the two flower branch mice have vibrant red tails. This is not the normal color for a flower branch mouse's tail. Their bloodlines have likely mutated." Yi Lingzi had specifically described the flower branch mouse to Lin Yuan when she handed the book to him because she was afraid that he would think the flower branch mouse was too inferior of a fey to be part of the collection. Chapter 1933 Yi Huailong's Request. The gold-devouring rat, ground-listening rat, and lavish wings ferret were all rare, and Yi Lingzi had always been proud of her collection. However, Lin Yuan currently could not concentrate on the other mouse species feys. His mind had zeroed in on the bright red tails that the two flower branch mice had. Lin Yuan had long been troubled by his inability to evolve the flower branch mice into the lifespan mice. He remembered that the first flower branch mouse he had evolved had a bright red tail while all the flower branch mice he evolved later had dark red tails. The flower branch mouse with the bright red tail became the lifespan mouse, while those with dark red tails became the flower mink mice. Once he realized this, Lin Yuan immediately contacted Su Yiren and asked her to search for the flower branch mice with bright red tails. Alas, even after looking through the entire prosperous chamber of commerce and even activating the love music centers, she had turned up empty. But now, through one trade with Yi Lingzi, he would obtain what he had been yearning for. To Yi Lingzi, the two flower branch mice with bright red tails were just pretty pets. But to Lin Yuan, they were treasures that unlocked immortality. Lin Yuan always felt that he would be over the moon if he could just find one of the flower branch mouse with a bright red tail. But today, he was going to get his hands on two. The death demon concubine beast needed to contract the lifespan mouse. Lin Yuan could keep the other lifespan mouse in storage and use it when the time was right. Ever since Lin Yuan obtained the Remembrance Soul Whale, he gained the password to souls that enabled him to reconstruct the souls of the dead. However, When life forms died because they had come to the end of their lifespans, their souls would eventually wither and perish. These souls would not become fragments after death, and rememberling would have nothing to collect. When rememberling collected soul fragments, the fragments retained the original lifespans of the souls. Hence, rememberling could only revive life forms whose life forms had not ended yet. Having another lifespan mouse would allow Lin Yuan to do anything with confidence. At first, Lin Yuan did not intend to immediately allow Yi Huailong a chance to have a private discussion. This was because doing so would send the signal to the other factions that Sky Creation was close to the Yi family. But due to Yi Lingzi's book, Lin Yuan's mind had changed. He said to Yi Huailong, "Since you have a big business to discuss in private with me, follow me upstairs." Lin Yuan returned the book to Yi Lingzi and said, "I don't need to look through the book. I'm rather interested in the 2 flower branch mice with bright red tails. Come with us to see your 100 flower honey mouse. Later, you can send someone to deliver the 2 flower branch mice with bright red tails to me." Lin Yuan was much better at controlling his emotions. When he heard Yi Lingzi mention the 2 flower branch mice with bright red tails, he did not lose his composure. Lin Yuan sounded casual and said that he wanted the 2 flower branch mice with bright red tails but did not express any excitement. Yi Lingzi had been reluctant to part with rare mouse species feys, but when she heard what Lin Yuan said, she hastily replied, "I'm sure you won't lie to me. I will go and inform the guards at the door now to fetch the 2 flower branch mice. Once I receive the 2 flower branch mice, I will go upstairs to join you and father. You can go ahead and speak with father first." Yi Lingzi flitted out of the tree castle like a butterfly. When he saw the way Yi Lingzi was leaping about, Lin Yuan could not help but be reminded of Stream in the Cloud, who was the first customer of his Star Web store. The difference was that Yi Lingzi's thoughts were much more complex than Stream in the Cloud. Yi Lingzi was not leaving the tree castle just to retrieve the flower branch mice but also to leave space for Lin Yuan and Yi Huailong. This would give Yi Huailong enough time to discuss with Lin Yuan. Yi Huailong looked at Yi Lingzi leave with a satisfied gaze and said with a smile to Lin Yuan, "Young Master Chu, my daughter has been spoiled by her uncle since she was young. I'm sorry you have to put up with her." Since there was nothing of substance in what Yi Huailong was saying, Lin Yuan started to walk upstairs. When Lu Ji saw that Lin Yuan was busy, he took the initiative to start handing out the completed orders to the members of the veteran elite families and select the resources they had brought in return. Lu Ji was not a creation master, but he had good taste. Moreover, Lu Ji was much more hard-hearted than Lin Yuan. These precious resources came from the startling Lines continent, and most of the native creation masters did not have the abilities to use them. Although even one of these high-grade resources exceeded the value of the orders they submitted, Lu Ji had picked 5 to 6 precious resources in return for every order. Lin Yuan had made a windfall from the way that Lu Ji was not holding back in his collection of remuneration. On the second floor, Lin Yuan carefully studied Yi Huailong and noticed that there was a forceful resolution in his eyes. This meant that Yi Huailong was a decisive person who liked to use force to settle matters. Indeed, only someone like him would be able to turn a failing family around. While Lin Yuan was observing Yi Huailong, the latter was doing the same to Lin Yuan. Yi Huailong was the number 1 combatant in the Yi Huailong and had already reached the Arc class. Although Lin Yuan had concealed his Spirit Chi professional aura, Yi Huailong could be certain that someone of Lin Yuan's age could not be an A-rank Spirit Chi professional. Not even a Class 5 creation master would be able to nurture such a genius. Given his power, it should be easy for him to kill this young man. Yet, this young man did not appear on edge or wary in the slightest. Any intelligent person knew not to intentionally put themselves in danger. There was no way this young man was unaware of this. Yet, this young man was the picture of serenity. Yi Huailong immediately realized that this young man had to have some means of confidently protecting himself. If not for the Spirit Chi clothes that Lin Yuan wore, which reliably indicated that Sky Creation possessed a wealth of resources, Yi Huailong would have tried to test Lin Yuan. Frankly, Yi Huailong still wanted to test Lin Yuan, but he dared not do so because even if such an action did not cause the young man to be offended, he would definitely refuse to work with Yi Huailong. Chapter 1934 Can the Yi family afford it? Lin Yuan immediately thought of the snake blood nether rose pollen inside the 100-flower honey mouse's body. It was likely that Yi Huailong wanted to nurture a batch of snake species feys for the owner of the snake blood nether rose. However, the Yi family had pinnacle class 4 creation masters who were capable of evolving Diamond X/Fantasy V feys to Suzerain/Myth. There was no need to seek help from Sky Creation. It was likely that plant-type feys with the sacred wood bloodline were special. Lin Yuan had already observed 2 plant-type feys with the sacred wood bloodline. The more he learned about plant-type feys with the sacred wood bloodline, Lin Yuan and Morbius' speculation would be more accurate. Hence, Lin Yuan had already decided to accept Yi Huilong's business. But before he could make this known, they still had to discuss the specific details and prices. To Lin Yuan, the Yi family was no different from a piece of meat that was being spoon-fed to him. Yi Lingzi had just given him a surprise, and he was excited to see if Yi Huilong could add to the surprise. Yi Huilong had been observing Lin Yuan since he made his request. Su Han had tested Lin Yuan yesterday night but had only insinuated. This meant that Su Han was a tactful person. But Yi Huilong was much more direct than Su Han. Besides needing law crystals as guides, only Class 5 creation masters could evolve Diamond X/Fantasy V to Suzerain/Myth. Su Han had not said what the plant-type fey with the sacred wood bloodline he wanted Lin Yuan to nurture was. Hence, Lin Yuan could not be certain if he had suitable law crystals. Lin Yuan revealed a small smile when he heard the way Yi Huilong was testing him, and his guess about Yi Huilong was proven. What's difficult about evolving a fey from Diamond X/Fantasy V to Suzerain/Myth? It's extremely easy for sky creation. Nonetheless, it will still come with a high price. Will the Yi family be able to afford it? Lin Yuan's words caused Yi Huilong to breathe in sharply. Yi Huilong had come up with countless possibilities before they arrived at the second floor. But the only possibility he had not predicted was that Lin Yuan would easily be able to admit to a task that only a Class 5 creation master could accomplish. Yi Huilong was taken aback by Lin Yuan's straightforwardness. He had been afraid that sky creation would conceal their power. But it was clear now that sky creation was willing to fully expose their capabilities because it meant that the Class 5 creation master was willing to work with the Yi family. Lin Yuan's words had proved this. However, the Yi family would have to tear a hole in their wallet in order to work with sky creation. But as long as they could obtain Class 5 creation master resources, Yi Huilong was willing to pay the price no matter how large of a hole it would leave in their wallet. A storm was brewing in Sacred Forest City, and the Sui family's intentions were clear. The Yang family of the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court had also invited numerous strange people. The Yi family had managed to struggle to their feet amidst the storm, but their foundation was much shakier than that of the Sui family. Once the storm started to pick up, the Yi family would have to protect themselves first. Yi Huilong had always believed that the Yi family had the ability to save themselves during these chaotic times. But sky creation's appearance allowed other thoughts to sneak into Yi Huilong's mind. He now entertained the possibility of earning profits while self-preserving. This would put the Yi family in a completely different situation a century later. Yi Huilong said seriously, "Young Master Chu, the Yi family has been accumulating resources these past few years. We have plenty of valuable resources. If the Yi family can't afford the price, no other family in Sacred Forest City will be able to either." Yi Huilong spoke confidently with the air of a spendthrift. This was not a smart attitude to put on during a deal. No one with trading experience would do such a thing. Yi Huilong did so because he knew that acting poor in front of a figure as important as a Class 5 creation master would not lead to opportunities. Rather, acting like a spendthrift would not only leave a good impression on the Class 5 creation master but also because the Class 5 creation master had to be aware of the value of all the trades. Thus, there was no point in depressing the prices. Since Lin Yuan had openly declared his intentions to bleed out the Yi family, Yi Huilong decided to go all in with the Yi family's resources so Lin Yuan could bleed them out as much as he wanted. Yi Huilong's attitude pleased Lin Yuan. From the information that Su Yiren had gathered, Lin Yuan knew that the Yi family was known as the 100 Treasures family of the Divine Wood Federation. Yi Huilong held down his entire family's combat power on his own. Instead of expanding his family's power, Yi Huilong had been accumulating as many resources as possible. Thus, the Yi family was the biggest treasure trove in the Divine Wood Federation. If Yi Huilong died, the Yi family would be plundered dry. This was why Lin Yuan was willing to tell the Yi family that Sky Creation had a Class 5 creation master. "Since the Yi family can afford to pay up the resources, I will do my best to help you to nurture the snake species phase to Silver/Epic or Silver/Legend. If they need to be evolved further, I can evolve the phase to Diamond X within a day." Yi Huilong was ecstatic when he heard what Lin Yuan said. At that moment, Lin Yuan went on to say, "If the Spirit Chi professionals who want to contract these phase have willpower runes, it's also possible to evolve them from Diamond X/Fantasy I to Suzerain/Myth. But the fees for this will be separate." Lin Yuan's words caused Yi Huilong to be stupefied for a few seconds before he burst out laughing. The glint of ambition surfaced in Lin Yuan's eyes. Lin Yuan had no idea that his words were like mutterings from devils that immediately filled Yi Huilong's heart with ambition. Young Master Chu, I have 50 snake species feys that need to be nurtured. All of them evolved to Diamond X/Fantasy V when they were at Silver/Legend. 10 of them were further nurtured to Suzerain X/Myth. Would you or that lord like to come to the Yi family's treasure vault to take a look for yourselves? You can take anything you want. When Yi Huilong mentioned that lord, Lin Yuan knew that Yi Huilong assumed that he was just a representative put in place by the Class 5 Creation Master. It went without saying that Lin Yuan was not going to explain anything to Yi Huilong. Chapter 1935 Black Enchanting Snake Strawberry. Moreover, Lin Yuan intended to properly understand the Yi family during this trip so he could compare them with the Sui family to judge which family he should take in. Lin Yuan knew that he needed to have his own native faction in the Startling Lines continent in order to take control of the Startling Lines continent through them. Sky Creation will finish with the Yi family's order tomorrow morning. I will head to the Yi family then. I hope the items in the treasure vault won't disappoint me. I heard that the head of the Yi family has reached Pinnacle Thearch class. Is this true? Lin Yuan's question was very disrespectful. It was taboo for experts to be questioned about their power. If another young person dared to ask him such a question, Yi Huilong would rip into him without hesitation. He also had no qualms about teaching the Yang family's direct descendants a lesson. In a world where experts stood at the forefront, their pride had to remain unblemished. However, Yi Huilong dared not lose his temper with Lin Yuan even slightly. Moreover, Lin Yuan's question immediately caused the gears in Yi Huilong's brain to turn as he wondered what Lin Yuan's reason for mentioning his power could be. Yi Huilong could not puzzle out an answer. Thus, he said candidly, my power isn't as exaggerated as the outside world makes it out to be. Only the Su, Yang, and Bai families have Pinnacle Thearch class combat power in the Divine Wood Federation. My main fey is only at Sovereign 9/Creation 7. I am still a ways away from Pinnacle Thearch class. Lin Yuan looked deeply into Yi Huilong's eyes as he said. I don't think the Su, Yang, and Bai family's top power is only Pinnacle Thearch class, right? The Yi family is a long way from these three families regarding combat power. But if I am satisfied with what I find in the Yi family's treasure trove and future performance, I might be able to give you a chance to reach Pinnacle Thearch class or even Immortal. Lin Yuan's previous words had surprised Yi Huilong. But what Lin Yuan just said had utterly astonished Yi Huilong. Yi Huilong stopped breathing when Lin Yuan said the word immortal. It was a level that he always saw as a pipe dream. Every expert in the Divine Wood Federation dreamed of reaching immortal. Lin Yuan was right in saying that the Su, Yang, and Bai families had immortal experts. With these experts, they sailed past the other families, giving them no hope of catching up. If Yi Huilong could also reach immortal, his lifespan would increase explosively. With him guarding the Yi family, no one would dare to look down on them even if their combat power did not develop any further. In spite of his excitement, Yi Huilong had also caught the main point of Lin Yuan's words. Apparently, Sky Creation's goal was to take control of the Yi family. If Lin Yuan had only promised to raise him to Pinnacle Thearch class, Yi Huilong might have turned him down after some contemplation. But now, Yi Huilong did not have the reason or courage to turn Lin Yuan down because he was offering far too much. Additionally, after talking to Lin Yuan, Yi Huilong noticed that Lin Yuan had spoken in the first person. He had not mentioned the Class 5 Creation Master even when the transaction involved such a staggering number of precious resources. As such, Yi Huilong found it difficult to define Lin Yuan's position for now. As time went on, Yi Huilong felt that Lin Yuan seemed to have the authority to represent the will of the entire Sky Creation. As Lin Yuan looked at him calmly, Yi Huilong steeled his will and said, Lord, if you have use for us in the future, I'm willing to lead the Yi family in serving you. Lin Yuan did not respond to Yi Huilong's statement. Instead, he asked, why don't you take out the fey with the sacred wood bloodline you want me to evolve to Suzerain/Myth so I can take a look at it? Lin Yuan and Morbius had already done their preliminary analysis of the sacred wood mystic realm. When they saw another fey with the sacred wood bloodline, Morbius could analyze its bloodline and confirm if their analysis was accurate. Yi Huilong took out the Diamond/Legend item storing walnut and threw it to the ground. Soon, black and red vines filled the room. They did not surround other items but twirled around their main vine instead. The main vine provided a focus of strength for the side vines. As the side vines twisted around the main vine, the black and red leaves bunched together to sway like flowers. There were purplish-red fruits nestled within the vines. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the vines, and he raised his eyebrow as he looked at Yi Huailong with amusement. At that moment, he felt that Yi Huailong could be defined as a terrorist. In the Divine Wood Federation, which was full of snakes, even regular people knew that the fruits of the snake strawberry could attract snake species feys. When the normal snake strawberry turned ripe, it could attract bronze snake species feys. The fey that Yi Huailong took out was called the Black Enchanting Snake Strawberry. It had the same species as the regular snake strawberry. This meant that they had the same source. Even without Morbius analysis, Lin Yuan could be certain that the Black Enchanting Snake Strawberry could have been a regular snake strawberry that had been infected with the bloodline of the Fey in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm and transformed. The Black Enchanting Snake Strawberry was currently Diamond X/Fantasy V. All of its abilities were geared toward seducing snake species feys. Its exclusive skills Lethal Attraction and Wild Snake Heart boosted its abilities to seduce snake species feys. Even the Suzerain I/Myth I Black Enchanting Snake Strawberry could easily attract the Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 3 snake species feys. It might even be able to attract the Thearch class snake species feys surrounding Sacred Forest City. It could be said that as long as Yi Huailong wanted to, he could bring a city down with an army of snakes. When it was used in conjunction with the snake blood nether rose, the snake species feys that had been attracted would lose their minds and immediately fall under the snake blood nether rose's control. It was no wonder that Yi Huailong had not developed the Yi family's combat power and focused on increasing his own power. The Yi family could have an army of snakes whenever they wanted. When he saw Lin Yuan's gaze, a light bulb lit up in Yi Huailong's mind. His mind instinctively went to the snake blood nether rose and 100-flower honey mouse. The 100-flower honey mouse had been left in Sky Creation's tree castle yesterday. Yi Huailong had only seen Class 4 Creation Masters and had no concept of the might of Class 5 Creation Masters. Chapter 1936 Nest of Surprise. Yi Huailong was fine with Lin Yuan learning about the Yi family's secret weapon. After all, Yi Huailong intended to attach the Yi family to Sky Creation so that Sky Creation could help him to reach immortal. Since the Yi family had become part of Sky Creation, there was nothing inappropriate about Sky Creation learning about the Yi family's secret weapon. At that moment, Yi Lingzi's voice traveled from the entrance of the second floor. "Father, young Master Chu, I was held up on the way here. Did I interrupt your discussion?" While she spoke, Yi Lingzi held up a small cage. She had intentionally changed her hairstyle when she returned home and put on 2 pretty hair accessories. Yet, Lin Yuan had not even glanced at her but was staring at the cage she was carrying. There were 2 of the flower branch mice with bright red tails running around inside the cage. It was clear that one of the flower branch mice was listless and was just following the other flower branch mouse. While Lin Yuan was observing the 2 flower branch mice, Yi Lingzi said with a smile, "I was right. Most of the flower branch mice's tails are dark red, but these 2 had bright red tails. The slighter fatter one of them isn't in high spirits. This isn't because it's sick. I treat them very well. It is slightly down because it had mated with the other flower branch mouse and is now pregnant. The flower branch mouse's gestation period is around 15 days. I wanted to see if the babies have red tails too." While Yi Lingzi spoke, neither she nor Yi Huailong noticed that Lin Yuan was suppressing delight. Yi Huailong had been keeping his gaze on Lin Yuan and should have been able to tell. No matter how skilled Lin Yuan was at controlling his emotions, it was difficult to cover delight. However, Yi Huailong had never approved of his daughter's hobby. Why did a girl have to collect strange mice? She even brought it to young Master Chu. How was this appropriate? If this displeased young Master Chu, he might rescind his promise. Lin Yuan only started breathing again a moment later as he suppressed his delight. Since the flower branch mouse's color was due to its mutation, it had to be related to its genes. Genes could be passed down. Given Lin Yuan's understanding of genetics from his previous life, he felt that it was likely that the 2 flower branch mice's descendants would pass down the trait of having bright red tails to their descendants. His acceptance of Yi Lingzi's order seemed to provide Lin Yuan with not just 2 of the lifespan mice. Lin Yuan was in a great mood. When Yi Lingzi continued to talk about the flower branch mice to Lin Yuan, Yi Huailong coughed and said, "Lingzi, young Master Chu might just be curious about these 2 flower branch mice. Unlike you." Before Yi Huailong could finish speaking, Lin Yuan said, "No trouble. These 2 flower branch mice were raised well. Leave the snake species feys you want to be nurtured here. When I go over to the Yi family's residence tomorrow, I will take the snake species feys and the black enchanting snake strawberry with me." Lin Yuan's words caused Yi Huailong to look at him curiously. Yi Huailong had already noticed that Lin Yuan's interest in the two flower branch mice was not casual. Alas, Yi Huailong could not tell what was so special about the two flower branch mice. Yi Huailong's younger brother was a pinnacle class 4 creation master. He had seen the two flower branch mice but had not picked up anything special about them. Hence, Yi Huailong could not figure out why Lin Yuan was interested in the two flower branch mice. Nonetheless, Yi Huailong could tell that Lin Yuan's tone was one that was telling them to leave. Yi Huailong hurriedly took out 5 of the platinum items storing walnuts and placed them on a wooden table nearby. Then, he picked up Yi Lingzi's hand and said, "We will receive you with the warmest welcome tomorrow. I'm sure you are very busy. My daughter and I shall not bother you any longer." After bowing, Yi Huailong pulled the shocked Yi Lingzi downstairs. Yi Lingzi did not understand why her father was acting so humbly in front of young Master Chu. He was usually fearless and did not even keep his head down in front of the Yang family. It was unrealistic to fathom that her father was threatened by young Master Chu because her father's gaze was one of yearning. It seemed that her father and young Master Chu had negotiated a successful deal. Once Yi Huailong and Yi Lingzi left, Lin Yuan opened the cage that contained the two flower branch mice. The two flower branch mice were terrified of humans and instinctively wanted to dive under the table. But Lin Yuan activated his spiritual power and released it from his palm. This immediately attracted the attention of the two flower branch mice. Eventually, the male flower branch mouse could not resist the temptation any further and went over to Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan gently touched the male flower branch mouse and injected spirit qi into it. This immediately earned Lin Yuan the trust of the male flower branch mouse. The male flower branch mouse chittered away and placed its hands together as though it was begging for more spirit qi. As badly as the female flower branch mouse wanted the spirit qi, it still kept its distance from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan knew that the female flower branch mouse could resist the temptation of the spirit qi because it was pregnant. Once life forms became mothers, they would see their children as more important than themselves. Lin Yuan ignored the female flower branch mouse and took a deep breath before he picked up the male flower branch mouse and injected a large amount of spirit qi into its body. After thousands of experiments, Lin Yuan guessed that the flower branch mouse with the bright red tail could evolve into the lifespan mouse. Guesses were just that and could only be verified after experiments were carried out. Lin Yuan was going to verify his guess now. As the waterfall of spirit qi entered the flower branch mouse's body, it started to transform. Its brown fur fell, and tangerine fur grew out in its place. Chapter 1937 Crownwood Banquet. When Lin Yuan evolved the flower branch mice with dark red tails into the flower mink mice, all of their furs turned purplish-gray. Lin Yuan had evolved one of the lifespan mice in the past. At that time, its fur had turned the same color as this flower branch mouse. As Lin Yuan continued to inject spirit qi into the flower branch mouse and its fur continued to fall off, a small ball of tangerine fur was left in Lin Yuan's palm. Using true data, it showed that the flower branch mouse had evolved into the lifespan mouse. After Lin Yuan moved the evolved lifespan mouse into the spirit lock spatial zone, the female flower branch mouse finally cracked and moved toward Lin Yuan's palm. Lin Yuan did not take the initiative to move toward the female flower branch mouse and waited for it to approach his palm because he was afraid of complications and was not going to immediately evolve it into the lifespan mouse. Instead, he was going to take care of it and make new plans once it gave birth. After all, a bloodline transformation during pregnancy could impact the fetus in the womb. It would not do good to affect the baby's genes. Lin Yuan set aside a space in the spirit lock spatial zone for the female flower branch mouse. He also instructed the wind speed rapid antelope to take care of the female flower branch mouse. As for the male lifespan mouse that Lin Yuan had already sent into the spirit lock spatial zone, the death demon concubine beast had already formed a contract with it using demon concubine's promise. Merciful Soul turned its heart into a pill that it fed to the male lifespan mouse. Now, the male lifespan mouse's life was tied to Merciful Soul. Now, there was nothing holding Merciful Soul back, and it could use steal the fate of a nation and payment in life as much as it pleased. The lifespan mouse could extend lifespans as long as it could absorb pure vitality. The greatest sources of vitality that Lin Yuan possessed were the twin red pagoda's sacrificial fire and soldier ration radish. Both the soldier ration radish and twin red pagoda were in the marsh world. Lin Yuan personally brought the lifespan mouse into the marsh world and left it in the care of Wendy and Rising Lizard. He left the lifespan mouse by the lifeform sacrificial fire's side, where it could bask in the light of its flames and eat as much of the soldier ration radish's leaves as it wanted. Now that he was done with some of his preparations, he went back into his room and went downstairs. Lin Yuan had taken some time to nurture the male lifespan mouse and settle in the female lifespan mouse. When he reached the first floor, Lin Yuan saw that Lu Ji had finished everything that he needed to do. Only Su Han was left. When he saw Lin Yuan, Lu Ji walked up to him and handed 20 of the diamond item storing walnuts to Lin Yuan and said, "Young master, inside of the item storing walnuts are the items I picked from the customers. I also accepted 20 new orders." Lin Yuan did not have to worry when Lu Ji did the work because he always performed with flying colors. Lin Yuan smiled at Lu Ji and said, "You've worked hard, big brother Lu. You seem lethargic. I don't think you slept much last night. Why don't you go and catch up on some sleep?" Lu Ji shook his head and stood behind Lin Yuan. Since they arrived at the Divine Wood Federation, Lu Ji finally felt he was doing his duty of being Lin Yuan's retainer. Lu Ji greatly enjoyed the feeling of being by his side and acting as his retainer. Lu Ji was a pinnacle B-rank spirit chi professional and contracted spiritual type phase. He could go without sleep for 3 days and 3 nights without doing any harm to his body. When Su Han returned to the Su family's residence yesterday night, he immediately wrote to his 2 older brothers, who had been in seclusion in villas away from home. Once they received Su Han's letters, Su Lang and Su Zhe immediately rushed back to the Su family's main residence. Su Lang had always been in charge of the Su family. Su Han was managing the Su family now because Su Lang and Su Zhe had spent the past 5 years looking for a way to advance past Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. Alas, it was not easy to become a Class 5 Creation Master. Once they found out that a Class 5 Creation Master was going to be living at the Su family's residence starting tomorrow, Su Lang and Su Zhe could not wait to question them. At first, Su Lang and Su Zhe intended to visit Sky Creation's tree castle with Su Han. But if the 3 of them went out together, it would undoubtedly attract eyes from all the factions of Sacred Forest City. Su Lang and Su Zhe had never been to Sky Creation's tree castle before, and Su Han had been the only one in contact with Sky Creation. It was too abrupt to visit so suddenly. Thus, the 3 brothers eventually decided that Su Han would head to the tree castle himself while the other 2 remained home to make preparations. The Su family had taken out all the treasures they had been hiding so they could leave the best impression possible on the visiting Class 5 Creation Master. Lu Ji had already handed 370 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss to Su Han. This had removed all remnants of suspicion that Su Han had. A small portion of the 370 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss was a mix of green, white, and red. But this was a much larger area than what had been agreed on. After Su Han met up with his brothers, they collectively analyzed Sky Creation's background. However, they had been unable to come up with a conclusion. Nonetheless, the Su family was going to cling to Sky Creation. Once Su Han received the peaceful calm air moss, he should have left Sky Creation along with the rest of the customers. He stayed behind because he wanted to invite Lin Yuan to a banquet at the Divine Wood Federation. While Lin Yuan and Lu Ji were talking, Su Han had the sense not to interrupt them. He waited until they were done speaking before he walked up to them and said, "Young Master Chu, have you heard of the Crown Wood banquet that is held in Sacred Forest City before every opening of the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm?" Lin Yuan would not have been aware of the Crown Wood banquet if Su Han had brought it up when he and Lu Ji had only just arrived at the Divine Wood Federation. But after he learned about the Great Lush, Iron Hammer, and Divine Wood Federations from Su Yiren, he also learned about the Crown Wood banquet that was held once every decade. Chapter 1938 Begin the Harvest. Before the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm opened, there would be a change in the chairs of the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Meeting. Thus, all the large factions in the Divine Wood Federation would gather in Sacred Forest City. The Crown Wood Banquet could be described as a gathering of the largest factions in the Divine Wood Federation but also as a competition of which faction possessed more resources. Every faction would take out the most precious resources they possessed as their ticket into the Crown Wood Banquet. During the banquet, these resources would be put up for auction. The elite families in the Divine Wood Federation even competed in terms of their attire. All of the families pulled out all the stops to appear the best they could during the Crown Wood Banquet. Hence, despite knowing that it was not worth it to transfer the precious resources into Great Lush dollars, no faction hesitated to take out their best resources. Lin Yuan was just as interested in the Crown Wood Banquet as he was in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. If Lin Yuan could attend the Crown Wood Banquet, he would be able to easily attain a large batch of the Divine Wood Federation's top resources. Ever since Su Han mentioned the Crown Wood Banquet, Lin Yuan understood what Su Han's intention was. The Su family was one of the top 3 strongest factions in the Divine Wood Federation. Now that they understood Sky Creation's abilities, they would not ask for Sky Creation's help just to produce resources that would stun all the other factions. Thus, the only possibility for his mentioning the Crownwood Banquet was that he wanted to invite Lin Yuan to the Crownwood Banquet. Sky Creation had already set up their tree castle in Sacred Forest City. Almost all of the top factions in Sacred Forest City knew of Sky Creation's existence. Many of them wanted to link themselves to Sky Creation. It was clear that Su Han was inviting Lin Yuan to the Crownwood Banquet so he could brand the Su family's name on Sky Creation and declare their relationship with Sky Creation to the other factions. Lin Yuan had communicated to Su Yiren using Thought's letter paper and felt that the Su family was likely targeting the Yang family. By inviting Sky Creation, the Su family had dragged not just Lin Yuan but also the entire Sky Creation into the conflict in the Divine Wood Federation. However, Lin Yuan did not care about the Su family's intentions. All he wanted was to harvest resources from the Crownwood Banquet. He did not care which faction invited him. According to my knowledge, the Crownwood Banquet will take place 3 days later, right before the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm opens. I am rather interested in the Crownwood Banquet. Su Han was still trying to come up with a way to invite Lin Yuan. When he heard Lin Yuan say that he was interested in the Crownwood Banquet, Su Han hastily said, "Since you're interested in the Crownwood Banquet, why don't you go with the Su family? This way, you won't have to prepare the entry fee yourself." Lin Yuan asked Su Han relaxedly, "I'm sure the Su family has earned a substantial amount of great lush dollars over the years. I want to use 50 pairs of the Bronze/Legend item storing walnuts to exchange for 4 billion Great Lush dollars and 300 pairs of the Bronze/Epic item storing walnuts for 9 billion Great Lush dollars. Only Great Lush dollars could be used to bid and buy items during the Crownwood Banquet. There was no trading of resources. Thus, Lin Yuan needed to own a large sum of Great Lush dollars to collect his harvest during the Crownwood Banquet. When Su Han heard Lin Yuan wanted to trade for Great Lush dollars, he immediately understood Lin Yuan's intention. The Su family had been focused on building up its combat power and never thought about buying anything at the Crownwood Banquet. As such, they would not be impacted in any way by paying Lin Yuan in Great Lush dollars. Moreover, all of the elites in the Divine Wood Federation liked the item storing walnuts. Almost every member of the elite families owned a set or a chain of the item storing walnuts. Su Han was no exception. When Su Han's first brother was nurturing the item storing walnuts many years ago, he had coincidentally evolved one of the item storing walnut trees to Bronze/Legend. The item storing walnuts that Su Han played with now came from that item storing walnut tree. However, the item storing walnuts took a long time to grow. It was very difficult to produce high quality fruits without nourishment from pure spirit qi. Thus, the Su family was only able to harvest from the tree every 1 or 2 years. During the auction, a pair of the Bronze/Epic item storing walnuts would go for more than 40 million Great Lush dollars. A pair of the Bronze/Legend item storing walnuts had once been auctioned off for 95 million Great Lush dollars. The price that Lin Yuan asked for was lower than the auction price. If the Su family agreed to the deal with Lin Yuan, the Su family would make a profit. Su Han had no reason to say no. "Young Master Chu, I will deliver the 13 billion Great Lush dollars to you before the Crownwood Banquet begins." Lin Yuan was still calculating how much finances he required to buy up all the top resources during the Crownwood Banquet. The prosperous Chamber of Commerce had already become Lin Yuan's personal faction. After some manipulation from Su Yiren and after some communication and negotiation with Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan now owned more shares than Lin Yuan. Since Listen had come to the Divine Wood Federation, he took control of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce while being aided by Lin Yuan and Zhao Jiaji. Listen had managed to enable the prosperous Chamber of Commerce to absorb a mountain of resources. Lin Yuan could use the prosperous Chamber of Commerce to earn 3 billion Great Lush dollars before the Crownwood Banquet started. When added to the 13 billion Great Lush dollars that he could earn from the Su family, Lin Yuan would only have earned 16 billion Great Lush dollars. This was definitely not enough for Lin Yuan to buy up all the precious resources that were going to be auctioned off during the Crownwood Banquet. Wasn't the Yi family known as the 100 Treasures family? Lin Yuan intended to estimate how much Great Lush dollars the Yi family could provide him with during this visit. The high-quality bronze item storing walnuts were nothing more than attractive fruits to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had tasted the high-quality bronze item storing walnut. However, it had not tasted as good as the low-quality bronze item storing walnut because it contained too much spatial energy. The high-quality bronze item storing walnuts were not of any use to Lin Yuan, and he could produce them in large batches. In the Divine Wood Federation, they were the items through which the members of elite families used to compare each other. Previously, Lin Yuan had only casually produced the high-quality bronze item storing walnuts. Later, his store of the bronze/epic and bronze/legend item storing walnuts had only increased. It was time for him to use them to buy up the Divine Wood Federation. Chapter 1939 Iron Hammer Federation's Change of Hands. Su Han hurriedly replied, "Young Master Chu, I will send someone to keep watch. It should be easy to find such people around Sacred Forest City." Su Han was slightly confused. Sky Creation had already established collaborations with many of the factions in Sacred Forest City. Many families had already guessed that there could be a Class 5 Creation Master in Sky Creation. Sky Creation's might had spread far and wide across the entire Sacred Forest City. If Sky Creation announced that they needed cleaners, even Emperor-class experts would be tripping over each other as they fought to sign up. Why did Sky Creation need Spirit Chi professionals who had comprehended several willpower runes but had not contracted feys? It would require a mountain of resources to nurture each and every one of them. This was why the factions had not recruited these Spirit Chi professionals in Sacred Forest City in spite of their clear talent. Could it be that Sky Creation had the spare resources to nurture such Spirit Chi professionals? While Su Han activated the entire Sui family to search for such Spirit Chi professionals in Sacred Forest City, the 14 love music centers throughout the Startling Lines continent had also put out the same news that they were recruiting cleaners. In Sacred Forest City of the Divine Wood Federation, a state of serenity blanketed the city. Everyone lived a peaceful and routine life. A carriage covered in gems clattered through Sacred Forest City's streets. The person in the carriage looked out with a haughty expression. This was a completely different type of opulence exhibited in Sacred Forest City. Many people dressed lavishly in the Freezing Hammer tribe of the Iron Hammer Federation had concern written on their faces. A woman was holding the hand of a young man as she bought charcoal-fired flatbread from a street stall. "Hello, the flatbread only cost $3 Federation per piece 2 months ago. Why does it cost $20 Federation now?" The street stall owner was a man with simple features wearing a black fur cloak covered with oil stains. "Madam, I have been selling charcoal-fired flatbread for almost 20 years here. You are one of my regular customers. The price inflates every winter, but you know what happened this year too. You should count yourself lucky that there are still stalls selling charcoal-fired flatbread now. I might need to raise the price again a while later. I will be closing down the stall once winter sets in, and I've made enough flatbread to feed my family. How many stalls do you see on the street now? So, $20 Federation for one flatbread is very reasonable." The woman took out Federation dollars from her pocket and handed them to the stall owner as she said, "I have a total of 6,000 Federation dollars here. I will be buying 300 flatbreads." The stall owner hurriedly reached out his hand and replied, "I kept the stall open for regular customers like you to take care of all of them. Each customer can only buy 50 flatbreads at most. Not one more." This sight was common in the Freezing Hammer tribe. The Freezing Hammer tribe was the largest tribe in the Iron Hammer Federation. The Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court was situated in the Freezing Hammer tribe. If food in the Freezing Hammer tribe was so scarce, the small tribes had a rougher time. Most of the tribes in the Iron Hammer Federation experienced winter all year round, just like the Freezing Hammer tribe. But during the winter season, the temperature dropped even more precipitously, and it was normal for the temperature to reach -50 to -60 degrees. The Iron Hammer Federation was going to have a hard time during winter this year. There was something more agonizing than the winter itself: missing loved ones. The Divine Wood Federation placed a premium on the performing arts, while martial prowess was the meter of respect in the Iron Hammer Federation. The bandit groups in the Divine Wood Federation were mostly Spirit Chi professionals from Creation Master families. Even if the bandit groups were destroyed, it would not be a significant loss to the families. However, the bandit groups from the Iron Hammer Federation were mostly made of strong and young experts. The Great Lush Federation's merchant groups were acting strangely and had killed over 1 million bandit groups in the past 2 months. The Iron Hammer Federation was in great need of food and water but could not trade with the Divine Wood Federation. Hence, the Iron Hammer Federation sent most of the bandit groups. This winter, many wives were going to shiver in the cold and bear the pain of missing their spouses while taking care of their families alone. The young man beside this woman started to cry as he looked at the barrel of wine next to the stall. In the past, he hauled a bottle of wine back for his father whenever he went out shopping with his mother. But this time, his father was not there to drink it. As a gust of wind blew past, even the people dressed lavishly on the street pulled their cloaks tighter around themselves. The people who came from large tribes and lived under the shade of the imperial court knew that the previous king had just died and the new king was in the midst of ascending to the throne. However, the person ascending was not the oldest princess but the previous king's nephew. The imperial king's guards had already been recalled a few days ago. It was likely that the first princess had fled the Freezing Hammer tribe. The new king did not have time to spend on managing the Iron Hammer Federation. It was likely that the recalled guards would be sent out again very soon to search for the first princess. There was no way that the new king would allow the rightful heir to the throne to continue living freely. There was a temple 270 kilometers outside of the Freezing Hammer tribe. A towering snow-capped mountain was at the center of the Iron Hammer Federation. It was rumored that there was a legendary snow beast on the mountain. Once the snow beast acknowledged the king of the Iron Hammer Federation, it brought prosperity and peace to the Iron Hammer Federation. It was an assurance that every citizen of the Iron Hammer Federation would not have to go hungry. However, none of the previous kings of the Iron Hammer Federation had achieved this. The temple outside of the Iron Hammer Federation had been built as a place to pray that the snow beast would acknowledge the king of the Iron Hammer Federation. The carvings of innumerable beast patterns on the gem-covered stone pillar within the temple were illuminated by the setting sun's light. Loyal Lan felt both agony and derision. She should have ascended to the throne and made the trip to the top of the snow-capped mountain to try and gain an audience with the snow beast. But when she had been out training, she received word that her father had died. If not for the old supporters that her father had within the imperial court who warned her of what had happened when she returned to the Freezing Hammer tribe and allowed her to flee her death, she would not have made it to the temple. But on the trip here, she had watched all of her father's old supporters and their feys killed as they escorted her to the temple. Loyal Lan was so mired in anguish that her spirit almost broke. Her legs had been seriously injured, and it required an immense effort to fight against the pain each time she tried to take a step. Chapter 1940 Loyal Lan's Wish. It was a shame that neither of them was a healing-type spirit chi professional. Otherwise, they could have continued heading north. The elderly man looked at Loyal Lan's ruined legs and gnashed his teeth as he said, "First princess, your legs cannot continue to lose blood. Let me go and find a doctor to treat your injuries." The female attendant next to Loyal Lan hurriedly said, "Lord Li Zhong, if you go out trying to find a doctor now, First Princess location will be exposed unless you manage to kill every person the doctor knows." Loyal Lan sternly rebuked the female attendant, "Lan Ni, I am the First Princess of the Iron Hammer Federation. It is my duty to protect the citizens. How could I kill the innocent for selfish reasons?" Lan Ni bit her lip and did not respond. She felt that Loyal Lan had given Luo Cai the opportunity to usurp the throne because she was too soft-hearted. She would not have been reduced to such a state if she was not so kind and ruled with an iron fist. When the elderly man heard what Loyal Lan said, he looked half sympathetic and half relieved. If Loyal Lan could truly become the ruler of the Iron Hammer Federation, all of the regular people living in small tribes would be blessed. She might even gain the acknowledgement of the Snow Beast. "First Princess, once I find the doctor, I promise that I won't kill any innocents because of you." Loyal Lan nodded. It was not long before the elderly man led a middle-aged woman in. The middle-aged woman had fear written all over her face but acted swiftly and skillfully when she saw Loyal Lan's injured legs. She summoned the bronze/epic Clean White Lotus. The Clean White Lotus summoned water that not only stopped Loyal Lan's legs from bleeding but even caused new flesh to regrow. Once she treated Loyal Lan's injuries, the elderly man led her away and said to Loyal Lan, "I will stay here to stall for time. Given my power, I will be able to buy you at least 20 hours. As you head east, none of the regions in the Iron Hammer Federation will be for you. Do your best to head toward the border between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation until you reach the Divine Wood Federation." Tears welled up in Loyal Lan's eyes. Normally, the elderly man would have knelt down to comfort her. But now, he said sternly to her instead, "First Princess, the news of your legs being injured has already reached the Imperial Court. If they can't find you in a 150-kilometer radius around the Imperial Court, they will realize that your legs have been healed. All of the doctors in the 150-kilometer radius will have to bear the consequences. I'm sure you're aware of Luo Cai's temperament. I don't need to say what will happen to the thousands of doctors. Not killing that doctor is not an act of mercy because even if she doesn't die at your hands, she will still end up dead because of you. You have lost miserably to Luo Cai." The elderly man's words caused Loyal Lan to ball her fist tightly until her knuckles turned white. The elderly man changed his tone and said, "First Princess, you can only save the Iron Hammer Federation with your way of doing things once you regain control over the Imperial Court. As you flee north and somehow manage to survive, you will realize how terrifying hunger can be." Loyal Lan had been listening to the elderly man silently. However, Lan and I could not stand to listen to him any longer. Lord Li Zhong, it's not that easy to regain control of the imperial court. What can the first princess do? You. Before Lan and I could finish speaking, Li Zhong interrupted her and said, this is an issue that the first princess needs to puzzle out for herself. Now that her legs are healed, don't waste any more time here. In the short span of a few days, Luo Lan felt that she had matured well past her age. She looked deeply into the elderly man's eyes and bowed to him before draping a beast skin over herself as a cloak and dragged Lan Li out of the temple with her to continue fleeing north. After some time, they finally saw the two rivers that the Ice Wave River broke off into. Even in the coldest winter, the Ice Wave River never froze. This was because its currents were too rapid, and any ice that formed would be shattered very soon. When they saw the Ice Wave River, Lan and I and Luo Lan knew that they had left the Iron Hammer Federation's main region. Almost all the large tribes resided along the Ice Wave River. Once they left this area, the number of people around would fall sharply. Luckily, Luo Lan was carrying many Federation dollars with her and could use them to buy food to be stored within the item storing walnuts. After a few short days, Luo Lan finally experienced what true hunger was. Now, she had a choice to make. Which branch of the Ice Wave River should she follow in order to survive? Just as she was about to make her decision, Lan and I said, First Princess, I will only be able to accompany you up to here. The people sent out by Luo Cai probably haven't reached this area. I will stay to remove and create misleading tracks to throw them off your scent. Pick one of the paths, and I'll take the other one 2 days later. While she spoke, Lan and I handed her item storing walnut that contained rations to Luo Lan. Next, she took 5 small loaves of bread out of one of the item storing walnuts and stored them away under her clothes. In the cold winter, 5 small loaves of bread would only last her 3 days. While Lan and I was speaking, she steeled herself for death. In the past, Luo Lan would never have agreed to what Lan and I was about to do. But now that she had matured, she hugged Lan and I for a moment before she chose the left path. She summoned the broad-backed mystic turtle, which was the specialty aquatic fey of the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court. The broad-backed mystic turtle had an expansive shell and could shoot through the water like a shadow. It could even swim comfortably within the Ice Wave River's main river to deliver goods. Thus, there was no issue for it to carry Luo Lan through one of the branch rivers. Given the speed of the broad-backed mystic turtle, it would be difficult for Luo Cai to catch Luo Lan. However, this road of fleeing had come with too many heavy prices. Too many people had sacrificed themselves for her sake. Luo Lan fell asleep in the cold as she sat atop the broad-backed mystic turtle. Chapter 1941 Yi Huiluo's Path. While Yi Huilong was leading Yi Lingzi home, his expression returned to its usual state of calm sternness. He had racked his brain to develop and stabilize the Yi family. After one visit to Sky Creation's Tree Castle, the Yi family now had the opportunity to flourish. If not for the conflict 20 years ago, the Yi family would not have fallen so far from the level of the Su, Yang, and Bai families. Besides the imminent flourishing of the Yi family, Yi Huilong was even happier about the promise Lin Yuan had made. As long as there were enough treasures in the Yi family's treasure trove, he would not only be able to reach pinnacle Thearch class but might even be able to reach immortal. Yesterday, Yi Huilong had not trusted Sky Creation. But after this one trip to Sky Creation, just the clothes that Lin Yuan wore had been enough to tell Yi Huilong that Sky Creation was the real deal. Otherwise, they would not have used such precious spiritual ingredients to create an everyday outfit. Additionally, Sky Creation did not ask for the resources in advance. They only accepted payment in resources after they first nurtured the Fae and allowed him to take a look at the result. This method of trading ensured that he would not be cheated. When Yi Lingzi saw the uncontrolled delight on Yi Huilong's face, she could not help but say, "Father, it's a good thing that we rode a Fae carriage here. If anyone else saw the expression on your face, they might assume something happened." At that moment, a thought crossed Yi Lingzi's mind, and she continued. "Father, I wanted to check on the 100-flower honey mouse inside Sky Creation's tree castle, but you dragged me out in such a rush that I haven't had the chance to look at the 100-flower honey mouse. I wonder what the surprise that young Master Chu mentioned is." Yi Huilong's eyes lit up, and he said, "Lingzi, summon the 100-flower honey mouse, and let's take a look at the surprise from young Master Chu together." His daughter had been busy and worried for the past 2 weeks because of the 100-flower honey mouse. This was why she had been the first to take the 100-flower honey mouse into Sky Creation's tree castle when she heard that they could heal Fays. His younger brother was a pinnacle class 4 creation master, but Sky Creation could do what he could not and add a surprise on top of that. Yi Huailong was even more curious than Yi Lingzi was about what the surprise was. Yi Lingzi was smart and knew what kind of person her father was. His delighted expression and curiosity over the 100-flower honey mouse had to be related to young Master Chu. Yi Lingzi hurriedly tossed the silver item storing walnut into a corner of the carriage. Soon, a mouse species fey that Yi Lingzi had never seen before leaped into her arms. If she had not sensed their contract, she would not have recognized that the mouse species fey in her arms that had flower patterns all over its fur was the same 100-flower honey mouse that she had given to Lin Yuan. After staring at the 100-flower honey mouse's new appearance for a moment, Yi Lingzi gasped and said, "Father, hasn't the 100-flower honey mouse evolved into the flower spirit honey bottle mouse that Yang Ying also possesses? It looks extremely similar to her flower spirit honey bottle mouse." Yi Huailong scrutinized the 100-flower honey mouse for a while before he responded, "It has indeed evolved into the flower spirit honey bottle mouse. The pattern of the snake blood nether rose is printed on its fur too. Sky Creation is so capable. Why has such a faction appeared in Sacred Forest City?" After thinking for some time, Yi Huailong's furrowed brow relaxed. Why did he have to care about the reason behind Sky Creation's appearance? A faction that had a Class 5 Creation Master could compare to a large federation. All he needed to do was cling tightly to Sky Creation and let the Yang family worry about the rest. When he saw Yi Lingzi's expression, Yi Huailong knew that she was comparing herself to Yang Ying. Yi Huailong softly reprimanded her, "Lingzi, Yang Ying is a daughter of the Yang family. She is the third princess of the Divine Wood Federation. You still have to show her the necessary respect. Give me some time, and you will have the chance to act as you please in front of her." After they returned to the Yi family, Yi Huailong brought Yi Lingzi with him to see his brother, the only pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master of the Yi family, Yi Huailu. Once Yi Huailu laid eyes on the flower spirit honey bottle mouse, he confirmed Yi Huailong and Yi Lingzi's guesses. He excitedly said to Yi Huailong, "Big brother, Sky Creation definitely has a Class 5 Creation Master. They also have a treasure that can cleanse a body of its impurities." Yi Huailong looked at the thrilled Yi Huailong and said seriously, "Huailu, I know that half of your body can't move because it's too congested by impurities. Our relationship with Sky Creation hasn't been cemented yet. If we ask them for a treasure after establishing a business deal with them, their Class 5 Creation Master might misunderstand. We can discuss your matter once we have cemented our relationship with them. You have always managed the Yi family's treasure vault. Send someone to clean it. Later, young Master Chu of Sky Creation will visit to pick resources from the treasure vault." Yi Huailu understood his older brother and knew that he had always worked hard for the sake of the Yi family's development. But for the past 20 years, half of Yi Huailu's body had been partially paralyzed, and he could not even pick up a cup with his left hand and bring it up to his mouth. Otherwise, he might have become a Class 5 Creation Master by now. So now that he had the chance to break through, Yi Huailu did not want to wait any longer. He was afraid that something else would happen if he continued waiting. If Sky Creation was willing to use the treasure that could cleanse a body of its impurities on the 100-flower honey mouse, it meant that Sky Creation did not see such a resource as extremely important. What if the resource had been used up by the time Yi Huailong brought it up? After a moment of silence, Yi Huailu asked, "Big brother, if you are willing to allow someone from Sky Creation to enter our treasure vault, I would like to ask you as your brother what plans you have for Sky Creation." Yi Huailong was always honest with Yi Huailu. Otherwise, he would have tried to protect his younger brother's feelings and not have said what he just said. Chapter 1942 Small Peek at the Large Lane. Yi Huailu smiled and said, "If you have such a plan, why don't I ask Sky Creation to heal me before we dedicate our loyalty to them? With a resource like me, Sky Creation will be able to subsume our family with no worries." Now, the Sui family's intentions for the Yang family become more obvious. Neither the Bai family nor we can stay here due to the grudge we have against the two other families. Long ago, the Bai and Yang families had colluded, and the Sui family's subordinate was the one who secretly saved us. If the Sui family and Yang family try something again, the Bai family will definitely end us. Yi Huailu's words wiped the smile from Yi Huailong's face. Yi Huailong was silent for half a minute before he said, "Huailu, we will do as you said. I'm sure there's no reason for Sky Creation not to treat us well if they have a pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master swear his loyalty to them. Once we join Sky Creation, you might even be promoted by the Class 5 Creation Master." Yi Huailu shook his head gently. 20 years ago, he had taken a small peek at a large lane. The lane was filled with blinding light, and its brilliance could not be compared with that of a pinnacle Class 4 creation master. Yi Huilo felt that as long as he had another 2 years, he could take his first steps down the lane to become a Class 5 creation master. Ever since he saw the lane, Yi Huilo knew that there was no easy way for a Class 4 creation master to become a Class 5 creation master. He would have to find a way to seize the opportunity himself. Yi Huilo wanted to dedicate his loyalty so he could treat his body for the sake of the Yi family and so he could get another peek at the lane. How could he start walking down that lane if he struggled to even concoct spirit fluids? At that moment, Lin Yuan had no idea that Yi Huilong had made such a resolute decision after their discussion. He also had no clue of the gigantic surprise that awaited him on his visit to the Yi family's residence. After Yi Huilo and Yi Huilong came to a decision, Yi Huilo immediately instructed someone to organize the treasure vault. Yi Huilong personally oversaw the servants cleaning the Yi family's residence until not a speck of dust was left. They had made ample preparations to welcome Lin Yuan. If the heads of other families found out about Lin Yuan's age, they would have tried to introduce their daughters to him. There was no question that marrying Lin Yuan would greatly help the Yi family. However, Yi Huilong had no intention of doing so. He was a man of duty and felt that the Yi family had to be useful to Sky Creation in order to convince Sky Creation to use them. After meeting Lin Yuan, he felt that his daughter was not good enough for Lin Yuan. Since Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master placed Lin Yuan at the front desk, it meant that they trusted Lin Yuan. If sparks ignited between his daughter and Lin Yuan and delayed Lin Yuan's increase in power, Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master could end up blaming the Yi family. This was a consequence that the Yi family could not afford. With the loyalty of Yi Huilo, the Yi family would become a subsidiary of Sky Creation. There was no need to do anything excessive. At night, the Yi family's main residence was lit up by lamplight, and everyone in the building was actively getting ready. They repeatedly checked even the smallest of details. This was all so Lin Yuan could feel the Yi family's sincerity when he arrived. That night, the Yi family was not the only one still fully lit up. It was the same situation over at the Su family's residence. Su Han had called his 2 brothers back to the main residence the moment he arrived home. Su Jun and Su Jian had been stuck at Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master for a very long time. Even after remaining in seclusion for a long time to focus on concocting spirit fluids, they had made absolutely no headway. Once they heard that a Class 5 Creation Master would visit the Su family, they were excited. They had not expected their youngest brother to have silently accomplished such an achievement while the 2 of them were out training. The Su family had been preparing the entire day. But when night descended, Su Han, Su Jian, and Su Jun realized that their preparations had gone to waste. Once the black-robed figure arrived at the Su family's residence, she asked for a breeding room and had not emerged since. At certain points, she had instructed the direct descendants stationed outside the breeding room to fetch precious spiritual ingredients from the Su family's treasure vault. Meanwhile, Red Thorn was cuddling Lin Yuan's face. It used its vine-like hair to push his hair away from his forehead to reveal his exquisite hairline. Lin Yuan had been busy of late and had neglected to spend time with his feys. As a result, all of his feys, even Purple Afterglow, had been whining about spending more time with him. Diwanmai was nothing more than a puppet that Red Thorn controlled using the tongue of Relinquish's tip. All of Diwanmai's actions in the Su family were orchestrated by Red Thorn. When Lin Yuan felt his hair sticking all over the place because of Red Thorn, he said vexedly, "Red Thorn, if you mess up my hair anymore, I won't be able to leave the house tomorrow." Red Thorn finally relented when it heard what Lin Yuan said and obediently rested on his ear. It looked determined to stick by him for the rest of the day. Lin Yuan said, "Red Thorn, instruct Diwanmai's fey to release a hint of its immortal aura." Red Thorn immediately instructed Diwanmai to summon her fey, and a black armored insect that was in pieces and only held together by strange scars appeared in her palm. When Diwanmai's main fey just reached immortal, Night Leaning Moon shattered it. It had not been easy for Red Thorn to find all the pieces of its body and link them back together. Diwanmai's ascension to Class 5 Creation Master had been too rushed, and only one of her main feys had reached immortal. All of her other main feys were also under Red Thorn's control, but their powers were only at Sovereign/Pinnacle Creation. Feys and Spirit Chi professionals who were under the tongue of Relinquish's control could no longer increase their powers. Thus, Diwanmai's strongest fey would forever remain at beginner immortal. But this was enough. Lin Yuan wanted Diwanmai to release her immortal aura in the Su family because he wanted to test to see if the Su family had any experts who had reached immortal. After Diwanmai's main fey released its immortal aura, it immediately came up against the wall of 2 auras. These two auras broke apart once Diwanmai's aura made contact with them. Soon, the Sui family's ancestral hall, which had been sealed for many years, opened. Chapter 1943 Diwanmai targeted by two immortal experts. An elderly man and woman followed the three of them out of the ancestral hall. Both of them looked excited, and their eyes seemed to be sparkling. At that moment, the old woman asked Su Han, "Little Han, are you sure the Class 5 creation master you invited is the person behind sky creation?" Su Han was about to nod instinctively. But when he thought about the way Lin Yuan treated this Class 5 creation master, he could not bring himself to nod all the way. The old woman asked Su Han curiously, "What's wrong, little Han? Can it be that sky creation has a second Class 5 creation master?" The old woman's tone was joking because she did not find it believable that a faction could have two Class 5 creation masters. This would mean that the faction would be even stronger than some federations. In fact, it would only be one step away from the level of the three major federations. Su Han knew what the elderly woman was thinking. He also knew that once he did as the elderly woman thought, the Sui family would make an enemy out of sky creation. When Su Han visited sky creation for the first time, he could not shake the feeling that there was more to sky creation than what met the eye. Hence, he gnashed his teeth and said, "Great-grandmother and great-grandfather, I think that we should wait until the day after tomorrow before we act. More people will visit sky creation tomorrow morning. If sky creation is able to finish these orders by the morning of the day after tomorrow, your guess will likely be right." Su Han was not a Class 4 creation master, but he was the favorite descendant of his great-grandparents because he had foresight and was intelligent. After they heard what Su Han said, the two elders shared a look and pushed their thoughts down before they turned to walk back into the ancestral hall. As the door of the ancestral hall closed, the elderly man said, "Little Han, your guess will be verified by the morning of the day after tomorrow. At that time, you should be the one to tell us about the result. For the next 2 days, make sure to treat Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master well. If Sky City can still complete the orders by the day after tomorrow, both of us will personally visit Sky Creation's Class 5 Tree Castle to test its legitimacy." Once Su Han closed the door of the ancestral hall, his expression crumpled. He had not expected this matter to alert his great-grandparents. His initial intention had been to establish a relationship with Sky Creation, and he had even invited Lin Yuan to attend the Crownwood banquet. He had already laid the foundation for this relationship. However, his great-grandparents were clearly eyeing Sky Creation. Su Han did not think that proving Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master was only immortal would make any difference. It was possible that the Class 5 Creation Master had only accidentally let one of her feys aura slip and had not released her strongest fey. Furthermore, the information from the large federation stated that Class 5 Creation Masters could nurture pinnacle immortal feys. The Sui family could not afford to aim such a cannon at themselves. This was the gap that could not be closed between federations with Class 5 Creation Masters and those without. But with his great-grandparents present, he had no authority. All he could do was hope that his grandparents did not cause any trouble after they arrived at Sky Creation's Tree Castle. If Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master was angered, not just the Sui family, but there was a chance that even the entire Divine Wood Federation would be unable to handle the consequences. Lin Yuan knew that the Sui family had two immortal experts through Red Thorn. It seemed that they were slightly stronger than Diwanmai. Lin Yuan had sent Diwanmai to the Sui family to give them a chance. If they treated her well and kept their sleeves empty of tricks, Lin Yuan would aid them. But if they started targeting her inappropriately, there was no point in keeping them around. The Sui family desired the peaceful calm air moss and wanted to make use of its strong defensive abilities to create armor because they needed to bolster their superior combatants. If their superior combatants did not make use of the armor, there was no point in putting so much effort into bolstering them. The Truth Association was also hiding in the shadows in the Great Lush Federation. According to Jin Kyungsoon, the Truth Association had at least 20 immortal experts. The Great Lush Federation had always acted meek and placed itself between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. But in terms of superior combat power, the Great Lush Federation was a level above the Divine Wood Federation. If the Sui family was trying to stir trouble with only 2 immortal experts, it was likely that the Yang family was weaker than the Sui family. Even if they were stronger than the Sui family, it would not be by much. Lin Yuan had been searching for a faction in the Divine Wood Federation that he could control. Out of all the factions he had interacted with so far, the Sui and Yi families were the best choices. Since every faction would try to secure their own profits while declaring their loyalty to him, he could only support one of the Divine Wood Federation's factions. If he supported too, it would cause internal fighting in the long run. This would result in a depletion of resources. Lin Yuan had come to the Divine Wood Federation to accumulate resources. Hence, he could not allow such a result to unfold. Lin Yuan had already sent the test to the Sui family. It would be up to them whether they could pass the test. When Diwan Mai went to the Sui family, the mother of Bloodbath hid in her black robes. Using Blood New Moon's blessing, the mother of Bloodbath could easily defend against the full-powered attack of an immortal expert. Moreover, the mother of Bloodbath also had 2 other secret weapons given to it by Purple Love. One of them was a Pinnacle 9 Stars precious weapon. When the mother of Bloodbath activated its blood energy while wielding the precious weapon, it could even stand toe-to-toe against a Pinnacle Immortal expert. Although using up blood energy could affect the mother of Bloodbath's health, the mother of Bloodbath had the blood brew grapevine that was about to evolve to myth breed. After being carefully nurtured by the mother of Bloodbath, the blood brew grapevine had gained intelligence. It would be easy for the mother of Bloodbath to recover its blood energy. As the princess of the Heavenly Family Cottage, the mother of Bloodbath was armed to the teeth. It had contracted 7 precious instruments that it carried around with it. Now, if Lin Yuan had to fight against the mother of Bloodbath, he would not be able to confidently say that he could defeat it without using the purple frigid heavy water to boost his precious weapon. Chapter 1944 Abilities Beyond Class 4 Creation Master. Since the Sui family's test had been issued, Lin Yuan was going to personally pay the Yi family a visit tomorrow to take a look. Although the Yi family was one of the 4 strongest families in the Divine Wood Federation, the heavy injuries from 20 years ago had caused them to be kicked out of the first tier. There was no question that the Bai family was a better choice than the Yi family. The Bai family had already sent people to Sky Creation's Tree Castle to get in contact with him yesterday. The Bai family and Yi family were enemies. The Bai family had played a large role in the Yi family's incident 20 years ago. Regardless of which family Lin Yuan picked, he would become the enemy of the other. In such a circumstance, Lin Yuan preferred the Yi family. This was because, according to Su Yiren's investigation, the Yi family's pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master Yi Huilo had demonstrated outstanding Creation Master talent 20 years ago. The spirit fluids he concocted had a homogeneity rate of 90% and above. The Moon Empress had once mentioned to Lin Yuan that it was already impressive for pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters to concoct spirit fluids that had 88% homogeneity. Any pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master that broke through this level would be moving toward Class 5 Creation Master. The information that the Moon Empress gave Lin Yuan during their question and answer sessions was always information that only Class 5 Creation Masters possessed. No one in the Divine Wood Federation could be aware of such information. It was likely that even Yi Huilo was unaware of it. Since Lin Yuan had his eye on Yi Huilo, he had not considered contacting the Bai family. One Class 5 Creation Master was much more valuable than 2 immortal experts. The next morning, Lin Yuan brought the snake species feys he had nurtured for the Yi family and the Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth Black Enchanting Snake Strawberry and headed to the Yi family. Lin Yuan did not want outsiders to know that he was headed to the Yi family. Although he was going to enter the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm while wearing the faceless paper, he did not want to attract too much attention before he entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Ding Chinchuo brought the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle that Lin Yuan had given him and visited Yi Huilong at the Yi family's main residence. Ding Chinchuo had received Yi Huilong's help years ago and felt immense gratitude toward him. Yi Huilong was also very willing to have a Class 4 Creation Master ally like Ding Chinchuo. Ding Chinchuo buried the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle in the center of the Yi family's main residence's yard. With 2 flashes, Lin Yuan used the ethereal jellyfish's node transportation to appear in the Yi family's main residence. Since Yi Huilong did not have the courage to form any inappropriate thoughts, he did not intend to set up his daughter with Lin Yuan. Yi Lingzi had acted flippantly in front of Lin Yuan and constantly mentioned the pathetic mice she collected. Thus, Yi Huilong kept Yi Lingzi in her room. Yi Huilong and the wheelchair-bound Yi Huilo led the Yi family's main descendants and collateral descendants to await Lin Yuan's arrival. At that moment, Yi Huilong, Yi Huilo, and many other of the Yi family's experts noticed a spatial fluctuation coming from behind them. Yi Huilong whipped around and saw a young man wearing baby blue clothes and moon-white shoes behind him. At the moment that he laid eyes on the young man, Yi Huilong's brow furrowed. But they soon relaxed because he had recognized the young man. This was young Master Chu who they had all been looking forward to seeing. However, Yi Huilong had only gotten a short glimpse of Lin Yuan's charming appearance yesterday. Lin Yuan had been wearing spirit chi clothes made from the crimson back leaping antelope's fur and had the embroidery work of Class 5 weavers the previous day. This had exemplified Lin Yuan's dignity and ostentatiousness. But the spirit chi clothes that Lin Yuan wore now were much more elegant than yesterday's set. Yi Huailong felt that such a valuable set of spirit chi clothes should be worn for a month at least. He had not expected Lin Yuan to change out of that set of spirit chi clothes so quickly. When Yi Huailong warmly welcomed Lin Yuan, he noticed that his clothes were not as simple as they seemed. There was a fluidness to the material that resembled waves. It was likely that it was woven from the silk of the diamond sea willow jade silkworm. Another lavish set of clothes. The Yi family also had the necessary extravagant aura that lived up to their status as one of the Divine Wood Federation's veteran elite families. Because he was not wearing a set of simple white robes, Lin Yuan's clothes caused Yi Huailong to yearn even more for sky creation. This was because Yi Huailong was about to lead the Yi family in making an important decision, and what he needed most now was confidence. Yi Huailong did not try to figure out how Lin Yuan materialized without warning in the Yi family's residence's yard. He assumed it was the doing of Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master. The servants helped Yi Huailo to turn his wheelchair around. Yi Huailo looked at the young Master Chu, who his older brother had praised as extraordinary. He realized that young Master Chu happened to be looking at him as well, and their eyes met. Yi Huailo noticed that there was inquiry and intrigue in the young man's eyes. This caused Yi Huailo's chest to tighten. The young man's gaze had the confidence akin to that of a lion surveying a deer. This meant that the young man did not think much of the Yi family's power. Just how powerful was Sky Creation? Luckily, Yi Huailo and Yi Huailong had decided yesterday night that the Yi family would likely become a branch of Sky Creation in the future. At that time, Yi Huailo would have the chance to get a peek at Sky Creation's true power. Lin Yuan noticed that Yi Huailo's eyes were bright yet slightly dejected. It seemed that his disability had a great impact on this genius. There were over 100 members of the Yi family present. It would take very long just to chat idly with all of them. Lin Yuan did not like being flattered for no reason. Moreover, his time was very precious, as he could nurture a bronze/epic fey in a few minutes. Lin Yuan tossed the item storing walnuts that Yi Huailong had left at the tree castle yesterday back at him. Once Yi Huailong caught the item storing walnuts, he ignored the fact that Lin Yuan was standing right in front of him and used his spiritual energy to check on the snake species phase and the black enchanting snake strawberry within the item storing walnuts. What he saw caused unbridled delight to explode across his face. He had never seen so many high-quality bronze feys in his entire life. He and Lin Yuan had come to the agreement of nurturing the black enchanting snake strawberry from diamond/fantasy to suzerain/mythi. Chapter 1945 Yi Huailo's loyalty. Suzerain/mythi and Suzerain X/pinnacle mythi were completely different. The latter needed many times more resources than the former. Besides the Suzerain X/pinnacle mythi black enchanting snake strawberry, the 40 bronze/epic and 10 bronze/legend snake species phase were all evidence of Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master resources. When Yi Huailong saw the resources that Lin Yuan had delivered, the last vestiges of Yi Huailong's worries disappeared. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "Let's take you directly to the Yi family's treasure vault. We can speak more there." Yi Huailong immediately dismissed the rest of the Yi family. He was about to start pushing Yi Huailo's wheelchair and lead the way to the treasure vault when he saw that Lin Yuan had already stopped in front of Yi Huailo's wheelchair. Lin Yuan pushed the wheelchair as he said to Yi Huailong, "Lead the way." Yi Huailo knew that he was not related to this young man in any way. As such, the young man had to have his reason for starting to push his wheelchair. Yi Huailo used his spiritual energy to sense that the young man's eyes were fixated on his body, which had been congested by impurities. Due to the congestion of impurities, the right side of his body was no different from any other person, but the left side of his body had a grayish-purple hue. At first, Yi Huailo waited for the young man to speak first. But when he felt the young man's eyes on him and remembered all the inconveniences he had experienced over the past 20 years that also prevented him from evolving his creation master level, Yi Huailo said with excitement, "Young Master Chu, you must have used some sort of spiritual ingredient to cleanse the 100-flower honey mouse of its impurities when you healed it. Would you be willing to gift some to me?" Before Yi Huailo could finish speaking, Lin Yuan interrupted him and said in his clear voice, "I have a significant amount of that spiritual ingredient. However, it is very precious. I'm sure you are well aware of this." Yi Huailo smiled bitterly. Indeed, if spiritual ingredients that could cleanse a body of its impurities were not rare, his body would not have been congested for the past 20 years. Although Lin Yuan said that he had a significant amount of that spiritual ingredient, it was clear from his words that he did not intend to give any to Yi Huailo. This caused Yi Huailo's chest to contract. In 20 years, this was the first time that Yi Huailo had the opportunity to recover. Yi Huilo was about to say that he was willing to submit to sky creation as long as they were willing to give him the spiritual ingredient when the young man said, I heard that you can concoct grade 4 spirit fluids with a homogeneity of 90%. Lin Yuan's remark caused the words to halt at the tip of Yi Huilo's mouth. He knew that his swearing of loyalty to sky creation would be his brother's best leverage to reach immortal. If he said it now, this leverage would be gone. Just as Yi Huilo calmed himself, he had the rug pulled out from beneath him again when he heard what the young man said next. This also applied to Yi Huilong. I don't think you know that Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters should only be able to concoct grade 4 spirit fluids with homogeneity of up to 88%. The spirit fluids you concocted have surpassed this limit. You might not be aware of the significance of this in the past, but I'm sure you do now. By surpassing the level of Class 4 Creation Master, it meant that he was beginning the transformation to Class 5 Class 4 Creation Master. Lin Yuan's words caused a volcano of hatred to explode within Yi Huilong. Yi Huilo would not have been injured 20 years ago if not for the Bai family. By now, the Yi family could have already possessed the first Class 5 Creation Master in the Divine Wood Federation and even the entire Startling Line continent. The Bai family had put a stop to this. As opposed to Yi Huilong's hatred, Yi Huilo also felt delight and relief. The young man's words proved that the lane he had glimpsed had not been his imagination. It was the genuine road to becoming a Class 5 Creation Master. If he could completely heal his body and expel all of the impurities, he could start charging toward becoming a Class 5 Creation Master again. At that moment, Yi Huilo could no longer hold back his yearning. He turned to Lin Yuan and said solemnly, Young Master Chu, if I swear on my law to join and never betray sky creation, will you be willing to give me the spiritual ingredient that can clear out the impurities in my body and help my brother's fei to reach immortal? Ever since Lin Yuan started to push Yi Huilo's wheelchair, he had been leading him to say this exact thing. But unlike Lin Yuan's expectations, Yi Huilo had easily agreed to swear his loyalty to sky creation. It was likely that Yi Huilo and Yi Huilong had discussed this matter last night. Otherwise, Yi Huilo would never have made such a decision on his own without seeking Yi Huilong's opinion. After all, Yi Huilong was the head of the Yi family, and the concept of family was very important in the Divine Wood Federation. Since Yi Huilo had agreed to become loyal to sky creation, the Yi family was now part of his own. Thus, even if the Sui family's two immortal experts did not try to target Diwanmai, Lin Yuan was going to turn away from the Sui family. Since you're willing to become loyal to sky creation, you can swear your loyalty to me. Once you swear your loyalty to me, you won't have to come with us to the Yi family's treasure vault. You can find a place with water and cleanse your body of its impurities. Lin Yuan's words astonished Yi Huilo and Yi Huilong. Yi Huilo had only said that he would become loyal to sky creation but not to young Master Chu. Lin Yuan's words informed Yi Huilo and Yi Huilong that there was a high chance that this young man could be the leader of sky creation. Even if he was not the leader of sky creation, he had to be an extremely important person in sky creation. Yi Huilong had always communicated with sky creation through Lin Yuan. Compared to swearing his loyalty to someone who he had never met before, Yi Huilong and Yi Huilo felt more assured for Yi Huilo to swear his loyalty to Lin Yuan. Yi Huilo immediately summoned his Lorun and swore his loyalty to Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan obtained Yi Huilo's loyalty, he noticed that glowing dots representing Yi Huilo appeared in the shrine in the depths of his soul. Chapter 1946 Thank you for helping me. Lin Yuan immediately took out a bottle of the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar and handed it to Yi Huilo. There was exactly enough of the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar in the bottle to fill a bowl. A few drops of it would be enough to cure Yi Huilo. By giving Yi Huilo a bottle of the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, he was treating him as well as any other main member of Sky City. Lin Yuan did so because he wanted to nurture Yi Huilo into a Class 5 Creation Master. Although Diwanmai had Class 5 Creation Master abilities, she was dead. All human tools under Red Thorn's control lacked any and all potential. But what Sky City needed was a Creation Master who had potential. With another Class 5 Creation Master, Lin Yuan would no longer have to supply all of Sky City's resources single-handedly. A living Class 5 Creation Master would enable Sky City's development to become more dynamic. Otherwise, Diwanmai alone would not be able to produce precious weapons fast enough to keep up with the rate Lin Yuan obtained the bodies of sacred source life forms. Yi Huilo received the crystal bottle from Lin Yuan and could not help but tremble with excitement as he looked at the viscous amber fluid within the crystal bottle. After being afflicted by a chronic illness, he was considered calm by only reacting in such a way now that he had his hands around his cure. When his excitement passed, Yi Huilo held the crystal bottle and bowed to Lin Yuan as he said, "Young Master Chu, no, Master, thank you for helping me. I am going to use this treasure to clear the impurities out of my body now. Once I've been cleansed, I will come and see you in the treasure vault. Lin Yuan nodded at Yi Huilu. Yi Huilu had already sworn his loyalty on his Lorun to become Lin Yuan's servant, thereby becoming one of Lin Yuan's own. He was now no different to Lin Yuan as Ding Chenchuo was. While on the way to the Yi family's treasure vault with Yi Huilong, the latter could sense that Lin Yuan's attitude toward him had changed. Yi Huilong tried to chat Lin Yuan up and said, "Young Master Chu, you." Before Yi Huilong could finish speaking, Lin Yuan cut in and said, "You don't have to be so polite with me. Both you and your brother are smart, and smart people are always treated well." Lin Yuan tossed a brocade box at Yi Huilong. When Yi Huilong opened the brocade box, he saw 3 small crystals the size of pigeon eggs. There were a few wisps of white substances within the 3 crystals. The white substances continuously produced different worlds. Yi Huilong could sense pure world power from these crystals. Once creation breed phase absorbed such world power, they would be able to break through to an even higher level. However, such items that all Thearch class experts badly desired had surpassed Yi Huilong's comprehension. He was not aware that such magnificent items existed. There was no need to ponder in order to know that they had come from a Class 5 creation master. With these 3 world crystals, Yi Huilong would definitely be able to evolve from Sovereign X/Creation 8 to Immortal. At that moment, Yi Huilong felt the same way that Yi Huilu had just been feeling. This was a joy of dream fulfillment, and it even quaked the soul. The biggest hope that Yi Huilong had for Lin Yuan's visit to the Yi family was that he would be able to help him reach Immortal. For this reason, Yi Huilong had even agreed to let his brother swear his loyalty to Sky Creation. He was also willing to lead the Yi family in becoming dependent on Sky Creation and allow Lin Yuan to empty out the Yi family's treasure vault if he so pleased. As long as he could reach Immortal, he would be able to refill the Yi family's treasure vault with even more treasures than before, even if it had been emptied. This young man had been casual both in helping Yi Huilong's brother to cleanse his body of impurities and helping Yi Huilong to reach Immortal. It was as though giving out these resources was nothing more than a walk in the park. If Lin Yuan knew what Yi Huilong was thinking at the moment, he would have rolled his eyes. As if it was a walk in the park. If it was just giving away law crystals, Lin Yuan could give them away endlessly without feeling the slightest of pinches. This was because he had stocked up on a mountain of law crystals. This massive store of law crystals had allowed Lin Yuan to use up hundreds and thousands of them to help Endless Summer evolve to creation breed. Setting aside how difficult it was to come across world crystals and world source crystals, it also took time for the sacred sword-wielding queen to absorb a world crystal or world source crystal. It took Lin Yuan about a week to obtain 1 world crystal with pure law power. Lin Yuan presently only had 8 of them. He had given 3 to Yi Huilong without hesitation because he had decided that the Yi family would be the faction he supported in the Divine Wood Federation. Since he had made his decision, there was no need to be hindered by the pinch of the depletion of resources. Moreover, given that Yi Huilong was a pinnacle Thearch class expert, the Yi family had to have world crystals in their treasure vault. After picking out some world crystals from the treasure vault, the sacred sword-wielding queen would not only attain more sword skills but would produce more world crystals that contained pure law power. Yi Huilong's hands trembled continuously as he held the brocade box. Previously, Yi Huilong had intended to take a gamble to see if Sky Creation could bring a bright future to the Yi family. Now, he was endlessly glad that he was going to lead the Yi family in clinging tightly to Sky Creation. Yi Huilong could tell that Lin Yuan was an extremely prideful person. Sky Creation treated its subordinates well. This was why Lin Yuan had given Yi Huilong the chance to reach Immortal almost immediately after his brother swore his loyalty to Lin Yuan. Yi Huilong was about to thank Lin Yuan when he remembered Lin Yuan telling him not to be so polite. Additionally, his brother had already sworn his loyalty to Lin Yuan, and the entire Yi family was now in the palm of Lin Yuan's hands. As such, Yi Huilong knelt to the ground on one knee and also swore his loyalty to Lin Yuan on his Lorun as Yi Huilu had done. Lin Yuan had already expected Yi Huilong to act this way. Just like how he had guided Yi Huilu to eventually swear his loyalty to him, Lin Yuan had also been doing the same to Yi Huilong. Lin Yuan liked interacting with intelligent people, and Yi Huilong's intelligence caused Lin Yuan to decide to give him more treats. If only Yi Huilong reached Immortal, the Yi family would still be unable to match up to the Su, Bai, and Yang families. Previously, the Yi family had not developed their combat power at all. But now, it was time to start focusing on it. Chapter 1947 Lin Yuan's Plan. Yi Huilong looked inside one of the item storing walnuts, and what he saw caused a shiver to go up his spine. Inside the item storing walnut, Yi Huailong saw 2,000 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss that had been folded up. All of it was white or red. Just like the Sui family understood the black enchanting snake strawberry, the Yi family knew of the peaceful calm air moss. It was likely that even the Sui family did not possess so much of the peaceful calm air moss. Yi Huailong should be ecstatic to receive so much of the peaceful calm air moss. A chill had run up his spine because he knew that Sky Creation must have interacted with the Sui family. It was likely that Sky Creation was on even better terms with the Sui family than the Yi family. The Su, Yi, Yang, and Bai families had been in conflict for over a century. Countless battles had been fought between them. Although the Sui family and Yang family had saved the Yi family in the past, the Bai family had only stirred up trouble because of the Sui family and Yang family's schemes. Yi Huailong did not know what Sky Creation's motive was, but regardless, Sky Creation was only going to support one faction in Sacred Forest City. The Yi family had abruptly become the Sui family's rival. Even if he reached immortal, Yi Huailong did not think that the Yi family had what it took to stand up against the Sui family. Yi Huailong did not have it in him to check on the resources in the other two diamond item storing walnuts. Lin Yuan sharply noticed the change in Yi Huailong's emotions. Lin Yuan had many ways to increase the Yi family's power, and there was no need for him to give the peaceful calm air moss to Yi Huailong. Yet, he chose to do so because he wanted to put pressure on Yi Huailong and give him assurance at the same time. He had accepted Su Han's invitation to attend the Crownwood banquet, so it was likely that Yi Huailong's imagination would run wild once he saw him standing with the Sui family. Both of the leaders of the Yi family had become Lin Yuan's servants. The Yi family had become another subsidiary of Sky City and was no different from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan always treated his own people well. In the Divine Wood Federation, Sky Creation will only support the Yi family. You can use the peaceful calm air moss to create armor to arm your family's superior combatants. Besides the 2,000 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss, there are also 500 law crystals that will be suitable for mythi to creation V phase. With those law crystals, the Yi family's superior combatants will reach an even higher level. The startling Lines continent was rich in resources. Due to the climate in the Divine Wood Federation, its forests produced much more resources than the Endless Forest. Moreover, the Yi family already had a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. Thus, the Yi family had numerous Pinnacle Emperor class experts. With the law crystals, these numerous Pinnacle Emperor class experts could easily evolve to Thearch class. Emperor class experts were intermediate power in the startling Lines continent, while Thearch class experts were superior combat power. Yi Huailong had already been rendered speechless. He was a domineering person and had no qualms when it came to the Yi family. Lin Yuan's actions had not only given Yi Huailong and the Yi family hope but were about to immediately transform the Yi family. Yi Huailong knew that the Yi family would never be able to fully return the favor. By now, Yi Huailong saw himself as one of Lin Yuan's swords. Even if Lin Yuan wanted Yi Huailong to slash his sword down on the imperial court, Yi Huailong would not hesitate to do so. At that moment, Lin Yuan went on to say, the Yi family must increase its power in secret. I don't want any unnecessary conflicts to arise before the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm opens. Besides the 500 law crystals, I can also give the Yi family 200 bronze/epic phase. I won't be taking any of the fundamental resources inside the treasure vault. What you need to do next is to use as many of your fundamental resources as possible to increase the Yi family's overall power. The Sui family will make their move soon. My guess is that they will target the imperial court. At that time, the Yi family's chance will come. If the Yi family can truly produce a Class 5 Creation Master, you will be able to enter the imperial court. Then, the Divine Wood Federation will be promoted to one of the major federations. According to my knowledge, the Divine Wood Federation hasn't attended the major federation meeting or picked Divine Wood envoys in almost 40 years. Given the circumstances, the Divine Wood 100 sequence is no longer bathed in glory but sadness. At that point, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly halted. When he saw the burning desire in Yi Huailong's eyes, Lin Yuan's gaze became profound. Yi Huailong's expression told Lin Yuan that his words had given Yi Huailong an aim. As long as Yi Huailong followed this aim, the Divine Wood Federation would truly fall into Lin Yuan's hands at the moment that he reached his aim. Lin Yuan could use the Divine Wood Federation as a stepping stone to develop Sky City, which was about to sit atop the floating island whale. Once the storm blew over, Lin Yuan's journey in the Divine Wood Federation would come to an end. From now on, Lin Yuan no longer needed to worry about the Divine Wood Federation. Instead, he could split his focus between the Iron Hammer Federation and Great Lush Federation. After he set foot into the Yi family's treasure vault, Lin Yuan noticed that Connected Beast Park possessed much fewer resources than the Yi family, even though they possessed numerous pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters and Class 4 Creation Masters. This especially applied to superior resources. This was not surprising as all high-class Creation Masters used up numerous superior resources. Due to his body, Yi Huiluo's rate of consumption of superior resources was very slow. As a result, Lin Yuan was almost blinded when he looked around the Yi family's treasure vault. Lin Yuan always felt that building Sky City atop universe would be difficult. But once he entered the Yi family's treasure vault, he realized that this matter was not as difficult as he imagined. At that moment, Yi Huilong said, "Master, I told you that you would be satisfied with the Yi family's treasure vault. All these years, I've been doing my best to increase the resources in the treasure vault. I have accumulated almost 10% of the wealth in the Divine Wood Federation. We have just as many riches as the Yang family. Please take anything that catches your eye. I will use up all the resources you leave behind within a month and turn them into the Yi family's power." Chapter 1948 Discovery in the Treasure Vault. Lin Yuan shook his sleeve, and the amber button-shaped source sand fell into the ground. Soon, Tau Eta Epsilon source sand turned into 100 swirling vortexes of sand that acted like Lin Yuan's hands as they searched through the resources on his behalf. When Yi Huilong heard what Lin Yuan said, he realized that his insight was greatly lacking when compared to Lin Yuan. In front of Lin Yuan, he seemed like a wannabe. Before Yi Huilong could ponder any further, he noticed that Lin Yuan was wielding a Diamond X/Fantasy V Sand-type Source-type life form. This discovery caused Yi Huilong's jaw to drop. How old was Lin Yuan? In spite of his young age, he already owned Alpha Rare Sand Elemental Diamond X/Fantasy V Source-type life form. No young expert in the entire Divine Wood Federation would be able to compare to his power. Lin Yuan's Spirit Chi professional rank was currently only B rank. Once he was promoted to A rank, all of his feys could be evolved using Sky Creation's Creation Master resources to Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 2. Yi Huilong was shocked by Lin Yuan's power. But at the same time, he also started to think. Besides the three major federations, only the absolute top factions in the world could nurture such a young wonder. Suddenly, Yi Huilong thought back to the blue-haired man he had met 2 years ago. The man had called himself Scepter 7 and came from a faction known as Tarot Round Table. At that time, Yi Huilong had agreed to be recruited by the blue-haired man. But when the agreed-upon time came, the blue-haired man did not show up to their appointment. Nonetheless, Yi Huilong had seen what the blue-haired man could do. He could be certain that Tarot Round Table was a faction that could rival the three major federations. Yi Huilong thought, Sky Creation must be on the same level as Tarot Round Table. Lin Yuan had just mentioned the major federation meeting. Indeed, the Divine Wood Federation had not attended the Divine Wood Federation in 40 years. Thus, there was no need to select the Divine Wood envoys. Although they continued to choose members of the Divine Wood 100 sequence every year, they had become a laughingstock. It was a position given to the young members of veteran elite families to make them feel special. Under the leadership of the Yang family, the Divine Wood Federation had fallen to the level of the Iron Hammer Federation. The Iron Hammer Federation did not participate in the major federation meeting or choose Iron Hammer envoys because they spent half of every year trying to deal with the starvation crisis. Thus, they did not have the ability or time to prepare and involve themselves with the major federation meeting. Besides metal, leather, and fur, the Divine Wood Federation produced more of every other type of resource than the Iron Hammer Federation. However, the Divine Wood Federation had given up on the honor they were supposed to have safeguarded. Federations without Class 5 Creation Masters were divided into ranks, and factions that did not have the courage to participate in the major federation meeting were considered the lowest rank. The Great Lush Federation traded between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. There were many scholars, fey observers, and spiritual ingredient analysts in the Federation, and they did not even hold selections for the Great Lush 100 sequence. None of the three federations in the continent had participated in the major federation meeting for decades. As a result, the startling Lines continent had been termed the Fallen Continent. Yi Huilong really wanted to change this reality. In the past, Yi Huilong dared not hope for anything. But now, with Sky Creation as their mighty support, Yi Huilong could start to hope for many things that he did not dare to hope for in the past. Lin Yuan did not hide the spatial ring he wore, and the resources that the source sand picked out from the Yi family's treasure vault were all stored in the spatial ring. Lin Yuan noticed that many of the resources were special plant-type feys that had mutated. If the mutated plant-type feys were cultivated, they could be extremely helpful in setting up the floating island whale and the bug-consuming Thearch emperor lizards. Furthermore, the Yi family had hidden away many carcinoma feys and heaven and earth feys. The carcinoma feys might not be of much use to Lin Yuan, but they could add to the store of Sky City's carcinoma feys. As for the insect species carcinoma feys, Lin Yuan intended to give them to Lu Ji to see if they could help his combat system. Among the heaven and earth feys, Lin Yuan noticed something he, or rather the flower calamity beautiful devil, badly needed. The poison of the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom could be altered to become venom of any type. Thus, the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom was called the source of all poisons by the Fey academic community. The 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom had been spotted in the Radiance Federation before. Although the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom was a heaven and earth Fey, it had caused more damage to Silver Age City than the poison dust flying moth and sawtooth devour ant had done to Golden Edge City. Due to the venom in the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom, it was extremely difficult to tame. Eventually, the spirit guards decided to eliminate the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom. Lin Yuan felt that this was a shame. The spores of the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom were the purest source of poison elemental energy and could be absorbed by any poison-type Fey. After being extracted by the element well, the flower calamity beautiful devil's flower basket of calamity would produce a poison-type calamity flower. When Lin Yuan previously evolved the flower calamity beautiful devil, he estimated that it needed to absorb another 2 types of pure elemental energy in order for it to break through the higher devil. Now that he had obtained the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom from the Yi family's treasure vault, the flower calamity beautiful devil would be able to take another large step forward to becoming a higher devil. It did not take long before Lin Yuan cleared out all of the decent resources from the Yi family's treasure vault. While Lin Yuan was looking through the resources he collected from the Yi family's treasure vault, his eyes lit up. If he had not already been confident of enabling the flower calamity beautiful devil to break through to higher devil using the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom, this unassuming dark grey piece of metal sealed the deal of enabling the flower calamity beautiful devil's bloodline to evolve. The dark grey piece of metal was the byproduct of a special beast-type Fey. The mineral-consuming mongoose consumed all the metal ores it could get its hands on and used the metal properties to strengthen itself. Then, its powerful digestive tract would expel the metals that had their properties drained. Without their metal properties and after being mixed with the mineral-consuming mongoose's digestive fluids, the byproduct could be used to fix any type of metal spiritual ingredient. But the higher the grade of the metal spiritual ingredient, the more of the mineral-consuming mongoose's byproduct it would require. Chapter 1949 Divine Wood Federation's Support. Although Lin Yuan had not caught the mineral-consuming mongoose and could not strengthen the metal-type calamity flower after it grew in the flower basket of calamity, the calamity flower could still be grown. This would be enough to evolve the flower calamity beautiful devil's bloodline. Lin Yuan greatly looked forward to the flower calamity beautiful devil's transformation. Devils could suppress each other using their bloodlines. During the battle against the Freedom Federation envoy group, Lin Yuan had clearly sensed Luou being able to severely suppress the others when they had fused with their devils. If a higher devil could already exert such pressure on an intermediate one, who could say the amount of pressure that devils past higher devil could exert on intermediate devils? Additionally, when the flower calamity beautiful devil's bloodline evolved past higher devil, it might also be able to exert great pressure on higher devils. Not just the people from the Freedom Federation but even the Moon Empress would not have been able to imagine that the flower calamity beautiful devil's bloodline could be evolved to such a degree. Lin Yuan intended to hide the flower calamity beautiful devil's bloodline because it would become the crux of the fight against experts from the Freedom Federation. After the mineral-consuming mongoose's feces, Lin Yuan did not find any other special resource. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan still obtained a large harvest of over 1,000 different rare spiritual ingredients. Although Lin Yuan urgently wanted to nurture the flower calamity beautiful devil, he still waited in the Yi family's treasure vault for the cleansed Yi Huilu. But 5 minutes later, Yi Huilu still had not arrived. Yi Huilong broke out in a cold sweat and became anxious. Lin Yuan had said that Yi Huilu would be able to completely clear his body of impurities within an hour after he drank the spirit fluid inside the crystal bottle. This meant that Yi Huilu should have come into the treasure vault to see Lin Yuan 4 hours ago. Yi Huilong silently waited for Lin Yuan to become enraged. Both he and Yi Huilu had become Lin Yuan's servants. Lin Yuan held the Yi family's survival and honor in the palm of his hands. Yi Huilong was not only afraid of Lin Yuan's fury but also worried about Yi Huilu. He wondered if a problem had cropped up after he drank the spirit fluid out of the crystal bottle. Lin Yuan said to the distressed Yi Huilong, it looks like I need to congratulate the Yi family. It is likely that Yi Huilu experienced comprehension in the Creation Master direction after he cleared his body of impurities and regained his health. After all, after 2 decades of accumulation, the slightest of triggers should allow him to improve substantially. The silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar could do more than just cleanse a body of its impurities, as it could also recover the life form's roots. When Wen Yu's roots had been injured, she was healed with just 1 drop of the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar because of this effect. Hence, there was no way the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar could have harmed Yi Huilu's body. As such, Lin Yuan did not become impatient even though 5 hours had passed. The longer he waited, the happier he would eventually be. When Yi Huilong heard what Lin Yuan said, he still felt slightly troubled but was able to calm down mostly. Lin Yuan had given the bottle of spirit fluid to Yi Huilu, so he was the most aware of its effects. If what Lin Yuan said was true and that Yi Huilu's Creation Master level had experienced a breakthrough, it meant that he was now either closer to becoming a Class 5 Creation Master or had directly become a Class 5 Creation Master. Another half an hour passed, and a distinguished figure appeared at the entrance of the treasure vault. This person was Yi Huilu. Previously, Yi Huilu exuded sinking despair. But now, he had a broad smile of smugness and hope in his eyes. Even his usual hunched posture while sitting in his wheelchair was replaced by his ramrod straight posture. Yi Huilu first nodded at Lin Yuan before he fell to his knees in front of Lin Yuan and started to kowtow. He laid down his head on the crook of his arm and said with excited gratitude, "Master, after my body was cleansed of impurities, I noticed that the lane I got a peek at 20 years ago reappeared in front of me. However, I will still need 2 months in order to familiarize myself with the direction of the lane." Lin Yuan helped Yi Huilu up and said to him with a smile, "Once you become a Class 5 Creation Master, you will become the pillar of the Divine Wood Federation." Yi Huilu's meaning was clear. In another 2 months, Yi Huilu would become a Class 5 Creation Master. He would be Sky Creation's second Class 5 Creation Master but the first living one. Only around a week had passed since Lin Yuan came to the Divine Wood Federation to train. But in this short span of time, he had already managed to multiply Sky Creation's high-class Creation Master resources. When Yi Huilong heard what Yi Huilu said, he was so overwhelmed that tears almost welled up in his eyes. The Yi family was finally about to enter its prime. The startling Lines continent was finally going to have a Class 5 Creation Master. Before Yi Huilong's excitement fully unfolded, Yi Huilu and Yi Huilong were shocked by what Lin Yuan said. Both of them had assumed that Yi Huilu would be sent to Sky Creation's headquarters from now on. It was evident that Sky Creation was a foreign faction, and there was no way that its headquarters was in the startling Lines continent. But Lin Yuan's meaning was clear. He intended to keep Yi Huilu in the Divine Wood Federation and wanted him to become the pillar of the Divine Wood Federation. This allowed Yi Huilong to understand why Lin Yuan had mentioned the major Federation meeting and Divine Wood envoys. Despite being natives of the Divine Wood Federation, Yi Huilu and Yi Huilong had intended to betray the Divine Wood Federation. But now that the Divine Wood Federation was about to reach its peak, Yi Huilu and Yi Huilong could not help but feel thankful to Lin Yuan. Compared to the Yang family, who presided over the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court, Lin Yuan, an outsider, had contributed more to the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan made such a decision because he wanted Yi Huilu to guard the Divine Wood Federation and manage the situation there. Lin Yuan saw the entire startling Lines continent as a piece on his chessboard. Additionally, there had to be talented individuals in such an enormous federation. If Yi Huilu could nurture a team of talented individuals to participate in the major federation meeting 2 years later, this would allow Lin Yuan to gain a team of allies he could work together with during the major federation meeting. Chapter 1950 Fulfill Your Ambitions. Lu Ji had helped Lin Yuan to accept another 25 orders, but Lin Yuan did not intend to attend to them now. He planned on dedicating the entirety of tomorrow to settling the 25 orders because he had more important things to do today. Lin Yuan immediately informed the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil that he had attained the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom and feces of the mineral-consuming mongoose. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil went frenzied with elation when it received this news, and the long archbishop robe it wore billowed around it wildly. It touched the 4 long horns on its head that had woven themselves into a crown before it touched the 2 bumps at the center of the crown. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil knew the significance of more calamity flowers. It used to only be an intermediate devil and had been passed over countless times and remained uncontracted for a long while because of how difficult it was to nurture. It was only when it landed in Lin Yuan's hands that it managed to transform into a higher devil within the short span of 2 weeks. Now, its bloodline had reached pinnacle higher devil. But before it could savor the pleasure of its bloodline transformation, Lin Yuan was going to evolve it again. This was a path that many higher devils spent their whole lives but still failed to finish. At that moment, the flower calamity beautiful devil felt that it was the most blessed devil in the entire world. The more it thought about the resources that Lin Yuan had supplied it with recently, the more the flames of its innate greed were fanned. Nonetheless, the flower calamity beautiful devil felt that Lin Yuan was being too generous with it. The flower calamity beautiful devil consumed the extracted pure elemental energy from the element well every day. Its power had increased from the original silver 6 to gold 9. As it thought about how good Lin Yuan had been to it and how its bloodline was about to advance further, tears welled up in the flower calamity beautiful devil's eyes. Lin Yuan could not help but feel slightly regretful as he sensed the state of the flower calamity beautiful devil. When he previously evolved it to pinnacle higher devil, 2 black droplets had rolled out of its eyes that turned into black diamonds infused with the devil aura. The tears of higher devils were rare. The more elite the bloodline of the devil, the more valuable its tears would be. The tears could be used to revive devils within 8 hours of their death. The previous 2 tears that Lin Yuan collected came from when the flower calamity beautiful devil evolved to pinnacle higher devil. These 2 tears could either save 2 higher devils or the same higher devil twice. This resource was useless in the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation but cherished in the Freedom Federation by people who had contracted devils. Every time the flower calamity beautiful devil cried, it brought unimaginable wealth to Lin Yuan. It went without saying that Lin Yuan would never allow the devil's tears to fall into the hands of the Freedom Federation. The Freedom Federation was an enemy state, and Lin Yuan would never help the enemy for the sake of gaining resources for himself. Although devils came from the Demon Church in the Freedom Federation, it was not impossible to obtain them through other means. The Goddess of Mercy was after Lin Yuan and would definitely try to get in contact with him. He might be able to obtain another intermediate devil from her the next time they meet. Ever since the Goddess of Mercy started working together with the Radiance Federation, it had turned its back on the Freedom Federation. He might not be able to trade the Devil's Tears with the Freedom Federation, but he could do so with the Goddess of Mercy. She would likely be more than willing to buy the Devil's Tears. The Goddess of Mercy knew how difficult it was to nurture the flower calamity beautiful devil. There was no way she would think that the Devil's Tears had come from the flower calamity beautiful devil. When Lu Ji heard what Lin Yuan's plan was, he said, "Lin Yuan, the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm will be opening in another 2 days. After you return these resources 2 days later, we should stop accepting orders from the elites of the Divine Wood Federation. While you're in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, I will do my best to gather as many talented individuals who have comprehended willpower runes as possible." A thought seemed to strike Lu Ji, and he was silent for a moment before he said, "Lin Yuan, there might be an issue with the Sui family. We should prepare in advance." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Had the Sui family already lost their composure? He had instructed Diwanmai to release the Deep Night Eternal Piercing Insect's immortal aura in the Sui family but not the Dark Thunder Piercing Armor's pinnacle immortal aura. This was so he could test if the Sui family held any ill will toward sky creation. It seemed that they did indeed. "Big Brother Lu, did the Sui family place a mole amongst the group of helpers I asked them to find?" Lu Ji looked at Lin Yuan with surprise. Lin Yuan knew the truth even before he reported the news. "You're right. According to my observations, only 2 of the 14 helpers are the ones we truly need. The other 12 started investigating the tree castle the moment they stepped in. I did not try to stop them. 6 of the 12 went up to the 12th floor of the tree castle, 5 of them went up the 9th floor, and 1 of them went to the 8th floor." Lin Yuan cursed to himself. He came up with the reason that Sky Creation needed helpers when he asked Su Han to help him to find Spirit Chi professionals who had comprehended numerous willpower runes. Yet, 12 of the 14, meaning 85% of the helpers Su Han found were spies. Su Han sure was relentless. "Big Brother Lu, the tree castle will not be receiving any guests tomorrow. Station 2 of the spies from the Sui family at the entrance to explain to customers." Lu Ji did not understand what Lin Yuan was trying to do, but he knew that Lin Yuan had to have his reasons. "Leave it to me. I will take care of everything tomorrow morning." Lin Yuan thought, it will be time for Diwanmai to leave the Sui family the morning of the day after tomorrow. At that moment, the dagger that the Sui family was trying to hide was glinting even brighter. Lin Yuan planned on waiting to see what the Sui family would do. Everyone was solely responsible for every step they took. Let the Sui family decide what their ending would be. The morning of the day after tomorrow, Lin Yuan and Ding Chenchuo would enter the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm together. Once Lin Yuan entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, he would be able to meet his needs. At that point, any and all storms in Sacred Forest City would have nothing to do with him. Chapter 1951 The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil evolves again. Then, the Sua family should choose to move up their plans, thinking that they had control over a Class 5 creation master and possessed so much of the peaceful calm air moss. When Lin Yuan returned to his room on the second floor, he set aside all thoughts of the situation in the Divine Wood Federation and entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone to evolve the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's bloodline to enable it to break through past Higher Devil. Lin Yuan had no idea what the Higher Devil bloodline could evolve into. It was possible that many of the Freedom Federation's members of royalty were unaware as well. Lin Yuan summoned the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil inside the spiritual spatial zone. At that moment, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil resembled an archbishop of brambles. The bottom of its robes was green and had 9 different colored flowers embroidered on it that corresponded to the calamity flowers in the flower basket of calamity. Its face had an inexplicable beauty, yet it also seemed to scorn every living creature on earth. It was as though every life form was nothing more than a toy for it to play with. To put it in slightly crude terms, it had both an intimidatingly overbearing yet also sexy air about it. The mole at the corner of its eye made it seem slightly aggressive. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's appearance caused Lin Yuan to be able to stand in Duanhe's shoes. Some superior feys indeed trump Spirit Chi professionals in terms of looks. When the flower basket of calamity had been silver 6, the 9 calamity flowers had only been about the size of bowls, but now, they were about as large as Lin Yuan's head. The blooming calamity flowers were made of pure elemental energy. When they bloomed, the properties of their elemental energy caused their surroundings to become even more beautiful. But when Lin Yuan saw the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's exceptional looks and exquisite attire, he did not feel happy in the slightest. He dared not imagine what he would look like once he fused with it. Since Lin Yuan had formed a contract with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil using his soul, it could sense what it was thinking. This caused the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil to be hurt. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was extremely satisfied with how it looked, but it would choose to look like a muscular man if it could, if this would make Lin Yuan happy. Lin Yuan had already walked over to the element well. Ever since he attained the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, which used up a large amount of the water from the element well, the water in the element well had not increased in the slightest. Previously, Morbius told Lin Yuan that the element well could increase its production. This required Lin Yuan to find the mouths of ley line spirit springs and embed them in the walls of the element well. When Lin Yuan went to the Yi family's residence, he had purposely mentioned ley line spirit springs to Yi Huailong. As such, he found out that the Yi family did not have any of the ley line spirit springs, but the Sua and Bai families had 1 each, while the Yang family had 3. However, the 5 ley line spirit springs had all been taken by the Holy Lady and transferred into the Sacred Wood mystic realm. Yi Huailong's words allowed Lin Yuan to have a new reason for entering the Sacred Wood mystic realm. Now, besides searching for the mysterious life form, he also wanted to search for the 5 ley line spirit springs and dig out their mouths to embed them in the element well. This should significantly increase the production volume of the element well. Lin Yuan pulled out some of the water from the element well in a glass bucket and scooped out 2 bowls of water before he returned the glass bucket back into the element well. The 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom could become any type of poison, and no life form besides poison-type feys could get close to it. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was not afraid of the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom in the slightest. The vicious poison law had evolved from Pinnacle Myth 2 to Pinnacle Myth 3. As such, Lin Yuan now had resistance to poisons akin to poison-type feys that had just evolved to myth breed. He could be so casual about handling the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom because its grade was not high. If the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom had reached diamond grade, Lin Yuan would have to be more careful when he touched it. In order to extract the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom's venom, he needed to remove the hidden spores. Lin Yuan used his finger to gently lift up the lid of the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom, and a plume of grayish-green powder scattered all over the water in the bowl. The grayish-green powder immediately dissolved inside the element well's water. Once the grayish-green powder stopped fully dissolving, Lin Yuan knew that the poison elemental energy in the element well's water had become saturated. Lin Yuan slowly added the other bowl of the element well's water into the bowl of infused water. Once the spores fully dissolved, the bowl of pure poison elemental energy was ready. Lin Yuan did not immediately instruct the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil to consume the bowl of pure poison elemental energy. Instead, he raised his hand and tossed the mineral-consuming mongoose's feces into another glass bowl. The dark grey feces turned bright gold inside the glass bowl. There was also faint silver light within the gold brilliance. The flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was very interested in this gold and slightly silver light. The flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was very vain, and it was very eager to gulp down the gold and slightly sliver fluid so that a calamity flower of the same color could be produced. When he saw the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil staring transfixed at the fluid made from the mineral-consuming mongoose's feces, Lin Yuan decided not to tell it what the base ingredient was. Otherwise, the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil might be troubled when it drank the fluid. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and held up the 2 glass bowls in front of the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil and said, "Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, success will be dependent on these 2 bowls of fluids." The flower Calamity Beautiful Devil accepted the 2 glass bowls with trembling hands. It understood what Lin Yuan was trying to say. There were not many types of elemental energy in the world, and several of them were difficult to prepare, much less pure versions. If its bloodline did not evolve after the metal and poison elemental calamity flowers grew, it would be difficult to evolve in the future. This was because it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to prepare another new type of elemental energy. Although the future and whether its bloodline could successfully evolve were unknown, the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was not afraid in the slightest. This was because the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil knew that its bloodline was on the cusp of transforming. It was likely that one more calamity flower was all it took for its bloodline to evolve. The 2 bumps at the center of the bramble crown were evidence of this. But even if it failed, the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil had faith that Lin Yuan would be able to find another way to evolve its bloodline. This was because it knew how wealthy Lin Yuan was and fully leaned on him and his abilities. Chapter 1952 Calamity Territory Flower Puppet. The flower Calamity Beautiful Devil bravely gulped down the bowl of the metal elemental energy. Once the metal elemental energy entered the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's stomach, Lin Yuan noticed that its aura had changed. Previously, the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's aura had been one of beautiful evil. But now, intense inauspiciousness and treachery was flowing out of its body. As the phantom images of various calamity flowers continuously grew and spread, the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's long archbishop robe extended. The pattern of a large gold calamity flower appeared amongst the embroidery of the 9 calamity flowers. Soon, the embroidery of 10 calamity flowers bloomed on the long archbishop robe. The more vibrant the flowers became, the more intense the aura of treachery and inauspiciousness became. The long hair on the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's head had been combed toward the back of its head. But now, it was flying freely and rested on the train of the long archbishop robe. Its white hair, infused with devil aura, had changed to black. Suddenly, Lin Yuan watched as the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil let out a violent roar. The flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's features twisted together, making its beauty appear even more ferocious. The thorn of brambles closed up fully, and more devil tattoos appeared on the crown's surface. The devil's long horns were now linked to its skull. The change in its skull and horns caused the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil agonizing pain. Lin Yuan's attention was not focused on the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's crown of brambles. Instead, he was staring at the 2 long horns that had grown out of the center of the crown. The 2 horns extended continuously. Once the 2 horns poked through the crown, the smooth black horns were instantly covered with spiral patterns. The flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's violent aura finally ceased. When the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil opened its eyes, Lin Yuan noticed they had changed from brown to golden red. There was the head of a black mountain goat slowly spinning within the gold-red eyes. Lin Yuan could be certain that the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's bloodline had broken through past higher devil. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that 2 black tears were rolling out of the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's gold-red eyes. When they landed on the ground, they turned into 2 black diamonds. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the 2 black tears and saw that their names had changed from the higher devil's tears to Satan's tears. This meant that the bloodline evolution of a higher devil would transform it into Satan. The flower Calamity Beautiful Devil walked over to Lin Yuan. Although it had an expression of treachery, inauspiciousness, and wickedness, the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil still knelt down solemnly in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked down at the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil and pulled it to its feet while he used true data to check on it. Fey name, Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. Fey species, Satan species / Beautiful Evil God species. Fey grade, Gold, 9/10. Fey type, Natural. Fey quality, Legend. Satanic abilities. Calamity Judgment, according to the elemental energy the target wields, a calamity flower will bloom on the target. Every time the target uses elemental energy, the calamity flower will absorb and store the elemental energy. When the calamity flower is exploded, the target will suffer a backlash from the stored elemental energy. Calamity flower toying with life, the calamity flower will fall from the flower basket of calamity and become hidden. When a life form of the same type as the calamity flower comes into contact with the calamity flower, it will be compared with the purity of the elemental energy within the calamity flower. If it is purer than the elemental energy in the calamity flower will give the target a boost. If the elemental energy is less pure than the elemental energy within the calamity flower will rob the target of its elemental energy and use an about to die effect on the target. Before the about to die effect ends and the target is not reimbursed with elemental energy, the target will die. If the elemental energy is of the same purity as the elemental energy in the calamity flower, it can decide whether to boost the target or steal its elemental energy and place the about to die effect on it. Misfortune for all the creatures in the area will form a net of karma linked by misfortune. Two types of calamities will be compared and the weaker one will automatically sacrifice half of its calamity to the stronger party before entering a temporary state of feebleness. Calamity territory flower puppet, when faced with life forms that also have the devil bloodline, it can suppress its target according to its bloodline and rob the usage of satanic abilities of inferior devils. After the inferior devil is killed, the inferior life form will become a flower puppet in the sea of flowers. The flower puppet and sea of flowers will inherit the satanic abilities of the dead devil and a portion of the flower calamity beautiful devil's own abilities. When faced with life forms that do not have the devil bloodline, the calamity territory can be opened. 3 calamity flowers will automatically bloom on the target when the target enters the calamity territory. When the calamity territory is opened, the flower calamity beautiful devil will not be able to move, and the toil of using other satanic abilities will be magnified. Lin Yuan noticed that the flower calamity beautiful devil had indeed evolved as per his expectations. It had originally been higher devil species / beautiful devil species. But now that its bloodline had transformed, it had become Satan species / beautiful evil god species. Recently, Lin Yuan had been reading the annal of monster information he had taken from the Hidden Moon Pavilion. However, there was a myriad of information in the annal of monster information, and Lin Yuan was studying it carefully. Thus, he had only read a few tens of pages so far. The annal of monster information mentioned that when devils wore their crowns, the patterns of black mountain goats would appear on their 2 horns, and the image of a black mountain goat would also appear in their eyes. This meant that the devil had awakened its Satan bloodline and had become a genuine god of evil. Satans could control the satanic abilities of more lowly devils. Previously, Lin Yuan had been confused about the description in the annal of monster information. But now, he finally understood what it meant. The transformation of the flower calamity beautiful devil's bloodline had indeed proceeded as per the description in the annal of monster information. Now that the flower calamity beautiful devil had transformed into Satan, its new satanic ability calamity territory flower puppet once again proved the legitimacy of the content of the annal of monster information. Calamity territory flower puppet allowed the flower calamity beautiful devil to use its bloodline to suppress other life forms with the devil bloodline and rob their usage of satanic abilities. This fully coincided with how the annal of monster information described the Satan's oppression of the satanic abilities of inferior life forms. Chapter 1953 Bloodline not at its limit. If a book without a genre was right about one secret, it could be counted as a coincidence. If it was right about 2 secrets, there had to be something fishy going on. But if it was right about 3 secrets, it meant that the author had to have possessed undeniable knowledge. It was possible that the author had interacted with feys with the barren bloodline, sea demons, and devils. Otherwise, they would not have been able to write such a book. After 3 verifications, Lin Yuan could be certain that the rest of the annal of monster information was also accurate. Lin Yuan called Genius out of the marsh world and instructed it to memorize the entire annal of monster information. Lin Yuan was going to read the book for himself because there were many parts he could ponder over. But this way, before Lin Yuan was done reading the annal of monster information and verified its contents, he would not have to worry about it becoming lost or destroyed. When the flower calamity beautiful devil evolved to higher devil, Lin Yuan was already shocked by the satanic ability misfortune for all and how it could form a net of karma with everything around it and pick 2 of the attributes within the net. It could then limit or boost the feys with the 2 attributes. This had already greatly surpassed Lin Yuan's understanding of abilities. It was even stronger than the abilities of some sacred source life forms. But when the flower calamity beautiful devil evolved into Satan and gained the ability calamity territory flower puppet, Lin Yuan's understanding of mystic feys was refreshed. He now understood why the Radiance Federation, Azure Federation, and Freedom Federation, which had Class 5 Creation Masters and even Class 6 Creation Masters were so particular about their mystic realms. Through the flower calamity beautiful devil that had evolved to Satan, Lin Yuan now understood what was meant by a hulking foundation. Rather than the control over the rest of the world, the crucial asset of calamity territory flower puppet was its control over life forms with the devil bloodline. When any devils with a more inferior bloodline to the flower calamity beautiful devil entered the calamity territory, they could become flower puppets that would be under the flower calamity beautiful devil's control. It went without saying that Lin Yuan felt that it would not be easy for the flower calamity beautiful devil to use calamity territory flower puppet to control higher devils, because after a devil formed a contract with a spirit chi professional, the spirit chi professional could depend on the devil and vice versa. The higher devils contractors could be talented spirit chi professionals like Luou, who were born with a silver spoon or were just powerful experts in general. No expert would stand by and watch as their contracted devil was taken control of and turned into a flower puppet. Although the flower calamity beautiful devil could not be used to hunt higher devils, it would be easy to hunt intermediate devils. Lin Yuan had fought against intermediate devils before, and their satanic abilities were also nothing to sneeze at. Moreover, the flower puppets under the flower calamity beautiful devil's control would also gain a portion of the flower calamity beautiful devil's abilities. If an intermediate devil gained the abilities of a Satan, it might not be able to take down higher devils, but it was unlikely that any other intermediate devil would be its match. Additionally, calamity territory flower puppet targeted not only life forms that possessed the devil's bloodline but any life form that entered the calamity territory. When life forms entered the calamity territory, 3 calamity flowers would bloom in their bodies. This ability could work together with and boost the flower calamity beautiful devil's other satanic abilities calamity judgment and calamity flower toying with life. Calamity judgment could only cause 1 calamity flower to bloom in the target's body. Every time the target's elemental energy was used up by the calamity flower imprint, the effects of calamity judgment would determine how much of the elemental energy stored in the target's body was drained by the calamity flower. This would cause the target to lose twice the amount of elemental energy. When the calamity flowers exploded, the targets would also experience recoil from their own elemental energy. Moreover, whenever the target used its abilities once, the 3 calamity flowers from the calamity territory flower puppet would absorb 4 times the elemental energy that the target used up. This meant that the fey might be drained dry after only using a few abilities. Then, it would be hit by the recoil of the 4 times of elemental energy it had used up. Because of this, calamity judgment had become a lethal move. Calamity flower toying with life was akin to competing with the amount of elemental energy in the opponent's body. Lin Yuan's method of nurturing the flower calamity beautiful devil made it a main lethal move. However, the only flaw of calamity flower toying with life was that it was difficult to mark targets. But calamity territory flower puppet perfectly made up for this flaw. Alas, calamity territory flower puppet was not without its flaws. When the flower calamity beautiful devil used this satanic ability and opened the calamity territory, the flower calamity beautiful devil could not move its body, and using other satanic abilities would put a larger strain on itself. The calamity territory flower puppet kept the flower calamity beautiful devil trapped. As such, the flower calamity beautiful devil could not continuously use calamity judgment and calamity flower toying with life after it opened the calamity territory. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan did not care about this because the flower calamity beautiful devil would never be fighting on its own. As its contractor, Lin Yuan possessed many feys. He could ensure the flower calamity beautiful devil's safety after it opened the calamity territory. Additionally, with the support from the 3 calamity flowers, calamity judgment and calamity flower toying with life were lethal weapons. It did not make a large impact even if they could not be used excessively. As he looked at the flower calamity beautiful devil that had evolved from intermediate devil to the Satan it was today, Lin Yuan was filled with a sense of accomplishment. The flower calamity beautiful devil allowed Lin Yuan to stand tall when he fought against experts from the Freedom Federation. As he looked at the flower calamity beautiful devil's messy hair, Lin Yuan walked up to it and helped it to arrange its bird's nest. Next, he combed its hair into a simple style like he did for Chu Ci when they were younger. Once the flower calamity beautiful devil was combed to neatness, a strand of its black hair fell out of place and landed in front of its face, partially covering the mole at the corner of its eye. Now, the flower calamity beautiful devil was much more beautiful than it was before. There was no life form that the flower calamity beautiful devil felt closer to than Lin Yuan. He was the one who gave it its Satan bloodline. It saw him as its savior. Thus, while Lin Yuan was combing its hair, the flower calamity beautiful devil, whose basic nature was to toy with the hearts of life forms, felt strange when it was filled with happiness. This caused the flower calamity beautiful devil's expression to waver. Chapter 1954 Young Girl Digging Under the Scorching Sun. Lin Yuan's words caused the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil to instinctively reach out to hug him. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was now Lin Yuan's contracted fey, and Lin Yuan was not going to turn down its sincere emotional gesture. Nonetheless, he felt strange to be hugged by a female devil. After it hugged Lin Yuan, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil drank the rest of the grayish-green liquid in the bowl. Soon, a dark green flower sprouted in the flower basket of Calamity and glowed with a dray light. A beautiful dark green embroidery of the same Calamity flower appeared and bloomed on the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's robes. The dark green flower did not stand out amongst the 10 colored flowers. But the dark-colored chain gave the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's robes a completely different feeling. After the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil drank the bowl of pure elemental energy, Lin Yuan noticed that its bloodline had been refined to a noticeable extent. Apparently, the Satan bloodline was not the limit of the Devil bloodline. It was likely that the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's bloodline could transform again in the future. Nonetheless, this could only happen if Lin Yuan managed to obtain more types of pure elemental energy. Now that he was done evolving the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, Lin Yuan returned it to the spiritual spatial zone. He did a quick count and realized that more than 7 days had already passed since the last Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Now that all the members of the Astronomical Parliament possessed the Thoughts letter paper, it had become their main channel of communication. Bei Su and Bulletin Po were the most communicative and had become close friends. This was because they shared very similar experiences and because Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Su Yiren were much too busy. Tale used to be active in sending messages. But ever since he started to manage his territory, he did not even have enough time to sleep. Wo Lun occasionally chimed in during Bei Su and Bulletin Po's conversations. Overall, the Astronomical Parliament's internal group had a good flow of communication. Almost everything could be discussed using the Thoughts letter paper. Thus, there was no need to hold the parliamentary meeting most of the time. This time, Lin Yuan was only going into the Marsh world to see Wen Yu and ask her to hold the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting because too much time had passed, and it was time for a new member to join. Since Wen Yu was trying to strengthen her link to every member of the Astronomical Parliament, she could not accept too many members at once despite her substantial increase in spiritual energy. However, Wen Yu and Lin Yuan were not bothered by this. They had always asserted quality over quantity when it came to the Astronomical Parliament's members. At the same moment that Lin Yuan entered the Marsh world to see Wen Yu, a young girl with skin that was covered with sunburns was using her hands to dig the dirt by her feet on the cracked ground. She did not use any tools because to her, her hands were her best tools. Her fingernails were long, and the skin of her hands was pale, making her hands resemble knives. As she dug under the scorching sun, it did not take long for her body to be covered in sweat. When the sweat rolled over her burnt skin, her whole body started to itch, and her skin turned faint red due to the blood rising in her pores. Nonetheless, she did not dare to stop because she knew that there were only 3 months of rainfall on the continent she lived in. At any other time, there was no way to obtain even a single drop of water. As such, water was the most important resource in this continent. The young girl doggedly dug the ground by her feet because she guessed that the duck-mouthed lungfish had buried itself underground at this spot. During the rainy season, the duck-mouthed lungfish would tunnel out of the ground and enter the rivers formed by rains to consume the spirit chi professionals and feys who tried to fetch water from the river. But during the dry season, it would bury itself underground and become immobilized as it entered a state of hibernation. During this time, it would be easy prey. Thus, the duck-mouthed lungfish would try to bury itself as deep underground as possible. The girl was searching for the duck-mouthed lungfish so zealously because it took in water from the mud while it hibernated and because she hoped that the duck-mouthed lungfish would be silver grade and below so that she could form a contract with it. Once she formed a contract with a water-type fey, even if it was just the duck-mouthed lungfish, she would have the ability to produce water from the air. In the Broiling Rock continent, any person who had the ability to produce water would gain the respected title of Rain Master and be able to find a job in one of the large cities. Hence, finding one of the duck-mouthed lungfish in the parched lands was the most important test in the lives of every young person who lived in the Broiling Rock continent. If they could not live in one of the large cities, they would not be able to enjoy the lakes in the cities. In the dry season, they did not have any life preservers, and no one wanted to live like that. The blistering daytime lasted for more than 16 hours each day. Without a water-type fey, spirit chi professionals below C rank would not be able to hold out for more than 8 hours in such searing weather. Thus, any stone wall that could be used as a shelter would have many spirit chi professionals taking refuge under it. Unless one lived in one of the larger cities of the broiling rock continent or was a spirit chi professional, the only ending would be death in the sizzling weather. After a spirit chi professional couple had children, they would bring them up till around the age of 15 years old. Then, the children would be chased away. This was the same as when mother lions chased away their cubs when resources were scarce. This girl was clearly younger than 15 years old, yet she was already digging for the duck-mouthed lungfish. This was because her parents never returned after they left the rock shelter in the dry season the previous year. The girl did not know if they had met with an accident or shed her as dead weight. Regardless, this young girl that was not even 13 years old had to fend for herself in the dry season. Recently, whenever she returned to the rock shelter region, she received looks of pity. The reason behind the sympathy was not her parents leaving, as this was common, but because she was so severely sunburnt. With such serious sunburns and no rain masters to help to wash her wounds, the salt seeping into the open wounds and the burning rays from the sun would cause her skin to start festering in less than 5 days. Chapter 1955 Despair Before Hope. When the wound was infected, it would lead to a fever that not even spirit chi professionals could handle. As the young girl tirelessly dug, her sharp and light green fingernails suddenly disappeared as 2 light green caterpillars collapsed on the back of her hands. While she was digging, the young girl had sensed the soil around her hands becoming wetter. This indicated that she was closing in on the duck-mouthed lungfish. However, the finger blade insects were out of energy, and she could only continue digging tomorrow. The young girl was unsure if she would make it to see the sunrise tomorrow. She also did not know if someone else would take over the hole she had already dug once she left. The young girl stored the 2 finger blade insects in her cloak before she started using her hands to dig the visibly softened soil. It was fine to use her hands to dig once. But after sticking her hands into the ground hundreds to thousands of times, the young girl's untidy fingernails were pushed out by the dirt and started to crack. It did not take long for blood to start flowing out of her fingers. The young girl's movements started to slow down as her mind slowly filled with fuzzy hallucinations. She shook her head to force herself to remain alert. She could see that her hands were pressing water out of the dirt and knew that she would reach the patch of mud covering the duck-mouthed lungfish after digging around 5 meters deeper. She knew that her life was about to change. In the year after her parents left, she had spent every day digging but had failed to find the duck-mouthed lungfish's true hiding spot. Now that hope was right in front of her, but her body was preventing her from digging the final 5 meters, the severely dehydrated young girl watched as her only recently ignited hope was extinguished right in front of her. Before she lost consciousness, 2 hot tears rolled down her face. A wish formed in her heart. All I want is to live. Even if I'm still denied water, I want to continue living. I'm willing to trade everything as long as I can keep on living. Although Lin Yuan usually spent his time in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, where he passed through Klein Hub to enter the marsh world so he could obtain the spirit fluids that genius collected from the army of 100 questions beasts, thoughts of the marsh world's development had not crossed his mind in a long time. When he saw how his territory was prospering, Lin Yuan puffed up with pride and was filled with a sense of accomplishment. All of the precious plant-type feys, such as the soldier ration radish and twin red pagoda, were planted in areas that could be reached by the emerald green ancient trees effects. Lin Yuan had used a special method to split its wood-textured stem and manually cultivate it. The soldier ration radish only grew veined leaves, and its wood-textured stem grew extremely slowly. For this, genius had specially researched and produced a grade 4 spirit fluid. Nonetheless, the effects had been negligible. Lin Yuan understood this because Chef Supreme had specially nurtured the soldier ration radish. He had to have used Class 5 Creation Master methods. Genius still had a long way to go before it reached Class 5 Creation Master and could not be compared to Chef Supreme. However, the emerald green ancient tree had sprouted in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Thus, Genius no longer needed to use grade 4 spirit fluids to water the soldier ration radish to urge the development of the wood-textured roots. In the short span of 2 weeks, the soldier ration radish's wood-textured stem had grown from around 5 cm and the width of 2 fingers to 10 cm long and the width of a wrist. At this point, the soldier ration radish had reached the ideal stage to be divided. Genius was currently instructing the 2 Class 4 Creation Masters, Feng Shuang and Elder He, to divide the soldier ration radish. Lin Yuan had taken possession of these 2 Class 4 Creation Masters as part of the spoils when he defeated the Zheng family in the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. Lin Yuan had taken possession of a total of 3 Class 4 Creation Masters and turned them into the team named Marsh. This was so they could focus on developing his territory in the Marsh world. But due to Hu Tian's Fei, the scary claw rock bear, Hu Chuan kept him behind to help with the construction of the underground palace and provide him with Class 4 Creation Master resources. Thus, Hu Tian had not been sent to the marsh world yet. But given the current situation, it was enough to just have Feng Shuang and Elder He helping in the marsh world. Although Sun Ningxiang and the team of spirit chi professionals and regular people she led to plant-type phase needed a large amount of low-class creation master resources, the army of 100 questions beasts was enough to supply their needs. With Wen Yu's Fei with the Baron bloodline, the Wailing Snake, the spirit chi professionals, and regular people were not in danger while planting plant-type phase. With the sentient being protective dragon, it could use place in the world to keep the plant-type phase growing swiftly but still healthily even without the boost from the emerald green ancient tree. When the family of the 6 bug-consuming Thearch Emperor lizards had been in the dark dream forest, they often went hungry. But ever since they entered the marsh world, they felt as though they had entered heaven, as there was an endless supply of insects to eat here. Although the insects were not delectable, they were still palatable. The husband and wife bug-consuming Thearch Emperor lizards could not remember the last time their bellies were so full. The family of 6 bug-consuming Thearch Emperor lizards fed on all the insects in the territory in a frenzy. Hence, the regular people and spirit chi professionals no longer had to be plagued by the insects and could rest in peace when they were not working. Since the Wailing Snake could change the profile of the ground, Wen Yu had personally instructed it to construct houses for the over 10,000 regular people and spirit chi professionals to live in. Once the houses were built, the rest of the decorating could be done by the regular people and spirit chi professionals while Lin Yuan provided the necessities needed to fill the house for free. For this, Lin Yuan had spent close to 500 million radiance dollars. But he still felt that it was a necessary expenditure. These people had entered the marsh world and left society because they trusted him. Lin Yuan needed to take responsibility for their happiness. In order to fill their lives with more happiness, Lin Yuan had given all of them a bottle made of powdered jade textured wood, thousands of luxury items, and over 3 billion radiance dollars of spending money. Lin Yuan's generosity made the regular people and spirit chi professionals feel as though they were on top of the world. Lin Yuan also sent many feys used for farming into the marsh world, such as the plowing cultivation cow, diamond sealing grey rabbit, and ground moistening earthworm. Chapter 1956 Rising Lizards Change. Many spirit chi professionals who did not even possess bronze feys never imagined they would one day be able to possess silver feys. The marsh world was now a paradise. The biggest beneficiaries of the emerald green ancient tree were not the soldier ration radish and the twin red pagoda but endless summer's barren river orchid bud and the marsh ground sphagna. The marsh ground sphagna had covered the main part of the territory. The previous plant-type feys were grown on the marsh ground sphagna, and it regulated water for them. Thus, it had won all of the bonuses from the emerald green ancient tree. During Lin Yuan's examination, he saw that the area reached by the emerald green ancient green formed a boundary. The marsh ground sphagna within the boundary was dark-colored and soft as it had always been. It resembled a translucent crystal. The marsh ground sphagna outside of the boundary was still its original light green. But both the marsh ground sphagna inside and outside of the boundary had significantly increased in temperature. Lin Yuan had instructed Genius to move endless summer's barren river orchid bud over. Previously, its leaves and flowers had grown, but there were no fruits in sight. But after it was replanted within the boundary of the emerald green ancient tree, the barren river orchid bud started growing wildly, and 3 fruits had grown. The barren river orchid bud stars had increased from 1 stars to 3 stars within 2 weeks. Extrapolating this rate, Lin Yuan estimated that the barren river orchid bud might be able to evolve to 8 stars within 2 years. Lin Yuan's arrival immediately attracted Wendy, Rising Lizard, and White Pavilion. Rising Lizard had grown from a few tens of meters to almost 1,000 meters. When it ran, the ground shook beneath its feet. Although Rising Lizard was not as large as the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizard, it looked like an even more lethal weapon than the bug-consuming Thearch Emperor Lizards. Rising Lizard now had 9 heads and could even take on Pinnacle Myth 3 phase. Lin Yuan could not help but be amazed by the speed of Rising Lizard's increase in power. The Medusa snake demons had surely been feeding the Rising Lizard with fervor. They attracted not only the marsh crocodiles for it but also the Medusa giant lizards, causing them to become Rising Lizard's nourishment. The Medusa snake demon did not live in groups and preferred to move as an individual, especially when it was hunting. The aura of one Medusa snake demon could not compare to that of many Medusa snake demons. Hence, Lin Yuan's territory, where a group of the Medusa snake demons gathered, had become a beacon for all of the Medusa giant lizards to charge toward. Thus, there was not a single Medusa giant lizard within Lin Yuan's territory. After all, the Medusa giant lizard was not a common dimensional life form. After eating countless of the Medusa giant lizards, Rising Lizard's body and limbs were extremely thick, and the curved horns on its 9 heads had grown from around 3 meters to close to 20 meters. This was also due to the size of Rising Lizard's body. When the Rising Lizard swung its 9 heads, it could easily slash 900-meter-tall mountains in half. Bony protrusions also jutted from Rising Lizard's wrinkled neck skin. The bony protrusions were as sharp as knives. Even if Rising Lizard did not use the horns on its head, its bones sprouting from its neck could even carve out about 2 tons of the flesh of same-sized feys that made contact with it. The spikes on its long tail and the bony protrusions on its tail were sharper than those on its head and neck. Rising Lizard's totem had also become brighter. Now, it had more than 30 believers and 17 favored believers. It would not be long before its faith power could be strengthened. At that moment, Rising Lizard could activate its source sacred body and change into human form. Wendy still had a long way to go before it could activate its source sacred body because it did not have as many believers and favored believers as Rising Lizard. However, Wendy was not much weaker than Rising Lizard. Rather, Rising Lizard would not want to fight against Wendy. Although Wendy was only class 6, it possessed powerful venom. Wendy's natural skill Snake Frontier Playground not only allowed the snake species phase around Wendy to grow quicker but could also turn them into Wendy's hair. Wendy would then absorb the snake species phase venom to increase its power. Lin Yuan had put a lot of effort into giving Wendy its snake hair. First, he had chosen different types of snake species phase that all possessed the most potent of poisons. They were also extremely beautiful. After picking the snake species phase, Lin Yuan patiently evolved them to Bronze/Legend. Thus, when Wendy absorbed the snake species phase venom, its own venom had become terrifyingly strong. When it rolled grades in battles against enemies with weaker venom, targets that could kill Wendy would also end up dying after they made contact with its venom. Furthermore, due to Snake Frontier Playground, Wendy could expel its venom as stones through its eye's ability to petrify. This made it extremely easy for Wendy to poison targets. All it had to do was look at the target, and it would petrify in moments. Nonetheless, with special care from Genius, White Pavilion had still managed to evolve from a Class 2-dimensional life form to Class 4-dimensional life form. Rising Lizard was much too tall now and covered in deadly weapons. Thus, it could not use its neck to nuzzle and cuddle with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was only around 65 kilograms. Even if Rising Lizard's neck only just nudged him, he would be sliced clean through. Chapter 1957 Sun Ningxiang's Hope. Wendy had not seen Lin Yuan in some time. When Lin Yuan was last in the marsh world, Wendy had been at the back of the mountain preparing the carnivorous plant-type phase it had promoted to become its favored believers. Thus, it had not been able to meet him. As such, Wendy missed him terribly. When Lin Yuan saw Wendy this time, he thought, Wendy finally isn't bald. Previously, Wendy only had a few strands of hair, and its hairline had been shockingly high. Now, it had more than 50 strands of snake hair and was looking like a true Medusa. Since Wendy was the snake change Medusa, its scales color changed according to its venom's strength. The stronger its poison, the more vibrant the color of its scales would be. Now, Wendy was beautiful enough to stand out amongst the Medusa snake demons. Every time the 3-dimensional life forms that Lin Yuan had turned into apostles saw him, they would start to report their achievements to him. Previously, Rising Lizard had managed to distinguish itself in front of Lin Yuan. White Pavilion's evolution was slow, and it could not say much in front of Lin Yuan. This time, it was time for Wendy to shine. Dad, I have taken in another 5 believers and 1 more favored believer. The new favored believer is the water demon support Willow. It now has another natural skill, overload fixing, on top of excessive splitting. It can quickly use up the energy of the bodies of water around it to fix itself. Wendy knew that Lin Yuan looked highly on the water demon support Willow. Thus, although Wendy had carefully picked out all of its 5 new believers, it still chose to promote the water demon support Willow to favored believer first. Delight spread across Lin Yuan's face. He always saw the water demon support Willow as a miniature underwater kingdom. Because of its natural skill, excessive splitting, it could grow endlessly as long as it had sufficient vitality and its roots were not damaged. Hence, the water demon support Willow would be able to expand Lin Yuan's territory even further. After Wendy promoted the water demon support Willow to favored believer, its new natural skill, overload fixing, did not have combat abilities but could ensure that Lin Yuan's underwater kingdom did not collapse. The water demon support Willow could only have been injured because a war had taken place in the marsh world. Wars in the marsh were always accompanied by the mass deaths of the marsh crocodiles. As a result, the water would be filled with energy. Thus, the endless amount of energy available would enable the water demon support willow to fix itself and did not require it to use the energy stored in its branches. Wendy smiled sweetly when it saw Lin Yuan's smile. Wendy loved Lin Yuan voraciously. When he was happy, Wendy was even happier than when it increased its power. Other than the water demon support willow, Wendy had more good news for Lin Yuan. Dad, not only is the water demon support willow more useful than before, but the marsh ground sphagna has also evolved significantly. It is already sleeping deeply. Once it awakes, it should have transformed into a class 12 dimensional life form. At that time, it will be able to return large amounts of faith power to me. Lin Yuan looked even more excited. Previously, the marsh ground sphagna had only been a class 10 dimensional life form. But in the short span of a few months, it had managed to evolve to class 11/pinnacle Kulpa 8 and had gained immortal power. This was strongly related to the emerald green ancient tree that was growing in the spirit lock spatial zone. It seemed that the most useful function of the emerald green ancient tree was not its ability to speed up the growth of feys but its ability to speed up the growth of plant-type dimensional life forms. This was because the Medusa snake demons did not evolve in any way despite working near the emerald green ancient tree. From what Wendy said and based on Lin Yuan's own observations, Lin Yuan now had a better understanding of the effects of the emerald green ancient tree. However, the area covered by the emerald green ancient tree was much too small, and it could not reach the water demon support willow. Otherwise, the water demon support willow would also have been able to evolve rapidly. Lin Yuan said to Wendy, "Wendy, if you can find more small plant-type dimensional life forms, plant them near Klein Hub. This way, they will be able to increase their power just as quickly as the marsh ground sphagna." Wendy let out a gasp of joy. If this was true, its believers and favored believers in the future would greatly increase in power. Then, even if it did not have enough believers and favored believers, it could still quickly strengthen its faith power. There was even a possibility of it surpassing Rising Lizard soon. Lin Yuan looked at the marsh ground sphagna under his feet. He wanted to know if the emerald green ancient tree could help the marsh ground sphagna to evolve again. If this was possible, Lin Yuan wanted to see how far the marsh ground sphagna, the lowest plant-type life form in the marsh world, could go. If it could already evolve to such an extent in just 15 days, how much longer would it need before it could reach class 12 and even class 13? There was a possibility that the marsh ground sphagna would catch up and surpass Whitespeak to become Lin Yuan's strongest combatant. While chatting with Wendy, Rising Lizard, and White Pavilion, Lin Yuan spotted Sun Ningxiang walking toward him from a distance and said to the three apostles, "The three of you continue to increase your power. A while later, I will return to focus on developing the marsh world, and we'll be able to see each other every day. Then, I will take the three of you to visit the Palace of Everything in the Marsh East Palace." After Rising Lizard, White Pavilion, and Wendy left, Sun Ningxiang walked over to Lin Yuan and smiled serenely at him. She had made a series of decisions ever since she entered the marsh world. Her grandmother had more than once advised her to increase her power or risk being left in the dust by Lin Yuan. After she saw Lin Yuan represent the Radiance Federation to take on the Freedom Federation envoy group, Sun Ningxiang understood that she would not be able to cover the gap between her and Lin Yuan with hard work alone. No matter how hard she worked, she would still be far from catching up to Lin Yuan. Now that she knew this, she stopped trying to use her power to catch up to him. Instead, she focused on using her talents to flourish the territory and make herself indispensable to Lin Yuan. But after developing in the marsh world for some time, she had even contracted the vitality sloth so she would not have to sleep as much each day. After days of unending hard work, Sun Ningxiang was done settling in the 20,000 people who had left society to work in the territory. Now, the marsh world was finally starting to emit brilliance. After achieving this, Sun Ningxiang had fulfilled her hope. Chapter 1958 Realize Marsh Soil Freedom. In Lin Yuan's memory, Sun Ningxiang still dressed lavishly and had her hair up in a complicated hairstyle when the Sun family was at its lowest. But now, she was wearing a simple short-sleeved long tunic with her hair tied in a basic ponytail that she swept behind her shoulders. Although Lin Yuan did not enter the marsh world every day, he received daily updates from Genius and Wen Yu. Thus, Lin Yuan was well aware of Sun Ningxiang's news. He looked at Sun Ningxiang and said, "Ningxiang, it has been tough on you. If not for you, there was no way that the marsh world could have developed to such an extent." Lin Yuan's words touched Sun Ningxiang, and she quickly waved her hands as she said with a smile, "I have the vitality sloth, so it hasn't been tough at all." The spirit craftsmen are the ones who have not had an easy time. Lin Yuan, you asked me to nurture some of the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches. They are in this diamond fey storage box. There are a total of 500 of each of them. Both of their roots are growing extremely well. If they are put near other plants, they will start fighting. Only one of them can be grown every 200 meters. The plan that I drew up is divided into squares of 10,000 square meters. Only 500 of the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches can be planted in each square. Sun Ningxiang did not understand why Lin Yuan wanted her to nurture the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches. Both of them had been eliminated by the fruit world. They could only produce spirit chi to be absorbed by spirit chi professionals when high-class creation masters specially nurtured them. But even then, the storing ability white peach and deposit ability lychee branch could not be compared to one of the spirit siphon goldfish. They did not have the spirit siphon goldfish's quality of being sustainable, nor were they more valuable than the spirit siphon goldfish. Even the members of large factions were unwilling to use them. Long ago, Condense Fairy Orchard had cultivated a large quantity of the storing ability white peach and deposit ability lychee branch. They had resulted in heavy losses for Condense Fairy Orchard. Sun Ningxiang did not know what Lin Yuan's plan was, but the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches were extremely useful to him. He was going to use them to take over the marsh world. The 500 storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches that Sun Ningxiang had prepared were enough for him. Lin Yuan received the diamond fey storage box from Sun Ningxiang and said, "Later, I will ask Wen Yu to return the diamond fey storage box to you so you can continue cultivating the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches. Their fruits are of great use to me." Even without a pointed reminder, Sun Ningxiang would carry out all tasks from Lin Yuan with the utmost seriousness. Since Lin Yuan had highlighted the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches and said they were very useful to him, Sun Ningxiang was not going to be careless about this task. "Don't worry. I will send more people to watch over them. Both of them absorb water and require a large amount of water. I will ensure they get enough water while providing every 200 of them with one piece of mid-grade marsh soil. Every 100 of them can enjoy a piece of high-grade marsh soil." When Sun Ningxiang was in charge of Condense Fairy Orchard, she was very thrifty with its resources. This was because Condense Fairy Orchard had been surrounded by enemies. She was being eyed by the Miao family and more enemy factions and had to deal exhaustively with all of them herself. As such, she dared not waste resources. All of Condense Fairy Orchard's low-class creation masters had jumped ship. Even if she had resources to spare, Sun Ningxiang would use them to hire more low-class creation masters. Moreover, there were many more uses for marsh soil than strange flames. Marsh dimensional rifts did not open in the Radiance Federation as abyss dimensional rifts did. Thus, marsh soil was always 3 times the price of strange flames that were the same grade. Hence, Condense Fairy Orchard could not afford to use them. But ever since she came to the marsh world, she had attained marsh soil freedom. Although White Pavilion was not strong and was still only a Class 4 apostle, it already had control over many Class 8 marsh crocodiles. The Class 8 marsh crocodiles were very intelligent. All of them were eager to earn White Pavilion's affection so they could be promoted to become White Pavilion's believers. White Pavilion had sent out thousands of the loyal marsh crocodiles. It had even organized a competition. After set periods of time, White Pavilion would act as a judge. The marsh crocodiles that found the most marsh soil during this period and the better the quality of the marsh soil found would be promoted to favored believer by White Pavilion. White Pavilion's competition sent the marsh crocodiles into a frenzy. Because of this reason, Lin Yuan had gained a large quantity of marsh soil. The development in the marsh world was progressing according to plan. After chatting for a while, Lin Yuan said, "Ningxiang, you have been remaining in the marsh world to develop my territory. I don't think you've had time to increase your power. Not long ago, when you mentioned to me that you have comprehended a new willpower rune. Let me take a look at it so I can prepare a bronze/legend fey for you to contract. If you ever have any needs, you can tell them to the black-robed person guarding this place, and he will provide you with all the resources you need. Both your main phase, the 9-core life lotus and the bone healing pomegranate, are splendid healing type phase. The younger generation of the Radiance Federation is most lacking in spirit chi professionals like you. This year, there are only 5 members of the Radiance 100 sequence who are healing type spirit chi professionals. I am not a healing type spirit chi professional in the traditional sense. Work hard, and you should be able to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection next year. The Radiance Envoy and Radiant Knight selection will take place after the Radiance 100 sequence 2 years later. As long as you make it to sequence number 30 and above, you will be able to fight for a chance to become a Radiance Knight. Lin Yuan's words did not sit right with Sun Ningxiang at first. She did not mind being busy in the marsh world. Lin Yuan had been the one who had saved both Condense Fairy Orchard and her grandmother. Without him, Condense Fairy Orchard would have fallen into the hands of the Miao family, and her grandmother would be dead. Moreover, she had led Condense Fairy Orchard in joining Sky City and was considered one of the members of Sky City's branches. Chapter 1959 Do Returning Welcome Spring. Sun Ningxiang did not want Lin Yuan to see her the same way he saw the spirit craftsmen and people who left society, as someone he gifted with resources just because she had helped him. This made her feel as though Lin Yuan was drawing a line between the two of them. But the later part of what Lin Yuan said had all been in consideration for her. He did not see her as an ordinary subordinate because he would not care so much about the future development of an ordinary subordinate. Sun Ningxiang would never be able to become a Radiance Knight by relying on her own abilities. All the top factions were doing their best to nurture their descendants so they would have the best chance of becoming a Radiance Envoy. Even if they fell short, they had to become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence at the very least. Sun Ningxiang was a healing-type spirit chi professional and had been in the pits. It could not compare with other top factions. Thus, Sun Ningxiang never dared to hope that she would have the power to stand next to Lin Yuan. But now, he was giving her this exact chance by willingly providing her with resources to improve herself. Sun Ningxiang looked deeply into Lin Yuan's eyes and smiled charmingly. She reached out her right hand and said, "Lin Yuan, let's make a pinky promise. I will definitely do my best to become a Radiance Knight. As for my third fey, I hope that it can be a healing-type plant-type fey with combat abilities." When Lin Yuan heard what Sun Ningxiang said, he naturally stuck out the pinky of his right hand and hooked it around hers. "I believe that you have the potential to do so. However, you are a pure healing-type spirit chi professional, and a healing-type fey with combat abilities isn't suitable for you. Feys with combat abilities aren't necessarily good. Even a pure support-type spirit chi professional like Gao Feng was picked by Cicada Song. A large reason for this was his Yellow Spring Lily's special abilities that can save a team. If you have a fey like that too, your position in a team will be completely different in a strategic sense. I'm sure you will understand this principle after mulling over it for a while. Let me take a look at your new willpower rune first. I will help you obtain the special healing-type plant-type fey." Lin Yuan's words stunned Sun Ningxiang. He had not only mapped out her future but was also laying down the path for her. Sun Ningxiang had long developed an independent character. But at this moment, she felt that having someone to rely on was comforting. She activated her spiritual energy and summoned her willpower rune. A willpower rune in the shape of a flower bud appeared in her palm. It was emanating the aura of germination. It was as though it was about to bloom and transform. With one look, it was clear that the willpower rune was suitable for healing-type plant-type feys. While Lin Yuan was thinking about which flowering healing-type plant-type fey would be suitable for Sun Ningxiang's willpower rune, his eyes lit up, and he thought about the returning welcome spring he had seen in the Yi family's treasure vault. Lin Yuan had been tempted by the returning welcome spring himself because he was also affiliated with plant-type feys and could contract it. But after some thought, he felt that the jasmine lily was enough to meet its needs. The first fey he had formed a contract with after patching up Morbius with the endless gem was the jasmine lily. He preferred functional type feys like the merciful star peony over healing type abilities. Thus, he eventually gave up on the returning welcome spring. He had seen more than his fair share of rare feys and had personally nurtured thousands of bronze/epic feys and hundreds of bronze/legend feys. It could be said that Lin Yuan had seen everything that could be valuable. Even regular Class 5 creation masters might not be able to nurture as many high-quality bronze feys as Lin Yuan. From the way that it even made Lin Yuan hesitate and consider forming a contract with it, it was evident how impressive the returning welcome spring was. The returning welcome spring in the Yi family's treasure vault was bronze 7/flawless. Lin Yuan was not only interested in the returning welcome spring's elite ability but also its exclusive skill. Its elite ability, returning spring, could put feys in a fake state of slumber, during which all the cells in its body would be activated to swiftly heal its injuries. This ability would be useless during a duel, but it had extremely high strategic significance in a survival fight. It took a very small amount of spiritual power to use returning spring to heal feys. Returning spring could quickly heal heavily injured friendly feys. As such, the situation would not arise where it could not finish healing its teammates before it ran out of spiritual power. The biggest duty of the Radiance Knights was to participate in the Major Federation meeting. The Major Federation meeting would not only involve capture the general and the group battle but also a survival battle in a set environment. The returning Welcome Spring did not exist in the Radiance Federation and was a very rare plant-type fey from the startling Lines continent. This was why Yi Huailong had stored it inside the treasure vault. Once Sun Ningxiang formed a contract with the returning Welcome Spring, returning spring would be enough for her to catch the eye of the members of royalty. The returning Welcome Spring's exclusive skill was even stronger than returning spring. Its exclusive skill germination would allow feys that were being healed to activate their own potential to temporarily boost their body. Feys came in all shapes and sizes, but they could be broadly classified into two categories. The first group fought using their bodies, while the other one fought using special abilities. Feys that fought using their bodies made up 2/3 of all feys. Thus, there were many applications for germination. Increasing the power of the bodies of feys that fought using their bodies would essentially be increasing their combat power. It would also be very beneficial to feys that fought using abilities to increase the strength of their bodies. After all, they had to use their body for simple skills like dodging. More importantly, the returning Welcome Spring was perfect for Sun Ningxiang's flower bud-shaped willpower rune. This would allow the returning Welcome Spring to retain the original characteristics of its exclusive skill after it evolved to fantasy breed. Chapter 1960 Warm Team. Lin Yuan had informed Wen Yu before he entered the marsh world. However, she was using the whaling snake to help build breeding bases for the plant-type feys for the people who had left society. Hence, she had not come to see him immediately. But now, she finally rushed over. Lin Yuan stored her inside the jeweled cave Golden Toad and brought her out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone to return to the tree castle. When he released her, Lin Yuan checked the time and said, "We don't have to rush into holding the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. You haven't seen Big Brother Lu in a long time. It just so happens to be time for a meal. The three of us can dine together, and you can update Big Brother Lu and me on recent happenings." Wen Yu had not seen Lu Ji in a long time. Although Lin Yuan did not usually stay in the marsh world for long, he visited frequently. As such, it was easy for Wen Yu to meet with him. While Wen Yu was busy in the marsh world, she missed the times she spent with Lin Yuan and Lu Ji in the return from faraway mansion. She was overjoyed that the three of them were reunited. After lunch, Wen Yu went off to prepare the ritual for the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan went back into the Spirit Lock spatial zone to help Sun Ningxiang evolve the returning Welcome Spring to Diamond X/Legend before he instructed the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen to release Source-type power for the storing ability White Peaches and deposit ability Lychee branches. Every storing ability White Peach and deposit ability Lychee branch happened to need exactly 1 unit of Source-type power. Lin Yuan did not take long to use up 1000 units of Source-type power. It was difficult for dimensional life forms to gain access to pure Source-type power, but it was as easy as a matter of absorbing 1000 law source crystals for the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan already had over 100,000 law source crystals in storage. Moreover, his collaborations with the major cities in the Radiance Federation provided him with enough law source crystals to last a long time. Once the 1000 storing ability White Peaches and deposit ability Lychee branches matured, the fruits they produced would be filled with pure source-type power. Lin Yuan could imagine how fast the fruits would go when he sold them in the Marsh East Circle. It was easy to use source-type power to guide the storing ability White Peaches and deposit ability Lychee branches. Lin Yuan was done in less than 15 minutes. At the same time that Lin Yuan stepped out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Wen Yu happened to be done with the ritual. The meeting of constellations began once again. Almost immediately after the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting began, Yin Lin, Bei Su, Wolun, and Bulletin Po appeared. Although all of them could communicate with each other using the thoughts letter paper, they still looked forward to the scheduled parliamentary meetings. Although Su Yiren and Tale were also in the Divine Wood Federation like Lin Yuan was, they still attended. After Yin Lin, Bulletin Po, Bei Su, and the rest were done greeting Lin Yuan and Wen Yu, they started to talk amongst themselves. This had never happened in previous parliamentary meetings. It was clear that the thoughts letter paper had pulled the members of the Astronomical Parliament closer and allowed them to gain a better understanding of each other. Bei Su, your situation is rather dangerous. Leo can evolve your phase, but you will have to raise your Spirit Chi professional rank on your own. Bulletin Po, how are things going with you? I heard that the Spirit Mother is very strict and that he's clearly male, but he is even more attractive than females. Is this true? I've only met the spirit mother twice, but both times I was very far back in the hall and could not see his face behind his veil. Yin Lin, you said that my octopus might have awakened an unknown bloodline. Usually, deep-sea invertebrate life forms that have unlocked unknown bloodlines will grow to about 1,000 meters but rarely beyond 3,000 meters. However, the blue ring sea octopus tentacles are already 4,500 meters long. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu shared a look when they heard the words that were exchanged. Both of them were happy with such an atmosphere amongst the members of the Astronomical Parliament. Lin Yuan coughed and said to the group, including Libra and myself, there are 8 members of the Astronomical Parliament. Today, another 2 members will join. I hope all of you will get along well with them. Lin Yuan's words immediately quieted the chatter coming from the north-south constellation seats. Soon, Yin Lin said, don't worry, Leo. We will take good care of the new members. Currently, Bei-su, Talei, and Wolun were dead weight to the Astronomical Parliament. Su Yiren was fully reliant on Lin Yuan and did not have many capabilities on her own. Although Buletin-po had become the Spirit Mother's reserve disciple, the next Spirit Mother had not been decided yet, and the reserve disciples had no access to resources besides those needed to increase their power. Moreover, they were constantly under watch by the Spirit Mother. Hence, only Yin Lin could talk about taking care of new members. Yin Lin was the Azure Envoy of the Azure Federation, which was one of the 3 major federations, and was also a direct descendant of one of the 12 aristocratic families. Thus, she indeed had the authority to say something like that. Frankly, Yin Lin did the same for Bei-su, Wolun, and the rest. If any of them posed a question through the thoughts letter paper, Yin Lin would immediately answer them if she saw it. By instinct, the Astronomical Parliament members did not want more members because it would cause Lin Yuan's attention to be spread even thinner. During the first Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, Bei-su and Yin Lin were the only members. Thus, they could take up the entire half an hour of the meeting. But as the number of members increased and due to the set time of the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, all of them were given less and less time in the spotlight. However, the members of the Astronomical Parliament could voluntarily contact Wen Yu and Lin Yuan and also had the thoughts letter paper that they used to communicate with each other. Hence, the members of the Astronomical Parliament truly saw each other as friends aside from the sense of duty they felt for Lin Yuan and Wen Yu. As a result, the foundation of the Astronomical Parliament was altered to include unity. Ergo, it was not just Yin Lin but all the members of the Astronomical Parliament who were enthusiastic about meeting the new members. They were like a troop who looked forward to new comrades. All of them were used to sharing their sentiments through the thoughts letter paper. Lin Yuan asked Wen Yu to use the constellations to search for people who met the requirement to join the Astronomical Parliament. Last time, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu took a very long time to choose new members for the Astronomical Parliament. Chapter 1961 You must want to take back your position badly. When Lin Yuan searched for new members of the Astronomical Parliament, he was always strict about assessing their character. There was no way he was going to use resources to nurture a shell that only had power. To many leaders of factions, power was everything. It was a fact that Lin Yuan also placed importance on power, but power could be improved using Creation Master resources, which Lin Yuan had no lack of. The wish made by the first person guided by the constellations was to trade everything he had in exchange for being beloved by all women. Lin Yuan saw such wishes that casually stamped over life and dignity as ridiculous. Usually, Wen Yu would seek Lin Yuan's opinion when she found someone somewhat acceptable. But after this person appeared, Wen Yu immediately kicked him out of the Astronomical Parliament and continued with the search. A figure that had comprehended 3 willpower runes appeared in the Astronomical Parliament. He had to be talented to be able to comprehend 3 willpower runes. This person's wish was understandable. He wanted to trade all he had in order to evolve his fantasy breed Fey to myth breed. However, Lin Yuan found this wish to be shameless. He wanted to increase his power for the sake of an inheritance that was not rightfully his so he could snatch it out of the hands of a member of his family. More importantly, this family member always took good care of this man and had been the one who helped him to evolve his Fey to fantasy breed. Lin Yuan felt that such scum would be better off killed. If not for the rule in the Astronomical Parliament that people who had been guided by the constellations but not yet formed contracts with the North-South constellation seats could not be killed, Lin Yuan would have eliminated this person. Wen Yu had picked 8 candidates, and each one of them was more ridiculous than the last one. Although Wen Yu had picked them very quickly, it still took her almost 10 minutes. When the 11th candidate was guided to the Astronomical Parliament, Wen Yu and Lin Yuan inhaled sharply. Both of them shared a look as they felt excitement explode within them. Wen Yu frequently updated Lin Yuan about the situation in the marsh world, and he told her about the happenings in the Divine Wood Federation. Wen Yu knew that Lin Yuan was about to be done with his business in Sacred Forest City and was going to move on to his plan for the Iron Hammer Federation. At first, Lin Yuan wanted Tale to reveal the news that there was a pinnacle class 4 creation master in his territory so the people from the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court would make contact with him. But now, there was no need for Lin Yuan to do so. At the same time, he now also knew why the Ironwood Federation's Imperial Court had recalled their soldiers. It turned out that the Iron Hammer Federation's previous king had died, and the new king had usurped his throne. The Iron Hammer Federation's first princess and the first in line to the throne had been defeated. She was currently floating quickly down the Ice Wave River. Lin Yuan knew so much because the person that Wen Yu had just guided into the Astronomical Parliament was the first princess of the Ironwood Federation, Luolan. At the instant that Luolan was called into the Astronomical Parliament, Wen Yu and Lin Yuan had access to her life experiences. Luolan's life experience and knowledge allowed Lin Yuan to fully understand the internal situation in the Iron Hammer Federation and numerous secrets in the startling Lines continent. Luolan was first in line to succeed to the throne of the Ironwood Federation, yet she had succumbed without fighting back. This was likely because she was too naive and an idealist. But if she could truly enter the Imperial Court, the entire Iron Hammer Federation would benefit. While Lin Yuan was looking through the information collected by Su Yiren, he knew that the food supply in the Ironwood Federation was extremely tight, especially during winter. Still, he had not anticipated the scarcity to be so severe. Many people were going hungry in the Freezing Hammer tribe, where the Imperial Court was situated. If things continued as they were, war would break out between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation over food security. No one with a conscience would be able to watch as the Iron Hammer Federation devolved into starvation. The Iron Hammer Federation's new king, Luo Cai, did not have addressing starvation at the top of his agenda. Instead, he decided to put all the lives of low-class creation masters of tribes in danger by recalling soldiers so he could send them out to hunt down Luolan. Solely from the fact that Luolan wanted to try and solve the hunger issue in the Iron Hammer Federation made her a better choice to be the ruler of the Iron Hammer Federation than Luo Cai. Lin Yuan supported the Yi family of the Divine Wood Federation. If he could save Luolan and help her regain control of the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court, he could use her to take over the Iron Hammer Federation. In other words, 2/3 of the startling Lines continent would be under his control. At first, Luolan was certain that she was dead. Yet, right before she lost consciousness, she found herself in a meeting surrounded by constellations. There were 12 golden thrones at the anterior of the space, 10 of which were empty, while 2 were occupied. On top of the 2 people sitting on the thrones were beautiful stars shrouded by clouds. It was a magnificent sight. There were 6 figures next to her who were seated spaced out amongst 76 seats. Luolan looked at her position. It seemed as though she was one of them. At that moment, Luolan heard a pleasant voice say, "You are the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation, and your father was murdered. I'm sure you badly want to return to the Imperial Court to kill your enemy and take back your rightful position." No matter how calm Luolan was, she could not figure out what she was looking at. The feys she had contracted was skilled at creating illusions, and she knew full well what an illusion was. The sight in front of her was vast and was impossible to be the result of an illusion. Thus, when she heard the voice, her entire body rattled as though she had just been struck by lightning. The words were like a sword piercing Luolan and tearing open the wound that had not yet fully healed, painfully gouging out her flesh. Her biggest dream was to return to the Imperial Court to kill Luo Cai with her own hands as revenge for her father. She also yearned to return to the Imperial Court to address the burden she had been carrying with her for the past 27 years. Alas, thinking alone was useless. The Imperial Court was now fully under Luo Cai's control, and those who had protected her were all dead. Even if she did manage to return to the Imperial Court, she would not be able to stand up against Luo Cai. After the voice reignited Luolan's deepest hopes, rationality closed the jaws of disappointment down on her. Luolan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure wrapped in thousands of willpowers and laws. He seemed to be invincible. Chapter 1962 Double Win Luck. The ever-calm Luolan could not help but scream like a deer seconds away from being hunted, "I want to. I even dream of it." After letting out her true thoughts, Luolan immediately realized she had lost control of herself. At that moment, the calm voice said again, "Of course you want to. Before you came here, you had already decided to give up everything in order to fulfill this wish. Now, You can make the choice. Are you going to continue floating down the ice wave river until you eventually become the next meal of some aquatic beast and allow it to be fed, unlike your subjects who are starving, or are you going to form a contract with the seat behind you to become a member of the astronomical parliament so I can help you return to the imperial court? Luo Lan had calmed down, and Lin Yuan's words put her in a contemplative state. A wish made in the midst of despair and another made in a calm state were completely different. As the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation, Luo Lan was well aware that once she gave up everything and accepted the deliverance of the figure before her, she would no longer be herself but a chess piece belonging to this figure. By extension, the Iron Hammer Federation would also become just another piece on the figure's chessboard that he would be able to control as he wished. Even if she did become queen of the Iron Hammer Federation, she would be helpless to defy him. Her sense of responsibility overwhelmed her hatred and desire to survive. She narrowed her eyes at Lin Yuan and said with a dry yet resolute voice, I can become one of your chess pieces, free for you to place as you please, but I want you to promise me something. Once I return to the imperial court, you cannot interfere with my allocation of food and rations. Previously, Lin Yuan only saw as an idealistic princess on the lam. What Luo Lan said caused Lin Yuan to look at her in a different light. When she did not receive a response after a pregnant silence, Luo Lan sunk deeper into depression. Just as she was about to hit rock bottom, the figure seated on the Leo throne finally said, First, I want to remind you that you won't become one of my chess pieces by joining the astronomical parliament. Instead, you'll be my companion. Additionally, I will not only leave your allocation of food and rations alone, but I can also help you to eliminate the issue of hunger in the Iron Hammer Federation. Everyone's bellies will be full, even during winter. In an instant, excitement and elation filled Luo Lan's eyes. She seemed to fear that Lin Yuan would go back on his words and immediately used her soul to form a contract with the North-South constellation seat behind her. Lin Yuan's promise to Luo Lan was not an empty one. When he decided to take control of the startling Lines continent and turn it into the back garden of Sky City, he also made the decision to solve the Iron Hammer Federation's hunger issue. It was easy to solve this issue, and there were many ways to go about it. The first way, and the most convenient way given the circumstances, was to deepen his relationship with the middleman that was the Great Lush Federation and carry out more trades to speed up the circulation of resources. However, the Truth Association that supported the Great Lush Federation wanted to stir up trouble for the Iron Hammer Federation. Thus, this first way was not feasible. The second option was to get rid of the Great Lush Federation that was causing trouble in the middle stage and try to change the relationship between the Divine Wood Federation from one of enmity to an alliance. There was always an oversupply of fruits in the Divine Wood Federation, resulting in some fruits rotting in the corner. There were also piles of rations that often had to be burned to clear them away. These could be used to fill the bellies of the people from the Divine Wood Federation. Before the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation became allies, Lin Yuan could give some of Sky Creation's store of resources to the Iron Hammer Federation. The Marsh world had already become an incubator for Lin Yuan's combat resources. With sentient being protective dragon in place in the world, various edible harvests could be collected every month. This, something that stumped the entire Iron Hammer Federation, would be easy for Lin Yuan. Although the Iron Hammer Federation was in a desolate environment, it had a substantial store of resources. There was likely a mineral mine every few kilometers in the Iron Hammer Federation. Alas, it was difficult for the tribal residents of the Iron Hammer Federation to develop the mineral mines. However, Lin Yuan had the land imps. The mineral mines that were difficult for regular people to develop would be extremely easy for Heavy Mountain. It was also very competent at harvesting. Heavy Mountain's power would increase quickly as it developed mineral mines. A large number of precious fire-type spiritual ingredients were always produced in areas of high temperature. The same went for places of low temperature, except ice-type spiritual ingredients were produced instead. Ice-type spiritual ingredients were useless in the Iron Hammer Federation during winter. The Divine Wood Federation also did not have a great need for ice-type spiritual ingredients. But the opposite went for the Radiance Federation. The 36 major cities were currently building mirror cities in the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. All of the Spirit Chi professionals and city guards had to endure unbearable temperatures of above 50 degrees. The temperature in the Abyssal world was much higher than that of the Abyss Dimensional Rift. In such an environment, low-rank Spirit Chi professionals needed the help of Ice-type feys to lower the temperature even if they continuously replenished their fluids. Transferring the unused water and ice-type feys from the Iron Hammer Federation to the Radiance Federation's efforts in the Abyssal world would be able to immediately solve the Radiance Federation's issue. Both Luo Lan and the Iron Hammer Federation were lucky that she had been called into the Astronomical Parliament. Lin Yuan and the Radiance Federation were also lucky. When Luo Lan heard what Lin Yuan said, her soul started to quiver with excitement. She was so overwhelmed that she even temporarily lost the ability to speak. Lin Yuan calling her a companion instead of a chess piece utterly warmed her heart. When a person was in a state of utter despondency, it was almost impossible to be seen as a companion. Luo Lan did not have to worry about being deceived by the figure in front of her because she had nothing to lose. At that moment, Luo Lan stepped out from the mire of despair and found hope in this gathering of stars. Regardless of what the ending turned out to be, the people in the Iron Hammer Federation would be saved from starvation during winter. Once Luo Lan settled her buzzing soul, she fixed her eyes seriously in Lin Yuan and Wen Yu's direction as she bowed to them. All the gratitude she felt was conveyed in the gaze of her silent bow. Chapter 1963 Tide Rain Mantis. Luo Lan sat down on the Corona Borealis seat. Su Yiren stood up and walked over to Luo Lan as she said, "I can understand how you're feeling. However, you must get your head straight and not let revenge cloud your mind. The Astronomical Parliament will be your home from now on. You can trust Leo with anything." During Lin Yuan's conversation with Luo Lan, Su Yiren had guessed Luo Lan's identity. After all, Su Yiren had been keeping tabs on the Iron Hammer Federation. Thus, it was not difficult to guess Luo Lan's identity. Su Yiren had said what she said to Luo Lan because she could understand how she felt. When 7th Page War conquered the 7 states of darkness, she experienced the same feelings that Luo Lan was currently going through. However, Luo Lan was much luckier compared to Su Yiren, who truly could not have been in a worse state before she entered the Astronomical Parliament and met Lin Yuan. Su Yiren also comforted Luo Lan because she knew that Lin Yuan hoped that the members of the Astronomical Parliament could get along. Luo Lan was currently in her weakest state, and Su Yiren's attitude gave Luo Lan a sense of intimacy. Yin Lin looked at Luo Lan with surprise. She had not expected the person with 2 willpower runes wrapped around her, who Lin Yuan had pulled into the Astronomical Parliament, to turn out to be the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation. She was the rightful successor to the throne. Overall, there was no denying that the 9 members of the Astronomical Parliament were shining almost too blindingly. As the Moon Empress disciple, Lin Yuan was almost assured a spot as a Radiance envoy. Yin Lin came from the Azure Cloud Leopard aristocratic family and was one of the Azure Federation's Azure envoys. Buledin Po was one of the Spirit Mother's reserve disciples and had a high chance of becoming the next Spirit Mother. The 7 states of darkness had already been destroyed, but Su Yiren was still a dark envoy, and no one besides her would be able to revive the Dark Continent. Now, the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation was joining the fray. Amongst the 9 of them, 5 of them held high positions in their respective federations. Yin Lin could not imagine what kind of faction the Astronomical Parliament would become once all the North-South constellation seats were filled up. Meanwhile, Wen Yu had already selected around 7 candidates. While they were sorting through the candidates, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu both had the same thought that it seemed as though only bad people made wishes. It seemed difficult to even find a regular person. As they filtered the candidates, they experienced one after another real-of-life experiences. The instant that a figure wrapped in 1 willpower rune appeared in the constellations, sympathy immediately bubbled up within both Lin Yuan and Wen Yu. This girl's life was much too hard. Yet, she was still adhering to the basic law of living, which was to survive. She saw surviving as her sole wish and motivation. Before this figure could get a good look at the constellation-blanketed sky around her, she felt herself crumple. Lin Yuan knew that this girl was about to die due to fever, dehydration, and overexhaustion. When they came across this girl, Wen Yu could not bear to kick her out of the Astronomical Parliament. She turned to Lin Yuan, clearly to ask him if he wanted to save the girl. Without any contemplation, Lin Yuan instructed Wen Yu to use the Astronomical Parliament's ability Star Spirit Seed and spent willpowers to send vitality from the Jasmine Lily into the young girl's body. The instant the vitality was transferred, the young girl's body consisted of willpower and her soul solidified. Frankly, from the moment that Lin Yuan saw the young girl's life experience, he decided that she would be the 10th member of the Astronomical Parliament. The fundamental reason for the Astronomical Parliament's existence was not to search for people with high-ranking positions and impressive backgrounds. If that were the case, Beisu, Tale, Wolun, and Buledin Po would not be members. When Yin Lin was rescued, her mind had been blank, and she knew very little about the real world. Lin Yuan did not even know that Yin Lin came from the Azure Cloud Leopard aristocratic family. Although by coincidence, all of the members of the Astronomical Parliament were people of means, Lin Yuan had not lost sight of the fundamental reason. As he looked at the young girl with eyes full of wariness and amazement, Lin Yuan said, "I can turn you into a rain master so that you'll have an endless supply of water to drink. Are you willing to join the astronomical parliament?" To people living in the broiling rock continent, becoming a rain master and having an endless water supply were both lifelong dreams. The young girl was about to agree when he hesitated, just as the words were at the tip of her tongue. This was not because she wanted to request more but because she did not think she had it in her to become a rain master and gain an endless supply of water to drink. Thus, the girl was in a dilemma. She could not decide if she should agree. But eventually, her fundamental desire to survive overwhelmed her inferiority complex, and she raised her head to say to Lin Yuan, "I'm willing. Even if I don't get water to drink or become a rain master, I'm willing as long as I can continue surviving." A simple and cautious smile appeared on the young girl's face. This smile caused Lin Yuan and Wen Yu's hearts to ache. This girl's background was even more pathetic than Bei Su's when he first joined the astronomical parliament. After all, Bei Su used to have to spend his days digging in the mines, but he still had food to eat and water to drink. He did not have to put his life at risk for the sake of having a mouthful of water to drink. When Lin Yuan used the jasmine lily to inject vitality into the young girl, he noticed that she was affiliated with insect species combat type feys. This was why she had been able to form a contract with the finger blade insect. If this young girl had managed to dig another few feet deeper to uncover the duck-mouthed lungfish and found water to drink to survive, she would have realized that she could not form a contract with the duck-mouthed lungfish. That girl would have been in even greater despair because she would have drunk water and not made the wish to continue surviving that brought her into the astronomical parliament. The young girl's dream was to become a rain master. In order to do so, the most basic requirement was for her to form a contract with a fey that could use a water source to create more water. Very few insect species combat type feys could produce water, but such life forms did exist. The tide rain mantis was the best of such life forms. When the tide rain mantis forelegs moved, they could produce water blades. When spiritual power was used up, its body would be the center of a rain shower that would turn into a moving tide. Besides Long Tao and Fang Duoduo, all the members of the Dragon Gate Guild Club's main team, including Zhao Xiaochun, had contracted the tide rain mantises. Chapter 1964 So your name is Peace. As long as the young girl could form a contract with the tide rain mantis, she would immediately be able to become a real rain master. With the tide rain mantis, the young girl was sure to become indispensable when she entered the large cities. Lin Yuan happened to have the bronze/legend tide rain mantis. Ever since Lin Yuan became a B-rank spirit chi professional and the spirit lock spatial zone evolved, it was even easier for Lin Yuan to evolve phase to bronze/legend. Lin Yuan had stored the phase of better quality to bronze/legend and stored them until the right time for them to be used. The young girl was a C-rank spirit chi professional. Hence, Lin Yuan could not use spirit fluids to overly strengthen the tide rain mantis after the young girl formed a contract with it. After rolling grades, the young girl's tide rain mantis could be platinum/fantasy. Lin Yuan had not heard of the broiling rock continent where the young girl lived. It was likely that it was an undeveloped region, just like the grotto continent was. In the place where the young girl lived, the duck-mouthed lungfish was a lethal monster. With the platinum/fantasy tide rain mantis, there should be no risks to the young girl's life. At the same time, Lin Yuan could evolve the young girl's two-finger blade insects to platinum X/legend. Lin Yuan said to the young girl, "Form a contract with the Delphinus seat behind you. Then you'll be a member of the astronomical parliament. When you return to reality, I'll send you a few small gifts. If there's anything you don't know about, you can use your mind to communicate through this piece of golden paper, and I'll reply to you through the paper." When Lin Yuan sent resources to Bei Su, he had to use a large amount of law power to send several books to Bei Su to teach him how to use the resources. But now that they had the thoughts letter paper, Lin Yuan no longer had to do something like that. All questions could be conveyed through the thoughts letter paper. With Wen Yu's guidance, the young girl managed to form a contract with the Delphinus seat and became a member of the astronomical parliament. Small beads of sweat had broken out across Wen Yu's brow. It was a strain on Wen Yu's spiritual energy to sort through around 30 potential members for the astronomical parliament. When Lin Yuan realized that Wen Yu was almost out of spiritual energy, he, who was just done with using Star Spirit Seat to transfer resources and used the Jasmine Lily's Mountain Jade imprint on Luolan and the young girl, asked her to end the astronomical parliament parliamentary meeting. Wen Yu had many things she needed to do in the marsh world. Hence, after the astronomical parliament parliamentary meeting ended, Wen Yu returned to the marsh world once she took a nap in the tree castle and replenished her spiritual energy. Lin Yuan did not have many tasks on hand and used Thought's letter paper to communicate with Luolan and the young girl. He asked Luolan to head toward the border between the Spirit Mother Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. He also sent Han Tianhe, who was stationed in the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce in Oak City to greet her. With Shadow guarding the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yuan did not have to worry about sending Han Tianhe away. Since he had used the Jasmine Lily's Mountain Jade imprint on 2 of them, the Jasmine Lily would use its own vitality to heal them when they were injured. Thus, Luolan and the young girl would be able to recover quickly from any injury that was not life-threatening. After communicating with Luolan, Lin Yuan moved on to talk to the young girl. Lin Yuan realized that communicating with the young girl was as tough as teaching a small child. There were many things that were common knowledge that she was unaware of. Luckily, Lin Yuan had sufficient patience, and the young girl was very intelligent. With Lin Yuan's guidance, the young girl finally formed a contract with the Tide Rain Mantis and became a true Rain Master. She also used the spirit fluids Lin Yuan sent her to evolve the Tide Rain Mantis to Platinum X/Fantasy V. Additionally, the 2 finger blade insects were also evolved using the spirit fluids. When the Platinum X/Legend finger blade insects were combined with the young girl, she would grow light green fingernails that were almost 30 centimeters long and could easily cut through platinum metal spiritual ingredients. The finger blade insect was a special fey as all of its abilities and exclusive skills were geared toward making its contractor's fingernails sharper and stronger. If not for the fact that Lin Yuan did not know where the Broiling Rock continent was, he would want to obtain some of the finger blade insects for spirit craftsmen who could contract insect species feys so they could increase the speed of their work. As she sensed her power transforming while bathing in the tide that the Tide Rain Mantis had created, the young girl now saw Lin Yuan as a god. The young girl was silent for a moment before she asked Lin Yuan the most pressing question she had that she was also the most curious about. Mr. Liu, do you think my parents abandoned me? Ever since the girl was born, she only had her parents by her side. It could be said that they were her everything. So far, Lin Yuan had the answers to all the questions the young girl had asked. But now, Lin Yuan was silent because he was unsure about how he should answer her question. No matter what answer he gave, the young girl would be devastated. Moreover, Lin Yuan did not know if the young girl's parents had not returned because they had abandoned the young girl or if they had lost their lives. In order to leave the warmest impression on the young girl, Lin Yuan replied through the Thought's letter paper, "Don't forget that your name is Peace. This name is proof of how much your parents love you." When she saw Lin Yuan's response, the young girl smiled as large beads of tears rolled down her face. The tears became lost in the tide surrounding her and added a salty tang. After crying for a short while, the young girl replied through the Thought's letter paper, "Thank you, Mr. Liu." With Lin Yuan's reply, Peace laid this burden down. Peace did not continue searching for shelter rocks and headed for the larger cities. Now, a new chapter of her life was beginning to unfold. Yesterday, the residents of Sacred Forest City were complaining about the heat. But by this afternoon, the temperature had dropped in Sacred Forest City. Inside the Sui family's secret room, Su Han hid his worries away as he was faced with his 2 stern-faced older brothers and their great-grandparents. Ever since Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master arrived at the Sui family, Sky Creation had not finished their orders from yesterday. In fact, the doors had not even reopened yet. All they did was station the helpers the Sui family had sent them at the entrance to explain the situation. Chapter 1965 The Sui family prepares to make a move. At that moment, Su Han's great-grandfather said, "Little Han, lead the way. Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master has been in the Sui family for so long. It's time for me to take a look at her." When Su Han heard that his great-grandfather wanted to meet with Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master, the image of Lin Yuan's face appeared in his mind. This Class 5 Creation Master had nurtured a young man until he was that impressive. The Class 5 Creation Master had to be exceptional. A Class 5 Creation Master had to be protective over their own power. This Class 5 Creation Master had been ostentatious from the moment she arrived at Sacred Forest City. By being willing to come to the Sui family, it meant that she was not afraid of the Sui family. Su Han was becoming increasingly perturbed as he looked at his 2 older brothers. What he saw planted the seed of despair in his heart. Both his older brothers had hope and longing written on their faces. It seemed that they assumed that once they took control of Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master, she would help them break through past Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. Su Han felt that his older brothers should understand better than their great-grandparents about the might of Class 5 Creation Masters. Their great-grandparents were the stabilizers of the Sui family. They had already become top experts in the Divine Wood Federation a century ago. It was normal that they had lost a sense of fear. But Su Han's older brothers should still have a reasonable amount of fear toward Class 5 Creation Masters. If anything went wrong, regardless of whether they could mend their relationship with Sky Creation, there was a chance that the Sui family would not survive. His older brothers had nurtured the peaceful calm air moss for a year but had still failed to produce 3 colors, yet the Class 5 Creation Master had achieved it as a demonstrative act. That was enough proof of her power. If she could accept the Sui family's order and arm the Sui family's experts, why could she not arm herself as well? Su Han was not a creation master and was far from being as useful to his family as his 2 older brothers were. However, he knew that their great-grandparents preferred him. While he was leading the way, Su Han gnashed his teeth and halted his steps. He turned around to face the 2 liver-spot-covered great-grandparents, knelt on the ground, and said sincerely, "Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, many of the helpers I sent to Sky Creation are spies. It's not too late to wait to hear back from them before we act." Su Zhenmu looked at Su Han's sincere expression before he walked up to him and pulled him up to his feet. After a moment of silence, he said, "Little Han, regardless of how many spies you've sent to Sky Creation, you'll only be able to recall 2 of them at most. Otherwise, you might set off alarm bells. Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master might catch wind of what you've done and make advance preparations." Su Zhenmu wanted to verify Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master after meeting her. Then, he would use force to take control of her. They were in the Sui family's residence. If they truly started crossing swords, not only would the residents be unable to take the impact, but even the entire Sacred Wood City would be destroyed. Su Zhenmu had not decided to attack Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master because he lacked fear like what Su Han thought. In fact, he was also nervous as he pondered the consequences of his decision. But after they obtained so much of the peaceful calm air moss, the Sui family had to make their move. Su Zhenmu was not fully confident in this operation. Although the Yang family was already showing cracks, there was no question that those 2 from the Yang family were still alive. The Sui family needed a powerful helping hand. Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master was exactly what they needed. After receiving the news from Su Han, Su Zhenmu personally observed Sky Creation's tree bracelet. He realized that Sky Creation also did not turn down offers from other families besides the Sui family. They were like a philanderer who did not turn away any and all beautiful women. The Sui family had no choice but to choose Sky Creation, but this was not the case for Sky Creation. They had many options aside from the Sui family. Su Zhenmu only decided to take control of Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master because of this circumstance. When he made contact with the immortal aura from the breeding room, Su Zhenmu became even more certain of his decision. Experts whose feys had gained immortal power possessed abilities that Thearch class experts did not have. They could sense a feys aura to discern if the feys willpowers, laws, world, and even immortal body had come from nature or were provided by a spirit chi professional. It was clear that Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master had released her feys aura intentionally. Su Zhenhan did not turn down Su Han's idea of reconfirming the situation in Sky Creation's tree castle because he also wanted to bolster his confidence before they moved forward with the operation. But even if Su Zhenmu was willing to wait, Su Jian was not willing to do so. Su Jian had always been impulsive. 2 days ago, from the moment that their great-grandparents decided to attack Sky Creation, he had been looking forward to this day. For the past 2 days, there were many times that Su Jian wanted to visit Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master, but he only had the chance to enter once. After entering, Su Jian prepared a generous gift in the hopes of becoming closer to her. However, she completely ignored him and even chased him out. In the Radiance Federation, Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters were always honored when they had the opportunity to meet Class 5 Creation Masters. But in the Divine Wood Federation, Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters were already the peak of power. Su Jian came from the Sui family and had never been slighted before. Hence, Su Jian not only desired the Class 5 Creation Master but was also jealous and resentful toward her. Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master had not uttered a single word, but given her figure, it was likely that she was female. If their great-grandparents could truly take control of the Class 5 Creation Master, he might have the chance to. After all, his older brother was already married and was terrified of his wife. Chapter 1966 Dream a little longer. Su Han knew what kind of character Su Jian had and thus did not say much. After all, their great-grandfather had already agreed. But Su Han felt that given the demeanors of his two older brothers and their great-grandparents, the plan was not going to change regardless of what the spies he sent to Sky Creation said. Compared to bringing the plan that the Su family had been preparing for a long time to fruition, it was much riskier to try to take control of Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master. Soon, two of the spies that Su Han had placed in Sky Creation returned. Su Han had never communicated with his spies before. Just as he was about to ask a question, Su Zhenmu beat him to the punch and said, "You've spent some time in Sky Creation's tree castle. Have you noticed anything?" The two spies shared a look before they answered honestly. "There aren't many people in Sky Creation's tree castle. The first day, I climbed up to the 19th floor, and it was empty. But on the second day, a young man wearing silver armor told us to only work on the first floor. He sent out two strange-looking insects that have been guarding the entrance to the second floor since then. These two insects have to be diamond, at least. We can't go up even if we want to." Su Zhenmu relaxed when he heard this. He pondered for a moment before he asked, "This morning, Sky Creation's tree castle did not open its doors. One of you was stationed by the door to greet guests. What did the people in the tree castle tell you to say?" The taller attendant hurriedly said, "The young man in silver armor told me to tell the other factions that they aren't done with nurturing the feys from the orders they have on hand. The members of factions should go tomorrow to collect their orders and to bring payment with them." After hearing what the two spies said, Su Han knew that his great-grandparents and two older brothers would take action today, no matter what. This matter concerned the life and death of the Su family. Even if Su Han did not want to participate, he could not exclude himself and had to follow his two older brothers. They walked to the breeding room that the Su family had intentionally cleaned up to welcome Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master. Usually, when someone from the Su family wanted to enter, they would have knocked and waited for the person inside to tell them to enter. But this time, the Su family directly pushed open the door of the breeding room. At first, the Su family assumed that Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master would be concocting spirit fluids or nurturing feys during her stay with the Su family. But, it turned out that the black-robed figure in the breeding room was sitting on the sofa in the breeding room. Her black robe covered her entire body, and the sight could only be described as creepy. When Su Han saw this, all the hair on his body stood on end. At that moment, Su Han got the feeling that Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master had no life in her. Now, Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master stood up, and a hoarse and malevolent voice said from within the black robe, "What? Does the Su family lack the most basic courtesy of knocking?" Su Han, Su Jun and Su Jian had visited the breeding room numerous times, but this was the first time they were hearing the Class 5 Creation Master's voice. It was hard to imagine such a voice coming from a human's voice. At first, Su Jian had inappropriate thoughts toward Diwanmai. But now, all of those thoughts were destroyed when he heard this voice. Su Zhenmu walked over to Diwanmai and released his aura, using it to cage Diwanmai in. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and Red Thorn were in the Spirit Lock spatial zone and were watching the situation in the breeding room through Red Thorn. Lin Yuan had not expected his guess to be right. The Su family had indeed been lured in by the aura that Diwanmai had released and decided to attack her. At that moment, Diwanmai and the mother of bloodbath that was hiding in her hair could have easily broken the cage. Since the Su family wanted to live in a dream, Lin Yuan did not mind letting them dream for a little longer. Lin Yuan said, "Red Thorn, let the Su family take control of Diwanmai and see what their aim is." Although Red Thorn felt that it would be more fun to order Diwanmai to begin slaughtering, it would not go against Lin Yuan's order. Alas, Red Thorn was not skilled at acting. Red Thorn's world solely consisted of Lin Yuan. All of its feelings toward Lin Yuan leaked out without its control. As a fairy source-type life form that had transformed from a plant, Red Thorn had no idea what it should order Diwanmai to do. As such, it instructed Diwanmai to remain rooted to the ground so the Su family could do whatever they wanted. Su Jun took a step forward and said, "I'm sure you went through hell to become a Class 5 Creation Master. Join the Su family and work for us. Once we reign over the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court, you can be the National Master of the Divine Wood Federation. At that time, you will live a life wanting nothing. Your only choice is to join the Su family. Given your experience, there are many things you can tell without me bringing them up." When Su Zhenmu sensed that the Class 5 Creation Master had not resisted at all after being trapped by his aura, he instinctively assumed that her fey had only just reached immortal. Su Zhenmu took a step forward and said in a less than respectful tone, "If you swear your loyalty to me now and provide the Su family with Class 5 Creation Master resources, I can provide you with all the resources in the world. Otherwise, I will imprison you until you consent. Red Thorn's expression had been one of thoughtfulness as it wondered when the right time would be for it to order De Wanmai to react. Lin Yuan had already told Red Thorn what De Wanmai was going to do. There's no way I will become loyal to you. You are stronger than me, and I can't run now that I've fallen into your hands. I can work for you and provide you with Class 5 Creation Master resources. But you have to open the Sui family's treasure vault to me to allow me to use whatever resources I want. In return, I can help you to raise your power to pinnacle immortal or even eternal. Chapter 1967 Adjudication Dung Beetle. What? A Class 5 Creation Master can help an immortal expert reach eternal? Then why is your power barely at immortal? If we open the Sui family's treasure vault to you, you could use the resources to increase your own power. Lin Yuan had expected there to be a clear-minded person in the Sui family. Not all of them would allow their minds to cloud over at the thought of having control over a Class 5 Creation Master. Lin Yuan had sent De Wanmai to the Sui family to trade for the resources in the Sui family's treasure vault. But since the Sui family was baring its teeth, he was not going to hold back either. Once De Wanmai entered the Sui family's treasure vault, all of the resources inside would belong to Lin Yuan. It was likely that the resources in the Sui family's treasure vault were comparable to or even better than those found in the Yi family's treasure vault. After all, the Sui family had immortal experts, but the Yi family did not. Just as the old woman spoke, the breeding room's air thickened. All the joy was wiped off of Su Zhenmu, Su Jian, and Su Jun's faces. They started looking at De Wanmai doubtfully. At that moment, they watched as De Wanmai's hand pulled at the black robe. She was clearly dressed elaborately under the black robe, but the girl's scar-covered body was a bizarre sight to the Sui family. The scars seemed to be alive as they moved continuously. Normally, something moving in a person's body would cause them agonizing pain. Even their souls would feel as though they were being torn apart. But this girl's face was expressionless. It was as though the scars were not moving in her body. When one looked past the scars, one could tell that the girl was beautiful. She had almond-shaped eyes that emanated a sense of authority. However, even the best of features were overshadowed by the scars. Su Jian was so terrified by the sight under De Wanmai's robe that he almost lost interest in all women. While the Sui family was confused about why De Wanmai had removed her black robe, De Wanmai said, "I am heavily injured, and my spiritual power is in a murky state. I only have Class 5 Creation Master abilities but not the power. What if you let me live here, and I'll provide you with Class 5 Creation Master resources? But first, you have to make me comfortable. Otherwise, you'll receive nothing from me." Red Thorn instructed De Wanmai to sit down on the sofa in the breeding room and put on an air of nonchalance. De Wanmai was a corpse to begin with and had been revived by being turned into a puppet by the tongue of Relinquish. The scars on her body were caused by the tongue of Relinquish breaking up into pieces and dispersing. Her spiritual power and movements were fully under the tongue of Relinquish's control. When the tongue of Relinquish stopped supplying spiritual power to De Wanmai's body, she would not have any spiritual power to use. Lin Yuan instructed De Wanmai to act weak in front of the Sui family to lull the Sui family into a false sense of security. She was nothing more than a puppet controlled by the tongue of Relinquish and was unable to swear on a law rune. But even if she could, there was no reason for her to do so because there was no way the Sui family would be able to kill her. The most they would do was keep her imprisoned. This was because the Sui family could not withstand the temptation of having control over a Class 5 Creation Master. But if they kept her prisoner, the Sui family would only let her live under them without receiving any benefits. Thus, Lin Yuan guessed that after the Sui family investigated De Wanmai and confirmed that she indeed lacked spiritual power, they would agree to her request. They would allow her access to their treasure vault so she could provide them with Class 5 Creation Master resources. Just as Lin Yuan anticipated, Su Zhenmu strode quickly to De Wanmai and picked up her scar-covered wrist as he injected spiritual power into her body. Su Zhenmu immediately noticed that De Wanmai's body was greatly lacking in spiritual power. Given her situation, even if she did summon her feys, she would not be able to use them to her advantage. In her state, she was of no threat to the Sui family. After confirming the situation, Su Zhenmu relaxed, and an uncontrollable smile spread across his face. With a wave of his hand, a short and strange man with 6 strands of hair growing on his face appeared in front of him. The man's hair stuck upward and was as straight as a needle. The breeding room was instantly filled with a muddy odor. Su Zhenmu ordered, "Adjudication Dung Beetle, keep this Class 5 Creation Master company in my stead. From now on, she is our valued guest." Although Su Zhenmu called De Wanmai a valued guest, it was clear that he intended for the adjudication dung beetle to keep a close watch on her. With the adjudication dung beetle watching Diwanmai, Su Zhenmu did not have to worry about Diwanmai having free access to the Su family's treasure vault. Diwanmai's life was in the adjudication dung beetle's hands, and she would not dare to do anything to hurt the Su family. Accompanying Su Zhenmu's happiness were the smiles that bloomed across the faces of the elderly woman, Su Jian and Su Jun. The Su family sure was lucky. They had managed to gain control over a Class 5 creation master. From today onward, they would be a family that possessed a Class 5 creation master. There were no families with Class 5 creation masters in the Divine Wood Federation or even the entire Startling Lines continent. More importantly, Diwanmai's words had informed Su Zhenmu and the rest of the extent of a Class 5 creation master's power. It turned out that a Class 5 creation master could evolve a fey to eternal breed. If Su Zhenmu forced out profits from this Class 5 creation master by promising her more benefits, the Su family could have an eternal expert in the future. Moreover, with the Class 5 creation master around, there was also a chance that Su Jun and Su Jian could become Class 5 creation masters after interacting with her. At that time, the Su family would have their own Class 5 creation masters. With such a rate of development, the Su family would be able to take over the Startling Lines continent once they gained control of the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. At that time, the Divine Wood Federation would be equal to the 3 major federations, and anyone who mentioned the Divine Wood Federation would address them as part of the 4 major federations. As long as Diwanmai provided the Su family with Class 5 creation master resources, the Su family could provide her with anything and everything she needed. However, the precondition was that Diwanmai's injuries could not be allowed to heal because this would keep her reliant on the Su family. Chapter 1968 Paint a rosy picture for you. On the one hand, Diwanmai was too calm. She did not appear like a prisoner at all. On the other hand, Su Han recalled the way Lin Yuan treated Diwanmai. When Lin Yuan told Diwanmai to go to the Su family, it had been an order. It was as though he had the authority to make decisions for her. If a Class 5 creation master was in charge of the faction, she should be on top of the pyramid, and Lin Yuan would not have taken such an attitude with her. But if he said something like that now, his great-grandparents and older brothers would not believe him and be disappointed in him. Hence, Su Han did not say anything. His older brothers and great-grandparents were no longer lying below the radar. The yoke of authority had shifted out of Su Han's hands. From now on, he could no longer make decisions pertaining to the Su family. Presently, Su Han badly wanted to take a walk in Sky Creation's tree castle to see what Lin Yuan's reaction was. This was the only way he would be able to lay his worries to rest. Just as Su Han was about to speak, a strangely dry and hoarse voice said, "Take me to the Su family's treasure vault now. I don't want to see you. From now on, only one person from the Su family is allowed to interact with me. Additionally, you cannot cause trouble for anyone else in Sky Creation's tree castle. Otherwise, I won't provide the Su family with any Class 5 creation master resources." Diwanmai stood up and ignored the rest of the Su family as she said to the adjudication dung beetle, "Lead the way. If you can keep me in a good mood, I can raise you to immortal within 2 months." Lin Yuan did not want to cause trouble before the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm opened. This was why he asked Redthorn to use Diwanmai to paint a rosy picture for the Su family. It was likely that the Su family would be making their move within a week. Once they did, they would cause a storm to break out in Sacred Forest City. This would be about the same time that Lin Yuan exited the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. At that time, there would be no need for the Su family to exist. Even if Lin Yuan used all the power in his body, he would not be able to evolve from an immortal expert to an eternal one. It would even be difficult for him to raise an immortal expert's quality. This was because once the sacred sword-wielding queen evolved to 4 stars, it gained the ability to temper immortal bodies, but each one took 2 months. It was not even done tempering Sharkon's immortal body. The sacred sword-wielding queen could temper immortal bodies because of its new ability, Queen's Cupboard. Lin Yuan had a feeling that once the sacred sword-wielding queen was done tempering the first immortal body, the Sword of Punishment's second abilities would bring him a surprise. Diwanmai's words not only filled Su Zhenmu with visible excitement, but the adjudication dung beetle also felt the same. The stronger a fey was, the more difficult it was for it to suppress its desire to transform. The adjudication dung beetle never thought that it would ever have the chance to evolve to eternal. But now that it had encountered a Class 5 creation master who was making such a promise, the adjudication dung beetle was going to do its best to serve Diwanmai. The adjudication dung beetle was well aware of the resources in the Su family's treasure vault because Su Zhenmu had been personally overseeing it. The adjudication dung beetle had decided that it was going to do all it could to fulfill Diwanmai's requests. Diwanmai's words prevented Sohan from visiting Sky Creation's tree castle. However, he had an appointment with Lin Yuan to attend the Crownwood banquet. They had already agreed to attend together. This would not be counted as causing trouble for the people in Sky Creation's tree castle. Thus, the best plan would be to try to get Lin Yuan to talk during the Crownwood banquet so he could find out if anything special had happened to Lin Yuan after Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master went missing. However, he still needed to run this by his great-grandparents and 2 older brothers. I've already invited Sky Creation's young Master Chu to attend the Crownwood banquet, and he accepted my invitation. We agreed to meet tomorrow. Great-grandfather, does this coincide with our original plan? Su Zhenmu was silent for a moment before he replied, since both of you have agreed on it in advance, everything will carry on as planned. Don't leak the news that Su Jun, Su Jian and the 2 of us are active again. If the Yang family finds out, it might affect the plan. The 2 helpers are still waiting outside. Han, go and deal with them. More people just means more flapping lips. We need to keep things clean and neat. Su Zhenmu and the elderly woman left the breeding room. In order to maintain the facade that they were still in seclusion, Su Jian and Su Jun returned to the Su family's mountain villa. Currently, only Su Han was in the Su family's residence. But 2 days ago, Su Han's attitude had completely changed. He was not even in the mood to drink the tea brewed from the Purple Vessel Mountain's roots that the female attendant had served up. Ever since Su Wen Liang helped to make contact with Sky Creation, Su Han started to rely heavily on Su Wen Liang. Su Wen Liang was unaware that the Su family's elders and first 2 masters had returned. But when he saw Su Han the next day, Su Wen Liang sensed something was different. Previously, Su Han had been cavalier and nonchalant about everything. But now, he appeared to be heavily weighed down by something. Su Wen Liang dared not try to guess what Su Han was thinking in case he guessed wrong. Thus, Su Wen Liang could just stand next to Su Han, too afraid to say anything. But now, Su Han asked Su Wen Liang, what do you think of Sky Creation's young Master Chu? Su Wen Liang did not understand why Su Han was asking him such a question. Could Su Han being troubled have something to do with young Master Chu? Su Wen Liang had interacted more times with young Master Chu than Su Han had. Since he could not guess what Su Han was thinking, he said with brave honesty, young Master Chu is extremely impressive. He is far from average. Even the Yang family will struggle to match up to him in terms of dignity. Su Han was silent for a long while before he went on to ask, Wen Liang, do you think someone who managed to nurture such a young talent will allow themselves to be trapped and willingly become a tool? Chapter 1969 The price will be paid later. Su Han shot to his feet and said, Wen Liang, take a trip to Sky Creation's tree castle and tell young Master Chu that I will personally fetch him from his tree castle to take him to the Crownwood banquet at 4 o'clock. Tell him that he has to come with me. Su Wen Liang replied to the order, Third Master, I will go to Sky Creation's tree castle now. However, inviting young Master Chu to attend the Crownwood banquet will definitely attract attention from all other factions in Sacred Wood City. If you personally ride in a Fey carriage to fetch young Master Chu and his retainer, it is very likely that it will catch the notice of the Yang, Bai, and Yi families. Su Han shook his head. The Yang and Bai families had already noticed the Su family. The Su family could make preparations, and so could the Yang family. As for the Yi family, Yi Huailong is a man of means. In spite of Yi Huailuo's disability, he managed to hold down the Yi family's fort. As long as Yi Huailong did not reach immortal, he could not straighten his back to stand in front of the Su family. We don't have to care about the Yang and Bai family's reactions. Just pass the message. Remember, when you go over, check and see if Sky Creation's tree castle is operating as normal and how the others in the tree castle are reacting. Su Wen Liang was going to treat a task from Su Han with utmost seriousness. However, Su Wen Liang was confused about what Su Han's goal was. According to the plan, the Su family should be clinging tightly to Sky Creation. So why did it seem like Su Han's order was meant to put up walls against young Master Chu and to test him? Su Wen Liang did not dare to probe and immediately left to carry out Su Han's order. At first, Lin Yuan intended to open doors for business this morning. But the Su family had made their move. Diwanmai was currently in the Su family's treasure vault and was being led around by the adjudication dung beetle as she admired the contents. Thus, to accommodate the Su family, Lin Yuan would keep the tree castle doors closed until the Su family made their move. From the Sui family's breeding room and everything that the Sui family did to Diwan Mai, Lin Yuan deeply understood the importance of having experience. If the Sui family truly understood Class 5 creation masters and placed them on an absolute pedestal, they would not dare to hold Diwan Mai hostage. One had to pay the price for one's greed. The Sui family would pay the price later. When Su Wen Liang came to visit, Lin Yuan immediately instructed 2 helpers to stop him at the entrance and tell him that no visitors were allowed. His attitude would definitely cause a scheming person like Su Han to have even more doubts. The less confident Su Han was, the more he would rush the Sui family's plan. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan would continue with his original plan of attending the Crownwood banquet and using the mountain of great lush dollars he traded to buy up precious resources. The Sacred Wood Mystic Realm would be opening tomorrow. The more brilliantly Lin Yuan shone tonight, the more attention from other factions he would attract in Sacred Forest City, and the safer he would be when he walked alongside Ding Chinchuo tomorrow with the faceless paper on his face. Because of this, no one would link young Master Chu to him when he was wearing the faceless paper. Ding Chinchuo had used his own power to evolve the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle to Pinnacle Myth 3 and became president of Sacred Wood City's council. Frankly, Lin Yuan could evolve the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle to creation breed and Ding Chinchuo to a Thearch class expert. But he did not do so because he was afraid that it would attract too much attention if Ding Chinchuo's power increased too quickly. A storm was brewing in Sacred Forest City. Ding Chinchuo used to be the city lord of a remote city. Once he entered Sacred Forest City, many veteran elite families did not think it was worth it to connect with him. They knew that he was a Class 4 creation master, but most city lords of large cities had the support of a powerful family. If their family was in trouble, they would not have sufficient creation master resources to trade. Hence, only Ding Chinchuo's old friends in Sacred Forest City were willing to interact with him. But ever since Ding Chinchuo gained a seat on Sacred Wood City's council, the Yang, Bai, and Yi families all took the initiative of making friendly contact with him. All of them wanted Ding Chinchuo to become their ally. This greatly boosted Ding Chinchuo's ego. Alas, he did not agree to the Bai, Yang, Su, or Yi families' invites. Ding Chinchuo knew who was responsible for giving him the power and status he was currently enjoying. Previously, the Su, Yang, Bai, and Yi families were all entities that Ding Chinchuo could only look up to. But now, they could not even catch his fancy. Without a Class 5 creation master, what grounds do you have to talk with me? The right choice would be to cling tightly to Lin Yuan. In the past 4 days, Ding Chinchuo had not met up with Lin Yuan to avoid arousing suspicion. But Ding Chinchuo had provided Lin Yuan with a substantial amount of secrets about Sacred Forest City's internal affairs and the dynamic between the veteran elite families through the Thoughts letter paper. Previously, Lin Yuan would have been very interested in these secrets. But now, Yi Huailong and Yi Huilo had become members of Sky City, and the Yi family was a subsidiary of Sky City. Lin Yuan had already found out all the secrets he needed to know from Yi Huailong. Once the Sui family made their move and the structure of the Divine Wood Federation changed, the previous secrets would become useless. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan still gave Ding Chinchuo the prize of 3 Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers for working so earnestly. Ding Chinchuo wanted to become a butler and infiltrate the major families to find out all about the skeletons in their closets. Since Lin Yuan had not agreed to see Su Wen Liang, he did not wait for Su Han to fetch him at the tree castle. By the time Su Han rode in his Fey carriage and arrived at Sky Creation's tree castle, he found out from the 2 helpers at the door that Lin Yuan had already set off an hour ago with his retainer by his side. This caused Su Han's face to fall. The thoughts that filled Su Han's mind were not that Lin Yuan had insulted him but curiosity over why Sky Creation still went to attend the Crownwood banquet despite having lost contact with their Class 5 creation master. Su Han had already been less than confident. But now, he was even more panicked. When he returned, he felt that he needed to have a good talk with his great-grandparents to convince them to start the plan immediately after he and his 2 older brothers entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm tomorrow. Most of the buildings in the Divine Wood Federation were tree castles. Only the residents of large families and important organizations, such as the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court, constructed buildings. Chapter 1970 Su Han. What do you mean? Many precious plant-type feys were growing in the garden that Lin Yuan longed to own. By the time Su Han arrived, he noticed that there was a group of people crowding around Lin Yuan. The young man dressed in silver armor was keeping the crowd a meter away from Lin Yuan. Besides the young man in silver armor, Yi Huailong was standing the closest to Lin Yuan. It was as though they were protecting Lin Yuan together. Su Han thought, no wonder young Master Chu managed to get into the Crownwood banquet without me with him. He came with the Yi family. Su Han had always looked down on the Yi family, but he knew that Yi Huailong was intelligent. From the way he was trying to recruit Lin Yuan, it seemed that he had not given up on his dream of enabling the Yi family to prosper. A cold smile spread across Su Han's face. After their plan to get rid of the Yang family, the Su family was going to move on to eliminate the Bai and Yi families after a short period of rest. Although Yi Huailong was not impressively powerful, he was smarter than the head of the Bai family and was much harder to deal with. Su Han took a deep breath and walked over to where Lin Yuan was. Presently, Lin Yuan was much too radiant. The white spirit chi clothes he was wearing looked simple, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were made from the fur of the myth white plum flood deer. The white plum flood deer was around the height of an adult man, at around 2 meters tall. It had enough fur on its body to create exactly one set of spirit chi clothes. It was a luxury to be able to use the fur of a myth breed fey to create spirit chi clothes. Not even Su Han could bear to part with so much money for the clothes he wore. There were dark silver patterns branded on the white deer skin. When Su Han drew close, he noticed that there were many pearl chains with a diameter of 2 mm around the dark silver patterns. All of the pearls were made of jade-textured silver sandalwood. Su Han had heard that Lin Yuan once wore a set of spirit chi clothes made from the fur of the crimson-back leaping antelope. When he thought about how Lin Yuan was dressed and how Diwanmai had not resisted last night and allowed herself to be taken prisoner, Su Han could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. He realized that every time Lin Yuan wore different spirit chi clothes, he would still have the blue and gold tablet hanging on his waist. After thinking for a while, Su Han broke through the crowd and said, "Young Master Chu. We agreed to come to the Crownwood banquet together. Why did you arrive before me? I see that you must have used the bronze/epic item storing walnuts to trade with other families. The Su family also wishes to discuss a trade with you. However, what we want is not the item storing walnuts but the tablet hanging on your waist." Su Han did this because he wanted to test Lin Yuan's attitude toward him to get a better sense of Lin Yuan's capabilities. But before he finished speaking, the young man wearing silver armor standing next to Lin Yuan scoffed coldly. He raised his finger and pointed in the air. The strange bracelet around the silver armor-wearing young man's face suddenly transformed into an enormous hive-like nest. The enormous hive-like nest released numerous types of insect species feys. All of them had reached Diamond X/Fantasy V, and the aura they released could threaten even myth breed feys. It was possible that a myth I fey would lose to the insect species feys in one-on-one fights. This sudden change caused numerous people to let out gasps of shock. Su Han had not expected something he said to test Lin Yuan would result in such a violent reaction. When he sensed the murderous aura from the young man wearing silver armor, Su Han had no doubt if he uttered another word, the insects would instantly swarm and drown him. Given Su Han's power, he had no reason to fear the insects. Lu Ji's power floored Su Han. Lu Ji looked to only be around 20 years old. Yet, he could produce combat power that surpassed that of Emperor-class experts in an instant. There were no such young elites in the Divine Wood Federation, yet such a person was Lin Yuan's retainer. Moreover, Su Han could sense an aura akin to that of Lin Yuan's blue and gold tablet from the suspended nest. This aura had a hint of the aura of sacred source life forms but lacked the usual fury. Although there were no Class 5 creation masters in the Divine Wood Federation, there were immortal experts. Experts with such power were capable of entering Class 5 dimensional rifts to obtain sacred source life forms. Su Han's soul was still not strong enough for him to contract a sacred source life form. However, his two older brothers and great-grandparents had contracted sacred source life forms, and there was no way Su Han would mistake the aura of sacred source life forms. This made Su Han recall the legend that Class 5 creation masters could turn the bodies of sacred source life forms into precious instruments. Clearly, the nest in the air and Lin Yuan's blue and gold tablets were both precious instruments. It was normal for Sky Creation to have precious instruments since they had a Class 5 creation master. However, when his great-grandfather checked on Diwanmai's condition yesterday night, he found that she was lacking in spiritual power, and it would be extremely different for her to even concoct spirit fluids. Her condition was very similar to that of Yi Huilu, the Yi family's pinnacle Class 4 creation master, but she was in a much worse state than he was. Could such a Class 5 creation master truly have the ability to create precious instruments? It would have been acceptable if only Lin Yuan had a precious instrument. But even the retainer who accompanied him had one. Were precious instruments really so cheap? One should always have basic knowledge. The Divine Wood Federation had 3 of the island whales and had traded with the neighboring Clean Burning Federation, Abyss Sea Federation, and slightly further Sand Island continent. The Sand Island continent had Class 5 creation masters and had even initiated trades with the Divine Wood Federation using the island whales a few times. During one of these trades, the Yang family had used numerous resources to trade for 2 precious instruments with the Sand Island continent. Now, these 2 precious instruments were the Yang family's treasures. The most valuable resources traded between federations with Class 5 creation masters were precious instruments. This was because it was challenging for even Class 5 creation masters to create one precious instrument. Both Lu Ji and Lin Yuan's precious weapons caused chills to run up Su Han's back. There was no way that Diwanmai had created them in her injured state. Su Han felt that he needed to do further testing. The Su family would be doomed if Sky Creation turned out to have secret weapons that they had not revealed yet. If that were the case, it would be better for them to apologize to Sky Creation. Chapter 1971 The Su family can't afford the trade. Su Han did not have the chance to respond to Yi Huailong before several members of veteran elite families echoed what Yi Huailong said. Third Master Su, young Master Chu is a man of means. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to produce the high-quality bronze item storing walnuts. I remember that the second Master Su was the one who recorded the highest bid for the bronze/epic item storing walnuts. Now that you have the opportunity, it would also be helpful to you to trade more with him. You might not have the same chance again in the future. These members of veteran elite families would never dare to speak to Su Han in such a way usually. They had the courage now because they were motivated by their potential profits. All of the members of veteran elite families who had spoken were the ones who had placed orders with Sky Creation and silently accepted Sky Creation as a foreign faction. With every day that Sky Creation remained in Sacred Forest City, they would be able to gain even more high-class Creation Master resources. After all, high-class Creation Master resources were valuable to even the Sacred Forest City's veteran elite families. The more they had, the more they would be able to strengthen themselves. Moreover, Yi Huailong was the one who had started the confrontation with Su Han. The rest of them were just adding fuel to the fire. Thus, Su Han would not place the blame on them. Additionally, Su Han was not the head of the Su family, but Yi Huailong was the head of the Yi family. In terms of status, Su Han was below Yi Huailong. Su Han could not make the final decision on every one of the Su family's matters. When so many members of the factions sided with Lin Yuan, Su Han knew that he would be putting himself in the line of fire of all these factions if he insisted on putting Lin Yuan on the spot. The Su family could not allow themselves to become unpopular for the sake of their long-prepared plan. Otherwise, not only could the plan meet with a bump in the road, but there could also be issues when they were trying to reap the rewards. Hence, Su Han knew that he could not continue testing Lin Yuan. At that moment, Su Han watched as Lin Yuan reached out and touched the blue and gold tablet hanging on his waist as he looked at Su Han with amusement. Not everything is like the peaceful calm air moss. There are some things that the Su family can't afford to trade. Lin Yuan's words caused Su Han to inhale sharply. Although the peaceful calm air moss was not a secret to the Su family, it was a secret that the Su family had asked Sky Creation to nurture the peaceful calm air moss. The peaceful calm air moss was a strategic resource and needed a high concentration of spirit chi in order to grow. If not in preparation for war, there would be no need for the Su family to nurture the peaceful calm air moss. Everyone present knew of this. Lin Yuan had said what he said as a clear warning to Su Han not to cause trouble. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would reveal the amount of the peaceful calm air moss that he had nurtured for the Su family. This would immediately put the Yang and Bai families on high alert. The thing that troubled Su Han the most now was not Lin Yuan threatening him in front of the entire court but Lin Yuan's confident expression. A person in trouble would never be able to produce such an expression. Su Han smiled wryly and silently left the area where Lin Yuan was. Su Wenliang followed Su Han with confusion all over his face. 2 days ago, Su Han and young master had been chatting happily. So why were they speaking so scathingly to each other now? Su Han had even said that he wanted to work with Sky Creation and cling tightly to Sky Creation. Could it be that Su Han and young master Chu fell out over the last 2 days? Su Wenliang knew that Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master was now a guest in the Su family. This was all thanks to Su Wenliang, and he had received significant rewards as a result of it. He had been promoted from an attendant in the Su family to the steward of the Su family. If the Class 5 Creation Master wanted to leave the Su family would still grandly send off her even if they did not want the outside world to find out that she was staying with them. Yet, nothing like this had happened. This meant that Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master was still living with the Su family. Given that Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master was still living with the Su family, Su Han and young Master Chu should be on even closer terms. The gears turned in Su Wenliang's head, and he immediately thought of one possibility. Something could have happened to Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master that he was unaware of. When this possibility appeared in his mind, Su Wenliang immediately thought back to how Su Han had sent him to Sky Creation's Tree Castle this morning to invite young Master Chu to travel together and to take note of young Master Chu's reaction only for him to be forbidden from entering the Tree Castle. This added more stock to Su Wenliang's guess. When he saw the worried look on Su Han's face, Su Wenliang thought, foolish. In the entire Sacred Forest City, factions of all sizes, including the Yang family, knew that Sky Creation was not a native faction of the Divine Wood Federation. The Yang family did not interact with Sky Creation because they were afraid that Sky Creation would interfere with their governance. As the family that presided over the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court, the Yang family had to prioritize their reputation. Meanwhile, the other veteran elite families from Sky Creation were doing all they could to trade with Sky Creation because they wanted to trade as much of their unused resources for high-class Creation Master resources or resources that would be more useful to them as possible. These veteran elite families knew that Sky Creation would eventually leave Sacred Forest City. As such, the more they traded, the more they would earn. Given the situation, it would not be smart for the Su family to make an enemy of Sky Creation. Su Wenliang was naturally respectful of Class 5 Creation Masters. The three major federations were able to rise above the rest because of their Class 5 Creation Master resources. The power of Class 5 Creation Masters had to be terrifying. No number of Class 4 Creation Masters would be able to compare to one Class 5 Creation Master. Thus, a faction that only had Class 4 Creation Masters did not deserve to even shake hands with a faction that had a Class 5 Creation Master. However, all of the authority he enjoyed in the Su family was thanks to him being looked after by Su Han. He was actually soft-spoken by nature and could not say anything to Su Han now while he was in such a mood. All he could do was hope that Su Han was not foolish. Su Wenliang could come up with the crux of the matter, but it did not occur to him that Su Han was no longer the decision-maker of the Su family. Su Han was holding a wine glass as he idly chatted with Ding Chinchuo. He was full of anxiety and worry, and his expression sent the message of unapproachability so those who were trying to get in the Su family's good books would know to stay away. However, Ding Chinchuo had still started a conversation with him. Because of Ding Chinchuo's position in Sacred Wood City's council, he was no longer just the city lord of the remote Oak City and could be useful to the Su family. As such, Su Han did not turn him away. Ding Chinchuo could see Su Han's gaze being pulled away. Since the Su family wanted to die, Ding Chinchuo was going to give them a push. Chapter 1972 Some Things Shouldn't Be Said. Ding Chinchuo was the first person in the Divine Wood Federation who had sworn on his willpower rune to become Lin Yuan's servant. A few months had already passed since then, and he was extremely loyal to Lin Yuan. Moreover, he was very meticulous and did not have a loose mouth. Hence, Lin Yuan had told Ding Chinchuo about the Su family's plan and the fact that he had taken in the Yi family. Ding Chinchuo never expected Lin Yuan to expand his reach within Sacred Forest City in just a few short days and take full control of the Yi family. When he first found out about the Su family's plan, Ding Chinchuo had been astonished because the Divine Wood Federation's structure had been stable for more than a century. Now that the Su family and Yang family were about to start crossing swords, the structure of the Divine Wood Federation was going to change. Despite being the city lord of a remote city, Ding Chinchuo would inevitably be heavily impacted by the conflict. As such, Ding Chinchuo now resented the Su family. This feeling intensified when he discovered that the Su family had the audacity to target Lin Yuan's Class 5 Creation Master. As a result, Ding Chinchuo wondered if the head of the Su family had lost his mind. If this was in the past, before Ding Chinchuo came to know Lin Yuan, he would have been extremely nervous after finding out that a Class 5 Creation Master was stationed in the Su family. But now, as he got to know Lin Yuan better, Ding Chinchuo found it increasingly difficult to understand the full scope of Lin Yuan's power. Why would a young man who has a Class 5 Creation Master for a servant lack the ability to end the Su family? Since Lin Yuan had taken in the Yi family, it meant that he was going to bolster them. Thus, the way for him to help Lin Yuan would be to incite the Su family to attack the Yang family. Ding Chinchuo turned his gaze to Su Han and said, "Lord Su Han, I heard that Lord Yang Sija is also trying to get in touch with Sky Creation. I wonder what kind of faction Sky Creation has to be in such high demand in Sacred Wood City. I wanted to greet Lord Long Huailong, but he is fully focused on young Master Chu and doesn't have time for me at all." Ding Chinchuo's words caused Su Han to furrow his brow. The Yang family presided over the imperial court, and Yang Sija was a direct descendant of the Yang family. As such, it was only natural for him to want to connect with sky creation. Even Ding Chinchuo had heard the news. It was likely that Yang Sija had been secretly interacting with sky creation for some time. Yet, the Sui family had not heard about this at all. This should not be surprising. The Sui family could not infiltrate the imperial court when the Yang family was present, even if they wanted to. Even in the past, before they attacked Diwanmai, Su Han would be terrified when he learned that Yang Sija had initiated contact with sky creation. This was because once sky creation worked with the Yang family and provided them with a mountain of creation master resources, the Sui family would meet with a great amount of obstruction and even possible failure when they attacked the Yang family. But now that the Sui family had already made their move on Diwanmai, there was no looking back. The adjudication dung beetle was already holding Diwanmai hostage, and she could no longer get in contact with sky creation. Yet, Lin Yuan was still treating him in such a way. Could it be because he had formed a partnership with the Yang family? If the Yang family worked with sky creation to scheme against the Sui family would be in deep trouble. Su Han's head snapped up, and he glared at Ding Chinchuo. Ding Chinchuo shivered instinctively as Su Han said, "Chinchuo, some things shouldn't be said. Has Yang Sija truly connected with young Master Chu?" Ding Chinchuo nodded seriously and said affirmatively, "There's no way this could be fake. No matter how daring I am, I would never dare to tell you about it before it's verified. Lord Yang Sija is representing the Yang family at the Crownwood banquet tonight. You'll believe me once you see how Lord Yang acts toward young Master Chu." Ding Chinchuo was not spouting nonsense. The Yang family had approached him before the Sui family did, and the person from the Yang family who had interacted with him was Yang Sija. When sky creation first opened, Ding Chinchuo had been in the tree castle. When Yang Sija was networking with Ding Chinchuo, he had specifically brought up sky creation and made it clear that he wanted to get closer to sky creation to eventually use sky creation to carry out the imperial court's tasks. At that time, Ding Chinchuo had felt that Yang Sija was very shameless. But since Yang Sija had such intentions, he would definitely try to get closer to Lin Yuan during the Crownwood banquet. This would create the illusion that the Yang family was on close terms with sky creation. This would confuse the other factions trying to connect with sky creation and make them wary of having unsavory thoughts about it. Additionally, Yang Sija wanted to declare his ownership of sky creation to scare the other factions. Regardless, once Yang Sija arrived, his reaction would confirm everything that Ding Chinchuo had just declared. It was likely that Su Han would be like a cat on hot bricks at that time. Suddenly, a lively yet stately tune started to play. This told everyone present at the Crownwood banquet that the Yang family had arrived. The Divinewood Federation placed a heavy emphasis on the performing arts. When Lin Yuan first arrived at the Divinewood Federation and arrived at Phoebe Jenny's city, he realized that even a Class 1 Creation Master family had their own song that they played when they hosted banquets. The Crownwood banquet was held in the garden of the Divinewood Federation's garden. Although it was said to be a banquet where all the major factions gathered, the Yang family's song was still played when they arrived in order to provide them with the necessary respect as the family that presided over the imperial court. When Su Han heard what Ding Chinchuo said, he was immediately gripped by trepidation. He now fixed his eyes on the middle-aged man with short red hair who had just entered the banquet hall. The members of other factions who were crowding around Lin Yuan also turned their gazes toward the red-haired middle-aged man. However, they were not feeling the same worries for their families that Su Han was experiencing. All of these members of factions were worried about the young man with silver armor who had publicly summoned feys in the middle of the Crownwood banquet. Although no altercation had broken out, it had still broken the rules of the Crownwood banquet that the Yang family had set. When the red-haired middle-aged man strode toward Lin Yuan, sweat broke out all over Yi Huilong's palms. Yang Sija was the fifth most important person in the Yang family and had reached pinnacle Thearch class long ago. It was unknown if he had reached immortal. Chapter 1973 The Feminine by Qing Huan. During the last Crownwood banquet, one of the Bai family's collateral descendants had caused a scene after having too much to drink. As a result, Yang Sija had sent someone to break his limbs and toss him into the pool outside the banquet hall. By the time he was pulled out, half of his body had already been eaten by the wrasses in the pool. Yi Huilong was terrified that Yang Sija would attack Lu Ji without warning. If that happened, Yi Huilong would have to step in to defend Lu Ji. But once he did, he would turn the Yi family into the Yang family's target. Yi Huailong was well aware that the Yang, Su, and Bai families had all been looking for a justifiable reason to eliminate the Yi family and take over their resources. The Yi family had survived for so long because the Su, Bai, and Yang families had managed to get a leg above the other. Just as Yi Huailong was about to step in, he watched as Yang Sija ignored Lu Ji's floating precious instrument and said to Lin Yuan in a friendly tone, "Young Master Chu, you have already been in the sacred forest city for some time, but as the leader of the Divine Wood Federation, we the Yang family have yet to properly host you. Why don't you stay the night in the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court? After the Crown Wood banquet ends, I will prepare another feast in your honor." Yang Sija's words almost caused the jaws of the members of the veteran factions who knew him to fall to the ground. When he saw this, the blood vessels in Su Han's eyes popped. The Su family and Sky Creation would never be able to mend their relationship. Su Han needed to think of a way to prevent the Yang family from becoming closer to Sky Creation. Su Han quickly walked over and began his suicide mission. "Brother Yang, I don't think young Master Chu will have time tonight. After all, Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master is a guest in the Su family. If he's going to be hosted by anyone, it should be with the Su family. You're welcome to join in the fun too." Previously, Su Han wanted nothing more than to prevent outsiders from finding out that Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master was staying with the Su family. But now, he had no other choice because only by making the Yang family believe that the Su family were already allies with Sky Creation would convince the Yang family to give up on connecting with Sky Creation. Even if this would cause the Yang family to put up their guard, Su Han did not care. Su Han's words caused those present to let out gasps one after another. Although all of them had guessed that Sky Creation had a Class 5 Creation Master, none of them had been fully certain. But now, Su Han's words had verified all of their guesses. Sky Creation indeed had a Class 5 Creation Master, and they were currently staying with the Su family. What kind of relationship did Sky Creation and the Su family have? Yang Sija's expression changed abruptly when he heard what Su Han said. The way he looked at Lin Yuan was no longer as friendly as it had been moments ago. Yi Huailong's lips curled almost imperceptibly. He felt that he had never seen such a shameless person in his life. However, Su Han's words were utter nonsense. If Yi Huailong was not aware of how Lin Yuan felt about the Su family, he would have been anxious despite knowing that he had already sworn his loyalty to Lin Yuan. He would have been afraid that Lin Yuan saw the Yi family as a dispensable stepping stone for him to get to the Su family. Yi Huailong rejoiced internally when he saw Yang Sija's expression change. Although what Su Han had said was shameless, it was significantly beneficial for the Yi family. If Yang Sija managed to connect with Lin Yuan, the Yi family would have to compete for Lin Yuan's attention with them. But now, Su Han's statement caused the Yang family to pull themselves out of the running. The Yi family would only have a better chance at development if they were the only family in Sacred Forest City that Lin Yuan was favoring. Even if the Yi family presently did not have the power to stand up to the Yang, Bai, and Su families, they had potential that the three families lacked. This was because there was a high possibility that Yi Huailo would be able to become a true Class 5 Creation Master shortly. By now, numerous members of factions were recovering from their shock. Didn't Su Han just try to needle young Master Chu? Yi Huailo and the rest of them had been the ones who helped young Master Chu. So why was Su Han suddenly setting himself as a close ally of young Master Chu? At that moment, a weak female voice said from within the crowd, "Uncle Han, you just asked for the jade on young Master Chu's waist and were stopped by his retainer. Otherwise, all these terrifying insects would not have been summoned. So, why are you so quickly reconciling your relationship with young Master Chu? If others acted the way you treat young Master Chu, I wouldn't be friendless." The weak voice ripped a gaping hole in Su Han's heart, and Yang Sija let down his high guard of intense animosity against Lin Yuan. Instead, he started to examine the relationship between Lin Yuan and Su Han, or rather the one between Sky Creation and the Su family. From Su Han's expression, it was likely that Bai Qinghuan had hit a bullseye. If Bai Qinghuan had watched such an event, those who arrived in advance would also have seen it. Yang Sija intended on asking a few people after the Crownwood banquet ended to clarify what had happened. If Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master was truly a guest of the Su family, Su Han would not have acted that way toward Lin Yuan. Everyone present, including Lu Ji, sensed a thick feminine air from the weak female voice. Su Han glared daggers at the charming maiden who had just spoken. The girl was wearing light yellow long robes that had white silk flowers embroidered on them. There was also a tuft of white fur at the corner of the robe. Furthermore, the young girl was slender and petite. She seemed like the daughter of a wealthy family, raised in such a spoiled environment that any trouble would cause her to keel over. She seemed to lack all malice. However, the name Bai Qinghuan had already rung through Sacred Forest City 4 years ago. She was the only female descendant who was personally nurtured by the head of the Bai family. After the Yang family entered the imperial court, they placed great emphasis on their bloodline. Their direct disciples enjoyed much higher statuses than collateral disciples. No matter what the collateral disciples were doing at the moment, they would have to drop it to greet any direct descendant who entered their eye lines. Yet, the Bai family somehow placed greater emphasis on bloodline than the Yang family. In the Bai family, direct descendants could even kill collateral descendants as long as they had an acceptably convincing reason. Bai Qinghuan was personally nurtured by the head of the Bai family but came from a collateral branch of the family. This was enough to prove how extraordinary she was. Su Han gnashed his teeth and said, "Niece Qinghuan. I didn't know that you had already arrived. You are still the same, preferring to watch the fire from the sidelines. But if the flame gets too large, you'll end up burned too." Chapter 1974. We can watch the stars together. Uncle Han, you're the best. If I'm burned while watching the spectacle, I'm sure you'll save me. Right. Su Han's chest tightened. He was the one who had taken the first stab at trying to ruin the relationship between the Yang family and Sky Creation so that the Yang family would put their guard up against Sky Creation. The plan had already been partly successful when Bai Qinghuan spoke up and ruined Su Han's effort. As a result, he had blown up his relationship with Sky Creation for nothing. Lin Yuan had not spoken a single word. He did not need to try to explain anything to Yang Sijia. All he had to do was mention the peaceful calm air moss and reveal how much of its Sky Creation had nurtured for the Sui family. The Yang family would immediately take action against the Sui family. She had put him in such a predicament, yet she had the cheek to say that he was the best. She even shamelessly declared that he would save her if she was burned. When he saw the pretentious look of innocence on Bai Qinghuan's face, Su Han wanted to toss the wolf in sheep's clothing that was Bai Qinghuan into a fire pit. She was revolting. At that moment, Lin Yuan turned his gaze to Bai Qinghuan. Presently, all 3 major families of Sacred Forest City had already made contact with him. This was Lin Yuan's main reason for wanting to attend the Crownwood banquet. Lin Yuan saw Bai Qinghuan wink at him. From her eyes, he could see indescribable ambition. The ambition in Bai Qinghuan's eyes was very familiar to Lin Yuan. He had also seen it in Diwanmai. The difference was that the power of the entire Whale Ocean commerce had backed Diwanmai's ambition. She had the complete support of 2 immortal experts who even had no qualms about destroying the Radiance Federation's roots. Meanwhile, Bai Qinghuan was a singular blade of grass. According to the secrets supplied by Yi Huailong, Bai Qinghuan was personally brought up by the head of the Bai family and could live the same lifestyle as direct disciples despite being a collateral disciple because of her feminine wiles and because the head of the Bai family was grooming her to eventually be the wife of his oldest grandson who was next in line to take over the Bai family. Bai Qinghuan was part of a collateral branch that was more than 3 times removed. Thus, she only had a slight proportion of the Bai family's bloodline. In order to prevent her from being too attached to her parents, the head of the Bai family had orchestrated an accident that left Bai Qinghuan as the only surviving member of her branch of the family. The head of the Bai family did not want Bai Qinghuan to learn the truth and had made sure to keep her in the dark. But she was very intelligent and definitely had her suspicions. As her position in the Bai family climbed, it went without saying that she would investigate the matter on her own. Moreover, even if she did not do her own sleuthing, the members of the Yang family, Sui family, and other factions would definitely try to come up with ways to enlighten her about the truth. How could a person with ambition almost visibly leaking out of her be content with living the life of a trophy wife? After learning of Bai Qinghuan's situation, Lin Yuan felt that she resembled a venomous snake that was being tamed while the entire Bai family was her cage. Lin Yuan had thought about trying to get close to Bai Qinghuan, but the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm was about to open, and Lin Yuan did not have the time to get acquainted with her. But now, Bai Qinghuan had taken the initiative to approach him. It seemed that the ambitious snake was having thoughts of breaking out of its cage. At that moment, the tender voice said again, "Young Master Chu, your reputation precedes you. But I've been stuck at home and haven't been able to go out much. I would like to have a private gathering with you after the Crownwood banquet. Would you be willing to give me the opportunity? I will definitely prepare a large gift that'll be to your satisfaction." Although the voice was gentle, Lin Yuan could tell that this voice had lost all of its femininity. Instead, it was serious and even had a hint of yearning. Lin Yuan thought, it looks like this little snake wants more than just to break out of its cage. It seems I've underestimated Bai Qinghuan's ambition. Bai Qinghuan's invitation left him with no choice. Anyone from the Bai family could interact with him besides the lady who had been primed since she was young to be the wife of the next head of the Bai family. Moreover, she had requested to meet him in private. What she did was no different from publicly cuckolding the eldest grandson of the Bai family. Despite having made such a radical decision, Bai Qinghuan's gaze was level. Clearly, she had mental fortitude that surpassed that of ordinary people. Okay. Stay by my side before the banquet ends. Tonight's stars are really pretty. We can go and admire them after the banquet ends. Lin Yuan's words stunned Bai Qinghuan, and she started to look at Lin Yuan differently. Now, there was both excitement and worry in her eyes. She was not excited about going to see the stars with Lin Yuan, but that his response indicated he had managed to read between the lines of what she said. He told her to stay by his side for her own safety. Su Han would be deterred from laying a hand on her after she had put him in such a predicament. As for saying that he wanted to admire the stars together, he was leaving her with no way out. If she had only invited Lin Yuan to meet privately, there would still be a chance for her to survive when she returned to the Bai family. But if she went with Lin Yuan to see the stars, her life would come to an end that very same night when she returned to the Bai family. Since she no longer had any way out, Bai Qinghuan decided to fan the flames of her ambition as hard as she could tonight and fully bear herself to this young man she was meeting for the first time. By accepting Bai Qinghuan's invitation to meet in private and then inviting her to see the stars together, Lin Yuan could not have more clearly slighted the Bai family. Lin Yuan's attitude toward Bai Qinghuan piqued the interest of numerous members of the factions. However, Yang Sijia, Su Han, and Yi Huailong had no intention of watching the event unfold. All three of them were exhibiting completely different reactions. When Su Han spoke with Lin Yuan in Sky Creation's Tree Castle, he had mentioned the conflict between the Bai family and Yi family purposely in order to leave a good impression on Lin Yuan. Hence, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly aware of the Bai family's power. Why would Lin Yuan bother with the Sui family if he paid so little attention to the Bai family, which possessed comparable power to the Sui family? Su Han found it difficult to remain calm when he realized this. Chapter 1975 Perfect Touch Wisteria. Yi Huailong's shock went beyond his expression. There was a sea of bad blood between the Yi family and the Bai family. 2 decades ago, the Yi family had almost been ended by the Bai family. But Yi Huailong knew that ever since he and his brother joined Lin Yuan and became one of his subsidiary factions, they no longer had the authority to seek revenge. But now, the way Lin Yuan acted toward Bai Qinghuan automatically made him the enemy of the Bai family. In such a situation, the Yi family once again had the opportunity for revenge. Yang Sijia started to examine Lin Yuan and Sky Creation again. Based on his observations, he would decide if he would renew his efforts to become acquainted with Sky Creation. Since the Bai family's oldest grandson had been cuckolded during the Crownwood banquet, the Bai family's pride had been completely trampled. It was likely that the Bai family would go after Sky Creation after the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm closed in order to protect their pride. At that time, he would watch and see how the Sui family reacted to the fight between Sky Creation and the Bai family in order to gauge the true relationship between the Sui family and Sky Creation. Yang Sijia pulled himself out and left the battleground to the Sui family, Bai family, and Sky Creation. Since he no longer had a need to get on Lin Yuan's good side, Yang Sijia did not mind stoking the flames. Today is the birthday of the head of our family. All of the direct descendants are celebrating the event in the main residence. Qinghuan is the only one who showed up. It's unlikely that any other member of the Bai family will turn up. I wonder if the other members of the Bai family would be comfortable with Qinghuan watching the stars in private with young Master Chu if they were here. Bai Qinghuan's eyes flashed when she heard what Yang Sijia said. When Lin Yuan mentioned watching the stars, all roads of retreat had closed to her. Thus, all she could do now was put on a good show of loyalty. A small smile played on Bai Qinghuan's lips as she said, "Uncle Yang, I wouldn't be able to spend time with young Master Chu privately if other members of the Yang family were present. Fruit wine personally brewed by the imperial court's winemakers and refreshments made by the chefs are served at the Sacred Wood banquet. Uncle Yang, I would like to have some for when I'm stargazing with young Master Chu. I'm sure you won't put me at a spot over some fruit wine and refreshments, right?" Yang Sijia could not be more disgusted by Bai Qinghuan. As someone who was being groomed to be a wife, she should have turned down the stargazing invite. Yet, she even went on to ask for fruit wine and pastries. Fine, if she wanted them, she could have them. More food was thrown away than consumed every time the Crownwood banquet was held. Are you asking me such a trivial question because you think I'm one of the chefs for the Crownwood banquet, or are you trying to publicly make a snide remark about me being petty? Since Yang Sija had already given up on getting to know Lin Yuan and linking up with Sky Creation, Yang Sija immediately turned away, the force leaving his clothes billowing in the gust. After Yang Sija left, Su Han also immediately left to return home. As such, there was now less competition for the auction of rare spiritual ingredients. During every Crownwood banquet, Yi Huailong spent large amounts of money to collect precious resources. This was the reason for the Yi family's nickname as the 100 Treasures family. Lin Yuan had fully subsumed the Yi family. Hence, Lin Yuan did not have to purchase precious resources personally and could leave the task to Yi Huailong. Although Lin Yuan did not encounter more feys that could be used as pure elemental feys that would increase the flower calamity beautiful devil's bloodline at the Crownwood banquet, his harvest was still substantial. Now, there was a wisteria on the stand, and the members of the Divine Wood Federation's factions were placing bids for it. Lin Yuan knew that he had finally found the fifth fey that was suitable to be spirit-locked by Morbius. He used true data to check on the golden wisteria. Fey name, Perfect Touch Wisteria. Fey species, Strong Armor Wisteria species / Long Wisteria species. Fey grade, Elite, 7/10. Fey type, Wood. Fey quality, Epic. Abilities. Forbidden growth. After contracting any life form, it can break the limit that comes with the contract. As long as it has sufficient energy, it would be able to continuously increase its power. When it has absorbed the maximum amount of energy, it will be able to comprehend a required willpower rune. Peak sturdiness. A large amount of the absorbed energy can be used up to increase the durability of the vines. When injured, the energy can also be used to repair the vines. After checking on the Perfect Touch Wisteria, Lin Yuan was confused about why a faction had been willing to put up a fey with such outstanding abilities for auction. As the Perfect Touch Wisteria was a plant-type fey, it needed 3 types of energy. The first was pure spirit chi, the second was vitality, and the last was wood elemental energy. The pure spirit chi could be used to increase the quality and transform the bloodline of the Perfect Touch Wisteria. The vitality would speed up the Perfect Touch Wisteria's splitting rate. The wood elemental energy would increase the Perfect Touch Wisteria's character as a plant. Besides pure spirit chi, obtaining the other 2 types of energy in the Divine Wood Federation was not difficult. The Perfect Touch Wisteria's ability Forbidden Growth could not only allow it to automatically comprehend a willpower rune from the natural world once it reached a certain level of power, making it unnecessary for spirit chi professionals to provide it with a willpower rune, but it could also break the contract's limit. Through communicating with Morbius, Lin Yuan knew that the Perfect Touch Wisteria would still be able to endlessly increase its power after it was spirit-locked. However, the endless increase of the Perfect Touch Wisteria's power would not enable Morbius grade and quality to rise. Morbius grade and quality would still be the equivalent of the weakest fey it had spirit-locked. It was the dream of any spirit chi professional to have their fey's power be able to break through the limit of their rank. This would allow a young person to be able to take on a veteran expert as long as they had sufficient resources. There were no feys like the Perfect Touch Wisteria in the Radiance Federation. If there were, the large veteran factions and top factions would fight over it viciously. It was possible that it would cause a new rule banning feys like it that could break through its limit and be strengthened endlessly to be put in place for the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Even a rising faction from the Radiance Federation could use resources to evolve the Perfect Touch Wisteria to myth breed. Suppose a 10-year-old child formed a contract with the Perfect Touch Wisteria. In that case, it could use resources to eventually possess the myth Perfect Touch Wisteria and take up a spot in the Radiance 100 sequence. Forbidden Growth turned the Perfect Touch Wisteria into a plant-type fey that defied one of the basic concepts of feys. Chapter 1976 Morbius New Spirit Lock. Besides Forbidden Growth, Lin Yuan was more interested in peak sturdiness. Although it required an increasing amount of spirit chi, vitality, and wood elemental energy to nurture the Perfect Touch Wisteria, using an increasing number of resources could be used to make the vines sturdier and stronger. This was a low-cost method for people who did not lack resources. A spirit chi professional had a limit to the number of feys he could contract. Hence, only by focusing on unlocking the potential of every fey could they increase their power to the greatest extent. This was the path that Lin Yuan was going down. Lu Ji was confused when he saw the way Lin Yuan's eyes were shining as he stared at the Perfect Touch Wisteria, but Yi Huailong managed to guess what was going through Lin Yuan's head. He explained to Lin Yuan, "Young Master Chu, the Perfect Touch Wisteria is a very rare fey here, but this one has mutated. The regular perfect touch Wisteria's normal ability is called wild growth, which would only allow it to automatically comprehend a willpower rune but not break through the limit of its contractor. If my memory serves, the mutated perfect touch Wisteria should have been captured in the sacred wood mystic realm by the Bai family. Lin Yuan could sense that the perfect touch Wisteria did not have the sacred wood bloodline. Thus, he could not help but ask a follow-up question: are there regular plant-type feys like this in the sacred wood mystic realm? Yi Huailong lowered his voice and replied, you aren't aware of this, but there are many plant-type feys in the sacred wood mystic realm. Every time someone who enters the sacred wood mystic realm fails to obtain a plant-type fey with the sacred wood bloodline, they will be able to choose 3 regular plant-type feys. The Bai family intentionally gave up on obtaining a plant-type fey with the sacred wood bloodline because of this perfect touch Wisteria's forbidden growth ability. Miss Bai should know more about the matter than me. When Bai Qinghuan heard herself being mentioned by Yi Huailong, she hurriedly spilled everything she knew about the perfect touch Wisteria. The Bai family is indeed the one who put the perfect touch Wisteria up for auction. It was initially meant to be the fey of the Bai family's oldest grandson, but its elite ability mutated when it evolved. It changed from the original vine lock to peak sturdiness. Peak sturdiness will magnify the depletion of energy. Moreover, the perfect touch Wisteria normally gains tool transformation as its bronze ability. It will be able to transform into a fitting soft armor. The Bai family does not think that using a large number of resources to produce soft armor is worth it. They would rather have a less costly soft armor made from the skin of a myth breed fey and metal-type spiritual ingredients. Right after Bai Qinghuan was done speaking, Yi Huailong said in a gloating manner, the Bai family used to have 3 pinnacle class 4 creation masters, but my father eliminated 2 of them during a fight between our 2 families. As such, the Bai family has always lacked creation master resources, and it's understandable for them to be unwilling to spend too much on the perfect touch Wisteria. Furthermore, even if the perfect touch Wisteria can break through its spirit chi professional's limit, a class 4 creation master will only be able to promote a spirit chi professional to pinnacle emperor class at best. Whether they'll be able to evolve into thearch class will depend on their fate and luck. The resources needed to nurture the perfect touch Wisteria to pinnacle myth breed will be enough to evolve 2 other plant type feys to pinnacle myth breed. So, the perfect touch Wisteria is a bona fide black hole. Despite knowing that Lin Yuan possessed class 5 creation master resources, Yi Huailong did not think that the perfect touch Wisteria was cost effective. To S-rank spirit chi professionals, forbidden growth would have negligible advantages. Moreover, it would require twice the amount of resources just to increase the vine's sturdiness and healing ability. Just the thought of it brought tears to one's eyes. However, Yi Huailong had no idea that what he and Bai Qinghuan said only made Lin Yuan want the perfect touch Wisteria even more. At the same time, Lin Yuan could not help but be amazed. Any phase function and value were determined by its environment. If the Divine Wood Federation's 100 sequence was now just for show and Divine Wood envoys were chosen from amongst them to participate in the major Federation meeting, the perfect touch Wisteria would pose unlimited strategic significance. It represented so much strategic significance that it was worthy of being a representative fey of the Divine Wood Federation that safeguarded its honor. It had even greater strategic significance than that of Island Whales, which required more resources to be nurtured. Lin Yuan had no lack of resources, and he could produce the best quality of spirit chi, vitality and wood elemental energy that the perfect touch Wisteria needed. Lin Yuan's secret weapon was his 2 precious instruments. However, precious instruments were not like feys and could be restricted. During the fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group, as per the rules of the major Federation meeting, Lin Yuan Victor's right allowed him to set the rule banning the use of precious instruments by his opponents. It was possible for the perfect touch Wisteria to reach immortal or even eternal. At that time, the combat power that Lin Yuan had traded for using resources would be comparable to that of the Radiance Federation, Azure Federation and Freedom Federation. More importantly, the perfect touch Wisteria's bronze ability was most likely to be tool transformation. Although Bai Qinghuan and Yi Huailong had mentioned numerous times that the perfect touch Wisteria had mutated, mutations were anchored in the original abilities. Thus, even if the perfect touch Wisteria's exclusive skill mutated, it was likely that it would be linked to tool transformation. Lin Yuan had encountered many feys similar to the perfect touch Wisteria, such as the Vitality Sloth that was most likely to develop the exclusive skill Quickened Rest. Once Lin Yuan formed a contract with the perfect touch Wisteria and evolved it to bronze, so it gained the exclusive skill Tool Transformation, Lin Yuan's physical defense would be raised significantly. Currently, Lin Yuan's physical defense depended on the source sand, and it found itself stretched thin more and more often. After all, it was only to be expected that as Lin Yuan became more powerful, the enemies he faced would also increase in strength. It was on Lin Yuan's to-do list to strengthen his physical defense. Now, the appearance of the perfect touch wisteria made it likely for him to be able to tick off this task. Chapter 1977 The Insect Queen's Third Fairy. Although the phase that Morbius contracted could only use normal abilities and exclusive skills, a triggered ability like peak sturdiness could still unleash its intended effect. As such, it would allow Lin Yuan to still obtain what he wanted without paying the costs of contracting a fey through the traditional method. As Lin Yuan continued to explore the marsh world, he would gather more and more of the endless gems. However, compared to the perfect touch wisteria, Blackie, purple afterglow and remembering all posed much higher strategic significance. He did not even know when he would be able to obtain the next endless gem. All in all, Lin Yuan needed to obtain the perfect touch wisteria by hook or by crook. He felt that it was unlikely that the other families would be fighting over a resource that the Bai family had abandoned. After all, how could they hope to have more Creation Master resources than the Bai family, which had pinnacle class 4 Creation Masters? Lin Yuan did not ask Yi Huailong to step in for him this time. Instead, when the price of the perfect touch wisteria had been bid to 6 million great lush dollars, Lin Yuan immediately put in his bid for 10 million great lush dollars. Because the price that Lin Yuan offered was astronomical, as well as the fact that most of the factions present wanted to stay on good terms with Sky Creation, even the factions who wanted to study the perfect touch wisteria did not offer any following bids. Eventually, Lin Yuan was successful in his bid for the perfect touch wisteria. Bai Qinghuan's eyes shone as she gazed at Lin Yuan. She had heard of Sky Creation's strength and had been attracted to them by their reputation of being backed by a Class 5 Creation Master. She wanted to go for a final gamble before her slated marriage to the oldest grandson of the Bai family next month. Now that she just saw Lin Yuan throw 10 million great lush dollars to buy a fey that was useless in her eyes, Bai Qinghuan felt assured of his wealth. She had purposely mentioned the perfect touch wisteria's flaw. It would only be helpful when it was used by a low-rank spirit chi professional. Hence, she felt it was likely that Lin Yuan wanted the perfect touch wisteria so she could form a contract with it. By buying the perfect touch wisteria, Lin Yuan sent Bai Qinghuan the clear message that high-class Creation Master resources did not encumber him. This made her even more confident about her choice to follow him. Bai Qinghuan was already coming up with a way to break the ice with this young man after the Crownwood banquet ended. She was an attractive woman and had many ways of pulling in men. However, she did not intend to use any of the usual methods of seduction. Regardless of whether she could use her body to trade for long-term protection, her short interaction with Lin Yuan told her that pulling the wool over this young man's eyes would not be easy. She would have to use all the weapons in her arsenal to prove her worth. While Bai Qinghuan was thinking, Lin Yuan stored the perfect touch wisteria in the spatial ring. He intended to evolve it after he left the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. By that time, he might have found the life form within the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm that created feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline. He would then be able to use its bloodline to turn the perfect touch wisteria into a fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline. At that time, he would use all the resources he had to increase the perfect touch wisteria's power. Lin Yuan looked forward to seeing how far the perfect touch wisteria could go with the help of the endless resources from the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Would it stop at immortal? Could it go further to reach eternal? Or could it even go past eternal to start walking down heaven's path and take control of its birth horoscope? Now that Lin Yuan had the perfect touch wisteria, he was satisfied and was not looking forward to any other of the items being auctioned off. However, there were many good items at the auction. Moreover, there were no clear laws or institutions like the Spirit Guards in the Divine Wood Federation. As such, even individuals could put carcinoma feys up for auction, much less large factions. The appearance of one insect species carcinoma fey caused Lu Ji to freeze, and he did not hesitate to yell out his bid. Lin Yuan knew what kind of person Lu Ji was. In the few years that the insect queen had been in a near-dead state, Lu Ji experienced the abyss of despair and had tuned himself to remain emotionless regardless of how he was feeling. The insect species carcinoma fey that could make Lu Ji this excited had to be of great help to his current combat system. Just as Lin Yuan was about to use true data to check on the insect species carcinoma fey, he heard Lu Ji say, "Young master, Elegance is finally going to have a third fairy." Although the Firefly Demon fetus was a secret from the Freedom Federation that outsiders would not know about, so Lu Ji did not need to talk in riddles. It still came from the dimensional rifts. No one could ensure that the Firefly Demon fetus would not be produced in other dimensional rifts besides those in the Freedom Federation. Thus, Lu Ji still needed to be careful. Lin Yuan became intensely interested in the insect species Carcinoma fey. After Lu Ji obtained the firefly demon fetuses, he used them judiciously despite having several of them. Presently, he had only combined them with the Blade Queen Bee and Dimensional Light Moth. Lu Ji decided to change the Blade Queen Bee into a fairy so it could break through the limit of its power and produce even stronger psychotoxin. Besides having powerful control over other insect species Carcinoma feys due to its spiritual energy, the Blade Queen Bee's psychotoxin also played a large reason. After the Blade Queen Bee's power increased, and the insect queen absorbed its venom, the strength of its psychotoxin would be boosted again. In short, he transformed the Blade Queen Bee into a fairy to strengthen the insect queen's control over insect species Carcinoma feys. It would also allow the insect queen to take control of more insect species Carcinoma feys. As for the Dimensional Light Moth, Lu Ji transformed it into a fairy because of its strategic value. As the Dimensional Light Moth continued to grow, it would be able to produce Class 4 and 5 dimensional rifts, or perhaps even Class 6 dimensional rifts. Furthermore, Lu Ji saw the Dimensional Light Moth as his personal arsenal. The more powerful it was, the more insects it would be able to store in its body. Lu Ji's specialty was terrestrial formation battles. Experts of the same level of power as Lu Ji would find it difficult to break out of the army of insects to reach Lu Ji and the insect queen to attack them during battle. However, Lu Ji's shortcoming was also due to terrestrial combat. The most basic part of terrestrial battles was fortification. Chapter 1978 Halberd Corner Skydifying Rhinoceros Beetle. This was the reason Lu Ji had only been sequence number 30 of the Radiance 100 sequence despite having the ability to hold off the insect tide outside of Cold Frost City for half an hour. Since he picked his insect species Carcinoma feys so carefully, yet he had decided to combine this one with the Firefly Demon fetus to transform it into a fairy after only one look. It was evident that this insect species Carcinoma fey was important to Lu Ji. It was likely that Lu Ji's combat system was going to be centered around this insect species Carcinoma fey from now on. When Lin Yuan used true data to check on the insect species Carcinoma fey, he realized why Lu Ji was so overwhelmed. Fey name, Halberd Corner Skydifying Rhinoceros Beetle. Fey species, Scarab species / large rhinoceros beetle species. Fey grade, bronze, 4/10. Fey type, insect / metal. Fey quality, flawless. Abilities. Metal forge angle, it can absorb every type of metal and apply it to its horns to increase its damage power. Spread wings insect cry, when it flaps its wings, it can attract other insect species feys and apply its metal characteristics to them to provide them with protection. Exclusive skill. Insect death, whenever an insect dies around it, its metal characteristics will change from its original defense mode to offense mode. As a Carcinoma fey, the Halberd Corner Skydifying Rhinoceros Beetle was a failure because it did not have outstanding damage power. It was more skilled at consuming metal and spitting out its stomach to corrode mines to damage the metal stored within. Normally, an insect species Carcinoma fey with weak damage power would receive D grade as its danger grade. But in the Radiance Federation, the Halberd Corner Skydifying Rhinoceros Beetle had a danger grade of S grade. The reason for this was its Spread Wings Insect Cry ability. Spread Wings Insect Cry could attract other insect species Carcinoma feys as well as alien insects. 16 years ago, there had been 37 major cities in the Radiance Federation. But today, Fertile Soil City had long vanished from the Radiance Federation's map. This was all because of the Halberd Corner Skydifying Rhinoceros Beetle. Although the Halberd Corner Skydifying Rhinoceros Beetle could not take control of the insect species feys it attracted using Spread Wings Insect Cry, the insect species feys would not leave the Halberd Corner Skydifying Rhinoceros Beetle's side even to the point of starvation. A starving insect army would go on a rampage to eat everything in their way, even sand and dust. Fertile Soil City had been famed for its soil and in the top 10 major cities in the Radiance Federation. However, the fertilized soil resulted in many insect species feys in Fertile Soil City. It would be easy for a Spirit Chi professional to kill just one locust. Still, the locusts attracted by the Halberd Corner Skydifying Rhinoceros Beetle usually came in swarms to turn into a disaster. The swarm of locusts was just one of the many types of insect species feys that the Halberd Corner Skydifying Rhinoceros Beetle attracted. It had not taken long for a massive insect disaster to form outside of Fertile Soil City. Although Fertile City's city lord had not found out the reason behind the insect disaster, he still regarded it with utmost seriousness. He had even enlisted the help of the Spirit Guards. Since it had been during the Dimensional Rift's active period, the Spirit Guards had sent 2 guard envoys. But also because it had been the Dimensional Rift's active period, the alien insect dimensional rifts opened continuously. A horrible tragedy unfolded before anyone had time to prepare. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's wings could soothe insect species feys. As such, the insect species feys would not attack their comrades of the same species under the influence of the flapping wings. That had been the first time in history that insect species feys and alien insects cooperated. During combat, insect species feys relied on their strong bodies, elemental energy, or venom. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle could pass on its metal characteristics to the insect species feys and alien insects. As a result, the physical type alien insects and insect species feys that already had strong defenses became even tougher. It also allowed the physically weak but powerful elemental and poison type insect species alien insects to become more resistant to physical damage. This made it more difficult for them to be killed by spirit chi professionals. In order to take on the insect disaster, Fertile Soil City had spent a large portion of its finances on training its city guards. The 4 guard envoys had an average power of Thearch class. This was the strongest support the spirit guards could provide cities during the Dimensional Rift's active period. Alas, there had been no survivors of the insect disaster. This was because the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle had attracted not only regular insect species feys and alien insects but insect species carcinoma feys as well. 4 types of insect species carcinoma feys had joined the throng of alien insects and insect species feys, creating the largest disaster in the Radiance Federation's history that turned into a wound that never healed. In the end, 3 members of royalty had hurried to the scene and spent months settling the aftermath. It was rumored that the nurturing from the insect army had allowed the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle to evolve from silver to diamond by the time the disaster came to an end. The same insect species carcinoma feys generally had the same abilities and exclusive skills. There was not as much variation as in the abilities of feys. Since many insect species feys had died by the diamond halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's side, it gained many types of combat metal characteristics. It had even managed to seriously injure the members of royalty. Cicada Song's body had even been corroded by the numerous types of metal, resulting in him being in recovery for nearly 2 decades. This was why Cicada Song's sacred source life form, the alleviating wind, still had not managed to evolve to 10 stars despite his close relationship with the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and Bamboo Monarch. The spirit guards had always collected carcinoma feys from around the world. However, Night Leaning Moon had killed the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle that created such a catastrophe without hesitation. It was clear that no such disaster had taken place in the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle, nor was there a danger rating for insect species carcinoma feys. Otherwise, they would not be auctioning it off so casually at the Crownwood banquet. It was no wonder that Lu Ji had been so excited when he spotted the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle could apply metal characteristics to both the insect army and insect species carcinoma feys created by the insect queen to amplify their defenses. Furthermore, as the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle continued to consume different types of metals, its own power would increase. As a result of the fey observers' and scholars' studies, they found that large rhinoceros beetle-type feys were the kings of the insect species fey world. All of them possessed immense power. When Lu Ji used the insect queen in battle, he lacked individual combat power the most. Chapter 1979 Gray's Gains. Lu Ji's sacred source life form, the emperor core of all insects, could fuse with the insect queen to explosively increase its individual combat power, but the price of using the ability was much too heavy. However, the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle was different. As Lu Ji set up his formation, the insect species carcinoma feys reproduced life forms and insects produced by the insect queen would die continuously. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's defense mode of metal characteristics could change into offense mode and stack up, allowing it to fight far beyond its grade. The diamond halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's feat of heavily injuring Cicada Song was the best example of this. No one had fought with Lin Yuan over the perfect touch wisteria. But when Lu Ji placed a bid for the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle, he was met with competition from several factions. Yi Huailong was afraid that Lin Yuan's mood would be spoiled. Moreover, Lin Yuan was extremely fond of his retainer. Yi Huailong explained, "Young Master Chu, most of these competing factions need a large number of insects as nourishment for their feys. For example, the head of the Yu family has the insect-consuming bone ficus, which needs to eat at least 500 tons of insects daily. The Yu family's bid for the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle is so large because he wants to provide the insect-consuming bone ficus with a long-term meal ticket. Without even a shift in his expression, Lin Yuan placed a bid of 50 million great lush dollars after the Yu family announced their bid of 40 million great lush dollars. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle had inelastic demand to the Yu family. The rainy season was almost upon the Divine Wood Federation. At that time, it would be extremely easy to catch insect species feys. As such, the middle-aged man who was representing the Yu family at the Crownwood banquet had no choice but to ball his fist in front of Lin Yuan and say, "I didn't expect young Master Chu to be interested in the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle. However, it is much too important to the Yu family. I hope that you can let us have it. The Yu family will be sure to show our deep gratitude. If you also have a need for the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle to attract insects, we promise to send it to Sky Creation's Tree Castle every afternoon for as long as you are in Sacred Wood City so you can use it as you please." While the Yu family was determined to buy the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle, they also did not want to insult Lin Yuan. As such, the middle-aged man had said something so placating. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan did not intend to give way to the Yu family. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle was far too important for Lu Ji. If they missed this opportunity, he might never be able to obtain one for the rest of his life. Since the matter concerned Lu Ji's future, Lin Yuan was not above using martial power against those who interfered, no matter how much he wanted to keep his nose clean before he entered the Sacred Wood mystic realm. Lin Yuan said to the middle-aged man from the Yu family, "I am very interested in the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle. If the Yu family wants it, you can continue raising the price. I don't have any obligation to the Yu family." When he was done speaking, Lin Yuan made his bid of 70 million right on the tails of the Yu family's bid of 60 million. The Yu family was not as illustrious as the Yang, Bai, Yi, or Sui families in Sacred Forest City. However, their intermediate Class 4 creation master had reached advanced Class 4 in recent years. Two of their juniors had also reached Class 4 from Pinnacle Class 3. As a result, the Yu family was about to grab the tails of the Yi family. Although the middle-aged man knew that this lavishly dressed young man was extremely powerful, he, who was used to being a bully, could not swallow being treated in such a way. "Since young Master Chu has made his stance clear, I will have no choice but to affront you and continue raising the price. I bid 90 million great lush dollars." Since Lin Yuan knew that great lush dollars was the only accepted currency in the Crownwood banquet, he had come prepared. This was why he had allowed such a large quantity of bronze/epic item storing walnuts to leave his hand. It only took a few minutes for Lin Yuan to nurture one of the item storing walnut trees, and one tree produced over 100 item storing walnuts. Thus, the great lush dollars were completely worthless to Lin Yuan. The middle-aged man needed to consider carefully each time he increased the bid by 10 million great lush dollars, but Lin Yuan did not need to do so. Lin Yuan was too lazy to go on slowly adding 10 million to each subsequent bid. 150,000,000. He had upped the price by 60 million at once, as though it was worth as much as garbage. Of all the people from the Divine Wood Federation who were present, only Yi Huailong, who understood Lin Yuan's background, could remain calm. Bai Qinghuan's ambition shone as brightly as it always did in her eyes. However, she now also looked at Lin Yuan with fear and respect. She knew that just like how the young man had cut off all her paths of retreat by inviting her to stargaze with him, she would never be able to leave once she joined him. Yet, this young man was willing to cough up 150 million great lush dollars for his retainer. This meant that he was very kind to his subordinates. As long as she provided value, it was likely that she would lead a comfortable life under him. Lin Yuan could earn around 30 million great lush dollars by selling a pair of the bronze/epic item storing walnuts. On the other hand, the Yu family needed money to manage all of its operations. They could not afford to part with 150 million great lush dollars. Eventually, the middle-aged man decided not to raise the bid. He could tell that Lin Yuan was set on winning. If he continued raising the price, he would only incite Lin Yuan to continue to do so as well. This would only further blacken their name in the books of Sky Creation. It seemed that the Yu family was still going to have to use a large amount of manpower to seek out 500 tons of insects daily. As Lu Ji looked at the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle that Lin Yuan had just bought for him, Lu Ji felt as though he had just traveled through time. Lu Ji could still remember how Lin Yuan had done all he could to buy the hurricane owlet moth for him at a king-class experts auction 8 or 9 months ago. The Lin Yuan of then was completely different from the Lin Yuan of today. He was going to be Lin Yuan's retainer knight forever, protecting him as his sword and shield. Lu Ji intended to make the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle the center of his combat system of insect species carcinoma phase. After the fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group, Lu Ji understood the enemy's might. It was very likely that there would be more dangers at the major Federation meeting. Lu Ji wanted to improve himself as much as possible during the next 2 years so that he would not have to hide behind Lin Yuan in the face of danger. Instead, he would be able to fulfill his duty of being Lin Yuan's retainer knight. Both Lin Yuan and Lu Ji had great gains from the Crownwood banquet. Besides the two of them, Gray's gains were also significant. Chapter 1980 Black Flood Dragon Rising above the Imperial Court. The sandstorm acacia could create sandstorms, the frozen rain bellflower could freeze rainy weather, and the hazy weeping willow could create hazy weather. These 3 types of weather rarely arose in the natural world and were all considered extreme. Gray likely would attain powerful combat abilities after absorbing the 3 types of weather, like how it had attained abilities related to rain and snow after it absorbed those types of weather. The frozen rain weather might appear to be a combination of rainy and snowy weather, but that was not actually the case. Frozen rain weather was actually a rarely seen type of extreme weather. Every time it appeared, it resulted in a steep drop in the number of plant-type feys. It was likely that after Gray absorbed the frozen rain weather from the frozen rain bellflower, it would form a special link to the snowy weather. When Lin Yuan first found out that Gray was a Heavenly Family Fey, he had not been overly amazed because, at that point, Heavenly Family Feys were nothing more to him than a concept he understood. But now, after the Mother of Bloodbath had awakened its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline and evolved into a Heavenly Family Fey, as well as Lin Yuan's deepened interactions with the Heavenly Family Cottage, he found out that there was a huge difference between Gray and regular Heavenly Family Feys. Firstly, Heavenly Family Feys yearned for pure spirit chi just as much as Feys did, yet Gray no longer had as large of a reaction to spirit chi as it used to, perhaps because it grew up on pure spirit chi. Now, the only thing that could enable Gray to increase its power was such types of weather. Moreover, Heavenly Family Feys were usually only affiliated with one type of natural phenomenon. Lin Yuan had asked Blue Lotus about this in the past, and she told him that there was a member of Heavenly Family Cottage who was affiliated with lightning. Although lightning was not technically a type of weather, it also seemed like a weather event in its own right. While other Heavenly Family Feys could only take control of one, Gray had managed to take control of several. This made Lin Yuan curious about Gray's limit. The auction was not the key part of the Crownwood banquet but just a tool. Its main purpose was to deepen the relationship between the veteran elite families in the Divinewood Federation and the city lords. It was also a fair platform for the various factions to negotiate. All in all, the Crownwood banquet was a convention where the Divinewood Federation's upper echelon gathered. The high-ranking members of elite families enjoyed such situations, but Lin Yuan found them to be unbelievably dull. Lin Yuan represented Sky Creation, which was also a foreign faction that had a Class 5 Creation Master while the Divinewood Federation had none of its own. Previously, the various families could only speculate whether there was indeed a Class 5 Creation Master in Sky Creation. But after what Suhan had said, their collective guess had been confirmed. Thus, immediately after the auction ended, many members of the factions made their way over to Lin Yuan. Among them was also the Yu family, which had just fought over the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle with him. Before Lin Yuan had chosen the Yi family to be his puppets, he would not have minded interacting with these factions. However, there was no need to do so now. What Lin Yuan was after were the Divinewood Federation's resources. Once he gave the Yi family a leg up and helped them to enter the Imperial Court, all of the Divinewood Federation's resources would eventually become his. Hence, he ignored the other members of the factions and said to Bai Qinghuan, "Let's go. Now is the best time to admire the moon." Lin Yuan started to make his way out of the Crownwood banquet. Once he stepped out of the venue, he summoned Blackie into the garden. A black flood dragon twirled toward the sky. Its body, which was hundreds of meters long, filled the air with suffocating pressure. Bai Qinghuan looked at Lin Yuan with astonishment. Besides having outstanding looks and shouldering the responsibility of representing Sky Creation, this young man she had just met today was also an expert. Bai Qinghuan was chosen by the head of the Bai family out of all the collateral descendants to marry his oldest grandson because she possessed Creation Master talent. However, her talent was limited, and she was still only a beginner Class 2 Creation Master despite having been nurtured by the head of the Bai family for so many years. Nonetheless, this did not prevent her from being able to tell how strong Blackie was. Although Lin Yuan appeared to be younger than his actual age, he could not be more than 20 years old. Yet, he already had a Diamond X/Fantasy V Fey with a pinnacle Flood Dragon species bloodline that was about to reach main dragon species. There were main dragon species Feys in the Divine Wood Federation, and many of the Bai family's experts had contracted them. However, even with focused nurturing using all of the Bai family's resources, the head of the Bai family's Purple Flames Mountain Leaping Dragon's bloodline had only managed to evolve from pinnacle terrifying dragon species to main dragon species when it reached creation breed. Regardless, the head of the Bai family had been overjoyed. The bloodline of Flood Dragon species Feys was even more difficult to purify than terrifying dragon species Feys. Under normal circumstances, about 8 or 9 out of every 10 Flood Dragon species Feys evolved to main dragon species slower than terrifying dragon species Feys. However, this Black Flood Dragon's bloodline had refreshed by King Huan's horizons. One look at the Diamond X/Fantasy V pure-blooded Flood Dragon was enough to tell the gap between her and Lin Yuan's Creation Master resources. At that moment, he looked down at her from his seat on the dragon's back and said, "Let's go. If we're going to see the stars, it only makes sense for us to go closer to them for a better look." Bai Qinghuan was not considered weak, but she was a healing-type spirit chi professional and could not fly before she reached king class. This left her confused about how she was going to climb aboard the Black Flood Dragon's back. It was now that the young man in silver armor sitting behind Lin Yuan snapped his fingers, and a moth that seemed to be made of night itself landed beside her. The moth wrapped her with wind elemental energy and carried her to the back of the giant Black Flood Dragon. Soon, the Black Flood Dragon reared and took to the air. After Lin Yuan left, the many members of the factions left behind at the Crownwood banquet had disappointment clearly written on their faces. Previously, many of them had not had the opportunity to interact with him. Now that the opportunity had opened itself, he ended up being unwilling to mix. Yi Huailong did not appear disappointed in the slightest. In fact, it was the opposite in that he looked beside himself with excitement. Chapter 1981 The Yang Family and Truth Association. Given that Yi Huailong had managed to pull the Yi family out of the gutter and put them in a prime position to be taking their first steps down the road of prosperity at any time, he was extremely smart. He had already guessed that sky creation had appeared so abruptly in Sacred Wood City because of the Sacred Wood mystic realm. It was likely that the only thing in Sacred Forest City that a Class 5 creation master could not obtain was a Fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline. However, Yi Huailong never could have guessed what Lin Yuan's plans for the Sacred Wood mystic realm were. If he just wanted a plant-type Fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline, Lin Yuan could have just established a partnership with a few families who had the chance to enter the Sacred Wood mystic realm and use Class 5 creation master resources to trade for the Fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline. Take the Yi family, for example. Yi Huailong would have been more than willing to use a Fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline to trade for Class 5 creation master resources that would be able to increase his power. Yi Huailong would never have been able to guess that Lin Yuan was after the being in the Sacred Wood mystic realm that created Feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline. But even if Yi Huailong did know what Lin Yuan was thinking, all he would do was stand loyally by Lin Yuan's side to help him. This was because he had become Lin Yuan's servant and because Lin Yuan could lead Yi Huailong and the Yi family to a bright future. After the Yi family entered the imperial court, Yi Huailong would lead the Divine Wood Federation toward glory. Yi Huailong felt that Lin Yuan had to have a plan in mind since he asked to meet. Su Han and Yang Sija had left the Crownwood banquet long ago. This had never happened before. Yi Huailong could already distinctly pick up the scent of rain. When Yang Sija returned to the imperial court, while he was standing in a long corridor talking with an elderly man, he spotted a black flood dragon taking to the sky in the distance. A tall and skinny young man was standing behind Yang Sija, and his features were rather feminine. His brow was currently furrowed, adding a tinge of malice to his expression. "Fifth uncle and grandfather, no matter who they are, it is an insult to our imperial court to be riding on an avian-type Fey within the imperial court's premises. We should immediately send out nearby guards to arrest and punish the perpetrator. Why are the two of you letting him do as he pleases?" Yang Sija took a deep breath and glared at this young man silently. The elderly man next to Yang Sija said, "Gee, you have been by my side for so long. Yet, you haven't grown at all. You should really learn from your sister and think more. Then, you'll know why I'm letting him do as he pleases and ride an avian-type Fey in the imperial court." Yang Ji's face immediately fell. Whenever he misspoke, his grandfather would compare him to his older sister and tell him to think more. Why would he have to ask if he could understand it for himself? Yang Ji lowered his head and said, "Yes, grandfather. Tonight, I will go and ponder over it carefully." Yang Hangxian felt his chest tighten when he heard what Yang Ji said. Although he had become an immortal expert, this grandson of his would shorten his lifespan by at least 50 years. You don't have to wait until you return. Go into the hall and reflect now. Yang Ji's temper flared when he heard that his grandfather was going to lock him up again. He did not even bother to bid goodbye to Yang Sija and Yang Hangxian as he turned on his heel and stomped away into the hall. Yang Hangxian was so ticked off that he tossed the chain of items storing walnuts in his hand to the ground, causing them to clatter against the stone. Yang Sija hurriedly picked up the chain of pearls and said, "Father, Ji is still young. Why bother being angry with him?" Yang Hangxian replied angrily, "Ji is like this because all of his uncles, you included, have spoiled him rotten. Your daughter is still the best. She has always been obedient." Yang Sija smiled as his eyes flashed. If he had not spoiled his nephew, how could his daughter have climbed onto the pedestal that she currently sat on? At that moment, Yang Hangxian asked, "Are the people from the Truth Association done arranging the secret room inside the main hall?" Yang Sija's expression turned stern as he replied, "Father, everything has been prepared to perfection." Yang Hangxian smiled coldly and raised his gaze to look out in the direction of the Sui family's residence. The Sui family had indeed been hiding a secret all these years. Does Sui Zhenmu really think that every one of the Sui family's inner circle is uncrackable? The Sui family wants to attack us to take over the imperial court, but they have no clue that we've been waiting for them to make their move for months. Worry crossed Yang Sija's face as he said, "Father, we don't have to worry about the Sui family. However, if we agree to the Truth Association's condition, our family will become a subsidiary of the Truth Association once you become a member. At that point, the Divine Wood Federation would essentially be subservient to the Great Lush Federation." Yang Hangxian did not respond immediately. But, an uncontrollable tinge of fear appeared deep in his gaze. He seemed to remember the boy who had walked out of the gruesome ball of flesh 3 months ago. In a few months, the boy had become Yang Hangxian's nightmare. Gee, when one is lacking, one has no choice but to ally with stronger powers. You will understand this in the future. Yang Sija did not mention the Truth Association again. Even if the entire Yang family opposed the idea, his father was adamant about seeing it through. For this reason, his father had even sacrificed Yang Sija's older brother, who had long been favored by him. This made Yang Sija aware that if he voiced his opposition, there was no question that he would end up just like his older brother. Yang Sija's tone turned sharp as he said, "Father, the rumor of Sky Creation having a Class 5 Creation Master should be true. Should we become acquainted with Sky Creation? The Sui family is unusually close with Sky Creation. I'm afraid that even with the support of the Truth Association, we might not be able to fend off the Sui family when they have Sky Creation backing them." Yang Sija had always been the type to play things safe. Otherwise, he would not have given up on connecting with Sky Creation and chosen to stay on the fence the moment Su Han released an unverified claim. The Truth Association's hold over the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court made Yang Sija think of the concept of many weaklings overpowering the strong. However, his father's attitude toward the Truth Association made Yang Sija too afraid to mention this concept. This was because it could be said that Yang Hangxian no longer placed the Yang family's benefits first. Chapter 1982 Operation about to begin. Gee, even if Sky Creation has a Class 5 Creation Master, they won't be able to compete with Truth Association. Later, go and properly host the experts from the Truth Association. If Sky Creation doesn't help the Sui family to attack us, we can still get to know them after the storm blows over. Once Yang Sija was done speaking, Yang Hangxian turned and walked into the hall. Yang Sija looked up at the moon. Wispy clouds slowly floated across the inky sky, making the full moon appear like a crescent. Yang Sija could be certain that his father did not used to be like this. When the Truth Association first came to the Divine Wood Federation and connected with the Imperial Court, his father had been extremely standoffish. But ever since that night when his father had fallen seriously ill, his attitude toward the Truth Association changed completely. Yang Sija sighed, and he suddenly saw no point in trying to argue. Eventually, he would still end up as a puppet. Inside the Sui family's meeting room, 2 elders with liver spot-covered skin sat side by side at the head of the table while Su Jian, Su Jun, and Su Han took the seats beside them. Su Jun and Su Jian sat on their left while Su Han sat on their right. The rest of the over 60 of the Sui family's experts and main members, such as Su Wen Liang, did not have the authority to attend this meeting, even though he had been promoted to steward. Right after Su Han took his seat, he felt the pressure akin to the weight of thousands of mountains pressing down on him. He did not expect his great-grandfather to begin a secret meeting while he was representing the Sui family at the Crownwood banquet. His great-grandfather had even issued the order that they would make their move once the sacred wood mystic realm opened. At that time, he would not be able to bring up any new discoveries or guesses he had for fear of confusing the troops. When he saw the hopeful expressions of his great-grandparents and his two older brothers, Su Han let out a long sigh. He had no choice but to bury his worries and pray that they dissolved. When Su Han thought back to how Lin Yuan treated him at the Crownwood banquet and the precious instrument his retainer used, he seemed to see a vision of the Su family's future. After the secret meeting ended, Su Han asked Su Zhenmu in a low voice, "Great-grandfather, has Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master remained in the treasure vault all this time? If our family makes a move, your main Fei will have to stay by your side. What will happen to the Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master then?" Ever since Su Han entered, Su Zhenmu could tell from his countenance that something was wrong. Su Zhenmu could guess that this was likely related to Sky Creation. At the beginning of the operation, Su Zhenmu had his own share of worries and calculations. However, wealth was only found in the mire of danger. If Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master truly had the ability to resist, there was no reason for her to endure the treatment of the Su family. Hence, Su Zhenmu did not think there was anything to worry about. Su Zhenmu felt that if he busied himself with worrying instead of acting, he would just be dragging the Su family down. Thus, no matter how much Su Zhenmu usually spoiled Su Han, his tone turned cold. "Han, you have no flaws besides being overly cautious and worrying too much. If that's the case, you can take yourself out of this operation. You can stay in the residence to watch over Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master. My adjudication dung beetle is stronger than Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master's main Fei. It can use its ability to lock Diwanmai's spiritual power and movement. It will remove the lock when it returns. So, there's nothing for you to be worried about." Su Zhenmu led Su Jun and Su Jian out of the meeting room. Su Han was about to chase after Su Zhenmu to add something, but he stopped himself when he remembered the mood that Su Zhenmu was in. It would also be good for him to guard Diwanmai. The adjudication dung beetle's ability could lock everything within a set area. There could only be two possibilities for the lock to fail. The first reason was that his great-grandfather's adjudication dung beetle had died during the battle against the Yang family. The other possibility was that Diwanmai was originally stronger than the adjudication dung beetle and that she had been trying to set the Su family up from the beginning. If the Su family had really been set up by the Class 5 Creation Master, they would be doomed, regardless of whether their operation against the Yang family turned out to be a success. The long black flood dragon twisted around a nearby rooftop, the clouds rolling beneath it. When one looked down from its back, all one could see were dark clouds. As the clouds gradually thickened, they could not see the gunfire taking place within the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court. Ever since Bai Qinghuan climbed aboard Blackie's back, she had been waiting for Lin Yuan to say something to her. Yet, not only did Lin Yuan remain silent, he was silently looking up at the stars. It was as though the constellations were communicating with him. The starlight cascaded down his body, weaving a gossamer garment. At that moment, Lin Yuan did not seem like a rich young master but like a god who had been relegated to the mortal realm. Since Lin Yuan had contracted the merciful star peony, he used casted item starlight almost daily. He discovered that it rained far too much in the Divine Wood Federation, and the clouds prevented him from using casted item starlight every night. When it rained, Lin Yuan rode Blackie above the clouds to absorb starlight. He realized the effects of absorbing starlight above the clouds were much better than on the ground. Purple Love's blessing allowed Lin Yuan to absorb starlight much easier. It did not take long before Lin Yuan felt the force in one of his arms to be equivalent to 75 kilograms. This would allow Lin Yuan to be much stronger when he used the combat skills and fighting strategies he had picked up. After all, when a person was moving, they depended on their strength on top of agility. Lin Yuan had invited Bai Qinghuan to stargaze because he wanted to cut off her means to retreat and also because he did not want to waste time that he could have been using casted item starlight. Since Bai Qinghuan had all but delivered herself, Lin Yuan knew that she would seek him out even if he remained silent. Chapter 1983 Intelligence and Capability. If Bai Qinghuan was completely incompetent and only wanted Lin Yuan's protection, he would not waste time on her. But if Bai Qinghuan had her own capabilities, Lin Yuan did not mind helping to change her fate and open a new path for her. When Bai Qinghuan saw the starlight around Lin Yuan darkening, she knew that she could not wait any longer. She had been trying to find a way to gain the upper hand when she eventually spoke to Lin Yuan. Even if she could not gain the upper hand, she had to at least secure equal footing. Since she was going to become subservient to him, she was well aware that she had to consider her future identity and status. Their short interaction had already been enough for Bai Qinghuan to know that this young man liked to be the one in the lead. Lin Yuan was her only path to salvation, but she was nothing more than another chess piece on his board. She was non-essential. Bai Qinghuan was extremely confident in her abilities. Otherwise, she would not have left herself with no way out in a circumstance like the Crownwood banquet. But before she demonstrated what she could do, she knew that she had no leverage. Thus, she bit her lip and said, "Young Master Chu, I am 19 years old this year and am a beginner Class 2 Creation Master. My main fey is Gold/Fantasy." Lu Ji had been curious about Bai Qinghuan. He wanted to know why she was speaking in such a way that left no way out for herself. There was no way that Bai Qinghuan would naively believe that a faction would be willing to offend the Bai family and try to take control of them just because she was a beautiful woman. She was 19 years old, a Class 2 Creation Master, and had a Gold/Fantasy fey. Given her age and power, she was definitely considered a genius. She had what it took to fight for a spot in the Radiance 100 sequence, even in the Radiance Federation. However, she could not prove anything by attaining such power with the Bai family's resources. In fact, by abandoning the Bai family to seek protection elsewhere, she seemed rather despicable. However, her vapid demeanor with Yang Sija and Su Han and her ridiculous responses made Lu Ji aware that Bai Qinghuan was not simple. She would never rely on something like her feminine wiles. Just as Lu Ji thought, once Bai Qinghuan was done introducing her power level, her tone took a turn. "Young Master Chu, Sky Creation has a Class 5 Creation Master. My power is insignificant. I came to see you because I want to take a gamble. Will my intelligence and capability be enough to trade for your willingness to make an enemy out of the Bai family and protect me?" Lin Yuan finally looked interested. "Oh? Intelligence and capability? Since you're from the Divine Wood Federation, you should know that power is everything. Intelligence and capability are worthless when one is imprisoned. It will only be able to take effect when one is in a high position. So, by approaching me, you're not only trying to rid yourself of the Bai family but also looking for a chance to develop your ambition from a high position. Other factions won't be able to handle your ambition, and I'm the same." Bai Qinghuan inhaled sharply, and she felt as though she had been frozen. This young man completely saw through her heart. By saying that he could not handle her ambition, he was rejecting her. This meant that she would not even have the opportunity to demonstrate her intelligence and capability. As Bai Qinghuan felt her body become increasingly cold as she teetered off the precipice overlooking the pit of despair, the young man said softly, "If your ability and intelligence can make up for the flaws left by your intelligence, I can give you a chance to reach that high position." Bai Qinghuan always saw herself as being skilled at psychological warfare. However, that young man had just given her hope before swapping it with despair and then handing her renewed hope. After the back and forth, she could not help but be terrified of this young man, to the point that she dared not bear her ambition in front of him. Bai Qinghuan took a deep breath and knew that this was her last chance. She took out the item storing walnut and activated it using spiritual energy. 4 piles of documents, each almost 4 meters tall, appeared on Blackie's back. The wind at such a high altitude was extremely strong, and some of the documents were immediately blown away when they appeared. Lu Ji waved his finger, and 2 of the lonely night hurricane moths that had been scouting the surroundings flashed and retrieved every single one of the documents that had been blown away by the wind. Bai Qinghuan stared at Lin Yuan with utmost seriousness and said, "Young Master Chu, everything I want to say is here. You will automatically come to a decision once you're done reading them. If you really don't think I'm worth it, please drop me off outside of Sacred Forest City to give me a chance to flee for my life." Lin Yuan looked at Bai Qinghuan and noticed that there was still calmness amid her panic. Bai Qinghuan saw Lin Yuan looking at her and thought he did not have the patience to look through the documents she had just produced. She immediately lost her cool. She knew that she had taken out far too much information. It would take a regular person a few days to read through all of them. But if Lin Yuan was unwilling to read through the documents, Bai Qinghuan had no idea how she could prove her worth. At that moment, she suddenly saw a white cat appear in Lin Yuan's arms. The cat had 8 long billowing tails, and it was covered in bright ivory fur. The 8-tailed cat with a strange gaze was currently affectionately clinging to Lin Yuan's shoulders as it nuzzled its neck. As a Class 2 Creation Master, Bai Qinghuan could not tell what the cat's ability was. However, she could tell that it had reached Diamond X/Fantasy. Another Diamond X/Fantasy V Fey. It had a similar level of power to the Black Flood Dragon. The 2 Diamond X/Fantasy V phase gave Bai Qinghuan a boost of confidence. For the first time, she felt insignificant and mediocre. At that moment, Bai Qinghuan heard the young man say, "Don't you want me to look through the 4 piles of documents? I shall do as you ask." Bai Qinghuan was delighted when she heard this. Chapter 1984 Why did you bring her back? Soon, the 8 illusionary tails rapidly elongated and solidified. The cat tails formed a windstorm atop the black flood dragon's back that picked up the piles of paper. The long tails touched each piece of paper as though it was playing. Bai Qinghuan was currently nervously waiting for her ending and did not notice Lin Yuan's gaze changing. Frankly, Lin Yuan had not thought much about Bai Qinghuan. But now, it seemed that she was not simple. Genius was already done looking through 2 of the piles and found that they described the inferred relations between the major factions in the Divine Wood Federation. Given the Bai family's status, Bai Qinghuan had access to information that others would struggle to obtain. Hence, it was not surprising for the inferences to be more detailed. However, the inference that the Sui family was going to attack the Yang family and win was not expected. It had to be a secret that the Sui family intended to attack the Yang family. There was no way that Bai Qinghuan would have the opportunity to learn about it. Even the head of the Bai family should not be aware of this. Even if the head of the Bai family had secured such information, he would not tell Bai Qinghuan about it. Thus, the only explanation was that Bai Qinghuan had inferred this information on her own. If that were the case, it meant she was extremely skilled at inference and deduction. However, Lin Yuan was curious about why she predicted that the Sui family would lose to the Yang family. While Lin Yuan was thinking, Genius finished looking through all 4 piles of documents. After Genius' examination, the way Lin Yuan looked at Bai Qinghuan changed. He would not have a need to keep her if all she was good for was her deduction skill. But now, he felt that he absolutely needed to keep her. He had not expected her to have such powerful military affairs skills. In this world where wielding beasts was at the root of everything, a person's power was key and martial force was above all. Thus, military affairs skills were increasingly ignored. But since Lin Yuan had come from another world, he knew the importance of military affairs skills. Bai Qinghuan had indeed proven her worth to Lin Yuan. In special situations, Bai Qinghuan's strategic significance would exceed that of an eternal expert. And they happened to be exactly in the middle of a special situation. A storm was about to be unleashed. Although Lin Yuan did not absolutely have to keep Bai Qinghuan, there would be no disadvantages to doing so. Lin Yuan did not want to waste too much time here. It was likely that Yi Huailong was already on his way to Sky Creation's tree castle to see Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said to Bai Qinghuan, "Frankly, I don't have much use for your deductions because I can get access to some information even without deductions. But I am interested in your military affairs skills. Swear to me on your willpower rune. There might be a chance in the future to push you to a high position in Helm strategy planning." While Lin Yuan was speaking, he sent Blackie toward Sky Creation's tree castle. When Lin Yuan instructed his cat to use its tail to flip through the information, Bai Qinghuan saw every movement as a round of judgment. Fear could be stacked endlessly, especially when one's life hung in the balance. As Bai Qinghuan's fear accumulated, she dared not negotiate with Lin Yuan when the opportunity was finally presented to her. She immediately knelt to the ground and swore to become Lin Yuan's servant on her willpower rune. In the Divine Wood Federation, the only type of swearing was to become a servant. Now, Bai Qinghuan was Lin Yuan's servant, and he could use the contract to decide her life or death. A faint dot of light appeared in the shrine in his soul. This represented Bai Qinghuan's faith in him. Although this dot of light was still extremely small, it proved that Bai Qinghuan had become loyal to him. By the time they arrived at Sky Creation's tree castle, Yi Huailong was waiting for Lin Yuan as per their agreement. Both Yi Huailong and Bai Qinghuan's faces were filled with shock. Yi Huailong had not expected Lin Yuan to have Bai Qinghuan by his side, and Bai Qinghuan had not expected Yi Huailong to act in such a subservient manner in front of Lin Yuan. It was as though, just like her, he was Lin Yuan's servant. Yi Huailong had many things to tell Lin Yuan, but he did not know how to begin with Bai Qinghuan here. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "You can speak candidly. Bai Qinghuan is also one of us." Yi Huailong looked at Bai Qinghuan curiously. He did not understand what it was about Bai Qinghuan that made her willing to be taken in by Lin Yuan while risking affronting the Bai family. But since Lin Yuan had said that Bai Qinghuan was one of them, Yi Huailong did not put up a guard against her and said, "Young master, if the Sui family truly makes a move, Sacred Forest City will be thrown into chaos. I'm afraid that I won't be able to protect the tree castle without you here. Lin Yuan replied, once the Sui family makes their move, it is likely that the Bai family will take advantage of the opportunity to attack the Yi family. At that time, you will immediately bring the people from the Yi family to Sky Creation's tree castle. Your safety is assured once you're inside the tree castle. Bai Qinghuan was floored when she heard the exchange between Lin Yuan and Yi Huailong. Yi Huailong had addressed Lin Yuan as young master. This meant that he saw Lin Yuan as his master and that the Yi family had become a subsidiary of Sky Creation. Bai Qinghuan had come up with her deductions based on information she had gathered but also on her understanding of the current circumstances. Previously, she had thought about going to the head of the Bai family with her deductions to see if she could leverage her ability to escape her marriage to the Bai family's oldest grandson. But after some things happened, Bai Qinghuan realized she was too naive. Once she refused to marry the Bai family's oldest grandson, she would lose all value to the Bai family. There was no way that they would fancy her military affairs skill. Once he fully absorbed her deductions, the head of the Bai family would eliminate her to preserve his grandson's pride. But now, Lin Yuan verified Bai Qinghuan's deductions. Yet, she did not feel happy in the slightest. Chapter 1985 Pierce My Artery. At that moment, Lin Yuan asked, Qinghuan, according to your prediction, the Sui family will lose to the Yang family. Are you basing it on some information you heard or any other kind of basis? Bai Qinghuan was silent for a moment before she said calmly, I don't have any basis, but I can assure you that the Sui family will not be able to defeat the Yang family. Lin Yuan frowned. Without any basis, the prediction was unreliable. Frankly, Lin Yuan did not care if the Sui family or the Yang family won. It made no difference to him. Regardless, Lin Yuan was going to promote the Yi family after the fight between the Sui and Yang families. However, as the instigator, it was unlikely that the Sui family would dare to attack the Yang family without absolute confidence. When Lin Yuan helped the Sui family nurture over 100 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss, he sensed that the Sui family had been suppressing their plan. It was now that Bai Qinghuan went on to say, ever since the Yang family took over the imperial court, they have possessed much more resources than the other families. Every year, 3% of the revenue from the items auctioned off by the Yang family at the Crownwood banquet would support them for the entire year. They took in 200 million great lush dollars from the Crownwood banquet. After the past century, their earnings from just the Crownwood banquet have allowed the Yang family to possess much more resources than other families. I'm sure you can calculate the distance of the gap without me telling you. As the head of the imperial court, the Yang family had 5 permanent seats on the council. This allows them to send out at least 5 people into the sacred wood mystic realm each time. Even though the Sui family has been working hard for the past 2 decades and has earned more seats on the council, so they now have even more seats than the Yang family, their recent win is insufficient for them to accumulate important resources. Hence, the Yang family is still the family with the most plant-type feys with the sacred wood bloodline in Sacred Forest City. At that point, Bai Qinghuan cast her gaze at Yi Huailong, and her tone became girlish as she said, Uncle Yi, your family might not have what it takes to take on the Yang family by force, but try to imagine yourself as one of the main members of the Yang family. After all that has happened over the years, even I am able to sense that the Sui family has become too strong. They have spent almost all of their resources on increasing their overall power. Don't you think the Yang family knows too? Don't you think they'll put up their guard against the Sui family? Unless the Yang family is playing a bigger game, they would have already exposed the Sui family. There's no way they would still be as calm as they are now. Yi Huailong had not expected Bai Qinghuan to involve him in her answer to Lin Yuan's question. What did she mean by the Yi family did not have what it took to take on the Yang family? If the Yi family hadn't been targeted by the Bai family 2 decades ago and was almost destroyed, my brother would have become a Class 5 creation master long ago. Then, not just the Yang family but even the Sui and Bai families would be no match for us. Although Bai Qinghuan's tone was unbearable, Yi Huailong felt that what she said made complete sense. A king would never allow others to steal his profits without putting up resistance. Yi Huailong understood the head of the Yang family, Yang Hangxian. He was overly suspicious and placed his ego above everything else. An extremely cautious person like this had to already be suspecting the Sui family. However, Yang Hangxian appeared calm and carefree. He did seem to be waiting for the Sui family to lunge with their knife poised so he could take them down in one fell swoop. This thought caused Yi Huailong's heart to fall. He had been under the assumption that he understood the Yang and Sui family's power. He did not think that the Yang family had the capacity to be acting as calmly as they were. At that moment, Lin Yuan said softly, if that's the case, it's likely that the Sui and Yang families will reveal all their secret weapons during this bout of conflict. Yi Huailong, you and the Yi family should take the next few days to make the proper preparations. At the end of it all, the Yi family will be the one to fulfill the Sui family's dream. Now that Lin Yuan was done giving his instructions, he left Sky Creation's tree castle. As they watched the image of Lin Yuan's departing figure, Bai Qinghuan and Yi Huailong sensed from his attitude that he could not be less bothered by the Sui and Yang families. Yi Huailong was about to leave when he saw Bai Qinghuan taking a seat on one of the chairs inside the tree castle. Since he had been so disgusted by her, he decided to return the favor. Niece Qinghuan, leave with me. The Bai family isn't far from the Yi family, and we can accompany each other. Just as Yi Huailong was done speaking, he saw Bai Qinghuan cross her legs and say with a smile, I don't have the courage to return to the Bai family. I wanted to survive by remaining in the tree castle, but since you've extended my invitation, I don't mind staying with the Yi family. Since you have gained young Master Chu's protection, I'm sure that you are no longer afraid of the Bai family. It just so happens that the Bai family almost took out the Yi family last time. This time, the Yi family should eliminate the Bai family before the Sui family makes a move on the Yang family to show off the Yi family's might. It will remove all the humiliation of past years from how even families like the Yu family have plotted to take a dump on the Yi family. Bai Qinghuan's words sounded like they had been for Yi Huailong's sake and that she hoped the Yi family would shine. But when Yi Huailong heard it, he was so enraged that steam almost started coming out from his ears. His liver almost exploded. Listen to her. What is she saying? You disgusted me once, and I just wanted to do the same to you. Why is it that only you are allowed to disgust me but not vice versa? Your words directly pierced my artery. Regardless of whether the Yi family was currently capable of taking on the Bai family, acting now could ruin the plan that Lin Yuan had already set up. At that time, they would have put themselves against Sky Creation. If Bai Qinghuan had not already joined Sky Creation and was not one of Lin Yuan's servants now, her words would have been reason enough for Yi Huailong to kill her without hesitation. Bai Qinghuan also stabbed at Yi Huailong's artery mercilessly because she knew he did not dare touch her. Lu Ji looked vexed when he saw Yi Huailong and Bai Qinghuan squabbling, but he did not stop them. This was because he was still unsure of why Lin Yuan had taken in Yi Huailong and Bai Qinghuan. Chapter 1986 to Lin Yuan's. From the moment he left the tree castle, Lin Yuan sensed that he was being watched. Moreover, more than one person was watching him. Previously, what Lin Yuan lacked the most was a sensing ability. But ever since he formed a contract with the flower calamity Beautiful Devil and it attained the satanic ability Misfortune for All, Lin Yuan could sense the calamity of the surroundings. This would allow him to sense if there were any life forms around him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 18, 19, 20, 21. There were a total of 21 people watching him. Hee. There sure are numerous factions from Sacred Forest City who are targeting Sky Creation. Lin Yuan had arranged to meet Ding Chenchuo at the Thriving Summer Hotel, the largest hotel in Sacred Forest City. He had given the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles to Ding Chenchuo. Ding Chenchuo had placed a tentacle node in his room. RUBNVE.C. Lin Yuan found a nearby hotel. Once Lin Yuan entered the hotel, he was immediately warmly received. The later in the day it became, the more crowded it became in the Divine Wood Federation. The nightlife was much livelier than in the Radiance Federation. Even in Sacred Forest City, which was the capital of the Divine Wood Federation, the nightlife was filled with debauchery and wickedness. There were numerous dancer services offered at every hotel. Lin Yuan's attire made him a magnet for the hotel staff. The hotel staff all had keen eyes and addressed every person who was dressed lavishly as Lord. Lord, welcome to our humble establishment. We offer many special services. Would you like to order food first or some of these services? This attendant shot Lin Yuan a promiscuous gaze as she wondered to herself. If Lord Chu chooses a special service, I wonder which little thing will get lucky. Although Lin Yuan was a young man in this world, he was aware of the realities of the world. I will be ordering food. I want to book a suite. Lin Yuan handed money to the attendant. Normally, when business was booming, people who only came to dine were not allowed to book private rooms. But when she saw the 5 great lush dollars that Lin Yuan was holding out, the attendant's eyes immediately lit up. 5 great lush dollars was enough for him to book over 20 rounds of fun. Lord, I will arrange the best room for you this instant. We will give you 5 types of specialty dishes for free if it's just you. I hope they will be to your liking. Lin Yuan had not come to dine but to put up a facade. It did not matter what dishes were served as he was not going to be the one eating them. Lin Yuan looked at the attendant, who was almost vibrating with excitement over the tip he had given, and said, "Lead the way." The attendant excitedly led Lin Yuan into a large suite and personally ordered dishes for him. Once Lin Yuan entered the suite, he summoned the death demon concubine beast. Merciful Soul immediately leaped into Lin Yuan's arms and started cuddling up to him. Merciful Soul had used demon concubine's promise to form a contract with the lifespan mouse. Now, their lives were linked. Lin Yuan was keeping the lifespan mouse inside the spirit lock spatial zone so it could continuously consume spiritual ingredients that contained vitality to increase its store of lifespan. Normally, the suzerain X/Myth-I Merciful Soul had a lifespan of around 1,100 years. But thanks to the lifespan mouse, its lifespan had broken through this limit to reach 1,400 years. Merciful Soul's lifespan had increased so much in just a few days. After a few more days of lifespan accumulation, Merciful Soul would be able to steal the fate of a nation, demon concubine's chaos, and payment in life freely. Lin Yuan twirled his finger, and a feather made of day and night spirit silver appeared in his hand. He swiped the tip of his finger over the feather, and a drop of blood immediately oozed out. Lin Yuan held out his finger to Merciful Soul, and it licked the pearl of blood. Under Lin Yuan's instruction, it used faceless appearance. Faceless appearance's effect was specifying a target and absorbing the target's blood in order to take on the target's appearance as well as partially obtain the target's abilities. The furry Merciful Soul turned and changed into a copy of Lin Yuan. It was even wearing the same clothes as him. No one would be able to tell the difference between the transformed Merciful Soul and Lin Yuan based on their exteriors because faceless appearance also blocked Merciful Soul's original aura. Only Class 5 creation masters could tell that there was a discrepancy. After Merciful Soul used faceless appearance to turn into an imitation of Lin Yuan, the latter attached the faceless paper to his face. His features were immediately turned down until they became ordinary. Lin Yuan had used faceless paper when he journeyed to Whale Ocean Commerce and had not felt that anything was wrong. It was only later that Night Leaning Moon told him that he also needed to alter his aura. Otherwise, the mismatching appearance and aura would still catch the attention of others. The De family had not caught on at the time because they had already decided to stake their all on one final gamble. Hence, they had not been overly observant of anything else. After Night Leaning Moon's reminder, Lin Yuan learned how to retract his aura when he put on faceless paper. After everything ended, Lin Yuan used node transportation to send himself into Ding Chenchuo's room at Thriving Summer Hotel. When the 5 dishes ordered by the attendant arrived, Merciful Soul cleaned the plates and left the suite to return to the tree castle to act as his replacement. When the attendant saw that Lin Yuan was leaving, she immediately walked over to him and said, "Lord, was the food to your liking? I will reserve this suite for you the next time you're here." Merciful Soul's lip curled when it looked at the attendant as it said, "It wasn't bad, but the quantity was much too little." Merciful Soul followed Lin Yuan's instruction and returned to the tree castle, leaving the attendant staring dazedly after it. Before Merciful Soul spoke, the attendant had not felt that anything was wrong. But once it did, the attendant felt as though it had been enveloped in beguilement to the point that her soul had almost been stolen. Chapter 1987 The Unaging Holy Lady. The attendant shook her head and returned to her senses. The 5 dishes had large portions, but the gentle and elegant young man had managed to finish all of them and still complained that the quantity had been too little. At that moment, the attendant heard the other customers calling her, and she hurriedly scampered off to work. The next time she had time and thought back to the young man's existing gaze, all the hair stood up on her body. Suddenly, she realized what the gaze meant. That young man had been looking at her as though she was a plate of food. After the Crownwood banquet ended, Ding Chenchuo was invited by a few old friends to have a small gathering. He returned to his room after the gathering was over and was about to contact Lin Yuan using the thoughts letter paper when he felt the space in the room fluctuating slightly. The figure of an unfamiliar young man appeared in the spot where Lin Yuan told him to mark out using the tentacle. However, Ding Chenchuo had no intention of attacking the young man because he had traveled through the spatial tagging. It had to either be Lin Yuan or one of Lin Yuan's people. Ding Chenchuo hurriedly took on a respectful demeanor. He was the only person from Sacred Forest City who knew that Sky Creation, the faction that had shaken up the entire Sacred Forest City, was nothing more than a result of Lin Yuan's casual fabrication. Even the tree castle that Sky Creation resided in used to be that of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Ding Chenchuo knew what his position was in Lin Yuan's faction. He knew that he was nothing more than a peripheral member and that he could not afford to offend anyone from the faction. At that moment, Ding Chenchuo heard a familiar voice say, "City Lord Ding, I thank you for your hospitality tonight. Has anything unusual happened in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm?" Faceless paper could change one's appearance but could not alter one's voice. As such, Ding Chenchuo instantly recognized the voice as belonging to Lin Yuan. Ding Chenchuo hurriedly replied, "Lord, everything is as per usual in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Nothing special has taken place. However, there will be a questioning tomorrow before we enter the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, which will likely require you to speak. The Holy Lady has never met you and won't recognize your voice, but many families from Sacred Forest City will be sending members to the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Many of them will be able to place your voice." Lin Yuan replied, "You don't have to worry about my voice. I have my own way of settling it. You have mentioned the Holy Lady many times. I want to know what's so special about her. Is she from a major family?" Ding Chenchuo was silent for a moment before he told Lin Yuan about everything he knew. "When I was young, I spent some time as a pupil in the Yu family in Sacred Forest City. One of their Class 1 Creation Masters had become Pinnacle Class 2 Creation Master. I was 29 years old and was rewarded by the Yu family and given the chance to join because I developed a spirit fluid recipe. Since I had a decent amount of power and Creation Master ability is greatly highlighted in Sacred Forest City, I was given a small position in the Yu family despite not being a disciple. At that time, I had the chance to see the Holy Lady once. More than 70 years have passed since then, and I'm old now, but the Holy Lady's features have not changed in the slightest. At the time, I managed to find a plant-type fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline with decent abilities for the Yu family. After working for the Yu family for 10 years and becoming a Class 4 Creation Master, I gained my freedom. I traveled to the border of the Divine Wood Federation and built a city. The Divine Wood Federation's factions are used to having the Holy Lady around. But the year that I entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, I heard one of the Yang family's direct descendants say that the Holy Lady had appeared out of the blue years ago. She used her own capabilities to gain jurisdiction over the opening and closing of the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm and started acting as its owner. Thus, the Yang family left her alone. It's likely that there is a secret deal between the Holy Lady and the Yang family." Lin Yuan's synapses immediately lit up with activity when he heard what Ding Chenchuo said. It seemed likely that the Holy Lady was not human. Otherwise, she would not be exempted from aging. The whirlpool of spirit qi in a spirit qi professional's body could only be used to slow down the process of aging once they reached king class. Only at emperor class would they be able to freeze their features. This was why there were powerhouses in top factions who looked elderly, middle-aged, as well as young. The Moon Empress had been called an unparalleled genius of her generation but only reached emperor class when she was 27 years old. Thus, her features were frozen at that age. Becoming an emperor class expert was not as simple as having a myth breed fey. The spirit qi professional's rank had to reach S rank. It was challenging for a spirit qi professional to reach S rank at 27 years old. Currently, the disciples of royalty were all still stuck at pinnacle B rank. Many of the current Radiance envoys had reached 27 or 28 years old but were only at A rank. They still had a long way to go before they reached S rank. Lin Yuan heard from Yi Huailong that the Holy Lady looked to be around 15 years old. There was no way that a spirit qi professional could have reached emperor class by that age to freeze their looks. There had to be something up with the Holy Lady. The Sacred Wood Mystic Realm was a small independent dimensional space. It could only be controlled from the inside. For example, when Lin Yuan took control of the Class 3 Water World Dimensional Rift, he also had to do so from the inside in order to seal it off. Even an eternal expert could not cause a dimensional rift to disappear before they retrieved the source-type item within. This thought made Lin Yuan smile. Chances were high that the Holy Lady was linked to the life form inside the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Normally, one did not need Creation Master abilities to enter the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm to search for resources because it would not be useful in retrieving treasures. Power was what mattered. However, there was an unspoken rule in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, which was that the elder members of families with seats on the council had to send in Creation Masters, and the younger generation had to possess Creation Master abilities. Chapter 1988 Larger Storm. City Lord Ding, since you have entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm before, I would really like to know why Creation Masters are the ones entering it to search for resources. Can it be that Creation Master resources are needed in order to obtain plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline? Ding Chenchuo nodded and replied, it is indeed so. According to the rules laid out by the Holy Lady, one needs to dig a hole in the ground in front of the Fey with the sacred wood bloodline that they would like to obtain and bury creation master resources inside the hole. Then, they can try to dig out the plant type Fey with the sacred wood bloodline. They have to provide creation master resources of a certain level in order to be able to dig out the roots of the plant type Fey with the sacred wood bloodline. Trying to dig out the plant type Fey by force will only result in it withering rapidly. Moreover, no matter how discreet one tries to be, everything is known to the Holy Lady. Any faction that breaks the rules will be denied the next 2 future chances to enter the sacred wood mystic realm. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned, but a smile soon broke out on his face. The sacred wood mystic realm sure was interesting. Every time the sacred wood mystic realm lost a Fey plant type phase with the sacred wood bloodline, it received significantly impressive creation master resources in exchange. It was likely that the hidden life form absorbed the resources in the sacred wood mystic realm. The Holy Lady had to either be that life form in disguise or a companion of that life form. Regardless, she was an external medium for it. The more information he found out about the sacred wood mystic realm, the more accurate his previous deductions became. He heard from Yi Huailong that the sacred wood mystic realm was vast and that someone had tried to walk into its deepest area only to find that they had not reached its end after walking for 28 hours. 48 hours later, no matter where one was, one would be booted out of the sacred wood mystic realm as long as they were still alive. Hence, Lin Yuan did not know how he would seek out the mysterious Fey that had created the sacred wood mystic realm. All he could do was use Morbius to sense and gauge a direction from the concentration of the sacred wood bloodline. This way of searching might not guarantee that Lin Yuan would be able to find what he was searching for in the enormous space, as his deductions had led him to the assumption that the life form was extremely intelligent and could very likely put up barriers to hide. Thus, Lin Yuan intended to use himself as bait to lure out the Holy Lady and force the life form in the sacred wood mystic realm to meet with him. Since the life form craved creation master resources, Lin Yuan could create a temptation for it that would be almost impossible to avoid. Once Ding Chinchuo was done telling Lin Yuan about the sacred wood mystic realm and saw that Lin Yuan had not responded, he immediately became anxious and thought, can it be that Lin Yuan is blaming me for not telling him about the sacred wood mystic realm's circumstances in advance? This thought instantly filled Ding Chinchuo with panic. Lord, according to the regulations of the sacred wood mystic realm, each person who enters is only allowed to take out one plant type Fey with the sacred wood bloodline. If you don't have enough creation master resources, I do. With my creation master resources, you will definitely obtain a plant type Fey with the sacred wood bloodline that you find acceptable. Lin Yuan replied with a smile, I have prepared enough creation master resources. I don't need your help. We will split up and work once we enter the sacred wood mystic realm. City Lord Ding, you can rest easy and go ahead to pick out a plant type Fey of your liking. Lin Yuan was entering the sacred wood mystic realm with the goal of reaching its deepest depths to find that life form. As such, he never had any intention of following the sacred wood mystic realm's regulations. Furthermore, there was a good chance that that life form had laid out the sacred wood mystic realm's regulations. Once he captured the life form, there would be no point in reopening the sacred wood mystic realm in the future, as capturing that life form was the equivalent of taking over the sacred wood mystic realm itself. At that time, Lin Yuan could try to use the life form's bloodline to stain the plant type phase of his choosing to awaken the sacred wood bloodline in them. The wind that night was increasingly wild, and the branches of many tree castles which had the factions' flags hanging off them had snapped off. As a result, Sacred Forest City's nightlife, which usually only ended at dawn, finished up while the sky was still pitch black. The gusty night suited some factions' ploys well. The next morning, not only did the wind not subside, but it even intensified. The gales were so strong that ordinary people could not even push open their doors. As a result, many residents chose not to leave their houses that day. At that moment, Lin Yuan appeared no different from any other young man in Oak City as he followed behind Ding Chinchuo toward the Sacred Wood sacrificial altar that was to the north of the imperial court. The entrance to the Sacred Wood mystic realm was at the top of the Sacred Wood sacrificial altar. Along the way, Ding Chinchuo continuously made small talk with other members of factions who were entering the Sacred Wood mystic realm. At that moment, the conservation sounds above the Sacred Wood sacrificial altar suddenly quietened. A tall and skinny middle-aged man dressed in purple and holding a pair of crimson item-storing walnuts appeared. In order for the bronze item-storing walnut to turn crimson and take on crystalline transparency, it had to be legend quality. Numerous people present turned their attention to the bronze/legend item-storing walnuts in the middle-aged man's hand, their eyes filled with envy. Ding Chinchuo said to Lin Yuan softly, "This is the second master of the Sui family, Su Jian. The three people behind him are main disciples of the Sui family, and they are in the upper ranks of the Divine Wood 100 sequence. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. For the Sui family to send out a pinnacle class 4 creation master at this juncture, it meant that they did not want to act rashly and alarm their enemy, and that they were confident in the operation they were going to carry out today. However, Lin Yuan was curious about where the Sui family's confidence was coming from. Could it be the peaceful calm air moss? Lin Yuan felt that it was not enough. At that moment, Ding Chenchuo made a noise of confusion and said, "The Sui and Bai families have always been on bad terms. Why are they here together this time?" Su Jian has a terrible temper. There was an incident where someone was too rowdy, and Su Jian immediately killed him. He should not be chatting so swimmingly with Bai Dong. A look of understanding spread across Lin Yuan's face. The Bai family had immortal power, just like the Sui family, and there was no way they would miss out on such a large event. It was likely that the two families were colluding. He could only wonder what the Sui family had promised the Bai family. Chapter 1989 Official Opening of the Mystic Realm. It seemed that the moment the storm truly broke out, all the factions in Sacred Forest City would be forced to make a choice. None would be excluded. After Su Jian appeared, the lively conversation stopped and had not started up again. It seemed that Su Jian's reputation had long preceded him. At that moment, the middle-aged woman who had been chatting with Ding Chenchuo said with a slightly worried tone, "Hopefully, the things we choose in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm won't coincide with those that Su Jian wants. Otherwise, he'll force us to give them up when we come out." Ding Chenchuo did not reply. Instead, he instinctively looked at Lin Yuan. Normally, he would be sharing the middle-aged woman's concerns. But now, he had become one of Lin Yuan's subordinates. If Su Jian tried to force Ding Chenchuo to give up his plant-type fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline in front of Lin Yuan, he would be openly insulting Lin Yuan. It was unlikely that Lin Yuan would allow him to do so. Thus, there was nothing for Ding Chenchuo to worry about. All he needed to focus on was finding a plant-type fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline that would be useful to him. The time reached 8:30 am, and everyone realized to their shock that no one from the Yang family had shown up despite that family having the most representatives. The Yang family was usually the most enthusiastic about entering the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. This year, the Yang family had not shown any mercy when they were fighting with the Su, Bai, and Yi families for seats on the council. If the Bai family had truly decided not to enter the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm this time, there would have been no point in them fighting for so many seats on the council. It was not only the Yang family that did not show up. The Yi family was also nowhere to be seen. This was truly unusual. Su Jian and Bai Dong's expressions changed simultaneously, and both of them exchanged a look. Lin Yuan had been keeping close watch over them and noticed this look. The Bai family had indeed struck a deal with the Sui family. Lin Yuan was curious about how they had agreed to divide the benefits. There could only be one family who eventually presided over the imperial court. Lin Yuan already understood the Sui family. After Diwan Mai arrived at the Sui family, they were willing to take on great risks just to keep her there. This was enough to show that the Sui family was not going to treat their allies sincerely. He had not been in Sacred Forest City for long but had already discovered the Sui family's true colors. The Bai and Sui families had been living in Sacred Forest City for decades and had been stopped by the Yang and Sui families when they previously tried to attack the Yi family. It resulted in the Bai family losing a substantial amount of combat power to gain none of the Yi family's resources. Thus, it went without saying that they understood the Sui family's character better than him. If the two families' collaboration truly managed to take down the Yang family, it was certain there would be a huge dispute when it came to the division of profits. Soon, Su Jian's gaze calmed down. Su Jian looked around at the members of the factions who were present before he circulated the spiritual power in his body and created a vortex of spiritual power that enveloped both himself and Bai Dong. The vortex of spiritual power created by a Thearch class expert could perfectly block all exterior spying. Bai Dong, why are you so worked up just because the Yi family didn't turn up? Ever since the Bai family attacked the Yi family and the Yi family's elder died, they were left without any immortal combat power. Even if they really run to help the Yang family, Yi Huailong and Yi Huilu are only Thearch class experts and won't be able to make any significant waves. Moreover, the Yi family isn't here. It's likely after the Bai family killed the young experts sent by the Yi family during the last opening of the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, they don't want to suffer any more losses, and that's why they didn't show up to this opening of the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. To be honest, you were too heavy-handed last year. Why wouldn't they come this year if you hadn't killed the Yi family's juniors and taken all of the spoils last year? Bai Dong shot Su Jian a venomous look but forced his fury down. The Yi family had indeed caused the Bai family's power to drop precipitously. There was no way that the Yi family would ever make it to the top of the hierarchy in Sacred Forest City. But the Yi family had also caused the Bai family to suffer serious losses. The Bai family used to have 3 immortal experts. But the Yi family's elder had sacrificed himself to take down 2 of the Bai family's immortal experts. Because of this, the Bai family now paled in comparison to the Sui family. Otherwise, the Bai family would have 1 more immortal expert than the Sui family. Although Bai Dong knew that Su Jian was a direct person and never ran his words through a filter before he spoke them, the Sui family was now working with the Bai family. They would either bask in glory together or plunge into doom together. Su Jian was not about to shoot himself in the foot. However, Bai Dong did not agree with what Su Jian said. Not long ago, there were rumors that Yi Huailong was going to personally lead a team into the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. This was why, during the Bai family's operation, they sent him, the pinnacle Thearch class expert who had an edge over Yi Huailong. The Yi family had been horribly bullied by the Bai family in recent years but had never lost their backbone. The Yi family's absence at the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm meant that they were giving up their pride in front of all the factions of the Divine Wood Federation. There was no way that Yi Huailong was going to do such a thing. Although he did not know why the Yi family was not in attendance, Bai Dong still agreed that the Yi family could not cause too much trouble for them. There only seemed to be a small gap between immortal experts and pinnacle Thearch class experts, but it was actually a world of a difference. Nonetheless, Bai Dong still felt a tinge of perturbation. He said to Su Jian in a low voice, "Su Jian, I think that we should report the Yang and Yi families' absence at the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm to our families. Why don't we?" Before Bai Dong could finish speaking, he heard an exceptionally cold but also displeased female voice say, "The Sacred Wood Mystic Realm is officially opened. Everyone will remain standing where they are. You can enter the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm after I have checked you. Why are there fewer people here at the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm? Who will come and tell me the reason?" When the woman's voice rang out, Lin Yuan shifted his gaze from Su Jian and Bai Dong to the woman. Visibly, the girl looked around 16 or 17 years old, slightly older than Chu Ci but not yet of age. But according to the information Lin Yuan gathered, the Holy Lady had looked this way ever since she had appeared. Decades had already passed since the Holy Lady first appeared. In order to protect their position in the imperial court, the Yang family fought tooth and nail with the Sui family for spots on the council. Although they had lost to the Sui family this year, they still had 9 spots. Only 100 people were given the right to enter the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. The Yang and Yi families made up 14 spots in total. With 14 fewer people, this meant that the crowd had thinned by almost 1/6. Chapter 1990 The Holy Lady's Shell. The Holy Lady's response confirmed Lin Yuan's guess. The Sacred Wood Mystic Realm did require Creation Master resources to exist. Otherwise, the Holy Lady who represented the life form would not be displeased by the less than ideal number of Creation Masters present. When no one responded, Su Jian took a step forward and said, "Lordess Holy Lady, the Yang and Yi families might have business to attend to. It is plain disrespectful to fight for spots despite having no intention to appear at the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. If the Yang and Yi families had not fought for so many spots, you wouldn't feel such a large gap in attendance compared to previous years." Su Jian knew that once the Sui family took over the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court, they would have to maintain a good relationship with the Holy Lady. While he was thinking about how he needed to maintain a good relationship with the Holy Lady, Su Jian did not forget to stain the relationship between the Yang and Yi families. Her expression promptly fell when the Holy Lady heard what Su Jian said. Since there are fewer people this round, any faction that discovers and wants to obtain a plant-type fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline will have to put in more Creation Master resources to make up for the loss of attendees. The Holy Lady's words caused every member of the factions present to frown. This was the first time that this happened in the history of the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. In the past, even when there was no lack of attendees at the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, the price of obtaining one plant-type fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline was already heavy. But now, the high price was going to increase by 14%. Most factions could not afford this price. High-class Creation Master resources were too precious to factions with only Class 4 Creation Masters. In recent years, as the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm opened frequently, the Creation Master resources needed to obtain a plant-type fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline increased. Thus, a plant-type fey with a weak Sacred Wood bloodline might not be equal to the Creation Master resources invested into obtaining it. Bai Dong sighed. After the Holy Lady appeared, he could not leave the sacrificial altar. The last time the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm opened, a junior from the Yu family had tried to leave the sacrificial altar after the Holy Lady appeared and ended up killed by the Holy Lady. Thus, Bai Dong had no choice but to give up on going home to report the news. When Lin Yuan saw the frowning and sour-faced Holy Lady, a look of amusement came over him. The Holy Lady was truly treating the Sacred Forest City factions as a farm from which she could harvest. She was throwing a temper because the harvest was thin this time. She even raised the price of the plant-type feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline. She sure was not shy about being greedy. This allowed Lin Yuan to know that every time the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm opened, the life form would set a requirement of Creation Master resources. Lin Yuan had asked Ding Chinchuo and found out that most of the resources paid to the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm had to be Class 4 Creation Master resources. In order to trade for one plant-type fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline, a Class 4 Creation Master needed to work endlessly for 2 months. A Class 4 Creation Master could supply a significant number of Creation Master resources with 2 months of non-stop work. The product of 100 Class 4 Creation Masters non-stop work for 2 months was unimaginable. Take Lin Yuan's army of 100 Questions Beasts. Since Genius was the only one that could stand toe-to-toe against Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters and the other 100 Questions Beasts were only at the level of Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters, the total output of the army of 100 Questions Beasts still could not compare to the amount that the life form in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm collected from one round of the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm's opening. After collecting such a mountain of Creation Master resources over the years, there was no way that the life form in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm could be weak even if the resources were not Class 5 Creation Master resources. With this thought, Lin Yuan used his spiritual energy to contact Genius to tell it to send the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to fetch White Speak. White Speak's power was currently at Pinnacle Immortal. When it faced off against the Pinnacle Immortal Sharkon, its power had slightly surpassed Pinnacle Immortal without reaching Eternal after Lin Yuan's faith power boosted it. Previously, Lin Yuan's faith power had not been overly powerful. But after the past few months and the various events that led to explosion after explosion on Star Web, as well as the Livestream Radiance 100 sequence selection and battle with the Freedom Federation Envoy group, the amount of faith power in the shrine in Lin Yuan's soul had multiplied. If Lin Yuan used his faith power to boost White Speak now, White Speak's power would definitely be able to break through past Eternal. No matter how strong the life form in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm was, there was no way it could have reached Eternal. If it did, Lin Yuan also had the extreme token given to him by the Moon Empress, the Fish World Sea trump card that he could activate using the Mermaid bloodline, as well as the blessing of the Sea Demon with the purple frigid heavy water. As such, he still had a fighting chance against an Eternal expert. Lin Yuan had already used True Data to check on the Holy Lady and found that he could not see data like he normally could for feys. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard Morbius' voice in his ear, "Partner, this figure known as the Holy Lady is merely a shell. There is a creature that she is hosting. Otherwise, True Data wouldn't come up blank." Morbius' words made Lin Yuan think back to the fight against Han Chi and the rest when they had fused with their devils. Since the devils were hiding in people's bodies, Morbius had been unable to use True Data on them. Lin Yuan knew from how the Holy Lady was nothing more than a host that was in the service of the life form in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm that the Holy Lady would be the key to finding that life form. Lin Yuan had a clear goal for entering the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. It would be great if he could fulfill his objective quickly. Since the life form in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm was after Creation Master resources, it was likely that the life form would use the Holy Lady to stop him if he allowed the factions who could not pay up Creation Master resources to try to trade for plant-type feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline. At that time, it would be much easier to handle many matters if he faced the Holy Lady in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. At that moment, Lin Yuan could see the clear worry on the Holy Lady's face. Chapter 1991 Bloodline Cutting Black Carp. The Holy Lady's expression of worry made the faction's members aware that this year's examination was not going to be as strict as previous years. At that moment, Lin Yuan crossed through the dimensional rift with Ding Chinchuo and entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. The instant that they entered, Lin Yuan heard Morbius' excited voice, "Partner, you've been striving to find the ley line spirit spring mouth to increase the production volume of the element well. There have to be at least 5 ley line spirit springs here. Currently, the area range I can sense is limited. If you move around, I'll be able to sense a wider area. There's a high chance that you'll be able to gain more benefits. Any type of spirit spring will be extremely nourishing to plants. That life form can use its bloodline power to mutate plant-type feys, so it must be a plant itself. There's a high chance we can use the spirit springs to triangulate the life form's general location. Delight spread across Lin Yuan's face. When he went to the Yi family's treasure vault, Lin Yuan had asked Yi Huailong if the Yi family had any spirit springs, and Yi Huailong had told him with certainty that almost all of the spirit springs that had been uncovered in the Divine Wood Federation had been claimed by the Yang family. They were then transferred into the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Although Yi Huailong could not be certain of how many mouths of spirit springs there were and thus had not given an exact number, Morbius had sensed 5 spirit springs the moment Lin Yuan entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. There had to be a decently high number of mouths of spirit springs inside the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. It was likely that the Yang family had put so much effort into searching for spirit springs because they had made a deal with the Holy Lady. It was likely that the Yang family was trying to gather spirit springs even outside of the Divine Wood Federation. When Luo Lan entered the astronomical parliament, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu had looked through her memories and experiences. Luo Lan clearly remembered the Divine Wood Federation proposing a collaboration with the Iron Hammer Federation more than 10 years ago. They wanted to trade for the mouths of spirit springs in the Iron Hammer Federation. At that time, the Iron Hammer Federation had been in the middle of winter and in greatest need of food. At that time, the bandit groups from the Divine Wood Federation had been slaughtering the merchant groups from the Iron Hammer Federation. Thus, the number of merchant groups in the Iron Hammer Federation had fallen greatly. Moreover, that year had been exceptionally cold, and they needed more food than ever. Hence, Luo Lan's father, the then king of the Iron Hammer Federation, had agreed to the trade in exchange for rations and wool to tide them over winter. Spirit springs were the veins of the earth. There was always lush flora and fauna around the spirit springs. Normally, the Divine Wood Federation's trade would have cut off all of the Iron Hammer Federation's veins. But the Iron Hammer Federation had still agreed because the Divine Wood Federation had agreed to provide a year's worth of resources and because the spirit springs were not of great use to the Iron Hammer Federation. It was much too cold in the Iron Hammer Federation, and it was covered in ice at the end of the year. Although the spirit springs would not freeze, no resources that the Iron Hammer Federation needed could be grown around the spirit springs in below zero temperatures. The Iron Hammer Federation had tried to address the issue by sending 5 Class 4 Creation Masters to an area with 4 spirit springs where they used fire-type phase to increase the area's temperature. As a result, the plant-type phase had indeed grown successfully. However, the price was much too high. Rather than spending so much manpower and Creation Master resources, it would be better to mine for more metals and hunt for more beasts with beautiful fur before the winter season arrived. Then, the merchant groups could use these resources to trade for more resources from the Divine Wood Federation. There were a total of 11 mouths of spirit springs in the Iron Hammer Federation. If the Divine Wood Federation had traded with the Iron Hammer Federation to obtain the mouths of spirit springs, there was no question they had made the same request to the Great Lush Federation and that the Great Lush Federation had agreed. Otherwise, there was no way that the Divine Wood Federation would have left the Great Lush Federation alone. This meant that it was likely that all of the spirit spring mouths in the Startling Lines continent had gathered in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Hence, Lin Yuan was destined to sweep up a large harvest from the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Currently, Lin Yuan had to be extremely prudent when using the element well water and tried to use as small drops as possible. The purer the elemental energy, the more beneficial it would be to a Fey. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, Universe, Dark Blue and even the Source Sand needed large amounts of the element well's water. This time, after harvesting from the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, Lin Yuan was not after free usage of the element well's water. Its volume should increase sufficiently to meet his needs. Lin Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked Ding Chinchuo, City Lord Ding, are the plant-type Feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline are usually found near the spirit springs? Ding Chinchuo recalled the few times that he had been in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, and shock spread across his face. He realized that the times that he found the plant-type Feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline were all near the spirit springs. If Lin Yuan had not mentioned this, Ding Chinchuo would not have realized it on his own. You're right. The plant-type Feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline were all either growing around the spirit springs. Of course, it's also possible for the plant-type Feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline to be found around the spirit springs. But any further, and there will be none. Ding Chinchuo's reply told Lin Yuan how the life form was using its own bloodline to nourish the plant-type Feys. The spirit springs spewing from the mouths were the mediums that the life forms used to nourish other plants with its bloodline. To do this, the life form had to be connected to all of the spirit springs. The locations of the plant-type Feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline were the best proof of this deduction. The plant-type Feys around the spirit springs would have the chance to obtain the Sacred Wood bloodline because the water from the spirit springs had seeped into the ground they were planted in. The plant-type feys that were further could not access the spring water and thus did not gain the sacred wood bloodline. Lin Yuan now had 3 ways to find the life form that had created the sacred wood mystic realm. Firstly, he could use the positions of the plant-type feys with the sacred wood bloodline to trace back to where the spirit springs were. Once he was there, he would use Morbius to sense the life form. Chapter 1992 What a Venomous Tongue! This was so the Holy Lady could not help the life form to trade plant-type feys with the sacred wood bloodline for creation master resources from the factions. Thirdly, Lin Yuan could stir trouble using the spirit springs. Lin Yuan just happened to have the fish species Carcinoma fey he got from the Yi family's treasure vault that was called the bloodline-cutting black carp. The bloodline-cutting black carp's entire body was black, and it looked no different from a regular river fish. Even an experienced fisherman might not be able to tell the difference between the two. The bloodline-cutting black carp was an enormous disaster to feys with bloodline power in their bodies because it was attracted to bloodline power and would absorb it from the bodies of other feys to evolve and mutate itself. The bloodline-cutting black carp was actually not like insect species Carcinoma feys that were a threat to the safety of humans. But whenever the bloodline-cutting black carp appeared in a large lake or river, it would become difficult for Creation Master to find rare feys with bloodline power there again. Human spirit chi professionals needed to contract feys to become stronger, but the bloodline-cutting black carp cut into the benefits of spirit chi professionals who were affiliated with water-type fish species feys. This was why the spirit guards had no choice but to assign the lowest grade of Carcinoma feys to the bloodline-cutting black carp, F grade. Once the bloodline-cutting black carp absorbed enough bloodline power, it would be able to rely on itself to reach fantasy breed and eventually myth breed. Lin Yuan felt that he just needed to toss the bloodline-cutting black carp into any spirit spring so it could start to absorb bloodline power freely. The life form in the sacred wood mystic realm could not hide even if it wanted to. Just as Lin Yuan was about to split up from Ding Chinchuo so they could search for spirit springs individually, he heard a mocking voice say, "Hey! Ding Chinchuo! I didn't expect you to still have a seat on the council this year. You managed to grow even though you've only been developing amongst tumbleweeds for so many years. But this time, no matter what interesting thing you find, you have to let Second Master Su take a look first. The Yu family is not around to protect you this time. Even if the Yu family is here, they won't be able to protect you while Second Master is here." Ding Chinchuo immediately frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. This was when he saw a short middle-aged man with extremely nefarious features looking at him with derision and resentment. This man happened to be part of the Su family's group. The Su family had 9 seats on the council and a total of 18 people on their team. Since the Yang family had not arrived, they had the largest group out of the factions that had entered the sacred wood mystic realm. Ding Chinchuo was well acquainted with the short man with nefarious features. He had his share of suffering at the hands of Meng Xiu over the years. Once Ding Chinchuo detached himself from the Yu family, he wanted to build his own creation master family in the central region. However, he was eventually forced out to the remote region because of Meng Xiu. The root of the matter was that when Ding Chinchuo entered the sacred wood mystic realm for the first time, he had fought over a plant-type fey with the sacred wood bloodline with Meng Xiu and won. Meng Xiu had hated Ding Chinchuo ever since. Whenever he had the opportunity, he would make life difficult for Ding Chinchuo. It was difficult for Ding Chinchuo to understand how someone could be so petty. Previously, the Yu family had helped to defend him because he had been a part of them. Thus, Ding Chinchuo did not have to fear Meng Xiu. Now, he was traveling with Lin Yuan, who was many times more powerful than the Yu family. As such, there was even less reason for Ding Chinchuo to fear Meng Xiu. Not only did he not have to fear Meng Xiu, but he did not have to fear the Su family either. However, Lin Yuan clearly had a goal to achieve in the sacred wood mystic realm, so Ding Chinchuo did not want to bother Lin Yuan over his trivial personal issue. Hence, he swallowed Meng Xiu's jibe. When Ding Chinchuo did not reply, Meng Xiu continued. "Ding Chinchuo, doesn't the Ding family have 2 direct descendants who are worth something? Why didn't you bring any of them but such a young disciple instead? No matter how I look, this person doesn't resemble the Ding family very much. I thought everyone from the Ding family had single eyelids like fishes. Why doesn't this disciple have it? Did the Ding family adopt him from another family?" Meng Xiu's words were extremely venomous. It would be difficult for anyone with dignity and a backbone to swallow them without protest. Ding Chinchuo was no exception. He immediately saw red when he heard what Meng Xiu said. He itched to summon his feys and duke it out with Meng Xiu. Not only had Meng Xiu insulted his family's appearance, but he had even poked fun at his procreative ability. When the Su family's juniors heard what Meng Xiu said, they could not help but snigger and look at Ding Chinchuo with derision. The Sui family was one of the 3 largest families in the Divine Wood Federation. The family's older generation had experienced their share of conflicts and no longer bared their fangs so easily. However, the Sui family's juniors were at their most prideful and looked down on someone like Ding Chinchuo, who was the city lord of a remote city. Although Ding Chinchuo was a Class 4 creation master, he was still undeserving of respect in the eyes of the Sui family's juniors. At that moment, a pleasant voice said, "Does everyone from the Meng family have such a venomous tongue? Are you all actually born from snakes? I wonder if the Meng family has awakened their beast pattern." This seemed like a regular counter to Meng Xiu's hateful words, but it was a knife driven straight through Meng Xiu's heart. The most shameful part of the Meng family's history was that one of their daughters had run off from her engagement with a snake species fey in human form. When the head of the Meng family caught them and killed the snake species fey, he discovered that not only had she given birth to a child, but that the child had also awakened his beast pattern. The beast pattern was not the specialty of the Azure Federation, but it was the reason that boosted the Azure Federation to become one of the 3 major federations. Not every child of a fey and human could awaken their beast pattern. But once the child of a fey and human who had awakened their beast pattern contracted the fey that corresponded to their beast pattern, they were guaranteed to be able to reach the Arc class. This was the only thought that existed in the head of every Meng member's mind besides hatred. The Meng family previously did not have any Thearch class experts, so gaining one was of utmost importance to them. Chapter 1993. A junior with such a sharp tongue. But he did not expect his daughter to kill herself and their child after her husband was killed. She had no intention of handing over the child who had awakened their beast pattern to the Meng family at all. Thus, the Meng family also did not have the opportunity to lie and brainwash the child. The matter had blown up, and even the Wu family, who had been on good terms with the Meng family, had severed ties with them. The Meng family wanted to tell the truth to the Wu family so they could rekindle their relationship. However, the Wu family had not reciprocated and leaked the matter instead. As a result, the Meng family was still the laughingstock of the factions of the Divine Wood Federation even now. It was not a coincidence for Lin Yuan to have said what he said. He had learned of the matter when he was gathering information about the various factions in the Divine Wood Federation. Although Lin Yuan had important business to attend to in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, Ding Chinchuo was still his subordinate who had sworn his loyalty to him. Lin Yuan could not allow any Tom, Dick, or Harry to humiliate Ding Chinchuo. The Sui family's juniors only sniggered when they heard what Meng Xiu said about Ding Chinchuo. But after hearing what Lin Yuan said, all of them burst out in peals of laughter. The Sui family's younger generation looked down on Ding Chinchuo, but they also turned their noses up at Meng Xiu, who had been clinging to the Sui family. After all, Ding Chinchuo was a Class 4 creation master, but Meng Xiu was only a pinnacle Class 3 creation master. The sound of the Sui family's younger generation's laughter caused Meng Xiu's initial expression of rage and smugness to crack. He let out a sharp cry and was about to bite back when he heard the middle-aged man next to Su Jian say coldly, "Meng Xiu, I didn't allow you to follow the Sui family for you to cause trouble. If this happens again, you will slap your own mouth 80 times. Once the middle-aged man was done speaking, he ignored Meng Xiu, whose expression had changed completely and was currently letting out a string of apologies. The middle-aged man turned his eyes to Lin Yuan and said, "Hehe, I didn't expect the Ding family to have such a sharp-tongued junior. Didn't Ding Chinchuo teach you that no one should rile up even one of the Sui family's dogs?" The middle-aged man had called Meng Xiu one of the Sui family's dogs, but Meng Xiu dared not reveal even the slightest of displeasure. Luckily, Meng Xiu did not have a tail. If he did, he would be wagging it to show his loyalty and curry favor with his owner. The reason Ding Chinchuo had not said anything when Meng Xiu insulted his family was not that he was afraid of Meng Xiu. Ding Chinchuo's power had always been similar to that of Meng Xiu, and his main fey was myth too. Ding Chinchuo could edge out Meng Xiu because the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle countered Meng Xiu's main fey. Otherwise, Ding Chinchuo would not have been able to come up victorious in his clashes against Meng Xiu. The Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle had reached Pinnacle Myth 3. Lin Yuan could already have boosted him to Thearch class if he was not afraid of attracting too much attention when he used his power. Previously, Meng Xiu had been nothing more than a nuisance in Ding Chinchuo's eyes. But now, he was even less of an issue than a mosquito. Ding Chinchuo had only not retaliated against Meng Xiu because he had not wanted to bother Lin Yuan. But when one of the Sui family's main members took a swing at Lin Yuan, Ding Chinchuo knew that he had to do something. There was no way he could stand by and watch as his master was affronted. Ding Chinchuo immediately summoned the pinnacle myth 3 dragon horns mysterious turtle and sneered at the middle-aged man from the Sui family. Please watch your words. You don't have the right to judge everybody and anybody. Ding Chinchuo's words not only shocked Meng Xiu, but even many members of the Sui family also looked at Ding Chinchuo stupefied. Did Ding Chinchuo lose his head after he became the city lord of a remote city? Was he still trying to act like a big dog in Sacred Forest City? This was not right. Ding Chinchuo was usually the most level-headed. This was why he had been able to create a network in Sacred Forest City. Could he have said something so ridiculous because he had been pushed too far by Meng Xiu? It seemed that the person who should be hopping mad was Meng Xiu. By summoning the dragon horn's mysterious turtle, Ding Chinchuo was declaring war. This was an unspoken rule amongst spirit chi professionals. The Sui family's junior's shock turned to fury. Ding Chinchuo's action put a dent in the Sui family's might. Su Jian was already bad-tempered by nature and had the least patience for others. There was even a chance of him killing people who spoke slightly too loudly around him, much less Ding Chinchuo, who was so openly provoking the Sui family. Su Jian scoffed before black wind flowed out of his body and picked up all the rocks around him. The small stones were immediately ground into powder by the gale force. Su Jian did not summon his main fei because he saw Ding Chinchuo as a small nuisance. If he summoned his main fei, it would be an insult to himself. Su Jian summoned the creation source wind, Chop Dark. The instant that the black gusts appeared, Lin Yuan used true data to check on Chop Dark. What he saw caused his lips to turn down with disappointment. The wind-type source-type life form was the most outstanding of the source-type life forms. It could control, attack, as well as defend, meaning it could be nurtured in any direction. Water, fire, earth, and wind were the most readily available types of pure types of elemental energy. The Sovereign 2/Creation I Chop Dark had decent abilities and exclusive skills, but it lacked pure wind elemental energy from a Class 5 Creation Master. Thus, it had not been able to unleash its innate potential. Lin Yuan's Source Sand and Zhong Ziyi's Source Fire had been nurtured with resources from Class 5 Creation Masters. Once they reached Creation Breed, they would be unimaginably stronger than Su Jian's Chop Dark. Once an elemental source-type item crossed Myth Breed, it would be able to solidify the elemental soul. When it reached Creation Breed, it would turn into the elemental heart. The elemental source-type life form was just an accumulation of elements. Chapter 1994 I'm one of Lin Yuan's subordinates. But once Creation Breed elemental source-type life forms died, all the elemental energy in their bodies would be stored in the elemental heart. The elemental heart contained the specialties of the elemental source-type life form. The elemental hearts seemed to have similar abilities to top-grade strange water and strange flames, but they had different usages. Besides special entities such as dark blue, most life forms only absorbed the elemental energy from precious natural resources, such as strange flames and strange water. They could not absorb the specialties. However, when feys of the same type absorbed the elemental hearts, they could take on the specialties stored within the elemental hearts. Although Chop Dark had not received sufficient Creation Master resources, which resulted in its potential being wasted, Lin Yuan was interested in its special attribute. Its special attribute was that it could grind to a powder. Once it made contact with items, it would destroy the structure of the items. The attribute suited the golden wings that Lin Yuan had not nurtured much yet. When Shiny's snapped neck falling death ability was paired with Chop Dark's grinding attribute, it could greatly increase the damage it dealt. After all, there was no rule that one fey could only absorb one elemental heart. As long as one could get their hand on enough elemental hearts, the fey could absorb as many as possible. It could be said that Chop Dark had caught Lin Yuan's eye. However, Chop Dark did not meet Lin Yuan's expectations in one another way. The purity of the elemental energy within it was much too low. If it could absorb pure wind elemental energy, it could not only increase the purity of its own element but might also gain the opportunity to transform. Lin Yuan thought, it looks like I still need to use my own resources to nurture my prey, Su Jian. Lin Yuan still needed to rush to collect the mouths of spirit springs and search for the life form within the sacred wood mystic realm. He did not have the time to entertain Su Jian. Hence, Lin Yuan used his contract to send an order to Ding Chinchuo. In the time they had been together, Ding Chinchuo had performed well, and Lin Yuan had rewarded him accordingly. Amongst the rewards were 5 wind-type elemental pearls that had outer layers. After he received Lin Yuan's order, confusion crossed Ding Chinchuo's face. He did not understand why Lin Yuan wanted to do such a thing. However, Ding Chinchuo dared not question Lin Yuan's order. Just as Ding Chinchuo took out the brocade pouch containing the 5 wind-type elemental pearls with outer layers, he heard a voice behind him, "Sujian, what has gotten you so worked up? You summoned your fey right after entering the sacred wood mystic realm. City Lord Ding and the Bai family have some history. Why don't I act as the mediator, and we all bury the hatchet?" Bai Dong's tone did not seem to be mediating. Rather, he seemed to be trying to protect Ding Chinchuo while exerting pressure on Sujian. However, the Sui and the Bai families happened to be in cahoots at the moment, and Sujian could not cross Bai Dong. Sujian was well aware of what Bai Dong's intentions were. Ding Chinchuo had a spot on the Sacred Wood Mystic Realms Council, but he had not allied with any large families from Sacred Forest City. He had even turned down the olive branch extended by the Yu family. Bai Dong's intention was to make Ding Chinchuo owe him a large favor. This way, Ding Chinchuo could not turn him down in the future when he approached him for recruitment. Through this, the Bai family would gain another seat on the council and have more authority. Sujian was never the kind to play the long game. Even if he knew that he could not oppose Bai Dong now, Sujian could not swallow his rage. The bubbling fury almost exploded out of his body. When Bai Dong walked past Ding Chinchuo, he even patted his shoulder in a friendly manner. He might as well have said, "Look how nice I am to you. Hurry up and join the Bai family." But after Bai Dong and Sujian regrouped with the rest of the people from the Sui family, what Ding Chinchuo did almost caused Bai Dong's eyes to fall out of their sockets. Ding Chinchuo walked up to them, beaming, and said to Sujian, "Second Master Su. I spoke too quickly and forgot my manners. This is a treasure I used all of my family's fortunes to trade for from Sky Creation. I shall give it to you now. Hopefully, you won't take my inappropriateness to heart." At that moment, what Sujian needed the most was a segue. After all, he had already summoned his fey. If he just listened to Bai Dong and let off Ding Chinchuo, it would seem as though he was afraid of Bai Dong. Ding Chinchuo's action not only provided him with the segue he was looking for but had even turned around and essentially slapped Bai Dong in return for his attempt at being friendly. Frankly, Sujian did not care if there was anything good in the brocade pouch that Ding Chinchuo had just handed him. Even if it was empty, there was no way that Sujian was going to lay a hand on Ding Chinchuo. Compared to Meng Xiu, who was a pointless bootlicker, there was much more value in recruiting Ding Chinchuo. Once the Sui family entered the imperial court, what they would need most was support from the major factions. If Ding Chinchuo could continue to be as cooperative as he was now, Sujian did not mind letting Ding Chinchuo take charge of the entire north region. However, when Sujian opened the brocade pouch, his eyes nearly fell out and landed inside the brocade pouch. Sujian poured out the 5 pearls that radiated the light of dreamy clouds onto his hand. From the pearls, he could sense elemental energy with a purity that he had never experienced before. He immediately fed the 5 wind-type elemental pearls with outer layers to Chop Dark as he swung his arm down to kill Meng Xiu as well as the young man behind Meng Xiu. Sujian said to Ding Chinchuo while laughing uproariously, "From today onward, you are one of my subordinates." Ding Chinchuo smiled when he heard what Sujian said, but he was choking on his disgust internally. "Who the hell is your subordinate?" "I am Lin Yuan's subordinate." While he felt disgusted, Ding Chinchuo did not feel relieved or vindicated in the slightest by Meng Xiu's death. Rather, he felt a twinge of injustice for Meng Xiu's sake. Although Meng Xiu was petty to a fault and annoying to boot, he had contributed his fair share to the Sui family. Yet, Sujian had not hesitated to kill this person who had worked so hard for the Sui family. Chapter 1995 Harvest isn't ripe yet. Ding Chinchuo could clearly sense that Bai Dong's gaze on him had turned guarded, and worry had surfaced on his face. Objectively, the most disgusting person present was undoubtedly Bai Dong. He had taken the risk of affronting Sujian and extended an olive branch to Ding Chinchuo. But when Ding Chinchuo rejected his seemingly friendly gesture of recruitment, he appeared to turn around and try to bootlick Sujian, who had just tried to kill him. At that moment, Bai Dong was wondering if there was something wrong with Ding Chinchuo's head. Given Ding Chinchuo's power, he should be in the prime of his lifespan despite the advanced number. There was no way that he was already turning senile. Bai Dong was stunned when he saw the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers that Sujian had poured out of the brocade pouch. At that moment, all Bai Dong wanted was to shout at Ding Chinchuo, "Are you crazy? Even if you really are trying to get into Sujian's good books, 1 elemental pearl with outer layers will be enough. Why did you have to give him 5? At first, Bai Dong was seething, and he wanted nothing more than to give Ding Chinchuo a beating he would never forget. But after Sujian killed Meng Xiu, Bai Dong suddenly remembered that the precedent of a win-win situation meant that it could be lose-lose as well. The Sui family had been the ones who asked to work with the Bai family on this operation. In order to convince them to stand on the same side, the Sui family had promised a mountain of benefits to the Bai family. The previous fight between the Bai family and the Yi family had left the Bai family severely injured. The Bai family had to make a right decision in order to make up for the losses suffered from that previous wrong decision. Meng Xiu was from the Meng family. Although the Meng family did not have Thearch class experts, they were still a mid-ranked faction from Sacred Forest City. While the Meng family relied on the Sui family, they could also be counted as the Sui family's allies. The Meng family had a seat on the council, and the Sui family had to have given the Meng family promises when they made their deal. It was unknown if the promises had been met yet. But what was known was that Su Jian had never been concerned for the Meng family. Su Jian was one of the main decision-makers in the Sui family, and his attitude represented the attitude of the entire Sui family. Normally, if Su Jian noticed that Bai Dong was looking at him strangely, he would definitely try to adjust Bai Dong's thinking. After all, once the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm closed, it was unknown if the external matters would be settled as well. If the Yang family was insistent on holding up in the imperial court, it would take at least 2 weeks for the dust to settle, given the structural challenges of sieging the imperial court and the defenses that the Yang family had to have put up on their own. Hence, the Sui family still needed the Bai family's strength. But at that moment, all Su Jian could think of was Chop Dark. Up till then, Chop Dark had never had access to such pure wind elemental energy. Now that it had the chance to be nourished by such pure wind elemental energy, Chop Dark started by increasing the purity of the wind elemental energy within itself. At the same time, the color of its wind started to darken from its original faint and transparent darkness to pure obsidian. It looked like ink that was swirling in the sky. Moreover, as Chop Dark continued to purify the wind elemental energy within itself and the color of its wind continued to change, it eventually resembled a spinning black hole in the sky. Any entity that was sucked into Chop Dark would become one with the darkness. It would take another 3 hours for Chop Dark to absorb the 5 wind-type elemental pearls and finish its transformation. Every minute spent in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm was extremely precious to Lin Yuan. He decided for Ding Chinchuo to find a reason to pull away from the Sui family's group. After all, they would eventually have to meet up again. After Ding Chinchuo had betrayed the Bai family, it was possible that the Bai family would try to exact their revenge on him. Thus, Lin Yuan stored Ding Chinchuo in the jeweled cave golden toad just like he had done to the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle. Soon, a large number of black feathers shot out from the ground by his feet and turned into 4 pairs of black wings. As the 4 pairs of black wings flapped, Lin Yuan started sensing through Morbius and flew off in the direction of the spirit springs. Along the way, Lin Yuan noticed numerous precious plant-type feys. It could be said that even without the plant-type feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline, the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm was a treasure trove of plant-type feys. Lin Yuan did not stop to dig out these plant-type feys. He intended to use the simplest and most forceful method to lure the Holy Lady or life form in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm out so he could achieve his goal. As long as he took control of that life form, everything in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm would belong to him. While he was flying, he heard Morbius' voice in his spirit again, "Partner, I only sensed 5 mouths of spirit springs at first. But as you get nearer to those 5 mouths of spirit springs, I started to slowly pick up even more." A smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. He had already been flying at full speed for almost 17 hours. While he was flying, he adjusted his direction every once in a while. There were a few places where large patches of plant-type feys could create illusions were planted. They were planted neatly as though they were blocking the spirit chi professional's path. If Lin Yuan had not contracted the sacred sword-wielding queen and had a strong resistance to poison, he would not have been able to ignore the vapors that the plant-type feys were shooting into the sky. It seemed that he would be even closer to the life form in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm once he crossed the few natural moats. As Lin Yuan cast his gaze around, he saw that numerous flowing streams covered the ground below the mountain. There were traces of plant-type feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline along the banks of the streams. It was likely that those who ventured into the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm found the plant-type feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline along these streams. What Lin Yuan wanted to find was not the streams but the main river. It was rare for the streams to move in a circle unless they happened to be connected to other streams. Even if the streams were connected, the water would move slowly. If Lin Yuan wanted to use the bloodline-cutting black carp to absorb all of the Sacred Wood bloodline from the spirit springs, he needed to find the main source. The spirit springs were linked, and the fastest way to absorb the Sacred Wood bloodline would be to go to the source. There had to be a price to pump so much bloodline power into the spirit springs. It was likely that the life form would not be able to handle such a huge loss. Chapter 1996 Begin to absorb. As Lin Yuan continued to fly, he could clearly sense the moisture in the air rising. It had the clean scent of nature. From his eagle-eye view in the sky, he saw many raging rivers skinned to snakes and dragons. A spirit spring spewed out grasswood fountain water on Leaning Moon Mountain, nourishing all of the life forms living on the mountain. The flora and fauna on Leaning Moon Mountain had not been transplanted but grew there naturally. The Moon Empress did not interfere much with the growth of the plants. However, it was clear that the main spirit spring below had been manually widened. Otherwise, it was impossible for there to be such wide rivers of spirit springs. It was no small feat to expand rivers of spirit springs. Apparently, the life form had not been idle in the time that the sacred wood mystic realm was closed. Lin Yuan landed beside one of the rivers of spirit springs. As he watched the raging waters, he took out the bloodline-cutting black carp and communicated to Morbius through his spirit, "Morbius, I will be throwing the bloodline-cutting black carp into this spirit spring soon. Once it has sucked up all bloodline power in this spirit spring, help me to sense the angle from which the bloodline power is flowing. Then, we'll be able to ascertain the location of the life form." After all, the life form had been hidden for at least 100 years before the sacred wood mystic realm was first opened. Lin Yuan could not be sure if his consumption of the bloodline power would cause the life form to choose to come out from hiding after almost 100 years of holding itself up. After Morbius heard what Lin Yuan said, it said, "Partner, from my investigation, I can confirm that the life form is not a plant. There indeed is bloodline power flowing through the spirit springs, but it is not just effective on plants. Did you notice that the plants and moats we saw on the way here are covered with traces of being man-made? There were no signs of animals at all. My guess is that all of the animals in the sacred wood mystic realm have already been cleared out. Compared to plants, animals have much greater movement. The life form won't be able to fully control the animals it affects with its bloodline. I'm also curious now to know what this life form is." Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes when he heard what Morbius said. He had been guessing that the life form in the sacred wood mystic realm was a plant that had been using its bloodline to contaminate other plant-type feys to pass on its bloodline to them. Then, it traded the plants it had contaminated with its bloodline to the factions in the Divine Wood Federation in exchange for Creation Master resources to boost itself. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. There was no way that Morbius' sensing could be wrong. But if this life form was not a plant, what could it be? Lin Yuan did not make any more guesses before he tossed the bloodline-cutting black carp into the spirit spring so it would bring the answer to him. After the bloodline-cutting black carp absorbed the bloodline of one type of fey, its body would change according to the type of bloodline power it had just absorbed. As a result of this, the bloodline-cutting black carps that were seen in the wild were of all strange shapes and sizes. After all, there was no way that the body that was the amalgamation of many feys would look good. The thought of a fish with crab legs and part of the body of a shrimp was disturbing. The more types of bloodline power it absorbed, the more warped its body would become. With so much bloodline power in the spirit springs for the bloodline-cutting black carp to absorb, it should look like the life form once it was done absorbing all of the bloodline power. When the bloodline-cutting black carp entered the spirit spring, Lin Yuan fixed his eye on it. The bloodline-cutting black carp was only normal, but it was not slow at absorbing bloodline power at all. Otherwise, it would not be deemed a carcinoma fey despite not technically being one. Morbius had shared the ability to sense bloodline power with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that as the bloodline-cutting black carp opened its mouth and flapped its fins, the bloodline power started flowing into its body at a breakneck pace. He sighed to himself. The bloodline-cutting black carp is way too strong. The bloodline-cutting black carp did not just affect one of the spirit springs, but the bloodline power from the other spirit springs also started to gather toward the bloodline-cutting black carp. It could affect an area of more than 4 square kilometers. The bloodline-cutting black carp was only normal. Spirit springs were still springs and could not be overly expanded. Each was only around 15 meters wide. The area of 4 square kilometers covered 7 of the rivers. The bloodline power from 7 spirit springs gathered at the spirit spring in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan noticed that the clear water now looked rather crystalline. The crystalline glow was dappled with pink and gold, painting a beautiful sight. Since the bloodline power in the spirit spring had become more concentrated, the bloodline power started to permeate the air around the spirit spring. The bloodline power was deep and complex, filled with gentle generosity. A feys personality could be altered by different bloodline power. The specialty of bloodline power was that it was related to the aura of the fey. By sensing the bloodline power, Lin Yuan could be certain that this life form was not hostile. As the bloodline-cutting black carp continuously absorbed the bloodline power, its body started to change. The first change was to the color of its body. It started off as black, but now, it had slowly taken on a golden sheen. Soon, the golden sheen changed the bloodline-cutting black carp's scales to crystalline. The bloodline-cutting black carp's body started to take on the appearance of a jewel. Eventually, all of the black retreated, leaving the fish's body pink. Every crystalline fish scale had pink patterns on it. But this was just the beginning. Once the color of the scales and fins changed, the next to change was the shape of the bloodline-cutting black carp's body. The bloodline-cutting black carp started off as rotund. It looked similar to the fish kept as pets instead of being eaten. But now, the bloodline-cutting black carp's body slowly elongated and resembled more and more like a jewel. Chapter 1997 Feedback Application. The short and hard fins and tail grew longer. When Lin Yuan first nurtured the myriad form carp into the dragon phoenix landscape carp, the dragon phoenix landscape carp's tail had grown to half the length of its body, and its fins reached 1/3 of the length of its body. These were considered to be on the larger side. But in just the blink of an eye, the dragon phoenix landscape carp's proportions had surpassed that of the dragon phoenix landscape carp. Its fish tail grew to twice the length of its body while its fins almost grew to the same length as its body. The shape of the bloodline-cutting black carp's fins and tail were also interesting. They looked like waves that were flowing out of the bloodline-cutting black carp's body. Its fins and tail were faint pink and had golden patterns that resembled gentle waves that shifted the sands on a coast. Technically, such large fins and tail were no longer advantageous to fish species feys. After all, there was still the matter of its body and size. It would have to constantly move its body in order to gesticulate its fins and tail. However, the bloodline-cutting black carp appeared to be unaffected. Once it was done absorbing the high concentration of bloodline power, it had evolved to bronze 2/flawless. Its new exclusive skill caused Lin Yuan's eyes to light up. Feedback application. By attaching itself to a life form, it can feed back its bloodline to the life form to strengthen the life form's bloodline. Once it detaches itself, the boosted bloodline will return to the bloodline-cutting black carp's body. This exclusive skill immediately raised the bloodline-cutting black carp's value. However, Lin Yuan still had no intention of forming a contract with the bloodline-cutting black carp but only to continue nurturing it. Lin Yuan needed to use the mermaid bloodline in his body when he wielded the Fish World Sea trump card. The more powerful his mermaid bloodline was, the stronger the Fish World Sea trump card would be as well. In previous experiments, Lin Yuan found out that when he used up the mermaid emperor bloodline, it could be recovered after recuperation. Lin Yuan could feed a small amount of his mermaid emperor bloodline to the bloodline-cutting black carp every day to store it in its body so it could act as Lin Yuan's battery. The bloodline-cutting black carp could choose which target to boost with its bloodline power. At that time, when the bloodline-cutting black carp boosted him with the mermaid emperor bloodline, he would not be affected by the intermixing of other bloodlines. Now that the bloodline-cutting black carp looked the way it did, it would start to evolve into a mermaid once it was fed the mermaid emperor bloodline. It was unlikely that it would take on an ugly appearance then. In less than 3 minutes, the bloodline-cutting black carp had absorbed all of the bloodline power from the 7 spirit springs. As the other spirit springs were connected to the 7 spirit springs, they would continue to channel bloodline power there, which would then be absorbed by the bloodline-cutting black carp. However, after having such a big meal, the bloodline-cutting black carp could not handle the rate of food intake. It flapped its tail and moved its fins as though it was becoming one with the current. It had only moved its fins slightly and managed to propel itself at least 300 meters. This was much faster than other fish species feys of the same grade. Lin Yuan flapped his 4 pairs of wings and matched the bloodline-cutting black carp's speed. At this point, there was no point in Lin Yuan using Morbius to sense the environment for the location of the spirit springs because the bloodline-cutting black carp was the best radar for seeking the purest bloodline. It was easy for the bloodline-cutting black carp to sense where the bloodline was purest and swim in that direction. After all, the bloodline power was a feast to the bloodline-cutting black carp. Animals were much more capable of hunting for food than humans were, as the minds of humans were filled with messy thoughts. Animals that had not awakened their intelligence were only motivated by their instinct to find food. While he was following the bloodline-cutting black carp, the bloodline-cutting black carp continued to gobble and enjoy the bloodline power that crossed its path. However, the life form was still nowhere to be seen. Not only was the life form absent, but even the Holy Lady had not shown up to stop the bloodline-cutting black carp and allowed it to continue consuming as much bloodline power as it wanted. This clashed with Lin Yuan's guess and made him furrow his brow. He thought to himself, if that life form doesn't turn up, I might as well allow the bloodline-cutting black carp to consume all of the bloodline power in the spirit springs and continue to search for the source using the bloodline-cutting black carp. If you don't come to see me, I'll go to you. The bloodline-cutting black carp's body did not return to its original form. Instead, its body continued to become even more transparent. Eventually, it absorbed the bloodline power from 37 spirit springs. The bloodline-cutting black carp could now control the gold and pink currents around it and fuse with the spirit springs. If Lin Yuan had not been constantly using true data to check on the bloodline-cutting black carp, he might have lost it. Presently, the bloodline-cutting black carp had reached Diamond X/Legend. Lin Yuan could sense the flavor of being connected to nature from it and knew that it was about to comprehend a willpower rune. Lin Yuan had not rested at all. Every time the bloodline-cutting black carp was done absorbing a spirit spring, Lin Yuan used the guard sea silver that he had prepared in advance to collect the mouths of the spirit springs. The guard sea silver was a type of substance similar to mercury that could suspend water elemental energy. When the mouths of spirit springs entered the guard sea silver, they would become dormant and stop spewing out spring water. Lin Yuan intended to use the guard sea silver to collect the mouths of spirit springs. Once the sacred wood mystic realm closed, he would move the mouths of spirit springs into the element well. After Lin Yuan collected a total of 37 mouths of spirit springs, he still saw no sign of the life form or the Holy Lady. Since the mouths of the spirit springs had been taken and no water was being poured in, the members of the Divine Wood Federation's factions would not notice that anything was wrong at first, but the spring water left in the streams would eventually evaporate and dry up. While the bloodline-cutting black carp was absorbing the bloodline power, Lin Yuan had injected spirit qi into it numerous times. Although the bloodline-cutting black carp increased its power by absorbing the bloodline power, it still needed spirit qi. The pure spirit qi would allow the bloodline-cutting black carp to absorb bloodline power even quicker. Otherwise, no matter how capable the bloodline-cutting black carp was at absorbing bloodline power, it would not be able to completely absorb all the bloodline power from 37 spirit springs within 2 hours. Chapter 1998 Lin Yuan's biggest opportunity. As its intelligence rose, its affection toward Lin Yuan also increased. Now, there was no need for Lin Yuan to use true data to pinpoint the bloodline-cutting black carp because it often poked out of the water beneath him and leaped into his arms when he flew lower. It could be said that the bloodline-cutting black carp did not feel even an ounce of wariness against Lin Yuan. Although the Diamond X/Legend bloodline-cutting black carp was a fish, it had the intelligence comparable to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Moreover, Lin Yuan had genius. He could smoothly communicate with the bloodline-cutting black carp using connected tails. Lin Yuan used connected tails to ask the bloodline-cutting black carp, "You've just consumed so much bloodline power and must be extremely familiar with its taste. I would like you to help me find the source of the bloodline power. This way, you'll be able to continue feasting from now on." When it heard that it could continue feasting, the bloodline-cutting black carp excitedly swished its tail, creating fractals of light in the water. Through connected tails, Lin Yuan heard the bloodline-cutting black carp's gentle voice in his head, "Okay. I just had a huge meal, but the water still has the same scent. It's coming from ahead." While it was communicating with Lin Yuan, the bloodline-cutting black carp continued to move forward. As Lin Yuan flew, he sensed through Morbius that the aura of bloodline energy in the water was so faint that it had become extremely difficult to pick up. The bloodline power was so faint that it would take tens of thousands of years to collect it at the same previous rate. Thus, Lin Yuan could tell that the bloodline power was being retracted. As it continued flying ahead for another 3 hours, it suddenly saw that there was a faint spatial fluctuation in the previously pristine environment. Lin Yuan was able to sense the spatial fluctuation because his ability to sense spatial fluctuations had improved after the sacred sword-wielding queen had swallowed a spatial-type world crystal. At that moment, the bloodline-cutting black carp swam into the fenced-off space and fell out of Lin Yuan's range of sensing. Lin Yuan immediately knew that the spatial fluctuation was meant to hide something from view. Many spatial-type feys could achieve this. Lin Yuan summoned Whitespeak and did not give Whitespeak time to exchange pleasantries before bringing them through the spatial fence. Lin Yuan did this because he was worried for the bloodline-cutting black carp's safety. After the bloodline-cutting black carp entered, it started to gulp down bloodline power. It was possible that it could be killed at any time. Furthermore, it was likely that behind the fence made of spatial power was where the life form was hiding. There were no bloodline-cutting black carps inside the sacred wood mystic realm. When it forced itself past the fence, the bloodline-cutting black carp would immediately catch the attention of the life form. Lin Yuan did not want to give the life form another chance to hide or flee. When he passed through the spatial fence, Lin Yuan was immediately stunned by the sight he saw on the other side. Lin Yuan could be certain that he had never ever been so struck dumb ever since he became a spirit chi professional. The waters surged and flowed toward the sky. The pink and gold water contained an aura of vastness and an enormous amount of energy. A pink-haired and golden-eyed special life form made of mystical water was at the top of the stream of water. It was as though the water that connected the earth and the sky was the life form's garment. The life form's appearance was clearly not that of a fey that had transformed into a human. It also did not have the petite figure of a fairy. Its size was between a human and a fairy. It also did not have wings, which were what set fairies apart from the rest. The life form currently had its eyes closed and was in an otherworldly state. Once the bloodline-cutting black carp entered the area past the spatial fence, the bloodline power that hit it was so concentrated that it almost choked. The bloodline-cutting black carp excitedly started to absorb the bloodline power. Although the bloodline-cutting black carp had reached Diamond X/Legend and was trying to absorb the bloodline power at full force, the amount of bloodline power did not seem to decrease in the slightest. The fluctuations of wills in its body became stronger, and it officially started to comprehend the willpower rune to evolve into a fantasy breed fey. In front of him was a breathtakingly beautiful world. It was formed completely by a long river of pink and gold. The girl, with her eyes closed, gave the vast world the aura of serenity. Lin Yuan was about to use true data to check on the girl in the sky when he heard Morbius' astonished voice, "It's a river that, by some miracle, transformed into a fairy." When Morbius said the word fairy, Lin Yuan immediately recalled a page in the Annal of Monster Information that only had the words "everything has spirit." The mountains, rivers, and nature are all made of spirit. With a miracle from nature, they will be tempered. If they fail, they will return to the ground. If they are successful, they will gain access to the heavens. Lin Yuan felt that reading the Annal of Monster Information took a toll on his brain. It was not because he did not want to read it but because there was no difference between him reading it or not. It was likely that the words on that page of the Annal of Monster Information were referring to fairies. The pink and blue river that turned into a fairy had an aura solidifying around it. The torrents of water it was swept up and stored energy for it. It seemed that the fairy was being tested by nature. If it failed the test, the fairy would be obliterated. But if it passed, it would gain access to the heavens. Could access to the heavens refer to awakening its birth horoscope and walking down heaven's path? Or did it refer to setting the spirit fire alight? When Lin Yuan used true data to check on the girl in the sky, he found that he could clearly see its information. The river's original name was called the Jia Begin River. It was currently at Sovereign X/Creation 8. With such power, it was not considered powerful in the Divine Wood Federation. The Yang, Su, and Bai families all had the power to tackle the Jia Begin River. It was no wonder that the Jia Begin River wanted to hide. Chapter 1999 The Second Mystery Type Life Form. Lin Yuan was stunned when he heard what Morbius said. He acknowledged that he had encountered an opportunity at almost set periods of time. For example, becoming the Moon Empress disciple, obtaining the Fish World Sea trump card, contracting the Remembrance Soul Whale, and consuming the Earth Center Fine Milk. All of them were enormous opportunities for him. But to Morbius, all of these opportunities could not compare to the Jia Begin River. Partner, I haven't made myself clear. What I should have said was that all of the opportunities you've encountered thus far in your career as a spirit chi professional cannot be equated to this opportunity. Lin Yuan became increasingly curious after Morbius said this. Morbius did not bear around the bush and went on to say, "Partner, didn't you say that you haven't met another mystery type fey besides me? If the Jia Begin River can pass the heavens trial, it will transform from water type to mystery type. I'm surprised that spirit chi of this purity managed to produce a fairy. However, this fairy doesn't have enough resources to pass the test. Hence, today is not just an opportunity for you but for it as well. If it's possible, you should get it to accept you as its master. Even if you have to use all of your resources, you must try to help it pass the test. Once it passes the test, it will enter the transformation stage. When it awakes from the transformation stage, its spirit fire will immediately be ignited and come what spirit chi professionals call a divine fairy." Lin Yuan knew that he was about to lose control over his expression. Each thing that Morbius said was more astonishing than the previous statement. When the fairy passed the heavens trial, it would change to mystery type. Could it be that Morbius Foundation was also a fairy? This was not right either. After it passed the test, the fairy would be able to set its spirit fire alight. However, Morbius was only normal I when he formed a contract with it. Moreover, was it so easy to get a fairy to accept one as its master? Lin Yuan heard Morbius' voice in his ear again, "Partner, although my memory hasn't recovered yet, I can be certain that I'm not linked to this fairy in any way. I should be able to regain more of my memory once I gain more of the endless gems. It's easy to get the fairy to accept you as its master. It is actually a natural formation. Before it undergoes heaven's trial, it will accumulate energy and not have a single other thought. Hence, its mindset is rather simple. As long as you promise that you'll help it to pass the heaven's trial, it will definitely choose passing over death." Lin Yuan nodded. It seemed that he would have to try to obtain more of the endless gems if he wanted to get to the bottom of Morbius. But Lin Yuan did not agree with Morbius that it would be easy to convince the fairy to accept him as its master. Firstly, the stronger the life form, the more prideful it would be and the less willing it would be to submit to another. Moreover, even if the Jiabegin River had been focused on storing energy, it controlled the Holy Lady. It was evident that the Holy Lady was not simple-minded. If the Holy Lady was slow, she would not have been able to deal with the Yang family and the entire Divine Wood Federation for all these years, or make use of the plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline to make the Yang family do its bidding, or gather all of the mouths of spirit springs into the sacred wood mystic realm. This thought filled Lin Yuan with doubt. At that moment, he was curious to know why the Holy Lady had not appeared yet. Whitespeak was stunned by the sight before it. It was a powerful apostle from the marsh world and thought that it had seen it all. But ever since it started following Lin Yuan, almost everything that happened surpassed Whitespeak's understanding. Whitespeak could sense that the life form suspended in the sky had been born from the entire river. Whitespeak had never heard that part of nature could produce life. It had long become obedient to Lin Yuan and did not suspect anything he said. Whitespeak was one of the 10 strongest sources of faith power in the shrine in Lin Yuan's soul. As Whitespeak looked at Lin Yuan through a rose-colored lens, it thought, "Is this the level that Lord Dictator has reached? I've grown again." Just as Whitespeak was about to ask Lin Yuan to give it an instruction, a piercing cry cracked the air from a short distance away. When Lin Yuan heard this voice, he immediately knew that the Holy Lady had rushed over. As long as the Holy Lady was under the Jiabegin River's control, there was no way she would not rush back now that such a serious matter had taken place. At that moment, the Holy Lady was feral, but she could not hide her worry. "How did you get in here?" While she spoke, pink and white peach blossoms bloomed on the Holy Lady's body. There were light gold flower cores at the centers of the peach blossoms. Lin Yuan could sense an aura similar to that of the Jiabegin River from the Holy Lady. However, the concentration of the bloodline was much stronger in the Holy Lady than it was in other phase with the sacred wood bloodline. The Holy Lady had already revealed her aura. Her power had reached immortal, and she was only a hair's breadth away from reaching pinnacle immortal. Given the Holy Lady's power, it was no wonder that she managed to seal a deal with the entire Divine Wood Federation. However, the Holy Lady's power paled in comparison to Whitespeak because the latter was already at pinnacle immortal and showing signs of breaking through to eternal, essentially becoming a class 14-dimensional life form. When the Holy Lady revealed her aura, Whitespeak's aura also exploded from its body. Her domineering aura caused explosions to rip through the pink and gold river water, creating waves that were almost 10 meters tall. The Holy Lady was about to end Lin Yuan, Whitespeak, and the greedy bloodline-cutting black carp's lives immediately. She did not even consider the possibility that the uninvited guest that had charged in would be stronger than it. Chapter 2000. You don't have to resign yourself. This caused anxiousness to grip the Holy Lady. Nonetheless, she still immediately lunged at Whitespeak and created a beautiful rain of peach blossoms that radiated unending malice. During this time, the Holy Lady lifted her head to look with rapt admiration at the pink-haired and golden-eyed girl with closed eyes. The Holy Lady was much more concerned over the Jiabegin River's safety than he was over her own. Lin Yuan could easily control the situation through Whitespeak. However, Lin Yuan's goal was for the Jiabegin River to willingly accept him as its master. This was why Lin Yuan did not instruct Whitespeak to kill the Holy Lady. From the concentration of bloodline in the Holy Lady's body, he could clearly sense how much effort the Jiabegin River had put into nurturing the Holy Lady. When feys used their own bloodline to bring up another life form, both of them would share the same bloodline despite not going through the process of reproduction. It could be said that the Holy Lady was the Jiabegin River's descendant. But since the Holy Lady had made her move, Lin Yuan could not stay idle. Just as Lin Yuan took out the vast sea wave-raising flute and was about to instruct White Speak to overpower the Holy Lady, a gentle sigh wafted down from the sky. Little Peach, stay your hand. I shall resign myself. Before the heavens trial is fully upon me, being able to see other life forms has made my trip on this earth worth it. When the gentle voice spoke, the water beneath the Jiabegin river did not even so much as form a ripple. When Lin Yuan lifted his head, he saw that the girl with pink hair had opened her eyes and was staring straight at him with her golden ones. Her expression was the picture of serenity, but there was unmasked sorrow underneath. Lin Yuan could guarantee that this was the purest pair of eyes he had ever looked into. Just like Morbius had said, without external help, the Jiabegin river would not be able to pass the heavens trial with just the resources in the sacred wood mystic realm. When the Holy Lady heard the gentle voice, her body halted in midair, and she immediately started pleading with the Jiabegin river, "Mother, I opened the space to allow the humans in again. This time, they will be able to provide you with a mountain of resources very soon. You." Before the Holy Lady could finish speaking, the Jiabegin river landed gently on the surface of the water and said, "Little Peach, I've been too stubborn. I should have resigned myself long ago. Every time you've opened the space and collected resources have been of help to me, but the effects have been negligible. They won't help me stand a fighting chance in passing the heavens trial. My bloodline also runs through your body, and you'll also be affected by the test. If I can just gain a little more energy, I should be able to protect you even if I eventually succumb." Tears immediately started flowing down the Jiabegin river's cheeks. She bit his lip as her tears fell and broke the surface of the pink and gold river. However, the small sprays of water did not affect the bloodline-cutting black carp that was still feasting. "Mother, how much time do we have until the heavens trial?" The Jiabegin river used elements to embrace the Holy Lady as it replied, "There's still a day left. Otherwise, I wouldn't have resigned myself." After hugging the Holy Lady, the Jiabegin river looked down at the bloodline-cutting black carp and said softly, "Little fellow, you will be dragged in because of me too." The Jiabegin river looked up at Lin Yuan and White Speak. A few seconds later, it focused its gaze on Lin Yuan before it took a few steps forward and raised its hand. At that moment, the outline of a beautiful chair took shape in the pink and blue river. The patterns on the chair seemed to document the passing of time on the river. "Since you're here, you must be fated with me. Why don't you take a seat and tell me about the outside world? I heard from Little Peach that the life forms in the outside world really like the plants that have been nourished by my water. If you're willing to tell me about the world out there, I can give you all of the feys that my bloodline power has greatly stained before the heavens trial descends on me. These feys won't be affected by the test from the heavens. You can take it as repayment for wasting your day." When Lin Yuan heard what the Jiabegin river said, he could sense its yearning to live and how it was frustrated and indignant about its life coming to an end. Lin Yuan looked into the Jiabegin river's eyes and said, "I won't be taking a seat." When the Jiabegin river heard what Lin Yuan said, it immediately looked regretful. Lin Yuan's soft and gentle words sounded like a thunderclap to the Jiabegin river. "You don't have to resign yourself. Even if there's only a day left, you might still have the chance to pass the heavens trial. I can help you." In spite of the shock on the Jiabegin river's face, Lin Yuan did not offer any explanation, nor did he immediately start negotiating with the Jiabegin river. Lin Yuan immediately took out a diamond fey storage box and took out all of the spirit-mouthed peonies that were inside. The small spirit-mouthed peonies formed a rain of flowers. The spirit-mouthed peonies were full of pure spirit chi from the spirit lock spatial zone. As time passed, there were now over 3,000 flowers filled with spirit chi. When Lin Yuan lifted his hand, a light blue pillar of water immediately appeared in the sky. Lin Yuan used his hand to slice through the light blue pillar of water. When the pillar of water slammed down on the surface of the river, the spirit-mouthed peonies were crushed. A large amount of pure spirit chi immediately filled the area that was hidden by a spatial fence. At the instant that the pure spirit chi appeared, the Jiabegin river's expression changed from regret to shock, wild delight, and finally gratitude. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "Your time is precious. From this instant, I will not stop providing you with resources. All you need to do is do your best to absorb all of the resources and turn them into aids to help you pass the heavens trial." While speaking, Lin Yuan took out the over 30 mouths of spirit springs he had gathered and placed them in the river water by his feet. The mouths of spirit springs would be very helpful to the Jiabegin river in absorbing the various types of resources.